Chapter 550. Xiao Ming focused on a Do Venerate standing behind Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Although his appearance had changed somewhat, Xiao Ming's perception could not be fooled. The presence of two heavenly flame auras within him made Xiao Ming confirm without a doubt that it was indeed Xiao Yan. So what exactly had happened? Had Xiao Yan turned evil? Xiao Yan, who had just emerged from the spatial passage, looked around at the magnificent scene filled with Do saints with a bitter feeling in his heart. He certainly hadn't turned evil. No matter how evil he became, he would never harm his older brothers. Unlike some other members of the Xiao family who had mocked him in his childhood, his older brothers had always been protective and loving towards him. Whenever someone mocked him, his second brother would even beat that person up. But perhaps it was precisely this care that had led to the current situation. Amidst the captives, the disheveled figures of Xiao Li and Xiao Ding were pushed forward. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair, which had not been cared for in a long time, was covered in grime and blood. Their overall appearance was extremely miserable. The former glanced around, sensing the suffocatingly powerful auras everywhere. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he spoke softly. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I brought this upon you. If I hadn't insisted on finding Xiao Yanzi, you wouldn't have been captured. With our current strength, our situation seems dire. This isn't your fault. We both made the decision to leave the family in search of Xiao Yan, and I've never regretted that decision. Fortunately, we didn't let father come out with us at that time." Xiao Ding, unaware that the youngest brother they were searching for was right behind them, responded with comforting words. "Besides, we might still have a chance to get out of this." Xiao Ding gestured with his eyes towards where Xiao Ming was, the meaning behind his gaze was clear. Naturally, Xiao Li noticed Xiao Ming as well, but his inner thoughts were not as optimistic as Xiao Ding's. Big brother is hopeful, but with the scale of this Hall of Souls operation, their ambitions are not small. Can Xiao Ming agree to it? In fact, Xiao Ding also knew that their chances were slim. However, in the current situation, what else could they do besides pinning their hopes on Xiao Ming? Ignoring the standoff outside, just among those captured with them, any one of them could easily kill them with a snap of their fingers. Even as captives, they were nothing more than small fry. "Rest assured, big brother, second brother, I will do my best to rescue you." Although Xiao Li and Xiao Ding spoke in hushed tones, Xiao Yan overheard their conversation. He silently vowed to himself. Over the years, in order to seek revenge for his master, Yao Lao, he had made great efforts to infiltrate the Hall of Souls. His appearance at this crucial moment was not without merit. His excellent talent in alchemy had earned him the position of disciple under Hun Huzi, the first alchemist of the Hun clan. If it weren't for the Hun clan's high regard for these captives and the difficulty in approaching them with his position as Hun Huzi's disciple, he would have freed his big brother and second brother long ago. If the situation became chaotic later, and no one paid attention to them, it would be much easier to sneak his older brothers out. By then, he also planned to leave the Hall of Souls. The matter of revenge would have to wait for another day. Xiao Yan's thoughts remained unknown to others. Xiao Ming only expressed a moment of surprise before turning to Hun Tiandi. "You want to use these people as bargaining chips?" "That's right. These people are either your close relatives, friends, or those who have shed blood and given their lives for your heavenly court. You wouldn't grudge giving up a mere piece of ancient jade for them, would you?" Hun Tiandi smiled faintly. "Despicable. To think you are the head of a clan, acting so lowly. No, Alliance leader Xiao, you can't agree to Hun Tiandi's demand for the sake of the common people. If he gets the ancient jade, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, Alliance leader, don't listen to him. We are not afraid to die." Before Xiao Ming could even respond, others around him were sweating profusely, afraid that Hun Tiandi might persuade him. If it were an older person being threatened, perhaps others wouldn't be as anxious. After all, those were cunning old foxes who usually prioritize their own interests. There were no direct relatives here, so how could those old monsters be swayed? But Xiao Ming was only in his 20s, a young man. The way the heavenly court operated under his leadership was relatively just and fair. In their eyes, Xiao Ming's actions tended to lean towards the righteous path. What would they do if Xiao Ming were to be swayed by Hun Tiandi and hand over the ancient jade, allowing Hun Tiandi to complete the set and discover the entrance to the ancient god's mansion, and that mansion just happened to be located in a hard-to-find place? Sit idly by and wait for Hun Tiandi to become a Do god, then face death. It was not only the people from the Gu, Lei, and Yan clans who were trying to persuade Xiao Ming not to agree, but the captives were also urging him not to. Although they didn't understand what the ancient jade was, even those without a brain understood that what could be traded in such a situation was undoubtedly something important. Those who could be brought out as bargaining chips, especially the high-ranking members of the heavenly court, were tough nuts to crack and were not afraid of death. Damn it! this situation. As Xiao Yan listened to everyone advising Xiao Ming not to exchange the item for the hostages, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If Xiao Ming didn't agree to the exchange, he wasn't confident he could take his two brothers back with him. What if Han Tiandi decided to kill the hostages outright in order to vent his anger? During the years he had infiltrated the Hall of Souls, Xiao Yan had become very familiar with the modus operandi of the Hall of Souls controlling force, the Hun clan. He knew they were capable of such things, and to gain the trust of the Hall of Souls, he had even performed several such tasks himself. It seems you have many outstanding subordinates. Listening to the shouts around him, Han Tiandi smiled faintly, his gaze on Xiao Ming as he said. How about it? Have you made your decision? Xiao Ming's expression remained calm throughout, making it impossible for anyone to discern his thoughts. All right. When Xiao Ming finally spoke, everyone fell silent, waiting for their hoped-for answer. I agree to the transaction. With a clench of his hand, an ancient jade appeared. It was the last piece of the two Shi ancient gods' jade. Xiao Ming did not use any kind of trickery. Such tactics would be useless against someone like Han Tiandi. More importantly, he didn't really care if Han Tiandi took the ancient jade. No, you can't do this. The people from the other three clans panicked when they saw Xiao Ming take out the ancient jade. They thought, why do you have to be so straightforward as a leader? Can't you be a little more ruthless? Three clan heads, please control your subordinates. Xiao Ming glanced back. Gu Yuan and the other two clan heads, who had been silent the whole time, sighed and then silenced their people. A trace of greed and fervor flashed in Han Tiandi's eyes as he looked at the ancient jade in Xiao Ming's hand. With this last piece of ancient jade, he would be able to know the location of the two Shi ancient god mansion and open it. If he could truly obtain the D-tier embryonic pill inside, he would become the supreme ruler of this world in a single leap. At that time, the so-called alliance would be nothing more than ants in his eyes, easily crushed with a flick of his hand. You seem to be a good leader. I can see why the Heavenly Court chose you as their leader from the start despite your youth. Han Tiandi withdrew his gaze and said slowly. Hand over the people, and I'll hand over the jade. You should understand that it would be very simple for me to kill these people, so I don't want to see any tricks. Xiao Ming glanced at him, then opened his palm and the ancient jade rose slowly under his control. When Han Tiandi saw this, he waved his sleeve, and the chains that bound the captives all cracked one after the other before they transformed into a ring of black light that lifted the captives into the air. Here you go. Han Tiandi waved his hand, and everyone rushed toward Xiao Ming, propelled by the black light. At the same time, with a thought from Xiao Ming, the ancient jade shot directly at Han Tiandi. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming tapped his foot on the void and shot forward. He reached out for the captives, generating a powerful suction force that pulled everyone towards him. He then chopped down with his hand, severing the black restraints binding them. Han Tiandi grabbed the ancient jade almost at the same time as Xiao Ming secured the captives. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but burst out laughing when he felt the coolness of the jade in his hand. With the ancient jade in hand, he could already envision the moment when he would step into that coveted realm. The exchange between Han Tiandi and Xiao Ming was done in a flash, putting Xiao Yan in a difficult situation. He hadn't expected their exchange to be completed that fast. Although his two brothers were safe, how could he return now? Now he could only take it one step at a time. Holding the captives, Xiao Ming flashed and swiftly flew into the formation below, where he set everyone down. We dragged you down, Alliance leader. Some of the recently liberated captives couldn't help but pound their chests and stomp their feet in frustration. They weren't angry at Xiao Ming, they just hated themselves. Why did they end up as captives in the first place? There's no need to blame yourselves. You've all suffered enough. I'll avenge you. Xiao Ming consoled them briefly. He had met many of these people in the past, and he was even able to recall many of their names. Their current plight was not unconnected to him, and handing over the ancient jade wasn't just a calculated move. After collecting himself, Xiao Ming gave them a faint smile, then turned around, his eyes revealing a deep chill. Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, and the others' gazes fell on Xiao Ming as he turned around, their eyes filled with a similar icy determination. Now that the Soul Clan had gathered all of the ancient jade's pieces, they couldn't allow them to leave so easily today. Xiao Ming nodded slightly as he met their gaze, then looked up at Han Tiandi, who was holding the ancient jade and laughing maniacally. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, with a soft voice, he said. Three clan heads, I believe there's no need for further words. Let's get started. As his words fell, a surge of killing intent swept through this world. Chapter 551. Killing intent suddenly surged within the eyes of Lei Ying, Yan Jin and the rest after Xiao Ming's words sounded. The energy around them began to fluctuate intensely. Set up the formation. Several resounded throughout the sky at almost the same time. The members of the Gu clan began to activate their formations with lightning-like speed. Terrifying Do Chi pillars charged to the clouds from all directions. The mighty aura caused the hearts of those observers outside of the mountain range to tremble in awe. Such a scene was truly a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. It seems that all of you are indeed not willing to give up. The smile on Hun Tiandi's face was slowly withdrawn as he stood in the sky. He once again reverted to his usual calm and carefree demeanor. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Ming and the others. It seemed that he was unsurprised at their sudden attack. He also understood that Xiao Ming, Gu Yuan, and others would definitely not simply sit back and watch their Hun clan obtain all 8 pieces of jade and successfully open the ancient god mansion. Hun Tiandi, hand over the ancient jade. Otherwise, we will definitely join hands and flatten your Hun clan. Lei Ying glared fiercely, his voice booming like thunder. Hun Tiandi involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. He flipped his hand and put the ancient jade in his hand into his storage ring before he smiled and said, "Oh. I am quite curious. If you have such an ability, why did you end up in this situation today? Hun Tiandi, the ancient god mansion will not be easily opened by you." Gu Yuan's face was as deep as water. His body slowly rose into the air as a terrifying fluctuation slowly spread from within his body. Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, accompanied by the continuous rumbling of thunder. Following Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, Yan Jin, and other strong members of the Gu clan with strength above the 5-star Do Saint also rose into the air. The color of the sky changed as their auras surged. Humph. Just with you people, you won't be able to hold me back. Although he spoke with confidence, Hun Tiandi's sidelong glance at Xiao Ming betrayed a hint of unease in his heart. Xiao Ming's strength was truly beyond his expectations. This was a huge disadvantage for his upcoming search for the ancient god mansion. In a fight, the outcome was truly unpredictable. Gu Yuan frowned. He was about to speak when Xiao Ming interjected, "Clan head Gu, why waste words with him? Let's just start the fight." Xiao Ming was also somewhat exasperated at this point. He had thrown out the ancient jade, partly to hasten the start of the battle. Yet, there was still too much unnecessary talk even at this critical juncture. Prompted by Xiao Ming's reminder, Gu Yuan no longer hesitated and shouted, "Ancient God Mirror." The experts of the Gu clan were already prepared, and at once, a series of loud shouts echoed. Boom! Boom! As the shouts subsided, the light from the numerous light barriers throughout the mountain range intensified. Pillars of majestic energy that sent shivers down one's spine rose into the sky. The pillars quickly converged into a massive, multicolored, ancient mirror thousands of meters in size. The surface of the mirror shimmered, filled with astonishing energy fluctuations. Without delay, the gigantic multicolored ancient mirror shot forward with a whistling sound. The forces of the Hun clan in the Gu realm were not particularly numerous, and under the light of the ancient mirror, they appeared to be even smaller. However, Hun Tiandi showed no sign of panic. After casting a profound glance at Xiao Ming, he spoke. "Let's go." After his voice sounded, many huge spatial cracks were suddenly rapidly formed in the empty space. Black fog surged out from within in all directions. Waves after waves of unusually powerful dark and cold auras spread from within the crack lines. Has the Hun clan's army been mobilized? Many people's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the powerful auras emanating from the crack lines. AO. Black fog surged out from the cracks like floodwaters the moment they appeared. Finally, it swiftly turned into a large black seal, whose size was not inferior to the ancient mirror. The black seal was suspended in the sky. The enormous shadow it cast covered the entire mountain range. Exterminating seal. The black seals in the sky shook. Suddenly, a low and sharp voice that seemed to belong to tens of thousands of individuals, was emitted from within the crack lines. Immediately, the black seal descended directly from the sky. It was as though a disaster had fallen onto this mountain range. With a deafening crash, it collided with the ancient mirror under the watchful eyes of many. Rumble. The entire world seemed to have collapsed at this moment. An indescribable destructive fluctuation raged crazily. Even the formidable stability of the Gu realm's space cracked under the immense pressure, with numerous pitch-black lines appearing. The two colossal forces collided violently in the sky, eventually collapsing amid the raging storm. Grug. Many experts from the Gu clan below ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood after the ancient mirror collapsed. The space crack lines, which were filled with black fog, also emitted many sharp miserable wails. It was clear that this all-out clash between the two clans had resulted in quite a great loss for both sides. The extermination storm raged within the sky. This scale of energy storm terrified even the 3 immortals of the Gu clan and the 4 demon saints of the Hun clan. Despite their strength, they would likely end up dying if they were to be struck by this extermination storm. As the storm wreaked havoc, it bought some time for Hun Tiandi and his group. They were seen slowly retreating into the spatial cracks in the sky and eventually disappeared from view. Seeing Hun Tiandi flee after the exchange, Xiao Ming, who had considered intervening, paused. He decided not to rush to stop him after a brief moment of reflection. Though the best outcome would have been to keep Hun Tiandi within the Gu realm, it was also acceptable to allow them to exert more effort outside the realm. Either way, Hun Tiandi couldn't escape today. Sure enough, as Gu Yuan observed the slowly healing spatial crack lines in the sky, he quickly spoke up. Brother Lei, Brother Yan, and Alliance Leader Xiao, there is no need to utter any nice words at this critical moment. Our only option now is to immediately pursue Hun Tiandi to resolve this crisis. If he deciphers the location of the ancient god mansion without our knowledge, we could be in grave danger. Moreover, with Nihility devouring flame's strength diminished, this is an opportune moment. My Gu clan will lead the way. You should all create spatial channels and gather your forces to follow. With that, Gu Yuan tore open space, quickly forming numerous spatial channels, and stepped into one. A large number of the Gu clan's powerful members followed suit. Lei Ying and Yan Jin exchanged a glance, nodding with solemn expressions. There was no other option in such circumstances. They had been preparing for battle during this time, so their reaction to the sudden escalation of the conflict was swift. Soon, under the actions of Lei Ying and Yan Jin, numerous spatial channels quickly formed, and a large number of experts from the Lei and Yan clans stepped out from them. The combat proficiency of the 2 clans' members was high. They didn't panic amidst the sudden outbreak of war. Following Lei Ying and Yan Jin's orders, they quickly entered the spatial channels created by Gu Yuan. Xiao Ming naturally couldn't sit idly by. Even though he was playing a part in this grand scheme, he still had to be somewhat convincing in his actions. However, the number of people Xiao Ming summoned was somewhat modest, consisting of only some renowned Dou saints like Ancestor Huiyun Ancestor and the Pill Tower Ancestor, along with a few well-known half-saints. In total, there were just over 30 individuals. Lei Ying and Yan Jin didn't say much about it. In their view, the Heavenly Court was different from ancient clans like theirs. Although the strength of the Heavenly Court was formidable, unlike the Lei and Yan clans who gathered in a small realm, the members of the Heavenly Court were too scattered. Gathering such a significant portion of their high-level forces quickly in response to the sudden crisis was an achievement in itself. Moreover, the high-level forces of the Heavenly Court were genuinely powerful, and it could even be said that they were tremendously strong. There was even an 8-star Dou saint among them whose strength was comparable to theirs, along with numerous other Dou saints and half-saints. If one added someone of Xiao Ming's caliber to the mix, what could they possibly complain about? In any case, they did not expect Xiao Ming to fish in troubled waters. Xiao Ming had previously issued clear instructions to his people. Their main priority should be to protect their own lives and those of their fellow alliance members. There was no need to throw themselves into battle recklessly. Instead, they should adopt a strategic approach and respond to the situation as it unfolded. Just let others bear the brunt of the fight. The 8-star Dou saint noticed by the heads of the Yan and Lei clans was naturally Zhu Zhen of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Besides Zhu Zhen, there were 2 other advanced 7-star Dou saints from the ancient Void Dragon tribe. They were guarding their Dragon Emperor at this moment. Of course, Ziyan, known for her fondness for excitement, was not one to miss such an event and had rushed to participate in the battle. While Xiao Ming found himself somewhat helpless to convince this spirited partner of his otherwise, he made sure that Xiao Yi Xian, Medusa, and Qing Lin did not participate in the conflict. When Ziyan saw Xiao Ming, she flew towards him, brimming with excitement. However, in the presence of many people, she maintained her queenly and mature demeanor. She restrained herself from clinging to him and simply stood by his side, looking like an obedient little wife. Xiao Ming, what is the plan for the battle? She inquired. Be cautious and don't get carried away. The Hun clan is not as simple as they seem. Xiao Ming's advice was not only for Ziyan, but for everyone present. Understood, came the collective response of the alliance members. This is Ziyan. She is the current Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe and my future wife. She will be responsible for commanding you in battle later. A command from her will carry the same weight as mine. Many high-ranking members of the alliance had seen Ziyan before, but there were still some people who had never met her until now. However, given Xiao Ming's prestige in the Heavenly Court, no one had the slightest doubt. They all nodded in agreement after seeing him adopt a serious tone. Xiao Ming nodded and said nothing more after seeing that they understood. With his knowledge of the plot, he had an idea of the tricks the Hun clan might have in store. He himself might be busy later. Therefore, in terms of strength, position, and trustworthiness, Ziyan was the ideal person to lead the summoned alliance forces. After nodding, Xiao Ming began to explain his plan in detail to Ziyan. She already had experience in dealing with such matters, so she concentrated on listening attentively. In fact, after listening to the plan, she even had some suggestions to add to the plan to further maximize the benefits. Xiao Ming could only praise her inwardly after hearing her suggestions. As soon as their conversation was over, Xiao Ming stepped into one of the spatial channels created by Gu Yuan, with Ziyan leading the heavenly court members following closely behind. Lei Ying and Yan Jin, having seen Xiao Ming leave, delegated their responsibilities to the remaining elders and followed Xiao Ming and his group. The Burial Sky mountain range stood in the northwestern region of the Central Plains. It was likely that many on the current continent were unfamiliar with this region. However, it was well known to some of the older generation of the ancient clans. This was the place where the Han clan and the Xiao clan had fought back then. The Great War had once shaken the entire Central Plains. There was an ancient battlefield deep inside the mountain range. The battlefield was extremely vast, and there were usually many magical beasts present. It could be considered a dangerous place. Therefore, it usually seemed a bit desolate. Today, the ancient battlefield was different than usual. The sky above the mountain range was shrouded in black fog. The numerous magical beasts that once roamed freely on this huge battlefield had completely disappeared. Instead, densely packed human experts filled the vast battlefield. They stood clearly divided into two distinct sides. This was the scene Xiao Ming and his group encountered upon stepping out of the spatial channel. "What's the situation now, clan head Gu?" Xiao Ming inquired as they gathered around Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's gaze was somber as he pointed to the battlefield, now in ruins. It seems that Han Tiandi knows that today's conflict is not going to end well for him. He probably wants to settle this once and for all on the battlefield of the ancient war between the Han clan and the Xiao clan. Could this be a trap? He didn't act earlier, maybe he was planning to trap us all in one fell swoop. Yan Jin stepped forward and looked at the desolate ancient battlefield with concern. Lei Ying, who was known for his fiery temper, spoke firmly, "Trap or no trap, we must fight. All the members of the Lei clan, listen up, use the 9-dragon sky lightning formation." Understood. Most of the forces had already been mobilized at this point. The many Lei clan experts replied with cold and stern faces after hearing Lei Ying's command. Immediately, many bright silver rays of light emerged from their bodies and quickly gathered into a mighty thundercloud in the sky. Inside the thundercloud, the silver light flickered, eventually forming 9 colossal lightning dragons, each of them thousands of meters in size. Their roaring thunder caused the land to tremble. Charge! The moment the lightning dragons appeared, they were directed by the many experts of the Lei clan. They charged at the Han clan army with devastating force, causing the space they passed through to burst open in an explosive manner. Chapter 552. Yan Clan, Great Burning Sky Technique. Yan Jin let out a cold cry after the Lei clan attacked. Monstrous flames immediately surged. It was as if it intended to incinerate this entire place. Eventually, the flame turned into a rolling sea of fire that swept towards the Han clan. Ancient God Mirror. The Gu clan had also formed the Ancient God Mirror once again, covering the entire place. Rays of light flowed from it. Soon after, an incomparably large light pillar shot out. Swoosh, swoosh. All the attacks erupted at this moment. The energy fluctuation easily destroyed the surrounding towering mountains, leaving nothing behind. Han Tiandi waved his sleeve as he watched the ferocious attacks from below with indifferent eyes. The clattering chains emanated from the black clouds covering the sky. After which, many clashing sounds appeared. Countless black chains shot out from the black cloud, quickly forming a dragnet in the sky. Black clouds swirled above the chains. Suddenly, many ferocious faces appeared on the black net and continuously emitted some sharp miserable screech. Bang bang bang. The many attacks came suddenly as the black net was formed. Immediately, the whole place trembled intensely under the terrifying collision. The land cracked, forming many huge gullies like crack lines. The black net collapsed after the terrifying storm in the sky gradually dissipated. However, it managed to block all the attacks from below before collapsing. The terrifying strength of the Han clan was once again revealed. Han Tiandi, this time, let the two of us decide on a victor. Gu Yuan's foot stepped on the empty space. His body suddenly shot into the clouds, while a stern shout spread across the area within tens of thousands of kilometers in a vast and mighty manner. Han Tiandi smiled faintly. His body moved and appeared directly in front of Gu Yuan. Compared to Xiao Ming, Han Tiandi still gave more importance to Gu Yuan, who had also lived for 1,000 years. He believed that both of them were the strongest representatives of the two factions. The two of them must restrain each other. Otherwise, the formation of both parties would collapse. As for Xiao Ming, he could only be restrained by the Hun clan using other methods. Fortunately, Nihility Devouring Flame was only injured and could still maintain control over the entire situation. Charge! Lei Ying and Yan Jin shouted loudly after seeing Gu Yuan intervene to restrain Hun Tiandi. The experts from the three clans and the Heavenly Court rushed out from behind. Many experts from the Hun clan flew out of the black cloud with a swoosh sound. Immediately, a huge battle erupted in the sky. Lei Ying and Yan Jin had a clear target in their sights. They directly targeted the four demon saints. Among the Hun clan present on the scene, apart from Hun Tiandi and Nihility Devouring Flame, these four were the strongest. Although Nihility Devouring Flame was injured, with his 9-star Do Saint strength, challenging him would only result in self-inflicted humiliation. It was better to leave him to Xiao Ming. The four demon saints laughed coldly as they saw the Lei Ying duo charging towards them. Unafraid, they engaged in a fierce 2-on-1 battle. As more and more experts exchanged blows, the entire mountain range began to tremble violently. The battle was unbelievably chaotic and intense, causing some of the distant onlookers who had arrived upon hearing the noise to be shocked and their faces to change dramatically. Many of them immediately made a hasty retreat. Their previous experiences seemed like child's play compared to this massive battle. The foundation of the Hun clan is indeed profound. They are not falling behind even in such a situation. Standing on the battlefield with no foolish fellows to disturb him, Xiao Ming casually glanced over the battlefield. He noticed that the allied forces of the three clans were not gaining much of an advantage. This was still the case even though Nihility Devouring Flame had not made a move and Lei Ying and Yan Jin were free to fight. Not to mention, the Hun clan's grand formation hadn't been activated yet. Many powerful auras were still hidden in the dense black fog that covered the sky. From this, one could see how powerful the Hun clan truly was. Of course, the strength of the Hun clan would be useless as long as he used his full strength. However, unless the high-end power of the three clans suffered significant losses, he would not go all out. Xiao Ming then glanced back at the battlefield and noticed that the Heavenly Court members under Ziyan's leadership were being cautious. They appeared to be fighting fiercely, but always leaving room for maneuver. Zhu Zhen was now guarding Ziyan, while the two 7-star Do Saints of the ancient Void Dragon tribe were strewn about the battlefield, guarding the rest of the alliance members. Relieved, he shifted his gaze to Nihility Devouring Flame, who had been staring at him the whole time. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. He then flew towards Nihility Devouring Flame, whose expression changed dramatically in an instant. In just a moment, Xiao Ming appeared in front of Nihility Devouring Flame, his white palm filled with intense lightning energy as he pressed straight towards the Nihility Devouring Flame's forehead. This casual palm was no weaker than the Lei clan head's full-strength Do technique. After being ambushed by Xiao Ming earlier, the Nihility Devouring Flame's combat power had greatly decreased. He would no longer think of underestimating Xiao Ming like before. Facing the attack, he stretched out both palms with all his might, and a massive black flame erupted. An endless suction force erupted from his body, turning him into a black hole-like creature that seemed to be trying to suck out all of the Do Qi in Xiao Ming's body. Your devouring power is useless against me. The mysterious lightning infused with terrifying Do Qi shot out from Xiao Ming's palm, directly shattering the enveloping black flames. Then, he pressed his palm against the Nihility Devouring Flame once again. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle, turning the area around them into a forbidden zone. Of course, just how much Xiao Ming was holding back in this seemingly fierce battle was a secret that was known only to him. As for Nihility Devouring Flame, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. He felt that Xiao Ming was like an unfathomable ocean. It was as if he had stepped into the 9-star Do Saint realm before him. But how could that be possible? He had stepped into the 9-star stage before Xiao Ming was even born. After a while, just when Nihility Devouring Flame couldn't resist the urge to gather more people to deal with Xiao Ming, a somewhat urgent voice suddenly rang out. Retreat quickly. The situation has changed. The sudden voice startled Lei Ying and Yan Jin, who were in the middle of the battle. Their expressions changed drastically. This was because they could hear that the voice belonged to Gu Yuan. What was it that made him so anxious? Buzz. A strange buzzing sound was suddenly emitted from the black cloud that covered the sky just as the two of them began to turn pale. Wave after wave of dark and cold aura quickly spread out. Are they finally ready? The Nihility Devouring Flame lifted his head after hearing the buzzing sound. His heart sighed with relief. Xiao Ming's strength was terrifyingly strong, and he himself was injured. If they did not do anything, the Hun clan might not be able to hold out much longer. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound became increasingly hurried. At the same time, a pair of indescribably dark and stern auras slowly appeared from the black cloud. Everyone on the battlefield raised their heads in the face of this unexpected development. Their uncertain and cautious eyes looked at the black cloud. Boom boom. The black cloud suddenly churned, and several black figures shot out, hovering in different positions in the sky. Are those coffins? Everyone was startled when they saw the things shooting out of the black fog. This was because those things were 4 black coffins. Dark and dense cold auras seeped out from these coffins. Bang! The 4 black coffins were hanging in the air, and all of a sudden, their lids flew open. 4 skeleton-like skinny figures slowly stepped out. In an instant, 4 auras, no weaker than those of the 2 clan heads, Lei Ying and Yan Jin, erupted in the sky. The expressions of the experts from the 3 clans changed drastically. Han Tianxing. Han Yao. How can all these old ghosts still be alive? These 4 seem like zombies. A zombie was in existence like a puppet. However, it was at a higher level compared to puppets. This was because it required one to use a certain mysterious method to revive some of those who had already died. However, the requirements for the resurrection were extremely harsh. Moreover, the chances of succeeding were low. Hence, there was usually no one who did such a thing. After all, a true expert would be guarded by their clan or sect after their death. No one would wish for the body of their ancestor to be ruined by others after their death. Clearly, the Han clan had used some unknown technique to turn these originally dead Han clan experts into zombies. In this way, these zombies could fight for them again. For silence destruction, deathly world. The 4 figures in the sky suddenly opened their mouths, and 4 light spots flew out. After which, they transformed into 4,000-meter giant black gates. These gates were filled with a deathly aura. They were clearly another 4 deathly silence gates. The giant black gates stood at 4 points in the sky. Deathly auras surged out from them, enveloping the entire place. Under the erosion of the deathly aura, all the experts from the 3 clans were stunned to find that the life in their bodies was gradually being lost. The 3 large gates had formed the formation that enveloped everyone within. From the looks of it, they were actually planning to use this to inflict serious damage on the allied forces. Xiao Ming was right, the Han clan really has the Death World formation. Retreat quickly. Lei Ying and Yan Jin's expressions changed drastically at this moment. Evidently, they had also recognized this formation that had an extremely ferocious reputation in ancient times. Unfortunately, they had only learned about it from Xiao Ming today and hadn't had time to prepare. Moreover, Xiao Ming had already seized a deathly silence gate. The fact that the Han clan could still gather 4 deathly silence gates so soon took them by surprise. They urgently shouted a warning. Chapter 553. Humph, want to leave? It's too late. A grayish dark-faced skinny elder sneered as his eyes flashed with coldness. His hand movements became even faster. After which, the 4 deathly silence gates connected. Immediately, a dark world enveloped the entire mountain range, its deathly aura corroding all life within. The Alliance army gathered together as the monstrous deathly aura spread. Their eyes glanced cautiously at the black chi surrounding them. They could sense that this deathly aura was seeping into their bodies through every pore. Such an invasion was not something they could block with their do chi or spiritual strength. This is the legendary Death World formation. We're in deep trouble now. Lei Ying, Yan Jin, and the many experts from the ancient clans had dark and solemn expressions as they looked at the deathly aura spreading around them. Their hearts involuntarily felt unease. If this continued, even if they, as the top experts, were able to resist this aura, those weaker individuals would suffer great damage. Such heavy losses were something they could afford. We need to break through this quickly. The black submerged king, Gu Lei, spoke with a grave expression. Earlier, he had been stopped by 2 7-star Do Saint-level experts from the Han clan, resulting in an earth-shattering battle. As for those 4 Han clan powerhouses whose strength was equal to his own, Gu Lei had never heard of them before. Clearly, the Han clan had been hiding their strength all these years. Such a strength was far greater than the Gu clans. If it weren't for the alliance with the Yan clan, the Lei clan, and the Heavenly Court, relying on the strength of the Gu clan alone would be no match for the Han clan. This is difficult. A death realm has already been established over this place, and these deathly auras can isolate any spiritual probe. If we were to attack randomly, it would only lead to the rapid exhaustion of our strength, Yan Jin spoke with a deep voice. However, we will also most likely end up dead if we continue to stay here. Gu Dao from the 3 immortals of Gu clan spoke with a bitter smile. Now, it seemed that they were in a dilemma. Clan head Gu Yuan is probably being held back by Hun Tiandi. It would be extremely difficult for him to intervene. Fairy Huoling of the Yen clan had an extremely serious expression on her charming face. Her aura was also slightly sluggish, clearly injured during the great battle earlier. We may have to wait for Alliance leader Xiao to deal with the nihility devouring flame before he can free his hands. But who knows how long that will take. Everyone fell into a somber silence. No one had expected that the originally balanced situation would suddenly take this turn. Cough, cough, this old man happens to have a deathly silence gate given by the Alliance leader. Maybe we can use it to find a loophole in the formation and save some people, Zhu Zhen said, stepping forward at Ziyan's signal. A huge black gate appeared in a flash. Upon seeing the gate, which looked identical to the 4 giant gates from earlier, the Alliance army didn't display much enthusiasm. The Death World formation had now become a complete formation. Even if they could find a small loophole, how many people could they truly save? They feared that only a small fraction of the people could be saved, just as Zhu Zhen had said. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. While everyone was unsure of what to do, a faint sound of piercing wind suddenly emerged from the deathly aura surrounding them. In an instant, a barrage of black spears rained down from all directions. This sudden attack caused panic among the forces of the Alliance army. The black spears carried a dense deathly aura, rendering their Doqi defenses almost ineffective. Some strong experts were pierced by the black spears in an instant. Their bodies collapsed and turned into piles of dry bones, with wisps of black gas seeping out from the remains. Damn it! Lei Ying and others wore grim expressions as they witnessed the Alliance army falling into a passive situation. There's no time to waste. Let's try to use the deathly silence gate to see if we can break the formation together. Elder Zhu Zhen, please make your move first, we will assist you. Alright, follow me. Zhu Zhen nodded and then snapped his fingers. The massive deathly silence gate floated out from above him, covering the sky above the army. A suction force erupted, absorbing all the deathly energy within its range. The pressure on the Alliance army suddenly decreased, but unfortunately, due to the limited range of the deathly silence gate, many were still engulfed by the deathly aura, resulting in occasional casualties. Most of these unfortunate souls belonged to the 3 clans. The Heavenly Court experts, who were fewer in number and had gathered around Zhu Zhen, remained relatively unharmed. In the heat of the moment, no one paid attention to these details. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The experts from the Hun clan seemed to have detected something as the army quickly flew to one side of the Death World. The deathly aura around the place surged. After which, it transformed into a 3,000-meter giant hand of death that mercilessly struck down the allied forces. Yan Jin's figure flashed and appeared in the sky. He opened his mouth and sprayed out an overwhelming torrent of flame that was created by the merging of 2 heavenly flames. Boom boom. The merged heavenly flames collided with the giant hand of death in a brutal manner. Whoosh. A sharp sizzling sound immediately filled the air, accompanied by a dense rotten smell. Yan Jin's successful defense against the initial assault was short-lived, as more colossal deathly hands formed, creating a devastating tempest that swept relentlessly across the battlefield. In a matter of moments, more experts met the same grim fate, reduced to lifeless piles of bones. Sun'er floated in the sky, surrounded by a golden flame that continued to surge from her body. She had followed the rest of the Gu clan army to the ancient battlefield without hesitation. But now, she was helpless in the face of this nightmarish onslaught and could only watch the catastrophic events unfold with clenched fists. The giant hands were wreaking havoc on the Alliance army. Lei Ying and other top experts were desperately trying to break through the deathly space, and Yan Jin was unable to block the numerous black hands descending from the sky. The black submerged army had suffered tragic losses as a result. Many had fallen and were reduced to nothing more than dry bones. Sun'er's resistance thus far was thanks to the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame within her body. It was ranked 4th in the heavenly flame ranking for a reason. This flame was known to be so fierce that it could even burn Doqi, and it had proven to be effective even against this deathly aura. However, even with the protection of the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, she was still drenched in perspiration. For Sun'er, who had not yet reached the Do Saint realm, the energy consumption was immense. She feared that she wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths before her energy was completely exhausted. Her eyes roamed the distant sky with an unusual calm. After observing the battlefield, she was well aware that it was highly unlikely that the Allied forces would be able to break through the deathly realm in that amount of time. Determination suddenly etched into her face. She was prepared to self-destruct her heavenly flame against the barrier before she was left depleted of Doqi. This act would likely give everyone a chance to escape. But suddenly, her field of vision was abruptly blocked by a colossal shadow. This can't be. Sun'er's heart sank as she observed the colossal hand of death hurtling directly towards her. With her do chi depleted to such an extent, she lacked the power to resist self-destructing. Her heavenly flame against the giant hand would undoubtedly destroy it, but at the cost of her own life and potentially the lives of those nearest to her. Roar! At this critical moment, a majestic roar resounded from the center of the Allied forces, followed by a torrent of golden-purple flames surging towards the colossal hand. Bang bang bang! With a resounding bang, the golden-purple flames shattered the colossal hand into nothingness. Then, they continued their advance, disintegrating another hand before finally dissipating. The flames, though not quite as powerful as Sun'er's Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame on their own, were bolstered by the formidable do-chi of a high-star do saint and exuded the aura of a supreme dragon. Quick, bring your people to the formation center. Ziyan said as she appeared in front of Sun'er. But when she saw Sun'er's awestruck expression, she urged her with growing impatience, what are you waiting for? Move! Sun'er could not be blamed for her reaction. In front of her stood a breathtakingly majestic dragon, its huge body covered in purple scales and adorned with intricate golden patterns. The dragon's colossal golden-purple eyes exuded an undeniable air of authority. Ziyan had transformed into her dragon form. Sun'er had seen pictures and descriptions of ancient void dragons, but none compared to the grandeur of the one in front of her. No wonder those flames could effortlessly obliterate the hands of death. Her ancient void dragon lineage has reached a terrifying level. Understood, Dragon Emperor's sister. Sun'er quickly recovered from her initial shock and responded to Ziyan in a friendly manner. It didn't take her long to realize the identity of the person before her. She felt a surge of immense gratitude toward this person who had saved her from what would have been a horrible death. After that, she quickly relayed orders to the remnants of the Black Submerged Army and moved to the center of the formation. There, she saw other ancient void dragons, also in dragon form, forming a protective circle that shielded a portion of the Allied forces from the deathly aura. Dragon Emperor's sister, huh? Hee, this girl is not bad. Ziyan thought, feeling pleased. With a powerful flap of her dragon wings, she shimmered with a golden light and disappeared in an instant, reappearing among the forces of the heavenly court in the blink of an eye. After the attack on the barrier continued for many minutes, a somewhat dim formless barrier appeared a short distance in front of the Alliance army. There seemed to be a figure hovering behind the barrier. It was one of the 4 strong zombie experts from the Hun clan. Clan heads Lei Ying and Yan Jin, join me in breaking through this space. Zhu Jin shouted as he looked at the figure. Lei Ying and Yan Jin quickly nodded when they heard Zhu Jin's voice. The world's energy surged in an instant. Several formidable attacks were unleashed in unison, hammering against that particular spot of the barrier with ferocious intensity. Bang! The formless barrier finally began to tremble in the face of their relentless onslaught. Outside the reach of the Death World formation, Xiao Ming forced the void-devouring flame to retreat with a muffled groan using a casual palm strike, then turned his gaze to the pitch-black realm. Heh, worried about them? If you stop opposing us, I'll order my people to spare the heavenly court. How about that? Nihility devouring flames. Black flames dissipated somewhat, and his aura became slightly chaotic. He didn't dare to act rashly when he saw that Xiao Ming didn't attack. Instead, he tried to tempt him. People on the verge of death sure talk a lot. Xiao Ming coldly looked at Nihility devouring flame. He could sense that the situation inside the death world was almost settled and was too lazy to continue the charade with Nihility. His hand seals began to change rapidly. Silent world. Terrifying soul power was mobilized between his eyebrows and then spread out like ripples all around him. As the soul fluctuation spread, Nihility devouring flame felt a moment of dizziness, followed by an irresistible pull. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in a world of ice and snow. The terrain here was extremely flat, the land and sky stretching endlessly. Amidst the raging storm and drifting snow, there was an eerie absence of sound, making it bizarrely silent. What is this place? This is a world created by my soul power, and it's also your resting place. Xiao Ming's figure appeared not far away. How is this possible? I also have an Emperor Realm soul, how can you do this to me? Nihility devouring flame exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Ming just smiled in response. Although Nihility devouring flame possessed an Emperor Realm soul, his understanding and use of soul power were too superficial compared to an alchemist like him. Bringing Nihility into this world was within his capabilities. The fate of Nihility devouring flame was sealed today. As long as he extinguished Nihility's soul, he would become a pure heavenly flame. It would be ideal for refining 9th-tier golden pills. Then he could potentially attempt to break through to the Do God realm. There was no way he would let this opportunity pass him by. Without wasting words, Xiao Ming waved his hand, and a violent surge of soul power swept towards the nihility devouring flame. Moments later, the white world shattered, revealing Xiao Ming floating above the mountain range. Black flames were swirling in his palm. These flames were filled with a terrifying devouring power. An extremely ancient and strange aura was emanating from them. Chapter 554. Lord Nihility. The skinny elder overseeing the Death World formation couldn't help but cry out in shock at the scene in front of him. The battle between Nihility Devouring Flame and Xiao Ming had always been of great importance to the members of the Hun clan. When they saw both Nihility Devouring Flame and Xiao Ming being pulled into the spiritual world, a sense of foreboding had already begun to appear in their hearts. Now, their fears had become reality. Nihility Devouring Flame's position in the Hun clan was almost comparable to that of Hun Tiandi himself. Without his existence, it would have been impossible for the Hun clan to last until now. Now that Nihility Devouring Flame was gone, how would they explain it? Before they could even think of a way to rescue him, they saw Xiao Ming swallow Nihility Devouring Flame in one gulp. Then his gaze turned to them. This is bad. The faces of the Hun clan members turned pale with terror. For Xiao Ming to dare to swallow the Nihility Devouring Flame directly, he was either foolish or had absolute confidence in himself. It was clear that the former, who was able to reduce Nihility Devouring Flame to a state where he couldn't even maintain his human form, was far from being a fool. Instead, they were most likely the fools all along. If Xiao Ming could go to such lengths, it meant that he had been hiding his true strength all this time. Realizing this critical point, the skinny elder cried out in alarm, trying to lead the others in a desperate attempt to escape. But Xiao Ming was certainly not going to let things go as he wished. Now that the three clans had suffered heavy losses, the Hun clan naturally couldn't be allowed to retain much of its fighting strength either. Yellow Spring Palm. A gigantic palm descended from the sky and struck directly at the formless barrier of the Death World formation. Bang! The formless barrier trembled violently, emitting creaking sounds under the immense pressure. Finally, it exploded with a loud and clear sound. The deathly aura that had filled the sky above the space quickly dissipated with the shattering of the barrier. Warm sunlight once again poured down from the sky. Grug! The faces of the four skinny elders in the sky turned deathly pale the moment the Death World was shattered. Blood spewed from their mouths. A dense dimness rose in their eyes. They understood it would be difficult for the Hun clan to deal with this calamity today. The warm sunlight cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, and under its illumination, the pervasive deathly aura rapidly receded. Lei Ying and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief after the surrounding deathly aura had completely disappeared. They raised their eyes and looked around. Currently, they were still in the Burial Sky mountain range. However, there was no life left in the current mountain range. Clearly, all life had been eroded by the rampant deathly aura from earlier. The once numerous allied forces had been reduced to a fraction of their original numbers. This was despite the deathly silence gate absorbing the deathly aura and protecting part of the army. The faces of Lei Ying and the others turned bright red with anger as they observed this scene. Hun clan, you filthy scum! A black mass of Hun clan experts stood in the sky a short distance away from the Alliance. Their eyes showed a ferocious glow as they stared at the Alliance army. However, the expressions of some of the upper echelons among them were extremely grim. Even though the Death World formation, known as the Ultimate Killing Formation, had inflicted tremendous damage on the Alliance army, their second-in-command, Nihility Devouring Flame, had been subdued by Xiao Ming. Now that he had turned his attention to them, it wasn't a situation to rejoice over. Retreat to the clan. An icy cold voice suddenly resounded next to the ears of the Hun clan experts while they were silent. Their bodies ended up shuddering. That voice belonged to Hun Tiandi. Understood. The numerous experts no longer hesitated upon hearing this. Several 7-star stage elders immediately joined forces to rip open the space. In a few breaths, a rapidly rotating black hole appeared in the sky. The many experts of the Hun clan seemed to have received an order when they saw the black hole forming. All of them rushed forward without a word being spoken. Then they shot into the black hole. They are about to flee. The expressions of Lei Ying and the others changed when they saw this scene. Having suffered a great loss, they were certainly not willing to let the Hun clan escape. The remaining experts quickly rose into the air. Powerful Do Chi shot out one after another without any orders. Finally, they smashed towards the black hole from all directions. Humph! Hun Yuan Tian and the other zombie elders of the Hun clan let out a cold snort at the sudden fierce attack from the experts of the Alliance army. Their surging Do Chi erupted like a volcano, colliding with the numerous attacks and completely neutralizing them. After all, the three clans had been severely weakened and were no longer able to make any significant difference against the Hun clan. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xiao Ming laughed coldly as the seals formed by his hands changed. A 3,000-meter-tall body slowly appeared. The yellow spring divine anger unleashed by its Emperor Realm soul was an extremely oppressive attack against those experts whose spiritual strength was inferior to his. The damage to one's soul was not something that could be recovered by simply resting for a while. Mao. The moment the figure appeared, an earth-shattering spiritual attack shot out at a shocking speed. Even the shields formed by the 4 8-star Do Saints and several high-star Do Saints were violently shattered by this spiritual attack. The shock wave hit the black holes so violently that hundreds of Hun clan experts exploded into blood mist and scattered into the black hole. The black hole also began to shake violently under this spiritual attack. A deep groan was vaguely heard at the same time. It was clear that even the experts who formed the spatial channel were struggling to withstand the already weakened attack. Xiao Ming did not stop after launching an attack. Countless dazzling flames appeared in the sky with a wave of his hand. They converged into rays of light that crossed the area and shot violently towards the black hole. Strike together now. The Hun clan naturally would not sit back and wait for death. Each member who had not yet entered the spatial passage launched their most powerful attacks in unison. The sky turned into a battleground where the unified attack of the Hun clan brutally clashed with Xiao Ming's formidable offensive. An immense ripple of terrifying energy quickly spread across the sky. The entire mountain range was split in two by the shock waves. A 30,000-meter deep gorge stretched from the mountain range to the horizon. Those watching from afar felt their hearts tremble with fear. Some of the weaker individuals, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the attack, collapsed to the ground. This was the first time they had witnessed an attack of such strength. Even Xiao Ming found it difficult to resolve the collective attack of all the Hun clan experts in such a short time without using his full strength. However, the scales of victory were tipped in his favor as the Alliance army also began to join the attack. Damn it! Just as Hun Yuantian and the others were about to falter. Qi. A tall figure suddenly appeared in a flash. His expression was dark and solemn as his hands suddenly tore at the space before him. A 30,000-meter spatial rift erupted, swallowing up the powerful attacks of Xiao Ming and the others. Hun Tiandi. Seeing the figure that had suddenly intervened, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed like this Gu Yuan had never succeeded in blocking anyone before. The space next to Xiao Ming fluctuated after Hun Tiandi appeared. Gu Yuan appeared out of it. At this moment, his long hair was in disarray. A terrifying aura that frightened everyone silently spread out, causing the surrounding space to continue shattering and mending. What a great Xiao Ming! The once calm and composed face of Hun Tiandi was now filled with cold and murderous intent. He clearly understood that today's outcome was entirely caused by Xiao Ming. He hadn't expected Nihility Devouring Flame to be so easily defeated. Back when Nihility was an 8-star Do Saint, he was able to escape Gu Yuan's clutches, but in the hands of that brat Xiao Ming, he was dealt with in no time. Now, he was left with no choice but to resort to his last move. However, he would have to lure both Gu Yuan and Xiao Ming into the territory of the Hun clan to do so. Xiao Ming remained calm under Hun Tiandi's gaze. Xiao Ming, Gu Yuan, credit where credit is due. You've proven to be formidable this time. However, now that I have collected all the ancient jades. Once I enter the Do God realm, it will be the moment when the 3 clans and the heavenly court are wiped out from the Do Chi continent. Hun Tiandi looked at Xiao Ming and then at Gu Yuan, his face showing a sinister and cold smile. His body slowly retreated and finally stepped into the black hole. The black hole shimmered and then quickly dissipated. The black hole disappeared. However, Hun Tiandi's dark and cold laughter continued to reverberate across the sky for a long time. After suffering such a huge loss, there was no way that Lei Ying and the others could tolerate Hun Tiandi's arrogance. With Nihility Devouring Flame gone at the hands of Alliance leader Xiao, I say we take the battle to the Hun realm. Agreed. Let's invade the Hun realm. With clan leader Gu and Alliance leader Xiao with us, the scales are tipped in our favor. Chapter 555. Invade the Hun realm. Alliance leader Xiao, what are your thoughts? Gu Yuan, whose hair was a mess, suppressed his aura. The expression on his face was extremely serious. After a brief moment of thought, he turned to Xiao Ming. I have no objections, but the Alliance army has suffered heavy losses. Do we still possess the strength to launch an assault on the Hun realm? Xiao Ming looked at the Alliance army. The Death World formation set up by the Hun clan had severely crippled the 3 clans. It would take them hundreds if not thousands of years to recover from their losses. In contrast, the Heavenly Court had emerged relatively unscathed, thanks largely to the protective measures taken by Zhu Zhen and Zi Yan. His objective had been largely achieved. Therefore, he saw no reason to decline the opportunity to eradicate the Hun clan. Well. Gu Yuan hesitated as he surveyed the members of the three clans, a heavy burden weighing on his heart. Among the three clans, the Gu clan's army had been the first to mobilize and was thus farthest from the protection of Zhu Zhen's deathly silence gate. Consequently, many Dou's saints had either been killed or gravely wounded. The only source of solace for him now was the sight of his cherished daughter, safe and sound among the heavenly court's forces. It seemed that if not for the intervention of Xiao Ming's people, his heart would have borne an unbearable agony this time. However, given the current state of the Alliance's army, attempting to invade the Hun realm would likely result in the few remaining people being wiped out. For a long time, they had believed that the strength of the Gu clan, if not enough to defeat the Hun clan, should at least be comparable to their strength. But today's brutal reality had shown them that the Gu clan was indeed no match for the Hun clan. After the Xiao clan was defeated back then, there was no other faction left on this continent that could oppose the Hun clan. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. He also felt some regret in his heart. Perhaps they should not have stayed on the sidelines in the past. If the Xiao clan were still around, the Hun clan would definitely not dare to start this war, no matter how bold they were. In my opinion, it would be best if only a few of us with strength at or above the 8-star stage invaded the Hun realm. The combined power of 2 9-star experts, along with us, should be enough to turn the Hun realm upside down. Lei Ying, gritting his teeth in resolve, was unwilling to back down. Had it not been for his own survival, the Hun clan might have weakened the Lei clan to an even more dismal state than the Ling clan of the past. Retreating at this point was unacceptable to him. Agreed, let's proceed with this plan. Yan Jin also nodded decisively. If the Hun clan successfully opened the mansion and discovered the secret to breaking through to the Do God realm, they would truly have no chance to turn the situation around. In the eyes of a true Do God, the so-called alliance would be as insignificant as drifting weeds. Everyone nodded in agreement. Entering the Hun realm would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. If they failed, their fate would be no different from that of the Ling clan and the other two clans. However, the Hun clan had always been a devious foe. In order to preserve their clan's bloodline, no sacrifice was too great. This was a battle they must fight. In the meantime, the Alliance army should remain stationed in the Heavenly Court. We should use this time to destroy the locations of all the Hall of Souls, which act as the claws of the Hun clan, in the Central Plains. Xiao Ming proposed as the consensus was reached. The Hall of Souls had yet to be completely eliminated. Now, with free labor available, there was no reason not to make use of it. The Hall of Souls, huh? Perhaps it's time to completely destroy this tumor. Lei Ying and the others mused for a moment upon hearing this. A fierce glint flashed over their eyes. They were well aware of the actions of the Hall of Soul during these years. This faction had been collecting souls from all over the place. From the looks of it now, it seemed that the revival of the older generations of the Hun clan's experts like Hun Yuantian, who should have died a long time ago, was also closely related to this. If that's the case, then let's proceed with this plan. Gu Yuan also showed no opposition. Wiping out the remnants of the Hun clan was an absolute necessity. Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Zi Yan, who had returned to her human form. Zi Yan, I'm entrusting this task to you. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, she replied confidently as she strode over to his side. By the time you return, not a single soul from the Hall of Souls will be left. Their eyes locked, and Zi Yan's voice softened, so you better come back soon. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. His hand moved to stroke her soft cheek in a tender manner. Despite Zi Yan's unwavering confidence in him, her concern shone through at this moment. Father, please return safely with Sunner, who usually wore a cold expression, now displayed a look of worry. The recent near-death experience had made her value certain things she had not paid enough attention to before. Now, all she wished for was the resolution of this crisis and her father's safe return. Sunner, you will be in charge of the remaining Gu clan army during this time. Wait for your father's return, Gu Yuan said as he reassured her. There was a softness in his eyes as he bid farewell to his beloved daughter. After all the arrangements were made, Xiao Ming turned to Gu Yuan and spoke. It's time to set out, clan head Gu. Gu Yuan mobilized his Do Chi, his robe fluttering with a crisp sound, and a spatial channel appeared. Follow me, let's invade the Hun realm. Faced with the unknown realm of the Hun clan, Gu Yuan bravely chose to be the first to charge in. Under the watchful and excited eyes of many, Gu Yuan took a step forward, transforming into a series of afterimages as he rushed into the spatial channel. Yan Jin and Lei Ying exchanged a silent nod with each other before following Gu Yuan into the spatial channel. Soon after, Xiao Ming, Zhu Zhen, and Gu Lai also followed closely behind. The environment of the Hun realm was quite eerie, with no sunlight shining down. Instead, the sky was dominated by a crimson blood moon that provided a semblance of light. However, the moonlight cast a cold light that gave an uncomfortable, chilling sensation to anyone it touched. The architectural style of the Han clan stood in stark contrast to the common structures seen on the continent. Their palace complexes were intricately crafted, yet they exuded malevolence at every corner. Gu Yuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings as he entered the Han realm. A powerful array was set up around the square above, with a blood-colored light forming a canopy that enveloped the sky. The blood moon hanging in the sky was particularly mesmerizing. The entire realm appeared to be drenched in red as it was bathed in its crimson glow. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. It's Gu Yuan. The clan head was right, they've followed us into the realm. Outside the array, some of the Han clan experts recognized Gu Yuan. Activate the array and kill him. Boom. Numerous Han clan experts simultaneously channeled their Do Chi, wildly infusing it into the blood-colored canopy above. The crimson color in the canopy intensified under the influence of their Do Chi. A ray of blood-red light descended from the canopy, radiating a destructive energy that tore through space and quickly approached Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remained composed. The Han clan's preparedness was well within his expectations. It would be strange if they weren't prepared. Gu Di shattering Nirvana finger. The Do Chi within Gu Yuan surged to its peak, and with a low shout, the overwhelming Do Chi condensed into a massive finger. Strange patterns covered its surface as he launched it towards the approaching blood-red ray. Boom! The blood light collided with the giant finger in a thunderous clash. Then the blood light shattered instantly. However, the momentum of the giant finger remained undiminished, smashing into the blood-colored canopy in the sky with lightning-like speed. Creak. Upon impact, the seemingly sturdy defense crumbled almost instantly, as though crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Han clan experts outside the array collectively spat out blood. The moment the array shattered, Gu Yuan appeared in a flash, his terrifying aura bursting forth like a tidal wave. The Do Saints and Do Venerates forming the formation, already reeling from the backlash, were instantly crushed into minced meat. At this moment, Lei Ying and the others also entered the Han realm and saw Gu Yuan's display of power. Their spirits were ignited by the sight. With their Do Chi unleashed, they fanned out in all directions and launched devastating attacks. Under the relentless bombardment of Do Chi, buildings and mountain ranges crumbled, reduced to nothing but ruins. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming chose not to rush into action immediately. Instead, he hovered high in the sky, expanding his spiritual perception to its fullest extent as he meticulously searched for the whereabouts of Han Tiandi. As the sounds of battle continued to echo through the realm, they grew louder with each passing moment. The initially faint scent of blood became increasingly pungent as more lives were claimed in the ongoing conflict. Despite the chaos that Gu Yuan and the others were causing in the Han realm. Surprisingly, there was still no sign of Han Tiandi. Unless Han Tiandi was deliberately holding back a powerful countermove, the situation seemed unreasonable. It would be better to find and eliminate him sooner rather than later. Chapter 556. Huh? What is this? As he searched for Han Tiandi, Xiao Ming's face became surprised. He saw a surge of black light emerge from the distant horizon. Under the watchful eyes of many, it erupted into black light pillars that shot out across the sky like a spider's web, forming a huge formation. Suddenly, a colossal crack extended from the center of the formation. This crack caused the entire realm to tremble. Immediately, the experts of the Han clan rose into the air in a state of shock. However, before they could fully react, a black light surged from the ground and completely enveloped them. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, figures exploded under the cover of the black light pillars. They turned into clouds of blood mist and fragments of flesh and bone that scattered in all directions. This abrupt and shocking turn of events left everyone within the Han realm stunned. They stared in horror as figures, some of whom were right beside them, exploded into clouds of blood mist. A profound sense of terror and shock rapidly swelled within them like a surging tide. Panic stemming from the self-destruction spread quickly amid the fear. Before anyone could react, however, the Han realm was shrouded in a thick blood mist. Pools of blood plasma and chunks of flesh could be seen everywhere. Waves of bloody aura flowed and gradually rose, eventually coalescing into a blood-colored light pillar. Then it charged into the sky and rushed into the enormous formation that covered the Han realm. Devouring Spirit Eliminating Life Formation. Xiao Ming recognized the formation. It was an extremely vicious formation that had originated in ancient times. This formation would turn all the life within its boundaries into blood. Furthermore, it would forcefully extract energy from the blood. Its most critical aspect was that once activated, everyone within its reach would become a sacrificial offering to the formation. The members of the Han clan were no exception to this rule. This formation was Hun Tiandi's last resort. It was intended to refine the embryonic D-tier pill in the original story. Now that it was being used, it seemed that he had reached a point of desperation. Such thoughts flashed through Xiao Ming's mind in an instant. Looking at the scene, blood light erupted from the cracks in the ground, covering nearly the entire Hun realm in an unending torrent. In a matter of moments, the surviving members of the Hun clan suffered terrible losses. The Do ancestors and Do venerates were reduced to mere sacrificial lambs and were helplessly slaughtered. Their flesh and blood served as nourishment for the formation. Some Hun clan experts sensed that something was amiss and summoned massive clouds of black fog to resist the encroaching blood light. However, their efforts were in vain, for the relentless blood light was never ending. In no time, it devoured the resisting black fog. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and the others ceased their attacks and gathered around Xiao Ming. Has Hun Tiandi gone mad? Yan Jin furrowed his brow deeply as he observed the scene below. The carnage caused by the formation surpassed even their own attacks. For them, raised in ancient clans with deeply rooted family and clan values, this was a shocking sight. However, their faces didn't display much anxiety. This kind of formation couldn't harm them for the time being. Nevertheless, allowing Hun Tiandi to continue the blood sacrifice was not an option. The energy harvested from the sacrifice of an entire ancient clan was not something they could afford to overlook. What should we do now, everyone? Lei Ying asked. Let's break through the barrier first. Alright, let's do it together. Boom. They all channeled their Do Qi, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power against the barrier formed by the blood light. The barrier trembled violently as if it might shatter at any moment. Ha ha ha. Stop trying, all of you. Stay and become the source of this seat's strength. A hoarse and chilling voice suddenly reverberated through the sky, as if a million aggrieved souls were wailing from the depths of hell. It was a sound that chilled the heart and shook the soul. Indeed, the barrier formed by the blood light, though trembling violently, showed no signs of breaking. Above the sky, the once crimson blood moon grew larger and more dazzling. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered like a broken mirror. There was no longer a blood moon adorning the sky at this moment. It had transformed into a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood churned, and within it, a whirlpool appeared. From that whirlpool, a massive blood-colored lotus slowly ascended. There was a figure sitting on the blood lotus. His blood-colored hair was falling like a waterfall. Some strands even fell into the sea of blood. They were floating on the surface like a demon spreading its wings. Bubbles of blood continually erupted from the figure's skin, releasing an exceedingly pure blood energy, only to be quietly reabsorbed into his body. Simultaneously, an unceasing stream of blood mist welled up from the sea of blood, flowing into the figure. A strength that leaves one intoxicated. The figure's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a scarlet color that sent ripples across the sea of blood. The source of this formation is a blood pool that my Hun clan has amassed over hundreds of years through the slaughter of countless clans. The energy contained within it is enough to allow one to break through to the Do God realm. Stop wasting your efforts and surrender willingly. Today, this place shall be your burial ground. Hun Tiandi said. His voice was the same hoarse tone as before. Hun Tiandi, you madman. You spared not even your own people. Gu Yuan shouted in indignation. Hun Tiandi chuckled and shook his head. His gaze suddenly turned sinister. As long as I exist, the Hun clan shall never vanish. What does a little sacrifice count for? You are as stupid now as you were in the past, daring to step into my Hun realm. Truly seeking your own death. Hun Tiandi suddenly stood up from the blood lotus. He laughed out loud towards the sky. An aura many times stronger than before erupted from his body. Immediately, the boundless sea of blood churned with huge waves. Humph. What good is all that energy if your body can't withstand it? Gu Yuan's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. His robe billowed in the wind as a surge of energy radiated from him, spreading in all directions. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the air and charged aggressively toward Hun Tiandi. Gu Lai followed closely behind, his expression grave and resolute. In a battle among 9-star Do saints, his ability to intervene was limited at best. Lei Ying and Yan Jin exchanged glances and moved at the same time. As the strongest of the Lei and Yan clans, their pride as the pillars of their respective ancient clans wouldn't allow them to retreat before the battle even began. Zhu Zhen was also about to act when Xiao Ming intercepted him with a swift move. Your Majesty, what is it? Although Xiao Ming and Ziyan had not yet married, the ancient Void Dragon tribe had already tacitly approved of their relationship. Many people had already begun to change the way they addressed him. Hun Tiandi can be considered a half-Do god in his current state. Even though he is far from being a true Do god, an 8-star Do saint would not be able to resist a casual blow from him. If you go there, you will only end up getting killed. Half Do god. Zhu Zhen's face changed color. Xiao Ming nodded. Han Tiandi's current state was similar to what Xiao Xian experienced 1,000 years ago when he tried to forcefully break through to the Do god realm. The difference was that Han Tiandi did not forcefully break through the barrier, while Xiao Xian chose to do so. During their conversation, the blood-haired Han Tiandi slowly stood up within the sea of blood. His crimson gaze fixed upon Gu Yuan, Gu Lai, and the others who were rapidly approaching him. Gu Di shattering Nirvana finger. Gu Yuan's cold eyes remained fixed on Han Tiandi. It didn't matter how powerful Han Tiandi had become, if he didn't die today, they would. Great annihilation finger. Gu Lai felt a chill as he faced Han Tiandi in the sea of blood. Unlike Gu Yuan, he was only an 8-star Do saint. He forcibly steadied his mind and executed a Tian-class Do technique. Chapter 557. 9 Lightning Calamity Palm. Burning flame blazing sky. Lei Ying and Yan Jin did not lag behind. Gu Yuan and the rest launched their attacks simultaneously, imbuing the world with a cold and piercing, murderous intent. Even very air seemed to solidify in response. The already eerie blood-brown ground became even more chilling, resembling the biting cold of a harsh winter. Han Tiandi remained motionless, yet with a mere thought, his aura surged and rapidly escalated. The sea of blood churned and blotted out the sky. The scarlet in his eyes intensified as he suddenly took a powerful step forward. Bang! The entire sky trembled as he took that step forward. The monstrous sea of blood churned wildly. It instantly turned into a huge blood wave that was tens of thousands of meters in size, ruthlessly sweeping towards Gu Yuan and the others. Beneath this towering blood wave, the figures of Gu Yuan and the others seemed as tiny as ants. The collision of the blood wave and the massive finger seemed to bring a moment of silence to this world. Then, the earth-shattering impact caused the blood wave to dissipate into a rain of blood that recoiled. The massive finger disintegrated, and the residual shockwaves shattered the attacks of Lei Ying and the others. Blood demon heart-eroding lightning. Han Tiandi pointed at the sea of blood covering the sky. The blood sea immediately shook intensely like a giant organ and violently shrunk. Bang bang bang. As the seemingly boundless sea of blood was shrinking, the space itself was also crumbling. Dark black cracks in space spread across the sky at a terrifying speed. In the next instant, a blood cloud abruptly expanded. Countless mountain-like blood lightning crazily rained down in a frenzied tempest towards the few individuals below. The energy contained in each drop of blood rain was enough to make an ordinary Do saint pale with fear. Boom! After being caught off guard, Lei Ying was engulfed by the onslaught of lightning blood. His body, which had undergone numerous lightning tribulations, was unable to resist and exploded. Lei Ying, dead. Zhu Zhen, standing beside Xiao Ming, had his pupils shrink in shock when he saw this scene. Han Tiandi is unexpectedly this powerful. Your Majesty, the ancient Void Dragon tribe excels in spatial manipulation. This seal won't hold this old man back. I'll send you out first. Xiao Ming was a bit surprised when he heard this. Then he smiled. The ancient Void Dragon tribe's mastery of spatial manipulation is well known to me. However, the situation has not yet reached that extent. Back then, my ancestor Xiao Xian was unable to eliminate the invading Han clan even though he was in such a state. What strength does Han Tiandi have to eliminate us? Break through the space barrier and return to Ziyan. I'll make sure to put an end to this. In the distance, Yan Jin quickly met the same fate as Lei Ying in the battle against Han Tiandi. Gu Lai's gaze shifted from Gu Yuan, who had shown signs of fatigue from the battle, to the still mighty Han Tiandi, and then to Xiao Ming, who had yet to make a move. His expression turned extremely grim. While he couldn't comprehend why Xiao Ming had not yet intervened, the dire circumstances allowed him little room for contemplation. With the situation as dire as it was, without a breakthrough strategy, the next person to die would be himself. As Gu Lai's expression changed, it settled into one of resolute determination. Clan head, you go first. With only those words left behind, Gu Lai charged at Han Tiandi with an emotionless expression on his face. His aura suddenly surged immensely. Trying to self-destruct? How naive. Han Tiandi immediately saw through his intention and showed a look of disdain. He fiercely pressed his palm down, and as he did so, a gigantic hand spanning thousands of meters appeared in the sky and crashed down heavily upon Gu Lai. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the world. Gu Lai, an 8-star Do Saint expert, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood under this palm. In the depths of the blood sea, however, a faint glimmer briefly appeared, silently absorbing Gu Lai's shattered soul and carrying it away. Han Tiandi. Gu Yuan was filled with a mixture of sorrow, anger, and near madness. His dou qi converged as his hand seal changed rapidly. Finally, it turned into an ancient energy mirror that was tens of thousands of meters in size. Ancient God Mirror. Grug. Gu Yuan spat out a mouthful of essence blood the moment the energy light mirror appeared. The blood scattered into the light mirror. Immediately, light surged out of it. Swoosh. Gu Yuan's expression twisted with madness as he changed his hand seals once more. Eventually, one could see the energy light mirror trembling intensely. A pillar of light that was tens of thousands of meters in size suddenly erupted from its surface. Even the air itself was destroyed wherever the pillar of light passed. The massive light pillar almost pierced the entire sky of the Hun realm. A futile struggle on the brink of death. Han Tiandi's expression initially darkened, then twisted into a sneer. He leaned forward slightly, his hands forming an imaginary grip as if holding the hilt of a sword or the handle of a blade. A formless blade gradually emerged from the void. He then inflicted numerous wounds upon his hands, causing blood to flow between his palms. The blood was so dense that each drop contained the energy of a one-star dou saint. As the essence blood poured forth, the blood energy surrounding Han Tiandi diminished, and his aura significantly weakened. This is a technique based on our clan's slaughtering D ghost blood blade. Enjoy it thoroughly. Han Tiandi's blood-red hair scattered wildly. His face bore a ferocious and sinister expression. Stepping through the empty air, he appeared directly above the light pillar. The blood blade in his grasp swelled in size, and then, like a streak of crimson lightning, it pierced through the massive light pillar. Clang! A deafening clash echoed through the Hun realm. A cataclysmic storm unfolded in the sky and ultimately crashed into the ground, gouging out a massive, abyssal chasm. The entire space of the Hun realm seemed on the verge of tearing apart, showing signs of imminent collapse. Gu Yuan struggled to hold on, but a blood shadow swiftly approached like a ghost. The blood blade pierced his dantian, destroying his reservoir of dou qi. Han Tiandi cast a glance at Gu Yuan, a wicked smile curling his lips. His scarlet eyes gleamed with madness. Gu Yuan, do you feel the gap between us now? With his dantian shattered and dou qi escaping uncontrollably, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Forgive me, sooner, your father won't be able to fulfill his promise. This was his last thought before his body violently exploded. Han Tiandi eyed Gu Yuan's unconscious soul and raised his hand to extinguish it. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly halted. Why not continue? Xiao Ming slowly appeared next to Gu Yuan and looked at Han Tiandi with a look of pity on his face. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Draining the Dou God bloodline strength from all the fellow members of your clan does indeed elevate your realm. But in this state, your body won't last long, will it? Let me guess, can you endure for only a quarter of an hour? Perhaps 2. Xiao Ming. Han Tiandi gritted his teeth in anger when he saw Xiao Ming. He had always been proud and arrogant throughout his life. Even the once mighty Xiao clan had been buried by his own hands. After 1,000 years of recovery, the power of the Han clan had reached its peak under his leadership. The Ling clan and the Shi clan had been annihilated one after another. He had meticulously planned for every possibility, but he had never expected such a remnant of the Xiao clan to emerge in the end. In just over 20 years, this single person with such monstrous talent had thwarted all of his carefully laid plans. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. He remembered how effortlessly Xiao Ming had dealt with nihility devouring flame during the great battle, and his late intervention now. A spark of insight, accompanied by a jolt of alarm, flashed through his mind. The earlier battle, you held back, didn't you? All for the purpose of draining the strength of my Han clan and the other 3 clans. You also want to dominate the Dou Qi continent. How absurd. Gu Yuan was always so stupid. He was played to this extent by a junior like you. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow, but he didn't deny it. He candidly admitted. You are not stupid. I did indeed intend to weaken the strength of all 4 clans. The Dou Qi continent is too chaotic, and I want to establish complete order. Depleting the strength of these ancient clans, particularly the Gu clan, is a necessary step. However, the Gu clan honored the alliance agreement back then and sent the remnant soul of my ancestor, Xiao Xian, to the heavenly tomb. Therefore, I opted to save the souls of Gu Yuan and the others. It could be considered a form of fairness. As for dominating the Dou Qi continent, that was not my original intention. I must say, Han Tiandi, your vision is far too limited. In the Great Thousand World, even though the Dou Qi continent was a top existence among all the lower planes, it ultimately remained just that, a lower plane. Chapter 558. Speaking as if you know what the world outside the Dochi continent looks like. Han Tiandi sneered in response to Xiao Ming's words. You paint a noble picture with all your lofty words, but in the end, aren't you also trying to dominate the Dochi continent? How laughable. No matter how many schemes you have, strength is what truly matters in the end. Now, let me see how you escape from my grasp. Han Tiandi's blood blade violently sliced through the air, transforming into a blood shadow that swung toward Xiao Ming. What a pity. A tinge of regret flickered in Xiao Ming's eyes. Han Tiandi's current state couldn't be sustained for too long. Therefore, he had intended to drag out the time a bit longer. However, Han Tiandi was clearly no fool and decided to act decisively after only a few exchanges. Xiao Ming stored away Gu Yuan's soul with a wave of his hand and stepped through the empty space, vanishing from his original position. All he left behind was an afterimage that Han Tiandi's attack pierced through. Frustrated by the unsuccessful strike, Han Tiandi's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He sensed Xiao Ming's position and relentlessly chased after him. Yet, each time, he fell short by a hair's breadth. In the midst of this chase, the sea of blood surged, creating massive waves. Enormous amounts of energy were then poured into Han Tiandi's body. At the same time, the wails of countless resentful souls rose to the sky, their haunting cries echoing around Han Tiandi, provoking waves of furious roars from him. This wasn't because Han Tiandi was naturally irritable. The energy within the blood sea, composed of the essence blood and souls of various clans, inherently contained the resentment and hostility these clan members harbored towards the Han clan at the moment of their death. These malevolent thoughts gnawed at one's soul. The relentless influx of such sinister emotions from the depths of his soul was enough to overwhelm Han Tiandi, who had not yet fully reached the Do God realm. Unless he could swiftly conclude the battle without using the energy of the blood sea, he needed to free himself from the invasion of these resentful thoughts. However, this was clearly impossible. After devouring the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit with Ziyan, Xiao Ming's spatial talent greatly improved. Even though it still couldn't compete with the ancient void dragons, it was still extremely outstanding compared to ordinary people. It was quite challenging for Han Tiandi to catch up with him. Han Tiandi then thought of capturing Zhu Zhen to threaten Xiao Ming, only to find that Zhu Zhen had already vanished from the Han realm. This infuriated him to the point of erupting in a deafening, earth-shattering roar. It was clear that his mental state was on the verge of collapse. The anguished cries, bitter curses, and desperate pleas of the resentful souls continued to ring in his ears. Han Tiandi's eyes were scarlet red, his blood-soaked hair was whipped wildly, and his face was distorted in a grotesque manner. Xiao Ming! Show yourself. Could it be that you only know how to hide? Boom! After shouting, Han Tiandi discarded the long blade in his hand and suddenly erupted in a burst of power. His figure disappeared from its original place. The sea of blood beneath his feet split open, creating waves 1,000 meters high on both sides. Even space itself was eroded into nothingness wherever he passed. In the next instant, he actually caught up with Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and transformed into a streak of light, with lightning and black flames surging out of his body. He then engaged in a direct confrontation with the ghost-like approaching Han Tiandi, clashing fist against fist. As their fist collided, a mighty wind swept through, followed by a deathly silence. However, in the very next instant, there was a complete collapse of the space within tens of thousands of meters. This expanse of space simply could not withstand their collision, and was reduced to nothingness upon first contact. The confrontation between the two ended in a mere moment. After which, Han Tiandi abruptly retreated and fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Ming. His eyes were still blood-red, but the madness in them had subsided somewhat at this moment. During the split second of their exchange, he shockingly did not gain the upper hand. Xiao Ming's physical body turned out to be even stronger than his. How could this be possible? He was Han Tiandi. He had lived for thousands of years, yet his physical body was not as strong as someone who hadn't lived even a fraction of his life. In reality, there was nothing implausible about it. Although Han Tiandi currently possessed the strength of a half-do god, this strength was only being forcibly increased. It did not truly strengthen his physical body. On the contrary, it placed an enormous burden on him. On the other hand, Xiao Ming's Qi method had the effect of tempering the physical body from the very beginning. Moreover, his physical body had reached a terrifying level due to the absorption of various heavenly treasures. Had Han Tiandi not reached the half-do god stage at this moment, this recent clash would have resulted in more than a minor disadvantage for him. Of course, Han Tiandi, who had fallen into madness, wouldn't think so much about it. I don't believe it. Die. Han Tiandi let out a loud cry. The blood blade reappeared with a wave of his arm. Then, a blood-colored storm surged in a sea of blood, with the blood blade standing at its center. Streams of blood were immediately drawn into it. After absorbing so much blood, the blood blade seemed to have grown a pair of blood-red eyes. It radiated an endless cold and murderous aura as it gazed upon this world. Still not enough. Hun Tiandi laughed wildly towards the sky, looking like a maniac. Then he spat out another mouthful of essence blood and grabbed the blood blade. The sharp blade sliced through his palm in one swift motion. Blood gushed out wildly, all of which was devoured by the blood blade. Die! Hun Tiandi stepped out into the empty space. His blood-stained hair fluttered and his face was horribly distorted. The blood blade in his grip expanded dramatically. As his figure appeared directly in front of Xiao Ming, the blood blade turned into a streak of bloodlight that violently tore through the space and rushed towards him. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Xiao Ming released his full power as well. Mao. Boom. Another terrifying spatial storm swept through. Yet this time, the Hun realm was finally unable to withstand the onslaught. Pitch-black spatial crack lines could be seen everywhere. They were voraciously devouring everything in their path. Bang! Two bloodied and bedraggled figures fell violently to the ground in the sky above. It was obvious that both of them had been severely injured in their recent exchange as they struggled to regain their footing. However, the result of their struggle was that one of them couldn't get back up. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ming, I won in the end. Who else in the Doqi continent can stop me now? Once I recover from these injuries, neither the Heavenly Court nor the three clans will be spared. Hun Tiandi struggled to his feet. Then he rose into the air in a trembling manner. There were waves of weakness emanating from his body. He looked down at Xiao Ming with a vicious and resentful gaze and let out a harsh, triumphant laugh. You may not have that chance. What? A voice came from behind, causing Hun Tiandi's face to change drastically. He wanted to react, but the previous battle had already depleted nearly 80 to 90% of his strength. His physical body was also on the verge of collapse. As a result, his movements were infinitely slower compared to before. Consequently, his heart was swiftly pierced by a palm wrapped in ink-like flames. Hun Tiandi could feel the last vestiges of his strength being mercilessly drained away. With a struggle, he turned his head to look behind him, only to see Xiao Ming standing there, completely unharmed. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Now die. Xiao Ming gave a slight smile as he suddenly unleashed a surge of power. The heavenly flame burned Hun Tiandi from within until he was incinerated and turned to ash. With a gust of wind from the spatial storm, the ashes were blown away without a trace. Hun Tiandi, dead. There was no one to sorrow over the passing of Hun Tiandi, who had ruled the Doqi continent for over 1,000 years. Even his ashes were gone after his death. Xiao Ming's gaze shifted to the figure of Xiao Ming lying on the ground. With a gesture, the figure instantly dissolved into a diffuse ray of light. A deep, pure, white light then converged on his fingertips and began to pulsate gently. Xiao Ming smiled faintly as he looked at the spirit in his hand. This time, I owe it to you. The spirit shimmered softly, as if responding to his words. Chapter 559. After Xiao Ming, Gu Yuan, and others entered the Hun realm. Ziyan led the three clans' allied forces to attack the remnants of the Hall of Souls in the Central Plains. With so many Dou saints from the allied forces, the Hall of Souls, already weakened by Hun Tiandi's actions, found it nearly impossible to mount any effective defense. Moreover, the experts from the three clans, having just experienced a major battle, harbored an immense hatred for the Hall of Souls. Hence, their attacks were particularly brutal and merciless. Often, the members of the Hall of Souls would be wiped out with a single slap from these experts. In these circumstances, the siege of the Hall of Souls concluded at an astonishingly fast pace. At the Burial Sky Mountain Range, the united forces regrouped after their triumphant siege. An air of tension hung over them as countless eyes anxiously remained fixed on the empty space where Xiao Ming, Gu Yuan, and the others had entered the Hun realm. Gu Suner was among the people staring at the spot in the empty space. Suddenly, she asked the heroic-looking woman standing beside her in a hushed tone. Her soft, melodious voice was tinged with concern. Big sister, do you think Father, Xiao Ming, and the others will be all right? Her icy demeanor remained unchanged when it came to others. However, it was a different story with the woman in front of her who was her savior. This big sister, who was already an emperor within her race, was someone she now deeply admired. She often thought back to that day when Xiao Ming had saved her and the others from the illusion of the Bodhisattva ancient tree. It had left an indelible mark on her heart. However, she had remained largely aloof from the world at that time, her thoughts clouded by the pressing matters of her clan. She never expected that in her hour of need, it would be one of Xiao Ming's wives who would save her one more time. Because of these factors, Gu Suner couldn't help but voice the concerns that were weighing on her heart at this crucial moment of life and death, when the failure of the invasion would mean the end for all of them. "They'll be fine, I'm sure Xiao Ming and your father will be back soon." Ziyan's tall figure was clad in her shining golden armor. She turned to look at Gu Suner who was standing next to her and smiled reassuringly. Ziyan had always been indifferent to the life and death of those who were not related to her. So was her earlier decision to move and save Gu Suner due to a change of heart? That was certainly not the case. In reality, she believed that merely weakening the strength of the ancient clans would be a waste of this unique opportunity. Why not use this opportunity to make them deeply indebted and grateful as well? Therefore, she and the other ancient void dragons made a move to save a fraction of the three clans' forces instead of just saving the small group of the Heavenly Court during the Death World formation. Xiao Ming's decision to save not only Gu Yuan and Gu Lai, but also the clan heads of the Lei and Yen clans might have been influenced by this as well. As for saving Gu Suner, there were several reasons. Not to mention the fact that she was the daughter of Gu Yuan. With her strength, there was no doubt that she would become the next head of the Gu clan in a few years. Xiao Ming and Ziyan had come to the same conclusion. Safeguarding Gu Suner seemed like a wise investment. Xiao Ming had a certain understanding of her personality from his knowledge of the story. Even though she projected a cold demeanor on the outside, her inner nature was kind-hearted. Unlike the younger generation of the Lei and Yen clans who had been sent to hide in the Central Plains to preserve their bloodline, the younger generation of the Gu clan, including Gu Suner herself, had chosen to remain in their clan and actively participate in the Great War. Following today's events, it was highly unlikely that the Gu clan would oppose the Heavenly Court in the future. All of a sudden, space began to ripple, forming a pitch-black spatial channel. "Look! Someone is emerging. Check if it's our clan leaders and the rest." The once silent crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, resembling a pot of boiling water. Apart from Gu Suner, the other current leaders of the ancient clans, Fairy Huiling of the Yen clan, and the Grand Elder of the Lei clan, were also extremely excited, yet at the same time, they felt a hint of worry in their hearts. After all, it was not an easy task to invade the Hun realm, and casualties were to be expected. Xiao Ming, Gu Yuan, Yen Jin, and Lei Yin were the pillars of their respective factions. The loss of any of them, even with their forces still relatively intact, would be a heavy blow. Moreover, every faction, except the Heavenly Court, had suffered severe losses. Thus, it was natural for them to be worried. The initiator of the spatial channel soon appeared in everyone's view, but quickly, some noticed something amiss. "It doesn't seem to be them, there's only one person." "Huh? Isn't that the elder from the ancient void dragon tribe of the Heavenly Court?" "It's him. He's an 8-star Do Saint. I remember he entered the Hun realm with the clan heads. Why is he the only one returning? Could it be that our clan head and the others have failed?" "That's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Gu Suner and the other leaders' expressions turned somewhat ugly as they hurried forward. "Senior. On behalf of the Gu clan, Suner wants to inquire about the situation within the Hun realm." Gu Suner respectfully bowed her head and immediately voiced the most pressing questions for everyone. Zhu Jin initially shook his head in response, stunning everyone present. Then, his subsequent words sent their hearts pounding even harder. "Hun Tiandi has performed a blood ritual, sacrificing the bloodline strength of the Shi, Ling, and Yao clans, and even the Hun clan itself. According to His Majesty's words, Hun Tiandi's strength has already reached the half-do god stage." "What? Hun Tiandi is such a ruthless and insane person. What is the situation with my father?" Gu Suner's pretty face filled with horror, her voice quivering. "Before I came out, I saw clan head Gu, in a fit of rage, fighting Hun Tiandi with everything he had after the latter caused Gu Lai to explode into a blood mist. However, the situation seemed grim." Zhu Jin spoke straightforwardly. He did not hide any details. However, such frankness almost made Gu Suner lose her flying stance. Fairy Huiling felt an ominous premonition in her heart upon hearing Zhu Jin's words. Yet, she clung to a glimmer of hope as she asked. "Then what about our clan head Yen Jin?" Zhu Jin shook his head, and the hope of Fairy Huiling was shattered. He and Lei Ying, the clan head of the Lei clan, were killed even before Gu Lai. What? Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Fairy Huiling's delicate face twitched uncontrollably in shock. The Lei clan Grand Elder's forehead bulged with veins. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ziyan stepped forward with long strides. "What about Xiao Ming?" This question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. "When I left, His Majesty was still fine. He asked me to escape when Hun Tiandi's current strength was revealed." Right now, he should be locked in battle with Hun Tiandi. Then why didn't you stay and help Xiao Ming? Just because he asked you to run, you ran. Where is your pride as an ancient dragon? Ziyan's eyebrows knitted together as she spoke. Her hands rested on her hips. Zhu Zhen's wrinkled face trembled. Cough, cough, your majesty thinks too highly of this old man. Hasn't your majesty heard that Hun Tiandi is a half-doe god? I wanted to join the fight, but I'm afraid this old body of mine might not be able to withstand even a few exchanges. His Majesty Xiao Ming knows that our ancient Void Dragon clan is highly talented in spatial manipulation. He asked me to come out first to inform everyone. Ziyan let out a snort and did not say a word in response. In truth, she only made a few remarks to justify Elder Zhu Zhen's withdrawal from the battlefield. She had full confidence in Xiao Ming's decisions and could tell that he was unharmed by her dragon seal on him. Fairy Hualing and the Grand Elder of the Lei clan didn't display much hope on their faces upon hearing these words. Thanks to Xiao Ming's concealment, in their eyes, even though his strength was that of a 9-star Do Saint, he definitely couldn't compare to Gu Yuan. If even Gu Yuan was in a dire situation against Hun Tiandi, would an extra Xiao Ming be enough to turn the tide? A half-Do god powerhouse was enough to dominate the entire Do Chi continent. If Hun Tiandi emerged victorious, they would definitely have no place to bury themselves. Their fate seemed to be sealed. Everyone except the Heavenly Court was pessimistic about the situation. A sense of despair quickly spread through the three clans' allied forces. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, another pitch-black spatial channel suddenly appeared, shattering the prevailing silence. Chapter 560. Then, a foot stepped out from the spatial channel. It was white. Everyone's hearts clenched. Hun Tiandi had been wearing a white robe. Only Ziyan's eyes lit up. Even before the person had completely stepped out of the spatial channel, she had already pounced on him. As Xiao Ming emerged from the spatial channel, he immediately found himself embracing a warm and fragrant figure. He gently lifted her into his arms and couldn't resist teasing her. Where's that queenly demeanor of yours now? Can't help it, you've had this emperor deeply concerned. Ziyan snuggled closer to him. Her voice was a soft murmur against the warmth of his chest. Xiao Ming's laughter filled the air. He shook his head, still with a smile on his face, then turned his attention to the others around him. Mission accomplished. Hun Tiandi is dead, the Hun clan has been annihilated, and the Hun realm has completely collapsed. His words were met with stunned faces and an overwhelming silence from the crowd. Suddenly, the silence shattered as a delicate figure staggered towards him, her eyes clouded as they locked onto him. Alliance leader, Xiao Ming, where is Sun'er's father? Please don't tell me, father promised he'd come back. Xiao Ming looked at the delicate girl in front of him with surprise. Her slender figure seemed so fragile at this moment, as if weighed down by an overwhelming sorrow. Yet, her words reminded him of something. With a casual wave of his hand, the souls of Gu Yuan, Gu Lai, Yan Jin, and Lei Ying appeared before everyone's eyes. When Gu Sun'er saw her father's unconscious soul, she was stunned for a moment. Then, tears of joy began to flow down her cheeks. The souls of clan head Gu and the others were also rescued by me. With the abilities of each clan, even though it might not be possible for them to return to their peak, it shouldn't be a problem to resurrect them. Silence, an endless silence. 3 seconds later, the sky was shattered by their collective clamor. Is this a dream? Have we really succeeded? Ha ha ha, as expected of the Alliance leader. He never once let us down. The Alliance leader's achievements will be remembered for generations, benefiting all living beings. The faces of the experts from the three clans, previously frozen in shock, gradually transformed into ecstatic joy. Fairy Hualing and others exchanged glances, their emotions surging. Finally, they couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. Their laughter was so carefree and unbridled. Alliance leader Xiao Ming is truly righteous. Undoubtedly the greatest talent of the Do Chi continent. All sorts of praise filled the air and rained down on Xiao Ming, especially those from the ancient clans, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed deep inside. After all, he had deceived them. Even though the fate of these ancient clans would have been worse without him, the fact that he had tricked them into a false alliance still remained. However, given another chance, he would do the same thing again. These ancient clans were obstacles after all. Xiao Ming didn't rush to announce his plans for establishing order throughout the entire continent. After their shared moment of joy, Gu Sun'er, Fairy Hualing, and the others thanked him repeatedly and then quickly left with the souls of their respective clan heads. Whether by intention or not, no one mentioned the two Shi ancient gods' jade. Fairy Hualing, why didn't you ask Alliance leader Xiao to return our two Shi ancient gods' jade? An elder of the Lei clan asked Fairy Hualing on their way back. Fairy Huoling glanced at the elder, then shifted her gaze to Gu Suner, who was leading the Gu clan army. Even though Gu Suner seemed to have heard the question, the expression on her face was one of complete disinterest. Finally, Fairy Huoling asked the elder in return, "What do you think of Xiao Ming's strength? He managed to rescue our clan head and the others from Hun Tiandi's clutches and even defeated that old bastard. Although the details of the battle are unclear, there's no doubt that he can now be called the strongest on the continent." Exactly. According to our clan's investigation, Xiao Ming is only 26 years old. With such strength at such a young age, do you think he would be content to remain a 9-star Do Saint forever without progressing further? And the key to his further breakthrough is in his hands right now. In such a situation, would you be willing to return the ancient god Jade if you were in his place? That's. The Lei clan elder fell into thought. He had been too elated earlier and had forgotten about this matter. In fact, if he were in Xiao Ming's position, he wouldn't be willing to return the ancient god's Jade. After all, that was the hope of breaking through to the Do God realm. Do God. Such a weighty term. The mere existence of one could create a powerful ancient clan. It had been countless years since a Do God had appeared on the Do Chi continent. Let it be, Fairy Huoling finally said, dismissing the matter. Instead of fighting tooth and nail and still not getting the ancient god Jade back, it's better to make a goodwill gesture and give it to Xiao Ming. After all, he's not like Hun Tiandi, he won't slaughter us to increase his own strength. You have a point. On the other side, Xiao Ming observed the departing figures of the ancient clans, and then he turned his attention to Ziyan, who was cradled in his arms. Alright, come down now. I have something to show you. Ziyan, aware of the surrounding glances, obediently hopped down from Xiao Ming's embrace. Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, causing 8 ancient jades to float out and hover over Ziyan's head. These jades emitted a soft, ethereal glow that interplayed with one another, creating a dazzling display. They emitted subtle waves of energy. Are those? That's right, these are the ancient jades, and they are also the key to saving your father, Xiao Ming replied with a gentle smile. Contrary to what Fairy Huoling and the others thought, he didn't need these jades to break through to the Do God realm. However, they were necessary to save his father-in-law. Ziyan's eyes brightened initially, but then she sniffed. Doesn't he like the gate of the Tushi ancient god mansion that much? Then let him stay there for a while longer. Cough, Your Majesty, that wouldn't be appropriate. After all, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor has to come out to preside over your wedding, doesn't he? Zhu Zhen quickly interjected, waving his hands in a hurried manner. It's the former Dragon Emperor now. The current Dragon Emperor is me. Ziyan's eyes flickered slightly as she raised her head. Right, the former Dragon Emperor. Since that's the case, let's show him a bit of pity then, Ziyan conceded. Xiao Ming let out a chuckle as he watched Ziyan's tsundere attitude. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of black flame that gently descended onto the 8 jade pieces. Buzz buzz. The 8 jades, which originally only emitted a faint glow, suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound as the flames made contact. The glow from the jades became more and more powerful as well, and strange lines began to flow on the surface of the jades. The Tushi ancient god's jade has been scattered for many years. Now, I will help you put them back together. Xiao Ming smiled as he watched the unnatural phenomenon in the sky. His hand was tightly clenched towards the ancient jade. Chi. After Xiao Ming clenched his hand, the 8 ancient jades began to directly merge with each other. They didn't shatter. Instead, they vaguely showed signs of being connected as the rays of light intersected. Buzz buzz. The ancient jades were getting closer and closer to each other, and the buzzing sound was getting more and more intense as well. A few cracking sounds could be heard, and 8 pieces of ancient jade were actually placed directly together. Immediately, a light was emitted, and a complete ancient jade, even larger than a human hand, appeared in the sky. After the Tushi ancient god's jade was completely assembled, an ancient and desolate aura slowly spread out from within the ancient jade. As the ancient aura spread, a faint light fog rose from inside the ancient jade. Immediately, it turned into a somewhat illusory old figure above the ancient jade. The old man wore a black robe. His hair was a mixture of various colors, each of which looked like a flame rising from it, giving him an extremely mysterious appearance. His face looked extremely ordinary, but those deep, space-like eyes seemed like the overlord of the world. Under the gaze of those eyes, everyone, even Xiao Ming, felt their souls tremble slightly. The only one in this world who could make Xiao Ming feel such a sensation was the legendary Do God powerhouse. This old man was the last Do God on the continent, Tushi ancient god. Chapter 561. In the Burial Soul mountain range, except for a few experts who could resist the tremor and lift their heads, most others had their heads firmly lowered. It felt as if the slightest attempt to lift their heads would result in them being crushed by the immense pressure. Xiao Ming, what should we do with this illusory figure? Ziyan asked. She didn't feel much pressure standing beside Xiao Ming. The illusory figure contains the location of the Tushi ancient god mansion within its eyes. Although it's just an illusory figure, it was left by the Tushi ancient god himself, so we should let it dissipate on its own. We already know the location of the mansion, after all. While others might not be aware, Xiao Ming knew that the energy contained in the illusory figure was not something even a 9-star Do Saint could recklessly tamper with. After a moment, the illusory figure gradually dissipated. Xiao Ming gestured, and the ancient god's jade slowly landed in Ziyan's hands. Remember not to let your father enter the mansion. Why is that? Ziyan asked, tilting her head in curiosity. She trusted Xiao Ming deeply and didn't think he would want to keep everything to himself. The mansion contains a D-tier embryonic pill. Hun Tiandi collected the ancient god's jade for this very pill. The strength of this pill has already reached the half-do god realm. Your father wouldn't have a chance, so it's best if he doesn't provoke it. Xiao Ming had no particular interest in the D-tier embryonic pill. Although it had been trapped in the ancient god's mansion for so long that it lacked combat experience, it was still powerful and could easily take on 4 9-star Do Saints. Therefore, there was no point in provoking it. In his opinion, instead of coveting the D-tier embryonic pill, it would be better to ally with it. After all, it was a powerful expert. In the future, it would be beneficial to have some strong companions to look out for each other when traversing the Great Thousand World. The D-tier embryonic pill was a suitable candidate. Moreover, opening the Tushi ancient god's mansion would be a great favor to the D-tier embryonic pill that had been trapped inside. Having been confined to the mansion for so long, the pill was naive and straightforward compared to others. This made it easier to ally with it. The D-tier embryonic pill would also benefit from having more companions. After all, such a powerful transformed medicinal pill was coveted by many. It would be extremely difficult for it to move around any world without drawing unwanted attention to itself. Ziyan's eyes widened. Xiao Ming, aren't you going to come with me to rescue my father? Xiao Ming calmly explained, I must first return to the heavenly court to inform Medusa and your other sisters of our safety. After that, I will begin the process of devouring the nihility devouring flame in order to increase my strength. He would have accompanied her under normal circumstances. This time, however, he had a few things to consider. He believed that when Zhu Kun saw that his strength surpassed that of a 9-star Do Saint, he might insist on testing the strength of the D-tier embryonic pill. It seemed wiser for him not to go. Even if Zhu Kun didn't insist on it, he still needed strength to try to win over others. Without it, Xiao Ming would not feel secure, even if the D-tier embryonic pill was willing to find a powerful faction to settle in. Nevertheless, his reasons were genuine. He planned to refine some pills in these months, and with the energy of the nihility devouring flame and the pills, he would attempt to break through to the Do God realm. Ziyan thought for a moment before she replied, then I'll wait for you to finish with the flame so we can go together. Zhu Zhen. Xiao Ming blinked and thought for a moment. That works. I'll cultivate in the heavenly tomb anyway. Time flows differently there. It won't take more than 3 months in the outside world. You can wait for me if you like, and then we'll set off together. At the entrance of the Tushi ancient god mansion, Zhu Kuan's massive head suddenly sneezed, causing an echoing sound. What's going on? How can I sneeze at my level? Could it be that my dear daughter is thinking of me? He. A few days later. The news of the great battle between the Heavenly Court and the 3 clans against the Hun clan at the Burial Sky Mountain Range, along with the news of the annihilation of the Hun clan, spread throughout Central Plains. This caused a massive commotion throughout the Central Plains. Even secluded faction forces with limited access to information emerged to clearly understand the details of this event. The Hun clan's actions before their defeat, as directed by Xiao Ming, were widely disseminated throughout the Central Plains. After learning of Hun Tiandi's heinous acts, the people of Central Province unanimously rejoiced at the news of the Hun clan's annihilation. Many wished to have been first-hand witnesses to this historic battle. According to some third-party observers who watched the battle from afar, the scene was described as cataclysmic, with darkened skies, shattered mountains and rivers, and stars shifting in their courses. It was a grand spectacle, unlike anything else they had seen before. The main hero of this battle, Xiao Ming, had gone from being the strongest in the heavenly court to becoming the undisputed strongest expert across the entire Do-Chi continent. Countless experts who had previously been eager to join the heavenly court were now even more desperate to be a part of it. In the courtyard, Xiao Ming watched as Ziyan played with Xiao Yu and Xiao Kur. The laughter of 3 girls, 2 small and 1 tall, filled the air, bringing a smile to his face. Ziyan was very fond of the 2 girls, and given her friendly nature, the trio got along exceptionally well. He did not doubt that Ziyan would be an exceptional mother in the future. Ancestor Xiao Chen, have you gathered all the medicinal ingredients? Xiao Ming turned his head away from the joyful scene and looked at Xiao Chen, who was sitting in the stone pavilion. Xiao Chen, holding a teacup, took a sip before nodding and tossing a storage ring to him. Here are the medicinal materials you need for refining the 9th tier golden pill. They were incredibly hard to find. Even after searching all over Central Plains, I barely managed to gather a few sets of ingredients. Xiao Ming caught the storage ring and scanned its contents with his soul power, his lips curving into a smile. Combined with what I had before, this should be enough. Good to hear. There's no one better than you in alchemy. If you think it's enough, then it must be. Xiao Chen responded with relief. But are you sure about trying to break into the Do God realm in the heavenly tomb now? You're still young. Perhaps it would be more prudent to wait for a few more years of accumulation. Xiao Ming was confident. With the nihility devouring flame and these golden pills, I have what I need for the breakthrough. Advancing to the Do God realm is crucial for refining the D-tier pill and resurrecting ancestor Xiao Xian. I'm pretty confident about this breakthrough, at least 80% sure. Chapter 562. With the results of yesterday's simulation flowing through his mind, Xiao Ming's tone was calm and convincing. Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned, then erupted into hearty laughter. The vigor of youth is indeed commendable. It seems like I've grown old. You're more talented than I am, and you've even surpassed brother Xiao Xian. I don't see the Do God realm posing much of a problem for you. I recently visited the heavenly tomb, brother Xiao Xian has set up a perfect spot for you there. Good, then wait to hear my good news, Xiao Ming said, rising from his seat with a smile on his face. His partners, who were sitting next to him, stood up in unison. Be careful when you try to break through, husband. Remember, it's okay if you don't succeed this time. Don't push yourself too hard. You have 2 children to consider. Medusa was the first to step forward. She gently stroked Xiao Ming's cheek, her face full of tenderness. Since their marriage, her attitude towards him had become increasingly gentle, a stark contrast to the not-so-pleasant atmosphere when they first met. Qing Lin nodded her head several times in agreement with Medusa's words. She silently threw herself onto his chest, her slender hands clutched his clothes. She couldn't bear to think of anything happening to her husband. After a moment, she stepped back and tried to collect herself. Xiao Yixian didn't say much, she just gave him a tender look and straightened the clothes that Qing Lin had ruffled. Her gentle gestures conveyed enough meaning. Meanwhile, Qing Lin joined her, looking a little embarrassed. Why are you getting so serious all of a sudden? Ziyan's lively voice sounded from the distance. Xiao Ming will be fine. He still has to come with me to rescue my father, and then he has to marry me. Hee, Sister Ziyan, looks like you forgot that darling is going to marry me as well. Qiaoying giggled in response. Humph, I certainly haven't forgotten. Ziyan snorted and puffed out her cheeks in response. The cute gesture was soon mimicked by the 2 little girls standing next to her, who puffed out their cheeks in unison, bringing a smile to everyone's face. The atmosphere was lifted in an instant. Xiao Ming looked at all his loving and caring wives and kissed each of them tenderly. He didn't forget to give his daughters a gentle peck on the cheek as well. He turned to Qiaoying after bidding farewell to everyone. Shall we go? Qiaoying nodded gently. With that, Xiao Ming wrapped an arm around her waist and shared a warm farewell smile with the rest of them. In an instant, they disappeared from sight. In the Gu realm, within the heavenly tomb. A dense fog enveloped the space, imbuing it with a sense of solitude and silence, as if these were the only elements that existed in this world. The foggy space suddenly twisted as 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared. Looking at the familiar surroundings, the male figure unleashed his enormous soul power without pausing. The space then rippled slightly as they quickly moved towards the deepest part of the heavenly tomb. These figures were, of course, Xiao Ming and Qiao Ying. It was Qiao Ying's first visit to the heavenly tomb. She couldn't help but look around with a curious expression as she flew alongside Xiao Ming. However, the look on her face quickly turned serious as she fixed her gaze on the latter. Are you sure my presence won't jeopardize your alchemy? After all, these are golden pills we're talking about. After refining the seed flame of the 3000 burning flame, her alchemy skill had risen to that of a 9-colored 8th tier alchemist, a mere step away from reaching the 9th tier. However, even though it was only 1 step away, the distance was still immense. Not only did she require an abundance of soul essence to raise her soul realm, but she also needed the insights necessary to successfully refine 9th tier pills. Hence, Xiao Ming quickly thought of taking her to the heavenly tomb. Here, she could hunt energy bodies to improve her soul realm, and at the same time, gain an understanding of his alchemy process to improve her own alchemy skills. It was a double benefit. Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. My Inger seems to have forgotten. As the champion of the pill gathering, you have earned my guidance. What better way to learn than to observe firsthand? Xiao Ying pouted and playfully nudged him with her shoulder as they flew. It's quite reasonable to assume that all the participants, especially those old folks, were primarily tempted by those rewards. Not to mention the fame, influence, and glory that the position of a champion represents. But do you really think your Inger cares about any of that? My only concern is whether I will be worthy enough to marry you alongside Sister Ziyan. I don't want you to lose face because of me, however, that doesn't mean that I would be so selfish as to jeopardize your alchemy process. As an alchemist, it was needless to say she held great interest in witnessing the refinement of golden pills. However, she would be more than willing to give up this opportunity if it meant jeopardizing her beloved's breakthrough. Xiao Ming heard her words and turned to look at her tenderly, his hand gently caressing her slender fingers. You don't need to fret about that, Inger. I've already discussed it with Ancestor Xiao Xian. He will take care of your safety while you observe the process. Due to the scarcity of the necessary quality of medicinal materials on the continent, these golden pills will probably be the only ones I can refine for quite some time. I don't want you to miss this opportunity. Fine, Xiao Ying sighed and gave in. She felt Xiao Ming's strong and warm hand holding hers. As they continued to fly hand in hand, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. She leaned in close and whispered in his ear, you know, I'd much prefer your nightly guidance. Xiao Ming. Moments later, they arrived at the heart of the heavenly tomb. There, the ancient tomb Xiao Ming had encountered earlier stood in the middle of a desolate plain. Welcome back. And you brought your little partner with you this time. Not bad at all, young friend. With the arrival of the duo, a figure slowly appeared with a comforting smile that felt as warm as a spring breeze. This figure was naturally Xiao Xian, whom Xiao Ming had met that day. Xiao Ying pays her respects to His Excellency Xiao Xian. Xiao Ying immediately clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. You can simply call me Ancestor, young lady. Even though you haven't officially married Xiao Ming yet, you're already a member of the clan. Xiao Xian replied with a hearty laugh. HM. Ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Ying's pretty face lit up in delight. Xiao Xian nodded approvingly and then turned to look at Xiao Ming. It's hard to believe that only a few days have passed since we last met, and here you are, ready to break through to the Do God realm. The men of our Xiao clan have always been exceptional. Do God, he then gently murmured this title that had once driven him with immense dedication and effort. On the Do Chi continent, it must have been 10,000 years since the last Do God emerged. Come with me, I've prepared a spot for you. With that, Xiao Xian headed towards a distant location, with Xiao Ming and Xiao Ying following closely behind. Arriving at their destination, they found themselves before an ancient formation. This is a formation left over from ancient times. When activated, it can significantly enhance the chances of advancement. I attempted my Do God breakthrough here. Unfortunately, the Hun clan ambushed me and damaged the formation. However, I have repaired it over the past 1,000 years. I hope it will be of some help to you. Thank you, Ancestor. With this formation, my chances of a successful breakthrough are even higher. No thanks are needed, Xiao Xian responded with a gentle shake of his head. Make your preparations here. Come with me, young lady. Do not worry about him. Inside the heavenly tomb, no one can disturb either of you with me present. Xiao Xian then took a position nearby to keep watch, with Xiao Ying accompanying him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming settled in the formation center, placing the 10,000 beast cauldron and a set of medicinal ingredients in front of him. It was time to start refining the golden pills before attempting the breakthrough. For the next 6 months, the depths of the heavenly tomb were often filled with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. This aroma attracted the attention of numerous Do Venerate and Do Saint level soul bodies. However, as soon as these souls approached the perimeter, many of them were swiftly captured by Xiao Xian to later serve as sources of soul essence for Xiao Ying's breakthrough into her soul realm. The remaining ones fled faster than rabbits, ensuring that Xiao Ming remained undisturbed. The 9th tier golden pill lived up to its status as a pinnacle pill just below the D tier pill. It proved to be an extraordinarily difficult pill to refine, far beyond expectations. Xiao Ming's success rate in refining these pills was not as high as other pills. Fortunately, he was still able to refine some of them. Rumble. Accompanied by the rolling thunder of the pill lightning, he successfully secured the 4th 9th tier golden pill. He swallowed the 9 mysterious golden lightning that descended from the sky. His body glowed with golden light, and with a muffled groan, his strength increased significantly. As expected, the 9 mysterious golden lightning that appeared during the refinement of the golden pill has greatly increased my strength. I've now reached the advanced 9-star Do Saint stage. Xiao Ming steadied his breath, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He then opened his mouth and released a black flame. Now, it's time for the breakthrough. Xiao Ming pulled out 4 pills that glowed with golden light. They were the 9th-tier golden pills he had been diligently refining for the past 6 months. He parted his lips slightly and inhaled deeply after hesitating for a moment. The 4 golden pills, along with the nihility devouring flame, all flew into his mouth. Boom! Xiao Ming's complexion immediately turned fiery red as the pills and heavenly flame entered his body. An unbelievably powerful, terrifying energy surged within him at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, his meridian swelled, sending searing waves of pain through his body. Sweat poured from his pores like a steady stream as he endured the excruciating pain of this surge of energy. His hands moved quickly to perform a series of intricate hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the heavenly tomb, the abundant energy of the world surged relentlessly toward the center of the formation, enveloping him in a dense mist of energy. The concentration of this energy fog continued to intensify as moments turned into minutes and minutes turned into hours. It resonated harmoniously with Xiao Ming's inner energy, gradually forming a cocoon of energy around him that glittered with a faint light. "You can do it, my darling," Xiao Ming quietly cheered him on in her mind as she watched this scene unfold. Xiao Xian watched the cocoon and thought to himself, "Young friend, I have faith that you're going to succeed. The fate of the Xiao clan now rests firmly on your shoulders." Time passed quickly during cultivation. 9 months passed unnoticed within the heavenly tomb. Those 9 months in the heavenly tomb were equivalent to just over a month on the Dochi continent. Including the 6 months that Xiao Ming spent refining the pills, a little over 2 months had passed in the outside world. During those 2 months, the Heavenly Court initiated a new round of expansion across the Central Plains. The Heavenly Court had already established itself as the dominant faction in the Central Plains. Therefore, there were no significant disruptions or opposition. Even the ancient clans refrained from challenging the Heavenly Court in terms of territorial division. This development was the cause of heated discussions throughout the Central Plains. Everyone understood that the ancient clan's concession was largely due to Xiao Ming's formidable strength. What the outside world failed to notice, however, was Xiao Ming's long absence from the public eye. Xiao Ming had been diligently absorbing energy and striving to break through to the Do God realm during the 9 months he had spent in the heavenly tomb. Despite the feeling that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he still had a feeling that something was still lacking. However, that changed today when he felt fully prepared and absorbed the origin chi decisively. Suddenly, a powerful, mighty aura permeated every corner of the heavenly tomb. Countless soul bodies, overwhelmed by fear, were instantly compelled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This included everyone, from Do Venerates to Do Saints. Even Xiao Ying, who was standing next to Xiao Xian, was affected, and Xiao Xian himself was no exception. Pinned to the ground, Xiao Xian had never experienced such a sensation before. Yet, at this moment, his heart was overflowing with boundless joy. A success. Do God. Chapter 563. Central Plains, Heavenly Court. Medusa and Xiao Yixian sat in the courtyard, engrossed in conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and her younger sister Xiao Ke were playing not far away. Suddenly, both women sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy erupting from within the bodies of Xiao Yu and Xiao Ke. This newfound strength rapidly surpassed their own in a matter of moments. Boom boom. As Xiao Yu and Xiao Ke experienced this sudden surge in their auras, simultaneously, within Xiao Ming's recently established Xiao realm, Xiao Chen, Xiao Shan, Xiao Yu, and all the members of the Xiao clan underwent a similar phenomenon. Their bodies grew almost instantaneously by an inch, and their auras crazily soared. It's the bloodline strength. The Do God bloodline within us has been awakened. Xiao Chen recognized this energy within him and was filled with ecstatic joy. Having been resurrected in his own body with the strength of a 4-star Do Saint, Xiao Chen's Do God bloodline remained intact, as it had not been extracted by Xiao Xian. With the boost from this newfound energy, he advanced directly to the 6-star Do Saint stage. Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and the other clan members witnessed their auras undergoing a dramatic increase. Xiao Shan, who had consumed the Bodhisattva heart, felt his latent potential unlocked and swiftly ascended to the 4-star Do Saint stage before stabilizing. The so-called Do God bloodline conferred greater benefits the closer one's blood relation was to Xiao Ming. Even these clan members distantly related to Xiao Ming achieved such gains, not to mention his 2 daughters. The 2 girls almost instantly soared to the 8-star Do Saint stage the moment their father stepped into the Do God realm. The sudden surge of energy alarmed the Heavenly Court headquarters. They suspected that strong experts with a death wish were attempting to attack the headquarters. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a profound pressure spread from the skies above Central Plains, enveloping the entire Dochi continent. At this moment, hardly anyone on the entire Dochi continent dared to lift their heads to gaze at the sky. Every heart pounded with a mixture of awe and excitement. This was especially true for those who had previously sensed the aura of the Tushi ancient god and the members of the ancient clans. Their hearts were overwhelmed by tumultuous waves. Such an aura could only belong to a Do god powerhouse. I am Xiao Ming, the alliance leader of the Heavenly Court. After 22 years of cultivation, I have finally reached the Do god realm. I hereby proclaim myself as the Heavenly Emperor. This resounding and majestic declaration resonated in the hearts of every individual on the Dochi continent. It was imbued with boundless authority that left all beings in astonishment and reverence. After thousands of years, just when everyone had come to believe that the Do god realm was a mere mythical legend, another Do god emerged. The people of the Central Plains were shocked when they heard the name, but they also felt that it was only natural. Voices rang out within the Heavenly Court. So, it was our alliance leader. Given the alliance leader's extraordinary talent, this is indeed quite reasonable. Ha ha ha. It seems that the aura we just sensed was the result of the two young misses being stimulated by the Do god energy. And as Medusa came out to clarify, everyone's speculations were confirmed. Within the Gu realm, the remnant soul of Gu Yuan sensed the commotion and let out a soft sigh. Only 22 years of cultivation. Truly a monstrous talent. Alas. 2 days later, in the northwestern region, at Jianan Academy. Beneath the blazing sky Qi refining tower. Xiao Ming and Ziyan descended into the depths of the magma. Before long, their bodies entered a mysterious space. Then, a somewhat dark and silent endless space appeared in front of them. This space, silent for who knows how many years, seemed empty and void of anything unusual at first glance. It carried an ancient and vicissitude aura throughout. In the deep recesses of this space, far in the distance, a dim light emanated from a colossal stone door. It was a colossal stone door spanning tens of thousands of meters. The stone door stood silently in the empty space, as if it were destined to exist for eternity. An ancient and desolate aura slowly spread from it and reverberated over the sky. At that moment, a colossal creature suddenly emerged in the dark space beneath them. My dear daughter, you've finally come to see your father. Ah, and you too, boy. Wait, this aura, you've broken through to the Do god realm. Zhu Kuan's massive vertical pupils widened in astonishment, his tone tinged with disbelief. He had not heard Xiao Ming's earlier proclamation due to the unique circumstances within the ancient god mansion. How did you achieve the Do god realm without origin qi? Zhu Kuan questioned, incredulous. Actually, I was fortunate enough to come across some origin qi. You. Zhu Kuan's heart swirled with indescribable emotions at this moment. He had struggled relentlessly to reach the Do god realm, even becoming trapped without success. Yet Xiao Ming had casually encountered some origin qi and become one. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, all he could muster was a single sentence. My son-in-law truly has a great fortune. Humph, we're here to rescue you, where do you get off with all this nonsense? If you keep this up, we might just leave. Ziyan's patience wore thin with Zhu Kuan's incessant questioning and glared at him. Really? You've gathered the Tushi ancient god's jade so quickly. As expected of my dear daughter, you haven't forgotten about your old man. Zhu Kuan exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the news. Even without the ancient god's jade, Xiao Ming can still rescue you now, Ziyan said, her head held high with pride. Her words were true, Xiao Ming could indeed directly rescue Zhu Kuan. However, considering that the mansion belonged to the Tushi ancient god, it was safer to use the ancient god's jade to avoid any unforeseen traps or defenses. Move aside. Ziyan retrieved the ancient god's jade, and Zhu Kuan quickly transformed into human form and observed from the side. As Ziyan clutched the ancient god's jade, a dazzling beam of light shot out from it. The beam descended from the sky and struck the ancient stone door directly. Boom! Upon impact of the light, the ancient door, tightly shut for 10,000 years, began to move slowly. Tiny cracks appeared on its surface, gradually widening. After a moment, the ancient stone door slowly slid open with a creaking noise. Hiss! As the ancient stone door began to open, an influx of ancient energy, as though from bygone eras, surged from behind it. Under the influence of this energy, the magma in the surrounding space began to boil. Bang! The entire sea of magma erupted into towering waves the moment the ancient stone door fully opened. The earth trembled, and countless chasms, each spanning thousands of meters, formed. Stop! Xiao Ming uttered a command upon seeing this. The space outside instantly solidified. We can't let this continue. Otherwise, there might be no survivors left in the Black Corner region. Restore for me. The outside world quickly returned to its previous state as he spoke. During this time, strange ripples appeared on the ancient stone door, followed by a distortion in space. A nearly transparent passage formed within the massive door, and Zhu Kun felt the restraining force on him disappear. Ha ha ha. This emperor is finally free after thousands of years. Shi ancient god, I'd like to see how you can trap me now. Son-in-law, how about we explore this ancient god's mansion together? Xiao Ming smiled, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 564. A faint fog enveloped this mysterious space, causing the entire area to appear misty. This space was completely quiet. That manner was as though it had been quiet for eons. A piece of land floated in this seemingly vast and boundaryless space. The land was suspended in the air without any support. It appeared just like a pavilion in the air. Chi. The loneliness that had lasted for a long time had finally been broken today. The misty space had suddenly become distorted. Immediately, a huge spatial tunnel appeared. Soon after, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from within. Finally, they landed on that plot of land. Is this the ancient god mansion? Zhu Kuan's eyes glanced around as soon as his figure landed on the ground. However, to his astonishment, he found that even with his strength, he still couldn't probe beyond 1,000 meters. Ziyan had also swiftly appeared beside Xiao Ming. Her eyes revealed a curious expression as she watched this mysterious space. Follow me. Xiao Ming, however, was unfazed. He led the other 2 to charge forward with full force on this seemingly vast and endless land. They were just like falling stars that swiftly cut through the sky. In a few breaths, the trio landed on a huge square in front of an ancient stone hall. Many thousand-meter large towering pillars were standing on both sides of the square. A towering like majestic aura pounced over from that place. At the top of these stone pillars were actually placed various kinds of heavenly flame. Only the 2 innermost and largest pillars stood without any kind of heavenly flame at their tops. So many different kinds of heavenly flames. What a grand collection. This was the Heavenly Flame Square. It was once the gathering place for the various kinds of heavenly flame the Shi ancient god had collected throughout the continent. However, over time, the original essence of those heavenly flames in the square had almost completely dissipated its energy. Currently, they were merely ordinary flames with their original forms. They lacked the world-destroying power characteristic of true heavenly flames. Where is the D-tier embryonic pill? Zhu Kun shifted his gaze from the stone pillars, wondering to himself. After briefly scanning the heavenly flame square, Xiao Ming shifted his focus to the stone hall in the square. The hall was shrouded in a dense fog, making it impossible to see the scenery within. However, as his gaze fell on it, the fog spontaneously combusted and quickly dissipated. With the disappearance of the fog, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped the entire square. A 30,000-tall stone statue abruptly appeared. The stone statue appeared to be like an old man. It stood in the sky, and an extremely powerful aura that seemed to dominate the world scattered from it. This aura proved that the figure represented in the statue was indeed the owner of the ancient god mansion, the legendary Shi ancient god. Many light clusters danced around the stone statue. It appeared extremely brilliant when seen from afar. Within these light clusters were ancient scrolls. These scrolls possessed an extremely strong spirituality. This kind of spirituality was not inferior to the high Tian class Qi method or Do skills rarely encountered even once in 1,000 years on the continent. These high Tian Qi methods and Do techniques floated around the statue as if they were mere cabbages, yet Xiao Ming's gaze swept over these scrolls, which could cause turmoil on the continent, without any pause or longing. Although impressive, they were only that to the current Xiao Ming. He could easily create such techniques himself. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's gaze settled on a particular spot, and at that moment, a hoarse voice slowly emanated from there. It has been a long time since this place had been so lively. On the shoulder of the statue, an elderly figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Xiao Ming and the others with a calm gaze. His demeanor was serene, as if he were a true Do god himself. Shi ancient god. You're not dead. Zhu Kun exclaimed in shock as his gaze swept over the figure in simple robes. The appearance of the latter was exactly the same as that stone statue. Moreover, the unique bright long hair was something that no one could replicate. He is not the Shi ancient god. He is the D-tier embryonic pill. Both Zhu Kun and Ziyan were startled upon hearing Xiao Ming's words. Then, their eyes gleamed with a strange light as their gaze slowly focused on the old man. The old man on the stone statue was also startled and stared intently at Xiao Ming. Soon, he noticed something amiss and a look of horror crossed his face. Impossible, you're actually a dough god. The face of the D-tier embryonic pill was extremely ugly. He suddenly shot out without waiting for Xiao Ming's reaction. His overwhelming dough chi spread out. Finally, it turned into a tide as it ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Ming. Then, without hesitation, he flew into the sky in an attempt to escape. Be careful. He's running away. Zhu Kun became agitated. Trivial tricks. However, Xiao Ming just chuckled lightly. With a flick of his finger, the approaching tidal wave of energy was instantly split apart. Then, with another flick of his hand, the D-tier embryonic pill, which had already flown some distance away, suddenly felt his entire body completely immobilized. Unable to use even the slightest bit of his dou qi, he turned into a white light that flew backwards, eventually hovering in front of Xiao Ming and the others. Ha, you caught him. A dough god is indeed formidable. Zhu Kun exclaimed with surprise and joy as he looked at the D-tier embryonic pill in front of them. From the D-tier embryonic pill's earlier attack, he could sense his formidable strength. It was likely at the half-dough god stage. Yet, such power couldn't withstand a single move in front of Xiao Ming, a true dough god. Thinking about this, Zhu Kun's eyes were filled with fervor when looking at the D-tier embryonic pill. Due to the proximity of the D-tier embryonic pill, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, tickling the nostrils of the trio. Ziyan's old habit was instantly triggered. Xiao Ming, this old guy smells so good, like something delicious to eat. The D-tier embryonic pill heard these words clearly and was petrified with fear. He pleaded out desperately. I acted rashly earlier and offended your excellency. I beg the emperor to forgive my sins and spare my life. Oh. The dignity of an emperor must not be insulted. Why should I spare you? Xiao Ming asked with interest. I am of little use to your excellency now that you have broken through to the dough god realm. I am willing to become your pill slave to atone for my past offense. Xiao Ming appeared to be contemplating, while Zhu Kun tentatively suggested from the side. My son-in-law, this pill is of no use to you. How about handing it over to me? I'm only an origin chi away from breaking through to the dough god realm. Don't do that. I know of another way to break through to the dough god realm. The Tu Shi ancient god left an inheritance within that statue, and you can obtain the origin chi from it. The D-tier embryonic pill hastily interjected before Xiao Ming could respond. Observing the embryonic pill's strong desire to live, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smirk. Why had the D-tier embryonic pill attacked if he knew things would come to this? In fact, the embryonic pill was also quite helpless. He knew there was a gap between his strength and a true dough god, which was why he had fled without hesitation. His attack was merely an attempt to buy some time. Yet, he still couldn't escape. Suddenly, the D-tier embryonic pill felt the restraining power around him disappear, and he was able to move again. However, he did not act rashly and just cautiously watched Xiao Ming. Your Excellency, what does this mean? Well, your apology is sincere and you have even offered self-punishment. This emperor is not a villain to hold a grudge against you for your actions. However, you don't have to become a pill slave. Join the heavenly court under this emperor and serve as an elder. A half-dough god level D-tier embryonic pill would be too wasteful to devour. It was better to keep him as an ally, as he could soon become another dough god expert. Thank you, your excellency. I am willing to serve you. The D-tier embryonic pill was overjoyed by such a turn of events and immediately pledged his allegiance. If he had known that this would be the outcome, why would he have tried to run away in the first place? What a pity. Can't be eaten now, Ziyan muttered, causing the D-tier embryonic pill to let out a dry laugh. Cough, cough, may I know the title and the great name of the emperor? Heavenly Emperor Xiao Ming. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the origin chi is hidden within the statue. However, I am unable to break the statue to obtain it. Only your excellency the Heavenly Emperor can personally act to retrieve it. No problem. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to instruct the others to step back, a cracking sound was heard from the statue. The chest area of the statue slowly split open, revealing a stone cavity. A gentle light spread out from the stone cavity, enveloping his body on the square like a thin veil. Xiao Ming felt a pulling force and, without resistance, disappeared from the spot. Xiao Ming. Ziyan's heart was shocked at the sight. Don't worry, Lord Heavenly Emperor is a true dough god. The statue cannot harm him. We just need to wait here, the D-tier embryonic pill reassured. This place was an ocean of heavenly flames. Compared to the space where the purifying demonic lotus flame was sealed, the difference was like comparing a small pond to a vast ocean. The disparity in energy levels was staggering. Brilliant flames filled every corner of this space. Undoubtedly, this was a sea of fire. Moreover, the sea of fire was extremely colorful. It was so bright that it caused one to be astonished. This was the #1 heavenly flame in the Do-Chi continent's heavenly flame ranking. According to legend, this flame was born in the underground world. It took 1,000 years to form, 10,000 years to gather spirit, and a seemingly endless cultivation time. Mysteriously, it underwent some mutations and gained intelligence. After gaining intelligence, it traveled towards the magma and roamed the underground for 1,000 years, surviving by devouring other flames. This flame knew how to quickly strengthen itself while avoiding the danger of devouring flames. It would target the weaker ones first after spending an extremely long time and having devoured 20 different heavenly flames. Even the Nihility devouring flame and the purifying lotus demonic flame, the natural dominators among the heavenly flames, could only bow down and submit to it. The #1 heavenly flame was not a specific kind of flame, but an amalgamation of 22 kinds of heavenly flames to create the most formidable one. After achieving its goal, this flame named itself the Emperor Flame. It continued to cultivate for thousands of years before it emerged into the world, and was given another title on the Do-Chi continent. At that time, people called him the Tu-Shi Ancient God. And now, the Tu-Shi Ancient God had actually appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming looked at the old man in dark robes sitting within a flame bud and cupped his hands respectfully. Greetings to the Tu-Shi Ancient God. There's no need for formalities, Heavenly Emperor, Tu-Shi Ancient God smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and the sea of fire in front of him rose to form a fire flower bud. Please have a seat. Xiao Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he sat down on the flame bud. It is quite unexpected that a new Do God has appeared on the Do-Chi continent, the Tu-Shi Ancient God said, looking at Xiao Ming with a smile. It seems that the Tu-Shi Ancient God is aware of the decline of origin Chi in the Do-Chi continent. Yes. It took me countless years of wandering underground to collect just 3 portions of origin Chi. After I became a Do God, I couldn't find more. I used 1 portion for my breakthrough. As for the other 2, you probably know where they are. I wonder where you found your origin Chi, the Tu-Shi Ancient God chuckled. You must know that the Do-Chi continent's pathway to the outside world was sealed before the origin Chi declined, right? Why didn't you leave more origin Chi for the Do-Chi continent? Instead of answering the Tu-Shi Ancient God's question, Xiao Ming continued with his own. You sensed it too. I am indeed aware of it, but frankly speaking, I didn't have much interest in interfering. You should perhaps be aware of my identity. Xiao Ming was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. So, the Tu-Shi Ancient God, who considered himself a heavenly flame, felt that the life and death of others on the Do-Chi continent had nothing to do with him, so he decided not to intervene. It was a rather self-centered attitude. After all, it wouldn't have been difficult for the Tu-Shi Ancient God to break the seal before leaving the Do-Chi continent. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming decided not to dwell on this and went straight to the point. You should understand why I'm here, right? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you in here willingly. You can have the origin Chi, but my inheritance requires a successor. I hope you can help me find someone to pass it on in the future. Agreed. When Xiao Ming reappeared in a heavenly flame square, he held a jade bottle containing strands of colorful energy in his hand. Ziyan was the first to notice his return and hurried over to him. Xiao Ming, are you okay? She asked with a touch of concern in her voice. I'm fine, Xiao Ming reassured her with a gentle pat on her head. He then tossed the bottle of origin Chi to Zhu Kuan. Father-in-law, this origin Chi is my betrothal gift. I hope you will consent to my marriage with Ziyan, he said with a warm smile. Zhu Kuan, somewhat flustered, hastily caught the origin Chi. After a moment of surprise at his words, he turned to look at Ziyan, who had begun to blush, and couldn't help but burst out in a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent. I consent. Let's pick a good day and have a grand celebration. But let me tell you, don't you dare mistreat my daughter, or you'll have me to answer to once I break through to the Do God realm. You have my promise. I will never mistreat Ziyan, Xiao Ming vowed as Ziyan nestled against his chest, her big eyes shining with happiness. 3 months later, a momentous event that sent shockwaves throughout the continent took place in the magnificent halls of the Celestial Court. This was far from an ordinary occasion, it marked the grand wedding of the heavenly Emperor Xiao Ming, the first Do God to emerge in thousands of years. The atmosphere was charged with grandeur and enchantment. Dressed in his most magnificent robes, Xiao Ming exuded a sense of refined elegance. His deep, pitch-black eyes were tenderly fixed on his 2 stunning brides, who stood beside him in equally resplendent fashion. The brides were well-known figures among the assembled guests. Ziyan, the formidable current dragon emperor of the ancient void dragon tribe, stood with a dignified air. Yet, a faint smile that had not faded in the slightest graced her lovely face. Standing beside her, Xiao Ming, the recently appointed headmaster of Pill Tower, exuded a calm yet captivating aura. Together with the Heavenly Emperor and the Pill Tower ancestor, she was now one of the mere 3 ninth-tier alchemists across the entire continent. Both brides were dressed in exquisite red kipayos. They were carefully chosen to display their unique and enchanting beauty. Simply standing there, they seemed to exude an otherworldly charm that left everyone spellbound. Elder Hua, standing beside Xiao Ming as a parental figure, was brimming with immense pride. He could never have imagined that the first and only disciple he took many years ago would grow up to be the greatest expert on the continent. Leaders of prominent factions from across the continent had gathered at the heavenly court to offer their heartfelt congratulations. The wedding ceremony itself proceeded with a grandeur that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. During the banquet, the Heavenly Emperor made an important announcement. He declared a firm stance against the evil factions for the betterment of the Dochi continent. Then proclaimed that the entire continent would now fall under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, he announced his intention to open the sealed pathway to the outside world. This would make it possible for future generations to break through to the Do God realm. The announcement was met with widespread support and enthusiasm from the assembled guests. In the subsequent period, under the orderly governance of the Heavenly Court, the Dochi continent began to gradually regain the prosperity it had once known in ancient times. Chapter 565. 5 years later, Central Plains. After the Heavenly Court announced its jurisdiction over the entire continent, the Central Plains experienced an unprecedented rise in prosperity. Numerous sects and factions joined the Heavenly Court. As a result, the region flourished like never before. The transition was not entirely smooth during this time. Not everyone agreed with the order established by the Heavenly Court, especially those evil factions that were the targets of its harsh crackdowns. However, with the Heavenly Court's many powerful supporters and Xiao Ming's backing, no faction, no matter how sinister or powerful, could stir up any significant trouble. Of course, to maintain the integrity of the Heavenly Court, Xiao Ming, inspired by the characteristics of the Bodhisattva ancient tree's 100 lifetimes reincarnation, created an assessment illusion known as the red dust questioning heart. This test directly weeded out those with impure intentions from the power structures of the Heavenly Court. At the same time, the Heavenly Court deployed Do Venerate experts to open wormholes throughout the Dochi continent. This facilitated closer communication and interaction between different regions. In addition to these measures, Xiao Ming implemented several initiatives that kept him busy for a while. However, once the framework was successfully established and the Heavenly Court was on a path of healthy development, Xiao Ming stepped back from managing the day-to-day affairs to spend more time with his family. Heavenly Realm. This was a newly formed small world created by the Heavenly Court. The natural energy here was rich and dense, while precious materials that were rare in the outside world could be easily found everywhere. In the central area of the Heavenly Realm stood an exceptionally tall mountain. There seemed to be a special energy barrier at its peak. No one, regardless of their strength, could forcibly break through this barrier. All the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Court residing in the Heavenly Realm knew that this place served as the office of the Heavenly Emperor, Xiao Ming. Therefore, it was a place off-limits to ordinary individuals. At the top of that majestic peak stood a grand mansion. Within this mansion, a figure clad in white robes stood with hands behind his back, gazing into the endless expanse of space. Though no visible energy fluctuation surrounded him, under his silhouette, even the sky and earth seemed to pale in comparison. A graceful figure dressed in purple suddenly appeared behind the white-robed man. She smiled sweetly and inquired, "Father and Senior Xiao Xian should be arriving soon, right?" "Amicham." The man in white turned around. His face broke into a slight smile as he looked at the lovely figure beside him. "Did you succeed?" "NNN, thanks to the pills you have refined for me, Xiao Ming. It would have been quite challenging otherwise." Ziyan nodded gently before raising her delicate hand, causing the courtyard to burst into a profusion of flowers brimming with life force. Such a kind of fluctuation was clearly beyond the ability of any peak Do Saint expert. Xiao Ming chuckled softly in response. The potential of the Supreme Dragon Phoenix is truly immense and should not be underestimated. Even without those pills, you could have naturally reached the Do God realm within a few years. After the grand wedding, Zhu Kun immediately entered seclusion with the origin chi that Xiao Ming had gifted him. A year later, he successfully achieved a breakthrough and reached the Do God realm. During the same period, Ziyan, already possessing a high cultivation level, also reached the advanced 9-star Do Saint stage. With the supply of origin qi becoming abundant after Xiao Ming broke the seal on the Do Qi continent's pathway to the outside world, Ziyan, who possessed the supreme dragon phoenix bloodline, found it relatively easy to advance to the Do God realm over the past few years. It was worth noting that the dragon phoenix was ranked as the #1 divine beast in the Great Thousand World. However, such births were extremely rare. The Great Thousand World had not seen a dragon phoenix for tens of thousands of years. The Do Qi continent was uniquely blessed to witness the birth of one. Among Xiao Ming's wives, Ziyan undoubtedly possessed the highest talent. Ha ha ha, my dear daughter's potential doesn't need to be mentioned. It's a boon for you, kid. Now, you two hurry up and give me a grandchild to dote on, and let that extraordinary talent continue. As Xiao Ming finished speaking, the space in the skies suddenly twisted, and 3 figures emerged from it. They were Zhu Kuan, Xiao Xian, and the D-tier embryonic pill. After Xiao Ming broke through to the Do God realm, he managed to gather the final ingredient for the D-tier resurrection pill and successfully refined it. This allowed Xiao Xian to resurrect in his full glory. Having already attempted to break through to the Do God realm once and now having origin qi at his disposal, Xiao Xian naturally chose to attempt the breakthrough again. Before refining the D-tier resurrection pill, Xiao Ming used the D-tier embryonic pill as a practice subject, helping it complete its final transformation and step into the Do God realm, where it named itself the Pill Emperor. This meant that there were now 5 Do Gods present at this moment. Do God, once thought to be extinct on the Do Qi continent, had now astonishingly reappeared with 5 at once. This news, if spread, would undoubtedly shake the entire Do Qi continent to its core. Father, do you know how to speak human words? Ziyan placed her hands on her waist and grumbled upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words. The elation she had felt from her recent breakthrough suddenly faded. Who knew better than them how many times they had tried? But ever since Xiao Ming had broken through to the Do God realm, even without taking any protective measures, he had not been able to father any children. This wasn't limited to Ziyan, not to mention a second child with Medusa or Xiao Yi Xian, even Qing Lin and Xiao Ying had failed to conceive. Xiao Ming suspected it might have something to do with their immense strength, as well as the rules of the Do Qi continent itself, where stronger individuals found it more difficult to have offspring. In other words, it wasn't entirely impossible, but they had simply been unlucky. Zhu Kuan's earlier words had touched a nerve with Ziyan, as she harbored the strongest desire among Xiao Ming's wives to bear his child. Xiao Ming could tell that beneath Ziyan's annoyance, there was also a hint of sadness hidden in her golden-purple eyes. Therefore, he approached her from behind and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Father-in-law, I'm afraid that fulfilling your wish for a grandchild is beyond our control, Xiao Ming replied to Zhu Kuan, shaking his head helplessly as he continued to comfort Ziyan. Ah, you kids, Zhu Kuan realized that he had misspoken. He sighed and struggled to think of a way to change the subject. Fortunately, it was Xiao Xian who decided to speak up at this moment. He looked at Xiao Ming with curiosity and asked, your aura has grown stronger. Have you made another breakthrough? Just a minor one, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Over the past few years, besides spending time with his family, he had been far from idle. Using the heavenly flames from Flame Square, he searched for their origins to replenish them, nourish them with the energy of the world, and finally devoured them. He now possessed the highest-ranking heavenly flame on the continent, the Emperor Flame. The talent of the Heavenly Emperor is exceptional indeed, the Pill Emperor said, his smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. For us, advancing further after reaching the Do God realm has been a greater challenge. I called you all here today for this very reason. I'm planning to leave the Do Qi continent. I believe cultivating in the outside world will be easier than here, Xiao Ming said, looking up at the endless space. Have you decided to join me? He then asked. There was no surprise among the others, Xiao Ming had previously discussed the idea of venturing into the outside world with them. I'm definitely going with you. Xiao Xian said with a smile. Xiao Ming had already fulfilled his dream of restoring the Xiao clan to greatness. He had no particular attachment to staying in the Do Qi continent. Instead, he was curious about the outside world. In this world, they were already the strongest, but in that mysterious realm, this might just be the beginning of a greater journey. And what about the rest of you? Xiao Ming turned to the others. Zhu Kuan had made up his mind beforehand and responded, I'll go as well. I'm quite curious about the outside world. Count me in, the Pill Emperor eagerly exclaimed. Xiao Ming, I'd like to go as well, Ziyan, nestled in Xiao Ming's embrace, spoke softly. Cough, my dear daughter, remember our agreement. You won't be joining this time. The Heavenly Court requires absolute strength to maintain stability, and you are best suited for that role given your cultivation and your status as Xiao Ming's wife, Zhu Kun coughed and interjected, trying to reason with her. He preferred that his daughter stay at home while they were the first to venture out into the unknown dangers of the outside world. Humph. Ziyan snorted and ignored Zhu Kun, still annoyed with him. She then turned around and gazed up at Xiao Ming with hopeful eyes. Can't you stay with us a little longer? Maybe after a few years, you can take all of us sisters to explore the outside world. Why are you in such a rush to leave, anyway? Xiao Ming gently stroked the long, purple hair of his beloved wife, enjoying the softness beneath his fingers. He did desire to stay on the Do-Chi continent. Although cultivation had become more challenging after reaching the Do-God realm, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. The Do-God realm was not the ultimate limit in this world. However, for the sake of his family's future, he had to heed the message in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the Do-God realm. The life simulator has been successfully updated. Proceed to the Great Thousand World to start the 2.0 version. Enjoy your experience. Chapter 566. His urge to restart the simulator was due to a pressing issue that was weighing on his mind. It was the looming threat posed by the fiend clans of the Great Thousand World. If he didn't become stronger, he would not be able to protect his loved ones. Those fiend clans were notorious for their brutal raids and destruction whenever they encountered a new plane. The speed at which one cultivated in the Great Thousand World was undoubtedly much faster compared to the Do-Chi continent. Therefore, he couldn't afford to waste any more time and simply put all his hopes on others. An enchanting voice echoed from the distance just as Xiao Ming was thinking about how to convince Ziyan. Ziyan, trust the arrangements made by our husband. Medusa emerged from the mansion. She was accompanied by several other graceful figures, all of whom were Xiao Ming's wives. Xiao Yixian and the rest of them all nodded their heads in agreement with Medusa's words. They knew that their husband would not make a hasty decision. Sister Medusa, Ziyan pouted slightly when she saw that her sisters, including Medusa, supported Xiao Ming's decision to leave. Actually, she also knew that Xiao Ming must have his motives. However, she was the one who usually spent the most time with him. They even habitually cultivated together. As such, she couldn't help but feel very reluctant to be separated from him for such a long time. Medusa stroked Ziyan's purple hair and said a few more words to her. Then she turned to look at Xiao Ming. Go ahead with your plans. Don't worry about things back here. We'll take care of everything within the clan. Xiao Ming reached out and gently pulled Medusa closer to him. He spoke softly. All right, I will leave the clan matters in the capable hands of my wives. I'll be back as soon as I can. Now that the decision has been made, let's set off, Zhu Kun said. Fearing that his daughter might object again, he quickly added, Ziyan, take good care of the ancient void dragon tribe in my absence. Ziyan nodded her head and didn't say much more. Instead, she turned back to Xiao Ming and planted a soft, lingering kiss on his cheek. Then she whispered in his ear, stay safe, my husband. One by one, his other wives came forward to kiss him goodbye. Each kiss was filled with deep affection and tenderness. After their heartfelt farewells, Xiao Ming, Xiao Xian, Zhu Kun, and the Pill Emperor exchanged glances. They then slowly ascended into the sky. As they rose, the empty space above suddenly swirled with thick clouds. The sky within tens of thousands of miles darkened within moments. Countless experts looked up in shock towards the central mountain range. There, they sensed terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside the realm, the endless space above central plains began to twist violently. The thick clouds writhed and eventually formed a dark passage. An aura that made people tremble with fear emitted from it. That passage led to another dimension. As they looked at the dark passage resembling a black hole, Xiao Ming flicked his finger. 3 rays of light shot into the hands of Xiao Xian, Zhu Kun, and the Pill Emperor. Exchange these soul jades with each other and leave your soul imprints on them. That way, if anything unexpected happens, we can be aware of each other's life and death situations. Xiao Ming's expression was quite serious as he spoke. Even someone as powerful as him felt the need to be cautious about the potential dangers beyond the Do-Chi continent. Stay close to me and do not separate when we enter the passage. Xiao Ming took a deep breath after giving these final instructions. Without further ado, he transformed into a streak of white light and shot towards the dark passage with lightning-like speed. Xiao Xian, Zhu Kun, and the Pill Emperor gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. Numerous pairs of eyes watched as these streaks of light crossed the sky like shooting stars. Some people seemed to understand the intentions of Xiao Ming and his companions and began to kneel in unison across the continent. Safe journey, Heavenly Emperor. Farewell, Alliance Leader. These grand, resounding voices rose from the entire Do-Chi continent, merging into a mighty chorus that reached into the sky and lingered in the world for a long time. Sigh, little guy, the world outside is full of wonders. But I believe you can carve out your own path there. After all, you achieved what no one in 10,000 years on the Dochi continent could. Elder Hua, who had recently advanced to the Do Saint realm, mused softly as he watched their departing figures. The Great Thousand World was a vast and boundless upper plane. Countless clans and races interacted there, interconnected by numerous worlds. This upper plane resided over countless lower planes, and to travel from one of these lower planes to the Great Thousand World, it was inevitable to pass through several other planes. In the endless chaos, several streaks of light flashed by. They crossed several stars representing different planes without stopping, seemingly in search of something. Leading these streaks of light was Xiao Ming, who had left the Dochi continent some time ago. The rest of the group was naturally composed of Zhu Kuan and the others. Xiao Ming, I didn't expect there to be so many planes out here, but sadly, none of them are what we are looking for. From what I can sense, most of these planes are even weaker than our Dochi continent, Zhu Kuan said as he caught up with Xiao Ming. But before the latter could respond, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Zhu Kuan's face. There seems to be a plane up ahead that's quite similar to our Dochi continent. Xiao Ming looked in the direction indicated by Zhu Kuan and indeed noticed a plane with relatively strong energy fluctuations. This plane isn't bad, but it has nothing to do with us. Wait, the one in front of us is. As they passed by this plane, Xiao Ming suddenly noticed a massive silver torrent sweeping towards them. That's a spatial turbulence. Dodge quickly. Xiao Xian's expression turned grave. It's too late. This spatial turbulence is many times larger than any we've encountered before. Amid their shouts, Xiao Ming, who was leading the group, was unable to dodge in time and was apparently swept right into it. Zhu Kuan hastily transformed back into his true form, using his massive ancient void dragon body to shield Xiao Xian and the Pill Emperor. Then, they too were engulfed by the massive silver torrent. In the East Xian region of the Tian Xian continent, inside the Sky Hall of the Dao sect. The current elder senior sister of the Sky Hall was diligently cultivating in a secluded chamber, preparing for the upcoming Great Sect competition. This competition was a significant event in the East Xian region. However, it had become somewhat burdensome for the Dao sect in recent years. There were 8 super sects in the East Xian region, and the Yuan Gate, led by 3 sect leaders who had reached the Samsara stage, was the most prominent among them. The Dao sect she belonged to was one of these 8 super sects. It was divided into 4 halls, with one particular hall known as the Desolate Hall. In every generation, the young talent who inherited the scripture of the Desolate Hall had the potential to dominate the younger generation of the East Xian region. Throughout the entire history of the Great Sect competition, there have been constant conflicts and deep-seated grudges between the Dao sect and the Yuan Gate. In recent times, however, no one had inherited the so-called scripture of the Desolate Hall. This caused the Dao sect to be disadvantaged when they clashed with the Yuan Gate, resulting in many casualties. After concluding her cultivation session, the elder senior sister of the Sky Hall opened her eyes and was about to stand up when she noticed a person-sized crack suddenly opening in her secluded chamber. A figure in white robes quietly stepped out from the crack. The spatial turbulence is truly dangerous. It's better to hide away, or else I don't know where I might end up, the white-robed figure muttered. Strong, was the first thought that struck the elder senior sister upon seeing someone capable of emerging from the empty space. The next moment, she opened her mouth and shouted. Enemy attack. Her sharp voice echoed throughout the chamber, but the white-robed man did not bother to move. After a moment, the expression on the elder senior sister's face turned extremely ugly. The fact that neither the hall master nor the sect leader had responded to her warning in such a crucial area of the Sky Hall spoke volumes. The white-robed man smiled in approval as he noticed the young woman's silence. It seems you're not foolish. The space here was sealed by me when I broke into this plane. No one would come even if you screamed your lungs out. The white-robed man was Xiao Ming, who had been swept into the spatial turbulence. The turbulence didn't harm him, but to avoid being carried too far away, he took the opportunity to enter a nearby plane. Breaking into a plane. The elder senior sister was somewhat unable to comprehend and asked with a vigilant look on her face. Who are you, and why have you infiltrated our Dao sect? Are you from the Yuan Gate? I'll have you know, even if you hold me hostage, our Dao sect won't concede defeat in the Great Sect competition in 3 days. I have no interest in taking you hostage. Xiao Ming chuckled. He had sealed the space solely to prevent the spatial turbulence from causing unnecessary casualties when he arrived. However, he did recognize some familiar names from the young lady's words. Yuan Gate, Dao sect. Is this the Tian Xian continent? Chapter 567. If this was indeed the Tian Xian continent, then there was no need for Xiao Ming, who had originally planned to just take a short rest, to rush off anymore. After all, the Tianxian continent was known to possess the dimension fetus. Based on his calculations, the Do-God realm and the Ancestor stage were roughly equivalent to the perfected Earth sovereign realm or quasi-heavenly sovereign in the Great Thousand World. It was a long way to go from a quasi-heavenly sovereign to a heavenly sovereign. Some quasi-heavenly sovereigns might spend their whole lives without ever reaching it. If Xiao Ming could obtain the dimension fetus and become the dimension master, he would be able to smoothly step into the heavenly sovereign realm shortly after he entered the Great Thousand World. Moreover, there was also a threat from a fiend clan in this plane. Xiao Ming wanted to assess the strength of this clan in preparation for future events, and incidentally, to save the beings of this plane. He was also very interested in the so-called ancestral symbols, which were powerful divine objects formed by the condensation of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. This person's question is really strange. If the East Xian region isn't part of the Tianxian continent, then where else could it be? Could there be other continents? A strange feeling suddenly arose in the heart of the elder senior sister of the Sky Hall. She scrutinized the man before her, noticing that although his clothing was refined, it didn't quite match the prevalent style of the East Xian region. As she examined his features more closely, her gaze subtly changed, becoming somewhat infatuated. How can there be such a handsome man? Young lady, have you seen enough? Can you now confirm whether this is indeed the Tianxian continent? The white-robed man's voice brought her back to reality. She realized her own gawking and felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. I wasn't looking at you or anything like that. You're quite the strange one, aren't you? This is indeed the Tianxian continent. Where did you come from? She inquired while reconsidering her initial suspicions. He didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. Me? I come from a world outside of this one, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. A world outside? The elder senior sister was perplexed, not quite believing in her heart. On the Tianxian continent, the cultivation system was based on a form of natural energy called Yuan power. It was divided into 13 stages from the lowest to the highest: tempered body, earthly Yuan, heavenly Yuan, Yuan Dan, the 3 stages of seize, create, and transform, nirvana, profound life, profound death, samsara, reincarnation, and ancestor. The samsara stage practitioner of the Tao sect, sect leader Ing Xuanzi, probably couldn't cross worlds, right? Could this young man in front of her be that strong? If you don't want to say it, then so be it. But if you really did enter the Tao sect by mistake, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the sect leader and the others discover you, you'll be in trouble. You should be praying they don't find me instead. Xiao Ming shook his head at her words and decided not to retort. Instead, he glanced around at the ancient-style decorations and asked, "You hold a high position in the Tao sect, don't you?" "I am Wang Jie, the elder senior sister of the Sky Hall." Realizing that there was no point in hiding her identity, Wang Jie replied with a touch of pride. Elder senior sister of the Sky Hall, Wang Jie, wasn't that supposed to be Ing Xiao? This Wang Jie seemed to be the one that Yuan Gate killed during the Grand Sect competition. Xiao Ming sized up the beautiful young woman in front of him. He quickly recalled the plot in his mind and soon remembered what she was about to face. Well, since you're the first person I've met in this plane, I guess we have a fate. Let me give you an opportunity and save your life. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Ming extended his finger, ignited a multicolored flame, and aimed it directly at her lower abdomen. Wang Jie tried to dodge, only to be immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. As soon as she had regained her ability to move, she quickly sat down to meditate. She discovered that a multicolored flame was burning fiercely within her dantian, yet it didn't damage it. Moreover, she felt a surge of vitality spreading throughout her body, bringing her just a step away from breaking through to the profound life stage. Thank you, senior. Wang Jie realized that she had stumbled upon a great fortune. She excitedly opened her eyes to express her gratitude, only to find the chamber empty. Her smile froze on her lips, and the excitement in her heart inexplicably plummeted. In the Tao sect, at the residence of the sect leader, a young Ing Xiao was playing in the courtyard with her little sister, Ing Huan. Suddenly, there was a blockage in the sunlight above their heads. Ing Xiao looked up, and when she did, her voice instantly filled the courtyard. Dad! Unlike the elder senior sister of the Sky Hall, whose call went unnoticed, Ing Xiao's cry immediately attracted attention. At the very moment her voice rang out, the space behind the two girls twisted. Then, a man dressed in grey-white robes stepped out from it. His voice, tinged with anger, resounded low and thunderous. Who dares to intrude upon my Tao sect? Xiao Ming glanced at Ing Xuanzi but didn't pay him any heed. Instead, he pointed his finger again, this time aiming at the younger Ing Huan. The previous multicolored flame was replaced with mysterious ice. I don't have time to search for the ice ancestral symbol in the glaciers, and I'm not willing to wait a decade or more for the reincarnation of the Ice Master to awaken naturally. It's better to hasten her awakening by lending her a helping hand. How dare you! A furious roar erupted from Xuanzi's mouth. His eyes became sharp and piercing as he violently waved his sleeve. The space shattered into pieces, forming a fierce whirlwind aimed directly at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming simply smiled lightly, and with an effortless wave of his right sleeve, the space twisted and directly smoothed out the surging spatial distortions. Xuanzi's pupils shrank in shock. Such a feat was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Sect leader, we are here. Where is the enemy? Seeking death. The commotion caused by Xuanzi's attack alerted the entire Dao sect. In an instant, numerous colorful figures rushed to the scene, with the heads of the 4 halls of the Dao sect arriving first. When they saw Xiao Ming withdraw his finger from the head of the sect leader's younger daughter, their eyes turned bloodshot. How dare you, you insolent scoundrel! Die! Multicolored yuan power surged toward Xiao Ming, completely covering the space around him. The space even shattered and emitted a faint sound. Is he dead? Xuanzi was full of suspicion and doubt as he held his 2 daughters who were saved in the nick of time. Of course not. A calm, smiling voice emanated from the twisted space. A figure slowly stepped out of the center of the yuan power storm and rose into the air. There was no yuan power fluctuation around him, but the invisible pressure he exuded seemed to solidify the very air. When he appeared, the sky and earth seemed to darken. An invisible wave spread out and forced everyone to kneel. Sorry for the offense, everyone, but today I am in charge of the Dao sect. The entire Dao sect fell into an almost complete silence at this moment. No matter where they were in the sect, everyone's face was filled with fear. There was a heavy sense of shock and awe in their eyes as they gazed at the figure in the sky. Such a formidable aura, at least a first calamity reincarnation stage practitioner. The oppressive silence persisted for an extended period before being finally broken by a few suppressed, trembling voices. No one had anticipated that someone at the pinnacle of the entire continent would actually attack their Dao sect. In this story, an ordinary Do God ancestor stage Emo Emperor, Martial Universe, Quasi-Heavenly Sovereign, Great Thousand World. However, the Yimo Emperor's combat power surpasses that of an ordinary Do God ancestor stage practitioner. Chapter 568. Dao Sect, Central Mountain Peak. The vast square at the top of the mountain was now filled with countless Dao sect disciples kneeling on the ground, their knees weak and eyes filled with fear and awe as they stared at the sky above. There, Xiao Ming remained suspended in the air. A powerful energy fluctuation radiated from his body. It was like a surging tidal wave that enveloped the entire Dao sect. Senior. This was a misunderstanding. Our Dao sect does not seek conflict with others. If there were any misunderstandings before, please direct them toward me. The leader of the Dao sect, Xuanzi, spoke with a trembling voice, his complexion deathly pale. In his arms, Huan's body was emitting a cold qi, and she seemed to have lost her breath. Despite this, the imposing aura of the figure in the sky made it clear to Xuanzi that even if they mustered the entire sect's power, there was not the slightest chance of victory. For the sake of the lives of over 100,000 members of the sect, even with immense anger and resentment, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and yield. Sect leader. Tears welled up in the eyes of the 4 hall masters as they witnessed this scene. Xiao Ming could easily discern Xuanzi's thoughts and knew he had misunderstood. However, he had no intention of wasting time explaining. Xuanzi would soon comprehend his purpose for coming. Turning his gaze to the northwest, towards the Dao sect's desolate hall, he spotted an exceptionally massive, desolate mountain within its depths. The mountain had a withered yellow hue, devoid of any greenery at its peak. From a distance, it resembled a barren land filled with a desolate aura. There's a king rank Yimo in the Great Desolation tablet. Let's capture it for some research. Rumble. The sound of thunderous rumbling filled the air as his words fell. After which, a huge ancient tablet broke out of the mountain. This huge tablet was like a mountain towering over the mountaintop. Its towering and majestic manner made it look like a divine artifact from ancient times. The Great Desolation tablet has surfaced. Is that his objective? Members of the Dao sect gazed at the tablet with a grim expression on their faces. The Great Desolation tablet, a heritage treasure of the Desolate Hall, represented the deepest foundation of the Dao sect. It contained the East Xian region's #1 scripture, the Great Desolation Scripture. Virtually every practitioner who had comprehended the Great Desolation Scripture had become a famous figure in the East Xian region. The most recent individual to comprehend the Great Desolation Scripture was Zhou Tong, who had made a name for himself in the East Xian region 100 years ago when he attacked the Yuan Gate. As the mountain shattered, the towering 300-meter-tall tablet now stood atop the peak. Its ancient yellowish hue had developed over centuries of sedimentation. An unusual and ancient ripple emanated from the stone tablet, enveloping the area in a desolate aura. The sky appeared to take on a yellowish hue, and many felt as though they had been transported to an ancient land. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as they beheld this sight. The Great Desolation Tablet was an ancient divine object discovered by the ancestors of the Tao sect. It was precisely because of this tablet that the Tao sect had been established in this location. Nevertheless, throughout the years, the Tao sect had never successfully controlled this ancient tablet. Every attempt to awaken it required an enormous amount of energy. Today's situation of someone forcibly summoning the tablet had never happened before. Nor had there been anyone capable of achieving it. On the vast surface of the huge tablet, the effects of time had turned it somewhat yellow. The surface was not smooth but rather filled with pits and bumps, and a few minute cracks spread out on its surface like an insect. However, these seemed to be minor issues for the overall integrity of the tablet. Scattered across the tablet's rugged surface were minuscule black dots, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The number of these black dots was not small, but due to the vast size of the tablet and the erosion over time, the presence of these dots seemed unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that these black dots emitted a strange and extremely ice-cold fluctuation, devoid of any trace of vitality. It brought along a mysterious evil influence that could seemingly erase the myriad of living organisms from the world. These were the fluctuations of a king-rank emo, originating from the one suppressed beneath the tablet. Rumble. Suddenly the space above and the sky shattered, and a colossal hand descended, seemingly intent on seizing the Great Desolation Tablet. Ing Xuanzi saw Xiao Ming's move as an attempt to lay hands on their sacred object. He wanted to speak up, but at that moment, he found even talking difficult. Under the immense pressure that accompanied the appearance of the hand, everyone felt an even more intense oppressive force at this moment, leaving them almost breathless. Buzz. The Great Desolation Tablet suddenly started to tremble violently. Ray after ray of dusky yellow light started to shoot out from the body of the tablet, eventually transforming into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Waves of light continued to gather on the Great Desolate Tablet. In the end, the surface of the tablet became like a mirror. One could faintly see a blurry yet gigantic figure looming within it. Could that be the spirit of the tablet? Ing Xuanzi could hardly believe his eyes. Why would the tablet's spirit respond to this mysterious powerhouse? Inside the ancient tablet lay a desolate landscape of shattered stones. Within this bleak expanse stood a yellow stone tablet, roughly 3 meters in height. It was identical to the Great Desolation Tablet, except that on the surface of this particular tablet, one could see some ancient symbols. At the very bottom of the tablet, there were veins of black, shadowy lines emerging. These lines looked like the feelers of a demon, ice-cold and wicked as they wiggled slowly while spreading on the tablet like some kind of virus. The fluctuations emanating from these strange black lines were identical to those of the tiny black dots. Buzz. At that moment, faint ripples appeared on the tablet's surface, and shortly after, a blurry figure emerged from it, its gaze seemingly piercing through to the outside world as a coarse voice, so ancient that it seemed to invade one's heart, rang out. Ancestor stage. There exists such a powerhouse in this world once again. As it spoke, the black lines on the tablet's surface started to move quietly, looking as if they possessed some semblance of intelligence. Buzz, buzz. The stone tablet suddenly trembled violently. The black lines below appeared to have been revived at this moment. The countless number of black lines rose and crazily climbed towards the stone tablet. When the black lines were climbing, waves of faint black chi scattered from them. An evil and emotionless ripple also spread apart wherever the black chi passed, attempting to further erode the area. Humph. This sudden change caused a low and cold snort to be emitted from the stone tablet. The tablet shook as numerous ancient yellow lights surged downwards. An indescribable strength spread and once again violently suppressed the black lines that were attempting to erode upwards. Kiki. An ear-piercing laughter resounded, filled with an indescribable evil and coldness. Kiki, Great Desolation Tablet, you have still not given up after so many years. Once again, you're putting your hopes on this boy outside now, huh? Such wishful thinking. Ancestor stage. You think everyone is like your master, the symbol ancestor. However, even someone as powerful as your master fell in the end. Who else can stop us in this world? Chapter 569. Then let's just wait and see. The tone in the ancient voice of the tablet spirit did not change at all when it heard those words. It merely smiled faintly, and once more, the glow on the stone tablet began to surge and suppress the spreading black lines back into the ground. However, the black lines suddenly erupted and transformed into a cloud of black fog. Within this fog, countless immense dark serpents coiled. Their malevolent eyes radiated an evil demonic chi as they gazed at the Great Desolation Tablet. Wait and see. You may be stupid, but this king is not. I won't linger around. Though the Yimo king looked down upon the people of this world, he could tell the newcomer outside was no ordinary figure. He saw no reason to put himself in danger. Even if it meant giving up the Great Desolation Tablet that he had been eroding for thousands of years and was about to obtain, it was a price he was willing to pay. Soon after, the countless giant serpents scattered in all directions and began to flee to the outside world. Humph, you think you can escape? The tablet's spirit sneered but did not intervene to stop the fleeing Yimo king. The Yimo king had sacrificed most of his strength to hinder it in his bid to escape quickly. However, there was no need for the tablet's spirit to act. Looking up into the sky, the tablet's spirit saw the giant hand swiftly reaching towards the scattering giant serpents. Under an inexplicable force, those massive serpents involuntarily converged into a single black figure. The black figure raised his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes filled with extreme malevolence, as if endless rage was churning within them. Those demonic eyes appeared to narrow slightly as he spoke. Who are you? Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. It's best if you let me go. Otherwise, my Yimo tribe will not spare you. A mere true king who has undergone 2 reincarnation tribulations dares to be arrogant in front of this emperor. Without any hesitation, the giant hand reached out to grab the condensed black figure. The black figure shrouded in demonic chi heard this and let out a sharp, cold, and evil laugh. Ignorant creature, you weren't even born when this king was at the zenith of his power. And now you dare to be arrogant in front of this king. You should know that this king can also control a part of this space. A flicker of black light appeared in the eyes of the black figure. Then, like a tidal wave, an overwhelming surge of demonic chi filled the surrounding space with a fierce stamp of his foot. An ignorant thing that doesn't know how to die. The tablet's spirit sneered inwardly as it observed the scene. After which, it lifted the restraint on the Yimo king's strength. If the Yimo desired to meet a painful death, the tablet's spirit was more than willing to oblige. This would also serve to dissipate the demonic chi eroding its essence. The source of demonic chi on the tablet erupted. It amplified the already overwhelming demonic chi. Soon after, the demonic chi was transformed into a gigantic demonic claw that tore through space and violently slashed towards the massive hand above. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the colossal hand radiated countless multicolored flames that swept through the area. They effortlessly shattered the demonic claw into a misty haze and extinguished the spreading demonic chi. Then the hand enclosed the black figure with lightning-like speed. Ah! Damn it! Who are you to be able to seal this king's strength in this manner? As the giant hand lifted him up, the Yimo king was covered in flames, tormented by an excruciating pain that made him feel as if his very soul was being burned. He roared in disbelief and rage. His demonic chi surged wildly, but unfortunately for him, it was of little use. Ha ha ha! You have no idea what you're up against. The tablet spirit saw the Yimo king react exactly as it expected and laughed heartily. Boom! The giant hand exploded at this moment, causing the vast demonic chi to rapidly dissipate. A piercing, desperate scream echoed along with it. An indescribable shockwave swept through the space from the explosion's epicenter, dissipating all the lingering demonic chi in the area. At the center of the shockwave was a glowing object, a palm-sized triangular crystal. However, within that crystal, a mass of demonic chi was entwined, vaguely forming a black bead about the size of a dragon's eye. Simultaneously, a change was taking place in the previously barren red space. Lush greenery began to spread, bringing a faint sense of vitality throughout the area. In the center of this transformed land, the evil blackness that had pervaded the Great Desolation Tablet began to fade at an astonishing rate. Replacing it was an aura of desolation and antiquity. A glow gathered to form an elderly figure within the Great Desolation Tablet. The old man with white hair and a humble smile bowed towards the sky and said, "Esteemed sir, thank you for your assistance. I wish to follow by your side." There was no answer. Instead, the black bead suddenly shot through space towards the outside world. The tablet spirit became anxious upon seeing this. As the third-ranked ancient divine item in ancient times, it felt only a being of such immense strength was worthy of its allegiance. Not wanting to let this great figure escape, it hurriedly followed after him. In the outside world, Dao sect. As the giant hand descended, the black dots on the 300-meter stone tablet vanished without a trace within a matter of a few breaths. A black bead broke through the space from within the stone tablet and landed in Xiao Ming's outstretched palm. "You'll regret this. My tribe won't let you get away with this," a black silhouette roared furiously from within the bead. The last person who threatened me like that ended up having his clan wiped out. I suspect your Yimo tribe will meet a similar fate. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and sealed the bead away with a flick of his hand. As Xiao Ming retracted his hand, the oppressive aura that had overwhelmed the Dao sect gradually dissipated, allowing Ying Xuanzi and the others to move freely once more. They observed Xiao Ming's actions with furrowed brows, sensing the unusual demonic qi emanating from the bead. This seems to be the aura of the Yimo. Given its long history and status as a great super sect in the East Xian region, the Dao sect likely possessed some records regarding the Yimo. Could it be that this senior has come to eradicate the Yimo? But why would he attack Huan? Ying Xuanzi muttered to himself. And why was there a Yimo sealed inside the Great Desolation Tablet? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the Great Desolation Tablet suddenly emitted rays of brilliant light. Then the tablet quickly shrank to the size of a palm and floated in front of Xiao Ming, circling around him. This sight left Ying Xuanzi and the others in a state of shock and disbelief. Especially Chen Zhen, the master of the Desolate Hall. The Great Desolation Tablet was their hall's most prized and revered treasure. In a moment of determination, Chen Zhen gritted his teeth and flew directly towards Xiao Ming in the sky. The other strong practitioners also gritted their teeth and followed suit upon seeing this. Thanks to the senior for putting aside the previous grievances and helping our Dao sect by subduing the Yimo. You are truly a model for our human race. However, this Great Desolation Tablet is a divine object of our sect, so, Chen Zhen approached Xiao Ming. He bowed respectfully and began to speak. Brat, shut your mouth. When did I ever become an object of your Dao sect? Before Xiao Ming could even answer, the spirit of the Great Desolation Tablet, who was trying to convince Xiao Ming to accept it, became anxious. The elderly figure immediately emerged from the tablet. Since its creation, it had only ever acknowledged one master, the symbol ancestor. No one else had ever received its recognition. The reason it had entrusted the Great Desolation scripture to the Dao sect members in the past was solely to have them find two ancestor symbols to suppress that Yimo king. Unfortunately, no one had ever returned with them. Chapter 570. This. When Chen Zhen, Ying Xuanzi, and the others saw the elderly figure emerge from the stone tablet, they were left speechless. They were aware that the Great Desolation Tablet had a spirit, but they had never imagined that it would refuse to acknowledge their Dao sect. Ignoring the silent Chen Zhen and the others, the Great Desolation Tablet floated towards Xiao Ming with an entirely different demeanor. The spirit now wore a humble smile on its face. Esteemed sir, I possess extraordinary suppression and sealing abilities. Once I fully regain my strength, I can aid you in subduing foes. Please allow me to follow you. Seeing the spirit's attitude, which was utterly different from how it treated them, Ying Xuanzi and Chen Zhen couldn't hide the bitter expressions on their faces. It looked like they really wouldn't be able to keep the Great Desolation Tablet today. Who made their own divine object to eagerly court someone else while showing contempt for them? Xiao Ming thought for a moment and then waved his hand. The shrunken stone tablet immediately fell into his grasp. He could feel the profound energy emanating from the tablet as he played with it. There was no denying that a divine object like the Great Desolation Tablet could not be found on the Doqi continent. Although the Doqi continent had its share of weapon forgers, the profession didn't seem to be thriving. As for a weapon like the Great Desolation Tablet that was capable of giving birth to a spirit, he had never come across such an item before. When it came to fighting, Xiao Ming rarely used weapons. Not everyone was as lucky as Xiao Yan, who was fortunate enough to obtain a weapon that could be used from the Do practitioner to the Do God realm. Precisely because he didn't have any suitable weapons, Xiao Ming had only used a sword as a weapon when his strength was relatively low. Once his strength increased, he stopped using weapons altogether. After playing with the tablet for a while, Xiao Ming suddenly smiled and said, "You want to follow me because you want me to nourish and refine you, right?" An ancient divine object like the Great Desolation Tablet was not a true living being after all. Its strongest power could only be unleashed in the hands of its master. Moreover, with a powerful master, it could be better nurtured and helped to progress. The Great Desolation Tablet had been suppressing and sealing Yimo for many years. It had been severely damaged. However, if it could be nourished and refined by Xiao Ming, it would recover quickly and might even progress further. This was the reason why the Great Desolation Tablet was so eager to offer itself to him. "Sir has a discerning eye," the spirit of the tablet replied with a bow. Ying Xuanzi and the others sighed inwardly when they heard this. It seemed that even if the powerful figure in front of them did not take the Great Desolation Tablet, the tablet would still have left on its own. Judging from the spirit's aura, there was no one in their Dao sect capable of nurturing it. "Alright, you can follow me from now on." Xiao Ming finally agreed to the tablet spirit's request then, turning to see the unnatural expressions of the Dao sect's members, he couldn't help but smile. With a clench of his hand, his spiritual strength gathered into a palm-sized stone tablet in his hand. He then tossed it towards Chen Zhen. I'm aware that your Dao sect is mainly interested in the Great Desolation scripture. I don't want to intimidate you. Inside this is the cultivation method of the Great Desolation scripture. However, such a martial art is too profound and mysterious for you. Without the necessary talent, not only is it impossible to learn, but it could also harm the practitioner. Therefore, those who wish to comprehend it must go through a strict selection process. The Great Desolation scripture was inscribed on the Great Desolation tablet. For Xiao Ming, it was a matter of just a glance, and he could see right through it. But for others, it was not that easy. Such martial arts were highly esteemed throughout the Tianxian continent. It could potentially create a powerful practitioner for the Dao sect if someone with exceptional talent were to comprehend it in the future. Chen Zhen hurriedly caught the tablet, unable to hide the joy on his face. He nodded earnestly and said, Senior can rest assured that our Dao sect will definitely have successors who will comprehend it in the future. The Dao sect had not seen anyone comprehend the Great Desolation scripture for 100 years. In fact, they hadn't even seen the scripture. In the past, one had to be recognized by the tablet spirit to comprehend it. Now, however, talented disciples could study it directly. This seemed like a great gain. Losing the Great Desolation tablet was inconsequential to Chen Zhen, as they couldn't use it anyway. Truthfully, he was quite pleased with this outcome. The tablet spirit was also happy that Xiao Ming agreed to take it along. However, not everyone shared this joy. Ying Xuanzi felt a sudden chill in his arms. His daughter, whom he had been nurturing with yuan power, suddenly began to emit an astonishing coldness. In the next moment, everyone suddenly felt an astonishingly cold qi spread across the area. This cold qi was so intense that it seemed capable of freezing even the soul itself. This is... The delighted tablet spirit's pupils shrank slightly as it turned its head. As it did so, it saw a lovely young lady with a slender figure float up from Ying Xuanzi's arms. Currently, her long black hair began to change to an ice blue color at an astonishing speed under the shocked gaze of the people around her. The cold qi that made hearts quiver was radiating out from her body. The cold qi that had suddenly appeared permeated the entire place. Even the air itself seemed to emit faint cracking noises as if it had been frozen. A thin layer of frost covered every building in the Dao sect. The cold qi seemed to be able to freeze even one's soul, causing several people to feel a chill rising up within their bodies. It was so drastic that even the circulation of their yuan power became sluggish. Countless eyes contained astonishment as they gazed at the young lady suspended in the sky. The latter's icy blue cascaded down like a waterfall. Her originally pretty and big eyes were currently dyed by that icy blue color. On her forehead, a circular symbol sparkled. Its arc had extended completely as if symbolizing the indestructible and inextinguishable cycle of reincarnation. Is that a reincarnation seal? Ordinary disciples might not be able to understand what this meant, but Chen Zhen and other experienced individuals immediately recognized it. Shock immediately overwhelmed them as they stared at the seal between Huanhuan's brows. Huanhuan is actually a reincarnator. Chen Zhen and the others exchanged a glance. Quickly after, they inhaled a breath of cold air. They clearly understood what it implied for Huanhuan to be a reincarnator. She must have been a powerful reincarnation stage practitioner in her previous life. Moreover, she was an ultimate expert who had passed a reincarnation tribulation. The Ice Master is actually in the Dao sect. The tablet spirit showed a surprised expression after confirming Ying Huanhuan's identity. Ice Master! Ying Xuanzi exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. His facial expressions kept changing. It was only after a long time that he finally let out a sigh of resignation. He had known for a long time that Ying Huanhuan was a reincarnator. However, he did not wish for her to awaken from her reincarnation cycle. He feared that once awakened, the Ying Huanhuan he knew would no longer be his daughter. Therefore, Ying Xuanzi always let Ying Huanhuan do as she pleased and never forced her to start cultivating. However, what he had not anticipated was that his daughter turned out to be the Ice Master, one of the legendary 8 ancient masters and the strongest amongst them. She was one of the mightiest pillars of this world. At this moment, Ying Xuanzi felt a profound sense of defeat. It was no wonder that this immensely powerful figure had come to their Dao sect and sought out his daughter right away. Perhaps her sudden awakening was also his doing. He realized he was not strong enough to protect his own daughter. Sigh. With a long sigh, Ying Xuanzi's posture sagged. It was as if his appearance had aged a lot in an instant. As for Ying Huanhuan, after the initial outburst, it seemed like her body, which had not yet begun to cultivate, could not withstand this force. She fell back into slumber and was caught by Ying Xuanzi. The presence of the Ice Master in your Dao sect is a good thing. In a few years, she can regain her third calamity reincarnation stage strength and might even be able to break through to the ancestor stage. Why do you seem so troubled? The tablet spirit looked at Ing Xuanzi's bitter face, somewhat perplexed. Alas, I didn't want Huan to awaken. Even if her awakening was inevitable, I wanted her to enjoy a period of happiness. With another sigh, Ing Xuanzi did not hide his feelings. Xiao Ming stood nearby. He also knew that his actions in awakening Ing Huan might have been a bit forceful, but he really couldn't afford to wait too long. I have to admit that I was a little bit hasty this time. Therefore, I'll grant the Dao sector request whatever you ask for, whether it's another cultivation method that's more powerful than the Great Desolation Scripture or the annihilation of your sworn enemy, the Yuan Gate, it's all feasible. Chen Zhen and the others' breath immediately quickened upon hearing this. They might not know the exact stage of the powerhouse in front of them. However, they knew that the other party was immensely strong. He was a person capable of overpowering their entire Dao sect. His mere presence was enough to make their breathing difficult. If such a figure claimed he could annihilate Yuan Gate, they believed he could. Although Chen Zhen and the others were visibly excited, they refrained from speaking out immediately. After all, Xiao Ming's compensation was meant for their sect leader. Finally, Ing Xuanzi spoke up. My request is that you accept my daughter as your disciple. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was suddenly stunned and felt like he had accidentally dug a hole for himself. Wasn't Ing Xuanzi supposed to put the interests of the Dao sect first? Chapter 571. Chen Zhen and others were surprised as well. They knew that the mysterious figure in front of them was indeed powerful, but to rashly ask him to accept a disciple. Would the other party even agree to it? Moreover, considering the mysterious origin of this strong practitioner, they did not have to think too hard to know that the other party would not stay in their Dao sect. If he really took your daughter with him, were you really comfortable letting your daughter follow him? What's more, someone who had the reincarnation seal didn't really need to take anyone as a master. Once their reincarnation stage memories were restored, they would naturally become a super strong practitioner. Considering Ing Huan was the reincarnation of the Ice Master, one of the strongest figures in the world, second only to the symbol ancestor, this mysterious figure in front of them might not even be as strong as her. Wasn't it pointless for her to worship him as her master? It might be better to choose the annihilation of the Yuan Gate instead. Not only would it avenge their sect, but it would also provide a safe environment for Ing Huan to grow. Chen Zhen and the others wanted to persuade Ing Xuanzi to change his mind, but they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to speak. Ing Xuanzi waved his hand at them and then cupped his fist towards Xiao Ming, saying, I have made up my mind on this matter. Please grant me this request, senior. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming sighed and replied, I have never thought of taking a disciple, but since I promised you a request, I will not go back on my word. However, can you tell me your purpose? Ing Xuanzi replied, I want to ask the senior to seal Huan's memories for some time, at least to let her enjoy one last period of happiness. Xiao Ming nodded and said, it can be done. The reincarnation seal unlocks itself gradually, and I can seal her memories. But in the end, when it's unsealed, she will remember everything. Ing Xuanzi nodded, that is enough. Very well, I agree with your request. Go ahead and arrange the discipleship ceremony. I won't stay long in the Dao sect, just a couple of days, and then I'll take her away. 2 days later. Xiao Ming left the Dao sect, and the great sect competition proceeded as scheduled. Before the competition began, the Dao sect was ridiculed by the Yuan Gate. We heard that your Dao sect was visited by a mysterious figure that took your sect's treasure, the Great Desolation Tablet, and you had no power to retaliate. Has the strength of the Dao sect declined so much over the years? Our Dao sect indeed had no power to resist, but if it were your Yuan Gate, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to withstand even a single finger from that person. Chen Zhen, the representative of the Dao sect this time, replied with a cold laugh. There really was such an incident. The people from other super sects were shaken when they heard Chen Zhen's words. He did not seem to be lying. The strength of the Dao sect was well known, and to suppress the entire sect to the point where they couldn't even catch their breath, that mysterious figure must be at least a reincarnation stage practitioner. When did such a super strong figure appear in the East Xian region? Cough, cough, I wonder if Hall Master Chen Zhen could describe the appearance of that senior. We would like to instruct our disciples not to offend such a person by mistake. Yes, indeed. Our 8 great super sects are like branches of the same tree. Perhaps, if we encounter that person again, we could lend each other a hand. Chen Zhen rolled his eyes when he heard these sects talking about lending a hand to each other. Having experienced Xiao Ming's formidable aura firsthand, he knew all too well how terrifying he was. His mere aura was enough to immobilize Ing Xuanzi, a samsara stage practitioner. These inept fellows might just be directly shaken to death by the sheer force of his aura. Meanwhile, the Yuan Gate representative was lost in thought as he watched Chen Zhen being surrounded by others. So the reports from our spies in the Dao sect were true. Such a powerful figure has appeared in the East Xian region. It seems that the rumors about Ing Huanhuan being the reincarnation of the Ice Master are also true. That unknown strong individual has taken her away, while his purpose remains unclear. Ing Huanhuan's growth will undoubtedly impact my Yuan Gate's ambition to dominate the East Xian region. Perhaps it's necessary to nip this danger in the bud. With this thought in mind, the Yuan Gate representative looked at Chen Zhen with a cold smile. Keep gloating for now, but soon you won't be able to. Not just Ing Huanhuan, but also the other talents of your Dao sect in the Great Sect competition won't escape the fate of being harvested by my Yuan Gate. The Great Sect contest was soon over. However, the result was beyond the expectations of the Yuan Gate representative. The three little kings of the Yuan Gate were defeated by Wang Jia, the elder senior sister of Dao Sect Sky Hall, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury, and more than half of their other disciples were also killed or injured. The Yuan Gate representative cursed under his breath and called them useless before storming away with a flick of his sleeve. In the East Xian region, there existed several empires that fell under the jurisdiction of the super sects. The Great Yan Empire was one of those many empires, albeit an inconspicuous one. While its strength was by no means exceptional among the empires, it occupied a place in the lower middle tier. However, this seemingly ordinary small empire hid a unique heritage. Within the great desolate province of the Great Yan Empire lay the ruins of the once mighty Great Desolation sect. This ancient sect was even more powerful than the current super sects of the East Xian region. However, due to obtaining one of the 8 ancestral symbols, the devouring ancestral symbol, it had drawn the attention of the Yimo and ultimately lost its lineage, leaving behind nothing but ruins. At present, the Great Yan Empire was composed of 8 major forces, which consisted of 5 great clans and 3 great sects. Each of these forces had produced exceptional talents during the 100 Empire War. The 5 great clans were the Mo, Lin, Wang, Qin, and Huangpu clans, with the Mo clan holding the status of the imperial family. The 3 great sects were the Heavenly Luo sect, the Great Sorrow Valley, and the Barbarian King sect. Great Yan Province, situated within the Great Yan Empire, served as its royal capital province. It was renowned as the most prosperous and influential province, often referred to as the Royal Province. The imperial capital city of the Great Yan Empire was located within this enormous province. Though not the largest in terms of land area, the Great Yan Province boasted the highest concentration of formidable practitioners within the Great Yan Empire. Moreover, some of the most elite factions in the empire were situated here. 8 major cities were distributed throughout Great Yan Province, with each of these factions controlling one of these cities. Therefore, in many ways, the Great Yan Province could be considered the core of the Great Yan Empire. Great Yan Province, Imperial City. In the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace, there was a towering and majestic mountain peak that pierced the clouds. This mountain peak was called the Sacred War Peak. It was considered a forbidden area because it contained the passageway to the ancient battlefield. At the top of the Sacred War Peak was a huge stone formation. Numerous magical symbols were carved into these huge stones. Waves of terrifying energy were constantly being emitted from these symbols, causing the surrounding Yuan power to boil over. Buzz. Buzz. Normally, this huge formation would only be activated once every 20 years for the 100 Empire War. However, for some unknown reason, the formation began to tremble today, and its engraved symbols began to emit a brilliant radiance. Then, a light pillar began to form in the center of the formation. This spectacle naturally attracted the attention of the powerful figures within the palace. A middle-aged man, whose hair was a mixture of black and white, and who was dressed in a dragon robe that exuded an air of nobility, quickly approached the scene. Why has the teleportation formation been activated? Could it be that a distinguished envoy from the upper sects has arrived to our Great Yan Empire? The middle-aged man looked at the glowing formation with a mixture of surprise and anticipation in his eyes. As the light pillar gradually dissipated, 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly appeared. I really don't understand why Master brought me to this small Great Yan Empire. It's nowhere compared to my Dao sect. The smaller figure, who looked about 10 years old with the appearance of a budding beauty, grumbled as she stepped out of the formation. Dao sect? The middle-aged man caught the keyword and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. These were indeed visitors from an upper sect. Behind the young girl, a man looking in his early 20s also stepped out with a smile. This place is not as simple as you think, he said calmly. These 2 were naturally Xiao Ming and Ing Huanhuan. After leaving the Dao sect, Xiao Ming took Ing Huanhuan on a tour of the East Xian region to experience the local customs and cultures of the Tian Xian continent. Subsequently, they headed to the Great Yan Empire. Since Xiao Ming was not in a rush and also wanted Huan to properly start her cultivation journey, they didn't travel fast. Instead, they used the teleportation formations to travel between those many regions. Chapter 572. The cultivation system of the Tian-Xian continent was different from that of the Doqi continent. Moreover, the age at which one typically began their cultivation journey also varied. On the Doqi continent, people usually started cultivating at a very young age. For instance, Xiao Ming began his cultivation journey at the age of 4, and that wasn't even the earliest age to start. Some even started cultivating as early as 2 years old. On the Tian-Xian continent, however, cultivation typically started around the age of 10. Due to the difference in cultivation systems, Xiao Ming created a set of ice-based martial arts skills especially made for Huan to practice. Having devoured various kinds of mysterious ice in the past, Xiao Ming was not unfamiliar with ice-based techniques. In fact, he was quite skilled in them. Creating a set of martial arts with the characteristics of mysterious ice was not a challenging task for him. As for how these newly created martial arts were compared to the ones used by the Ice Master before reincarnation, Xiao Ming had no way of knowing, as he had never seen those martial arts before. In a sense, taking Huan as his disciple was quite a gain. Once she regained her memories and recovered her third calamity reincarnation stage strength, she wouldn't require much guidance from him. He would be able to gain a valuable ally without making much of an effort. As their conversation came to an end, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Shuddering, he turned to Xiao Ming and spoke quickly, "Esteemed sir, this is the great Yan Empire. I am Mo Jingtian, the emperor of the royal family. May I know the purpose of your visit to our empire?" Mo Jingtian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he spoke. The young man in front of him, with his exceptionally handsome appearance, exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. He immediately realized that this was not someone he could afford to make an enemy of. "It's nothing serious. We are here for personal matters. We merely used your teleportation formation when we arrived. Here are some nirvana pills as payment for using your facility," Xiao Ming said as he tossed a bag at Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian instinctively caught the bag. He felt an extremely pure nirvana chi emanating from it as soon as he opened it. He looked up in shock, only to find that the mysterious figure and his companion had already disappeared. Were it not for the very real nirvana pills in his hand, he would have thought he was in a dream. In the Great Yan Empire, Yan City was just one of the many cities within Tiandu province. Despite having the word Yan from Great Yan Empire in its name, it wasn't a particularly important city. As dawn broke, the road leading to Yan City was already bustling with people, resonating with animated conversations and a lively atmosphere. Seated inside a well-lit carriage, Xiao Ming meditated with his eyes closed, while Huan, seated across from him, lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside with interest. The carriage moved through the crowd at a steady pace and finally arrived outside Yan City. After paying a small entry fee at the city gate, the carriage smoothly entered the city. Upon passing through a somewhat dimly lit city gate tunnel, they were immediately greeted by a deafening symphony of sounds, akin to the roar of ocean waves. The carriage continued along the streets and eventually came to a halt outside a rather ordinary-looking courtyard. "Sir, we've arrived at the Yan City Symbol Master Guild," the coachman announced from outside. Xiao Ming, whose eyes had been closed, opened them upon hearing this announcement. The first thing he saw was Huan making a silly face at him. "Today's training volume will be doubled." "Ah, master, not that, please." Huan cried out in panic upon hearing this, her face turning ashen. She was still in the tempered body stage, and doubling the training would be extremely exhausting for her. Xiao Ming's lips curled into a slight smile when he saw Huan's reaction. She had been pampered by Xuanzi since she was a child, and now that her memories had been resealed by him, she had forgotten about the incident when he activated her reincarnation seal. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of him and tended to act a bit spoiled. However, now that she was his disciple, she needed to be prepared to endure hardships. Ignoring Huan's protests, Xiao Ming got up and stepped out of the carriage. He casually paid the coachman before walking into the Symbol Master Guild. "Stubborn master," Huan grumbled as she realized her protests were hopeless. She stomped her foot in frustration and reluctantly followed. The Symbol Master Guild was a gathering place for symbol masters that existed in every major city in the Great Yan Empire. These guilds were among the top factions in their respective cities. The symbol masters belonged to a system that was distinct from the Yuan power cultivation prevalent on the Tian-Xian continent. This mental cultivation system originated from the symbol ancestor, an ancient figure who came from the Great Thousand World. Consequently, this system held immense potential value. Symbol masters would cultivate their mental energy and use it as a means of attack, to manipulate objects, or to deliver covert blows to their enemies. They could also materialize their mental energy into sharp weapons for direct attack, but this required learning specialized mental techniques. They were similar to the soul skills of the alchemists of the Do-Chi continent. However, the symbol masters were skilled at inscribing objects. A symbol master could condense the yuan power from heaven and earth into special mystical symbols. These symbols could then be inscribed on objects. Each symbol had different abilities due to its unique structure. The ranking system for symbol masters was more intricate than that of yuan power cultivation. Initially, there were 5 stages of seal symbol masters, followed by 3 stages of soul symbol masters, low, middle, and high, and then 9 seals for heaven symbol masters. The initial and advanced stages of the following divine symbol master were equivalent to the profound life and profound death stages respectively, while in the symbol grandmaster, they were equivalent to the samsara and reincarnation stages. Finally, the last realm was called divine palace master. Generally speaking, even the lowest symbol master realm required one to reach the earthly yuan stage, making it more challenging and talent-dependent than yuan power cultivation, which started from the tempered body stage. Xiao Ming was an expert in the use of soul power and was interested in the symbol master system. However, his reason for visiting the Symbol Master Guild of Yen City was not to learn the techniques of a symbol master here, but rather because there was something here that he wanted. The duo, one tall and one short, moved through the Symbol Master Guild as if they were the only ones in the courtyard. After about 15 minutes of walking, they reached the deeper part of the courtyard. It was then that Xiao Ming suddenly looked up at a grey tower not too far away. This tower, known as the Symbol Master Tower, was a mysterious structure forged by the mental energy of numerous symbol masters in the past. The tower possessed the magical ability to purify and cleanse one's mental energy. Many cities would even compete to have such a tower. This spiritual cleansing is quite interesting. As they continued forward and entered the Symbol Master Tower, they immediately felt a powerful mental pressure. This pressure had a significant impact on Huan, but for Xiao Ming, it was no more than a gentle breeze. Inside the tower's space, the strong mental energy waves twisted into tangible forms, creating the sensation of being in the midst of an ocean of mental energy. For Xiao Ming, however, it did not have much of an effect. He gently touched Huan's head, and she immediately felt the pressure lift. "Stay close," Xiao Ming said, glancing at Huan, whose cheeks were slightly red from the close contact. "I know," Huan replied in a muffled voice, feeling a bit shy inside. Xiao Ming's appearance was appealing to both young and old. He had countless admirers back on the Do-Chi continent. The fact that Huan agreed to be his disciple without any resistance was likely influenced to some extent by his looks. Of course, they were just getting to know each other and weren't very familiar yet. It was to be expected that once they spent more time together, such shyness would likely fade away. Xiao Ming then led Huan to start climbing the Symbol Master Tower. In a short time, they reached the 9th floor of the tower. The 9th floor was quite ordinary, with a very small area of only a few dozen meters. The ground was covered with dust, making it look rather messy compared to the lower floors. It was evident that this place had not been visited for a long time. The 9th floor was empty, but each side of the tower wall was covered with numerous intricate lines. These lines formed 2 extremely complex and ancient symbols. 2 imprints of the ancestral symbol. Even though they are not the real ancestral symbols, the ability to leave such imprints indicates that the creator of this floor of the Symbol Master Tower must have been quite extraordinary. Xiao Ming observed. Ancestral symbols. Huan, having calmed down, curiously glanced at the symbols. However, she soon felt dizzy from their complexity and quickly averted her gaze. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, observed them with great interest. On the Tianxian continent, symbol masters would condense their own destiny symbol with their mental energy. There were countless variations and grades. However, the most powerful symbols in heaven and earth were the ancestral symbols. These symbols were not created by humans, but rather condensed by the laws of heaven and earth. Each ancestral symbol possessed the power to open the heavens, and those who possessed one were among the strongest existences in this world. Chapter 573. How could 2 ancestral symbol imprints appear in the small Great Yen Empire? Huan asked in surprise as her dizziness subsided. She was well aware of the significance of the ancestral symbols as the daughter of the Tao sect leader. Why didn't the creator of the Symbol Master Tower go after the ancestral symbols themselves? They should be highly attractive to symbol masters, right? Who knows, Xiao Ming, who was in the middle of studying the symbols, replied in a low voice. Huan was momentarily at a loss for words. How could her master find this place so precisely if he didn't know? The imprinted ancestral symbols don't have much use, do they? She asked instead. Indeed, they are not very useful, but the things inside them are. As he spoke, Xiao Ming extended a finger that gradually emitted strands of spiritual strength that shone like rays of light onto the imprinted ancestral symbol on the wall. With the illumination of the rays of light, the imprinted ancestral symbol on the wall also reflected some light rays. Those rays of light converged in the air in front of them, faintly outlining what looked like a map. Is this a map of the Great Yan Empire? Ing Huan was slightly surprised as she looked at the map congealed with spiritual energy. Just as she finished speaking, her gaze focused on a certain part of the map where a bright red dot was located. This is a map indicating the location of the ancestral symbols. It seems that the original creator of this tower must have seen the ancestral symbols at the locations marked on this map, Xiao Ming said calmly. 2 ancestral symbols. If this information leaks out, the Great Yan Empire will probably be razed to the ground. I wonder where you got this information from, Master. Ing Huan blinked her big eyes and closely examined the mental map. Besides one red dot within the Great Yan Empire, another red dot was located in an unfamiliar area on the map, presumably outside the borders of the Great Yan Empire. By the way, Master, do you know which 2 of the 8 ancestral symbols these are? The Devouring Ancestral Symbol and the Thunderbolt Ancestral Symbol. The one in the Great Yan Empire is the Devouring Ancestral Symbol. Xiao Ming actually knew the locations of the 2 ancestral symbols without the map. However, having the exact coordinates saved some effort. He withdrew his hand after memorizing the specific spatial coordinates. The mental map dissolved back into light and faded away. Let's go. Are we going to get the Devouring Ancestral Symbol now? Ing Huan asked with excitement. She had never seen an ancestral symbol before. No, we'll go somewhere else first. Somewhere else? Is that more important than obtaining an ancestral symbol? Ing Huan felt a bit disappointed. We're just going to meet an old acquaintance of the Great Desolation Tablet. In the Great Yan Empire, Qinyang Town was a small town located near Yan City in Tiandu Province. The town was primarily home to 3 martial families Lin, Lei, and Xia as well as a martial arts school known as the Raging Blade Dojo. The Lin family of Qinyang Town was a branch of the larger Lin clan, one of the 8 major factions in the Great Yan Empire. However, this branch had not yet gained official recognition from the main clan. It was originally founded by Lin Jintian, but its status remained somewhat precarious. The Lin clan had many branches, but only those who were officially recognized during the clan gatherings were considered part of the inner circle. The Lin family of Qinyang Town was once in a period of considerable growth, but then they were crushed and suffered a major setback at the last clan gathering. During that gathering, Lin Xiao, the most promising member of the Lin family, was shockingly defeated in the first round of the competition. While his opponent was the top genius from the main family, the defeat was still a bitter pill to swallow. This loss not only shattered the dreams of the Lin family of Qinyang Town but also left Lin Xiao severely injured, with his internal organs ravaged by his opponent's violent Yuan power. As a result, his cultivation stage plummeted from the heavenly Yuan stage to the earthly Yuan stage. Lin Xiao and his family now lived on a small, desolate hill in the farthest reaches of the Lin family territory. He was once the second strongest heavenly Yuan stage practitioner in the Lin family of Qinyang Town, after the head of the family, Lin Jintian. He had access to almost all the resources second only to the family head. However, after his defeat at the last Lin clan gathering and his fall from the heavenly Yuan stage, he moved out of the Lin family's inner district and took his family to live in seclusion in the mountains. In the early hours of the morning, a dense fog enveloped a desolate hill, shrouding everything in a blurry white haze. Huff, huff. Intense panting sounds suddenly echoed from a dense forest behind the hilltop. If one looked closer at a clearing within the forest, one would spot a small figure hanging from a thick tree trunk. A boy was engaged in a rigorous exercise, repeatedly lifting and lowering his body with the strength of his arms. Every muscle in his body was used in this unusual exercise posture. In addition, he had several hefty iron blocks tied around his arms and ankles, their surfaces soaked with the sweat that permeated through his clothing. Near the clearing's edge stood a young girl, dressed in simple and light-colored attire. Her features were delicate and captivating, her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow. Her long hair was a dazzling silver color that contrasted perfectly with her honey-colored eyes. Although the girl was quite young, her small face was rather elaborate, and her huge eyes glittered, making her look extremely adorable. She watched the boy exercising with her eyes full of vitality. Suddenly, her porcelain-like face turned deathly pale. Thin wisps of visible chilling air began to seep from her body. This caused tiny ice crystals to form on the nearby ground. Oh no, Qing Tan's chilling cold has flared up again. Lin Dong, who was in the middle of his training, felt waves of chilling air and couldn't help but shiver. When he looked up, he saw that Qing Tan was biting her lip, her small body shaking uncontrollably, and her face contorted in pain. The expression on Lin Dong's face turned anxious at this sight. I'll go call father. Lin Dong rushed over to Qing Tan's side. Don't go, Qing Tan quickly grabbed Lin Dong's sleeve when she heard this. Immediately, the chilling air quickly formed a thin layer of frost on his sleeve. It's useless. I can handle it. She had often suffered from this chilling cold since she was young. After a certain period of time, an extremely dense chilling air would explode from within her body. Under the effects of this chill, her insides would be tormented by extreme pain. However, even their father, Lin Xiao, could not find a solution to alleviate her condition. He had once tried to use yuan power to forcefully expel the chilling cold, but in the end, he had to spend nearly half a month in bed to get rid of the chilling cold that had entered his body. Therefore, every time the chilling cold flared up in her body, they could only watch helplessly as Qing Tan suffered while their hearts were cut to pieces inside. Lin Dong ignored Qing Tan's words and quickly ran in a certain direction. Qing Tan, who was in pain, couldn't hold him back and could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the dense forest. A minute later, footsteps were heard in the woods. Qing Tan bore the pain and looked up, but instead of seeing her parents, she saw a young man accompanied by a little girl. Master, this sister seems to be in a lot of pain. Chapter 574. As the little girl spoke, Qing Tan's body trembled violently. This chilling cold flare-up seemed to be more intense than usual. So cold, so cold. Qing Tan was curled up on the ground. Her pale face was tinged with pain. Ice crystals had begun to form in her hair. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted, and a large hand covered her small head. She could only feel a warm flow surging from the palm, and the coldness that had enveloped her body quickly receded under the expulsion of this warmth. Feels so warm. A hint of joy appeared on Qing Tan's face as she squinted her eyes in comfort. She involuntarily hugged the arm, gently moving her small head and even rubbing her soft cheek against the warm palm. Qing Tan. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the dense forest, and another man rushed out abruptly. However, upon seeing the scene before him, his steps halted, and he stood there in astonishment. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s and had a somewhat skinny build. There was a hint of sharpness in his eyebrows, but it seemed as if he had suffered some sort of injury, as his face appeared to be slightly pale, partially hiding this sharpness. Following the man's appearance, Lin Dong and a woman also ran out from the forest. The woman accompanying Lin Dong was dressed simply and appeared to be in her 30s. Her features were delicate, giving off a gentle and soft aura. Qing Tan. The woman couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw this scene. Qing Tan was startled awake, and when she looked up, she saw a handsome young man she had never seen before gazing at her. The young man's hand was being held by her. Immediately, Qing Tan's cheeks blushed slightly, and without thinking much, she quickly got up and ran towards the woman, finally throwing herself into her arms. Mother. The woman carefully examined Qing Tan but did not find any signs of the chilling cold flare-up. She then looked towards Lin Dong. Qing Tan indeed experienced a chilling cold flare-up just now. Lin Dong was also somewhat puzzled at this point. It must have been that young master who helped Qing Tan, the skinny man reasoned, and the family of four approached. The skinny man respectfully cupped his hands and said, "This young master, I am the father of the child, Lin Xiao. My child had a chilling cold flare-up just now. I must thank the young master for being kind enough to lend a hand. May I know how to address young master? No need to mention it, just a small effort. As for my name, I am Xiao Ming. Mr. Xiao. And this young lady is?" Lin Xiao asked, looking at Ing Huan. "My disciple," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. "I see. So, she's Mr. Xiao's beloved disciple. Did Mr. Xiao and his disciple come to visit someone in our Lin family's back hill?" "No, we are here for something unrelated to your Lin family. We'll be on our way." Xiao Ming shook his head and prepared to leave with Ing Huan. As they passed by Lin Dong and his mother, Xiao Ming suddenly paused and fixed a curious gaze on Lin Dong's face. "What's your name?" Ing Huan, who had been following closely, gave Lin Dong a strange look upon hearing this. This kid seemed pretty ordinary, so why would her master suddenly ask for his name? Might there be something special about him? However, upon a closer look, she couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. Lin Dong felt a bit nervous under Xiao Ming's intense gaze and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "My name is Lin Dong. Thanks to Big Brother for saving my sister." Lin Dong. Xiao Ming looked at the boy before him and couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. He had not expected to encounter the child of the plain from the Tianxian continent under such circumstances. Nonetheless, he had no intention of taking any action. He simply nodded and then continued on his way with Ing Huan. Lin Xiao watched as Xiao Ming and Ing Huanhuan disappeared into the mountain mist. The slight smile on his lips faded. He approached Qing Tan and gently patted his daughter's small head, relieved to find that the chilling cold had indeed not flared up. Qing Tan, what did Mr. Xiao do to you earlier? How are you feeling now? Big brother just placed his hand on Qing Tan's head. His hand was very warm, like a stove, but not as hot. Qing Tan liked it very much, it was warm and comfortable, Qing Tan replied candidly. Is that so? Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Such a simple action could suppress Qing Tan's chilling cold, the strength of such a person must be terrifying. The sudden appearance of such a strong figure in the back hills of their Lin family made him wonder whether this was a blessing or a curse. Lin Dong gazed back in the direction where Xiao Ming and Ing Huanhuan had disappeared. His bright eyes held a hint of confusion as he turned to his father. Father, it's a relief that Qing Tan's chilling cold hasn't flared up again. Why do you seem unhappy about it? Moreover, that big brother was willing to save Qing Tan, he seemed like a good person. But why do I feel like you don't like him? You'll understand when you grow up. Lin Xiao patted his son's head gently, not wanting to explain his caution. Although Xiao Ming's arrival was unexpected, he hadn't done anything harmful. In fact, he had helped them. To speak ill of him now seemed inappropriate. But Qing Tan's chilling cold might flare up again, right? Lin Dong muttered. Although Qing Tan wasn't his biological sister, he cared deeply for her. Now that a kind-hearted person who could suppress her chilling cold had appeared, why didn't his father talk more with him? Perhaps they could find a permanent cure for Qing Tan's condition. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he heard his son's words. Humph, that guy actually dared to question Master, even though Master helped them. Ing Huanhuan walked beside Xiao Ming, remembering the recent events and feeling somewhat indignant. That's just human nature, Xiao Ming replied calmly, seemingly not bothered by it. Ing Huanhuan wasn't satisfied with this explanation and continued, and those two kids, they actually called Master Big Brother. They didn't look much older than me. They are putting themselves a generation above me for no reason. Xiao Ming chuckled at her words. Then you should have spoken up at that moment. I didn't react in time, Ing Huanhuan pouted. Xiao Ming didn't comment further and continued walking towards the hilltop. Reaching the end of a stone path in the deeper part of the hill's backside, a precipitous cliff appeared before them. We're here. Xiao Ming scanned his surroundings. His gaze fell on some protruding rocks along the edge of the cliff. These rocks didn't seem remarkable, but they happened to form a hidden path. Carrying Ing Huanhuan, Xiao Ming moved along this rocky path until he reached the bottom of the cliff. Before them appeared a cave hidden beneath several large stones. The cave was very well hidden, with the surrounding protruding rocks providing cover. It would have been almost impossible to notice unless someone was specifically looking for it. Under normal circumstances, no one would engage in such an activity. Xiao Ming leaped into the cave, and a wave of coolness greeted him, contrasting sharply with the outside heat. The inside of the cave was not very spacious. Aside from a stone pool about 2 to 3 meters wide in the center of the cave, nothing was particularly notable. Approaching the stone pool, they saw that it was filled with clear, transparent water. A faint chill hung above the water's surface. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. Ing Huanhuan was set down by Xiao Ming and curiously looked around the cave. Xiao Ming didn't say anything in response but looked up at the ceiling of the cave. He noticed something in a hidden crevice, and with a slight gesture, the object flew into his palm. The object in question was a faintly ash-colored stone piece about the size of 2 fingers put together. When Xiao Ming held it in his hand, it felt oddly soft, not quite like that of a stone. This texture was also unlike jade or wood. It was like stone yet not stone, like jade yet not jade, like wood yet not wood. This object seemed to be some kind of rare item, yet it appeared to have no special qualities at first glance. This is what I was looking for. The second-ranked item on the ancient divine item list, the Ancestral Stone. Chapter 575. The Ancestral Stone. Ing Huanhuan exclaimed in shock, her eyes intently focused on the stone in Xiao Ming's hand. Faintly discernible intricate patterns and mysterious symbols covered every inch of the stone. It was indeed a mysterious stone talisman. This was the Ancestral Stone. But why would such a divine item appear in such a remote and hidden place? If one were to wonder why, Xiao Ming had his speculations. In ancient times, 2 individuals had set their sights on the dimension fetus of this plane. One was the Yimo Emperor, and the other was the Symbol Ancestor. In the distant past, the Yimo Emperor from the Outer Realm and the Symbol Ancestor from the Great Thousand World both discovered the existence of a dimension fetus in the Tianxian continent. Consequently, they each descended onto this plane but employed different methods due to their differing stances. The Symbol Ancestor's approach was gentler, while the Yimo emperor's was more aggressive, seeking to corrupt this plane. To resist the invasion of the Yimo clan, the spirit of the Tian continent gathered the origin power from heaven and earth to form the 8 ancestral symbols. These ancestral symbols possessed formidable restraining abilities against the Yimo. During this time, the symbol ancestor from the Great Thousand World chose to follow the path of heaven and aided the Tian continent in resisting the Yimo invasion. The ancestral stone, ranking second on the ancient divine item list, was created by the symbol ancestor himself under these circumstances. It possessed powerful purifying capabilities against the Yimo. Furthermore, the reason the symbol ancestor created the ancestral stone was to balance the power of the 8 ancestral symbols and use it to counter the Yimo emperor. At the end of the Great World War, the symbol ancestor ignited his reincarnation to seal the Yimo emperor away. This marked the conclusion of the ancient war, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Although the Tian continent emerged victorious, they were unable to completely eradicate the Yimo, resulting in the Second Great World War that followed. After the war, the ancestral stone's spirit fell into a deep slumber due to severe injuries, and its whereabouts became uncertain. The last known holder of the ancestral stone was the young master of the heavenly demonic Marten tribe. Unfortunately, he was pursued by the Yimo due to possessing the ancestral stone, and in the end, only a wisp of his demon spirit remained within the stone talisman. Afterward, the ancestral stone somehow ended up here. Xiao Ming suspected that the appearance of the ancestral stone in such a remote location was likely orchestrated by the plane spirit to cultivate Lin Dong, the child of this plane. In the original story, Lin Dong advanced from the initial tempered body stage to the ancestor stage in just a mere 10 years. This rate of breakthrough was bewildering to anyone who witnessed it. Such a feat couldn't merely be explained by talent alone. If someone were to tell Xiao Ming that the plane spirit did not intervene in any way, he would not believe it. With the ancestral stone casually placed here, Lin Dong would soak in its Ling liquid every few days. This undoubtedly increased his potential to an unimaginable extent without him even realizing it. Of course, it was normal for the plane spirit to employ such tricks. If it failed to cultivate a strong expert, it would inevitably meet a terrible fate in the future. In Xiao Ming's opinion, even though the plane spirit might appear to lack self-awareness, it was, in fact, quite cunning. In the past, the symbol ancestor came to the Tian continent seeking a breakthrough and was misled into confronting the Yimo emperor in a bloody battle, ending up gaining nothing and losing his life in the process. Later on, even during the Second Great World War, although the plane spirit cultivated Lin Dong, it wasn't until the very end, when they were about to lose, that the plane spirit merged with him. From this, it could be seen that the dimension fetus was highly resistant to being refined. It was challenging even for someone like Lin Dong, the child of the plane, and it would be even more challenging for outsiders. The symbol ancestor's tragic fate was a prime example of this. The symbol ancestor's strength at that time was no weaker than Lin Dong's final strength upon entering the ancestor stage. Had he possessed the dimension fetus, the Yimo emperor would have been wiped out long ago, thus avoiding many of the subsequent complications. Moreover, at present, Xiao Ming didn't believe that his arrival on the Tian continent had gone unnoticed by the plane spirit. If the plane spirit were to hand over the dimension fetus to him right now, he could immediately set out to obliterate the Yimo emperor, thus ending the crisis plaguing the Tian continent. However, he had not felt any form of communication or interaction from the plane spirit. If you're going to be wary of me, don't blame me for resorting to some means. I'm determined to obtain the dimension fetus. Xiao Ming's fingers gently caressed the small stone as he muttered to himself. Then, he called out. Desolation, don't you want to come out and greet an old friend? A speck of yellow light condensed and gradually expanded as soon as he finished speaking. The spirit of the Great Desolation tablet slowly emerged. Alas, its injuries are too severe. Its spirit has not yet awakened. The tablet spirit observed the two-finger-sized stone in Xiao Ming's hand and sighed. Suddenly, the tablet spirit seemed to have noticed something. Master, it seems there's a rat inside the ancestral stone. Indeed there is. Inside the ancestral stone that Xiao Ming was holding, a tiny, palm-sized weasel-like creature, snowy white, was trembling at this moment. He was screaming frantically in his mind. Oh my, why would such a powerful figure come to such a remote place? Just a wisp of that spirit's aura is enough to suffocate me, let alone the master himself. Wait, they're talking about a rat, damn it. They can't be talking about me, can they? I'm clearly a heavenly demonic Marten. They must be doing this on purpose. Sob, 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 woe is me, I'm going to die. I haven't even had my revenge yet. Is there still time to go out and beg for mercy? Would they spare me? This little fellow was frantically muttering to himself within the stone talisman. In his mind, he was doing his best to conceal his presence to avoid drawing attention to himself. What he didn't realize, however, was that the erratic mental fluctuations caused by his wild thoughts were what attracted the attention of Xiao Ming and the tablet spirit. So, it's the demon spirit of a heavenly demonic marten. Isn't it beneficial for humans to devour such spirits? Why not let the Huan girl give it a try? Since the demon spirit of this heavenly demonic marten is quite weak, she should be able to handle it, the Great Desolation tablet chuckled. A heavenly demonic marten? Ing Huan's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. The heavenly demonic marten was one of the overlord tribes. If she could devour this spirit, the benefits would not be small. Why is this spirit so heartless? I'm done for. Inside the ancestral stone, the small marten heard the Great Desolation tablet's suggestion and felt as if the world was spinning around him, causing his limbs to go weak. Let it be. There's no real gain in devouring this little demon spirit. Xiao Ming shook his head. Most demonic beasts had no rights in his eyes. He and Ziyan had plundered plenty of magical beasts in the Doqi continent. However, he still chose to spare this small marten. All right then, Ing Huan wasn't too disappointed. She knew that her master was powerful. It would be easy for him to find a demon spirit if she needed one. Huan, you've reached the tempered body 9th layer, haven't you? Desolation will act as your protector while you break through to the earthly Yuan stage. I'll study the structure of the ancestral stone in the meantime. The tempered body 9th layer was an extremely exhausting stage because it required constantly pushing the limits of one's physical body to gradually strengthen it. However, this process of pushing one's limits also squeezed out the potential within the body. If this potential was not replenished afterwards, the body might suffer from overexertion, resulting in injury. Not only would this be a hindrance to cultivation, but the body would also be in a state of constant injury, which would do more harm than good. Therefore, during the tempered body stage, it was essential to consume various nourishing elixirs to supplement the body. In other words, this stage relied heavily on resources, which Xiao Ming had an abundance of. Under Xiao Ming's guidance, Ing Huan's progress had been remarkably fast, and she was now ready for a breakthrough. Neither of them had any objections to his arrangement. Seeing that Ing Huan was starting to break through, Xiao Ming turned his attention away from her and then used his spiritual strength to explore the structure of the ancestral stone. A myriad of profound knowledge echoed in his mind as he comprehended its structure. His understanding of the symbol master profession was also growing rapidly, at a pace that would be difficult for ordinary people to fathom. Chapter 576. Later that evening, Xiao Ming and Ing Huan slowly descended the hill, with the latter's aura still somewhat unstable. Master, why did you put the ancestral stone back again? It's the second-ranked divine item on the ancient divine item list. Are you really just letting it go like that? Ing Huan's face was filled with distress. Such a waste. This master of hers was really too extravagant. If he didn't want it, he could have just given it to her. She wouldn't have minded at all. The ancestral stone places a heavy emphasis on compatibility. If the compatibility isn't high, taking it won't be of much use, Xiao Ming said indifferently. The ancestral stone was of no use to him, and likewise, it wouldn't be of much use to Ing Huan either. Furthermore, he gained a deep understanding of the symbol master profession by studying the ancestral stone, a culmination of the symbol ancestor's thoughts. He could eventually create his own ancestral stone if he so desired. Therefore, he decided to put it back. Ing Huan shook her head in disbelief. Even if their compatibility wasn't high, he could have let someone else try instead of just leaving it behind, right? Wasn't she supposed to be the capricious one here? Why did her master's actions seem even more capricious than hers? Lost in thought but continuing her steps, Ing Huan followed Xiao Ming down from the top of the cliff. By the time they reached the middle of the hill, they had come upon some familiar faces. Big brother, you're coming down the hill. Xiao Ming and Ing Huan heard the call and turned around to see the young boy they had met earlier, Lin Dong. He was wearing training clothes and practicing martial arts with his father, Lin Xiao, while Qing Tan was sitting not far away. Upon noticing Xiao Ming and Ing Huan, the father and son duo stopped their martial arts practice, and Qing Tan quickly ran over to them. Mr. Xiao, did you find what you were looking for? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Fortunately, I did, Xiao Ming replied with a light laugh. In that case, I would like to congratulate Mr. Xiao. By the way, Mr. Xiao, you lent a helping hand this morning, and I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Please, come to my humble abode. I would like to host a small banquet in your honor. Xiao Ming was a bit surprised by the sudden warmth in Lin Xiao's tone. This morning, Lin Xiao had been as cautious as if he were guarding against a thief. Now, he had become so hospitable all of a sudden. In the midst of his surprise, Xiao Ming noticed Lin Xiao glancing at Qing Tan, whose cheeks were flushed, and the happy expression on Lin Dong's face. He had a hint of understanding in his mind. However, he still chose not to accept the invitation. The sky is getting dark, and it might be inconvenient. It's all right. You're welcome to stay at my humble abode, Mr. Xiao, Lin Xiao insisted. Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just say it straight out. Lin Xiao's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Back when he was considered a genius, others used to flatter him. That's why he wasn't very good at dealing with people. He hadn't expected that his ulterior motives would be so transparent and easy to see through. In truth, if he had a choice, he would rather not get involved with Xiao Ming at all. However, he couldn't resist Lin Dong and his wife's heartfelt concern for Qing Tan. Therefore, he had been waiting for Xiao Ming on this inevitable path for quite some time. Lin Xiao cleared his throat to conceal his embarrassment and continued, actually, it's related to our little daughter Qing Tan's constitution. We live in a remote area and have no understanding of her unique constitution. We also don't have the means to treat her condition. That is why I would like to ask Mr. Xiao for some assistance. Qing Tan's constitution. Xiao Ming tilted his head and observed Qing Tan, recalling her background information. Qing Tan originally came from the Great Thousand World. She had arrived on the Tianxian continent as a baby under unknown circumstances and was adopted by the Lin family, where she was named Qing Tan. She possessed an extremely rare and powerful Yin-natured body constitution known as the Terminus Devil Body. This Terminus Devil Body was an extremely dominant Yin-natured constitution that repelled any Yang energy from existing within it. Furthermore, this body constitution continuously absorbed the Yin energy from the world around her. Only after condensing a Yin Dan could she gradually control the Terminus Devil energy within her body. Until then, she would frequently suffer from the backlash of this Yin energy. This was the reason why Qing Tan would periodically experience outbreaks of intense pain caused by a kind of grade 5 Yin energy every now and then. However, if she could master this accumulated demonic Yin energy that had been gathering for over a decade, she would possess an unparalleled foundation for cultivation. Had Xiao Ming not yet risen to power, he would have placed great importance on Qing Tan's constitution and might even have personally intervened to take her under his wing, just as he had done with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin back then. However, Xiao Ming was now more interested in Qing Tan's identity as a person from the Great Thousand World. With Qing Tan by his side, he could directly head towards the Great Thousand Plane without taking any detours. When he had previously wandered through the dimensions with Zhu Kuan and others, he had taken several wrong turns. Of course, having Qing Tan with him or not didn't make a huge difference to him. It would just mean taking a longer route. Lin Xiao, thinking that Xiao Ming's silence was due to a lack of sincerity, bit his lip and continued, after the matter is settled, all of my family's assets can be handed over to Mr. Xiao. It's not a large sum, but I hope Mr. Xiao won't find it too meager. Ing Huan almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Her master had just casually discarded the second-ranked divine item on the ancient divine item list. He didn't even care about such a thing. Would he be interested in your petty wealth? Fortunately, Ing Huan knew the occasion was rather serious, so she restrained herself from laughing out loud, thus avoiding making the situation awkward for both parties. Brother Lin, you've misunderstood. Xiao Ming waved his hand to indicate that he had no such intentions. I was just thinking about the information regarding Qing Tan's special constitution. In fact, it's a top-tier Yin-natured body. The flare-ups of chilling cold are simply due to it not being properly controlled. Lin Xiao and his family were overjoyed to hear this. Lin Dong, who was especially excited, asked, can Big Brother solve this constitution issue? It's not difficult to do so, Xiao Ming explained, even removing this constitution is possible. However, since it's a top-tier constitution, I don't recommend doing that. With the right guidance, Qing Tan could break through to the initial Yuan Dan stage in less than a year. Becoming one of the strongest in this world is only a matter of time. Lin Dong and Lin Xiao were thrilled by this revelation. They had originally thought that Qing Tan's condition was a disease, but they had never imagined that she was such a great genius. What was the concept of breaking through the initial Yuan Dan stage in less than a year? The most talented person they had heard of was Lin Langtian from the main family. He started cultivating at the age of 10, broke through to the tempered body 9th layer at 12, entered the earthly Yuan stage at 14, advanced to the heavenly Yuan stage at 15, and at the age of 20, the Yuan power in his body exchanged Yin and Yang, and finally succeeded in forming a Dan. He leaped like a carp transforming into a dragon, becoming one of the rare few in the great Yan Empire who had ever formed a Yuan Dan before the age of 30. It was this Lin Langtian who had defeated Lin Xiao in a single move at the clan gathering 10 years ago. Yet Qing Tan could achieve such a feat in merely a year, making her many times more talented than him. Even if Mr. Zhao's words were somewhat exaggerated, Qing Tan's constitution was undeniably extraordinary. Xiao Ming was not surprised to see Lin Xiao and his son's keen interest in Qing Tan's potential to reach the initial Yuan Dan stage that quickly. He had mentioned it that way on purpose. Lin Dong had not yet risen to the top, and their perspective was still limited to the small Qingyang town. They didn't have much of a concept of higher cultivation stages. When Qing Tan saw the joyous expressions on the father and son duo, she smiled as well. However, her smile was not for her own happiness. In fact, she didn't particularly enjoy cultivating. She was happy simply because her family was happy. Lin Dong suppressed his excitement and asked, then, can Big Brother take Qing Tan as a disciple? He was quite clever not to ask where Qing Tan could find a master. After all, what would they do if that place was too far away? Instead, he asked directly if Xiao Ming could accept Qing Tan as his disciple. He had a hunch that the extraordinary-looking Big Brother in front of him was an incredibly powerful figure. Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, subconsciously touched the little head of his first disciple beside him. Why does it seem like I came to the Tianxian continent just to accept disciples? Chapter 577. Donger, don't be rude. Lin Xiao quickly pulled his son back after seeing how impulsive he was acting. Accepting disciples was a matter that required careful consideration, even if Qing Tan's talent was truly exceptional. Others might not necessarily agree to take her as a disciple. After all, this Mr. Xiao hadn't shown any intention of taking a disciple before. If they hadn't waited here, he might have just left. Of course, Lin Xiao also had some hope in his heart. If Qing Tan's constitution was indeed as strong as it had been described, then perhaps Mr. Xiao would give it serious consideration. When Ing Huan heard Lin Dong's request, the corner of her mouth twitched. This kid really dares to say it, huh? Then she took another look at Qing Tan and noticed that she was a bit younger than herself. However, her delicate face was already quite refined. Her big, sparkling eyes made her look very sweet and adorable. She suddenly thought that it might not be so bad to have such a junior sister. Alright, one disciple or two makes no difference. I agree to take Qing Tan as my disciple. Xiao Ming looked at the hopeful expressions of Lin Dong and Lin Xiao and thought for a moment before finally agreeing. After all, he had to visit the Palace of Darkness for the sake of the Darkness ancestral symbol. There was a good chance that the Palace of Darkness would be interested in Qing Tan, and their inheritance would save him a lot of time. Besides, Qing Tan could also help him on his way to the Great Thousand. Moreover, he had the Great Desolation Tablet as a labor force to supervise the cultivation of the girls. Therefore, it was practically a win-win situation for him. With this thought, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. The father and son duo were extremely excited, their smiles broadening. He agreed. They hadn't expected that Mr. Xiao would actually agree. Quick, Qing Tan, kneel down and pay your respects to your master. No, let's go back to our home and perform the ceremony there. It seems a bit improper, and it would be disrespectful to Mr. Xiao to do it here. Lin Xiao originally wanted Qing Tan to kneel down and formally accept Xiao Ming as her master on the spot but then thought better of it. There's no need to go through all that trouble. If she wants to accept me as her master, she can do it right here. However, there is something that I need to inform all of you about. I'm going to leave this place soon. If Qing Tan becomes my disciple, she will have to leave with me. Think about it carefully before you make a decision. Xiao Ming waved his hand and then reminded them. Qing Tan was actually quite happy about the prospect of worshipping Xiao Ming as her master. She had a favorable impression of the Big Brother who had saved her before. However, now that she had to leave her home to become his disciple, a look of hesitation appeared on her delicate face as she couldn't bring herself to leave her family. Don't hesitate, Qing Tan. Go ahead and pay your respects to your master. When you get stronger in the future, you can come back and visit us. Lin Dong's voice was full of anxiety as he saw Qing Tan's in action. What was there to hesitate? Once Big Brother left this place, there might not be another chance like this. Qing Tan greets her master. Under Lin Dong's urging, Qing Tan knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Xiao Ming. "HM. You can rise. This is your senior sister." Xiao Ming nodded slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve, Qing Tan was gently lifted to her feet. Then, after thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills and a storage ring and handed them to Qing Tan. "This can be considered a token of my acceptance as your master." The bottle contains 3 medicinal pills, each capable of healing injuries. Inside the storage ring, you'll find some cultivation resources and pocket money, Xiao Ming explained. After that, he glanced at the delighted Lin Dong and Lin Xiao and started walking down the mountain with Ing Huan. "I'll give you some time to say your goodbyes. I'll wait for Qing Tan not far from here." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Lin Xiao bowed deeply to Xiao Ming's retreating figure. Lin Dong followed suit, imitating his father's actions. Thank you, big bro. Oh, no, thank you, Uncle Xiao. He quickly corrected himself. He couldn't call him big brother anymore, as it would mess up the seniority now that Qing Tang had become his disciple. Xiao Ming didn't have to wait long before Qing Tang caught up with him. However, the items he had given her had already disappeared. He didn't need to guess where she had left them. Qing Tang was quite generous, as the gifts he had given her were no ordinary items. The bottle of pills alone could heal injuries below the ancestor stage, and the items in the storage ring, while not extremely valuable to him, were a fortune beyond imagination for smaller families like the Lin family. However, Xiao Ming didn't say anything about it. He appreciated people who valued relationships and loyalty. Let's go. It's time to head to the Great Desolate Province. The Great Wasteland's ancient tablet was the most ancient existence in the entire Great Desolate Province. As for this relic left behind by an ancient sect, most people considered it almost a legend. After all, most of them could not imagine how powerful that ancient sect was. Even though the Great Wasteland's ancient tablet had existed for countless years, no one had been able to break its seal. Even a Nirvana stage practitioner was powerless against this formidable seal. That was ultimately the reason why this Great Wasteland's ancient tablet could continue to remain in Great Desolate Province. It was because no one could break that seal. Moreover, due to the existence of the Great Wasteland's ancient tablet, the Great Desolate Ancient Source was undoubtedly the most famous landmark of the Great Desolate Province and even the Great Yan Empire. Every time the seal of the Great Wasteland ancient tablet weakened, it would attract countless elite practitioners from all over the world. This very day was the moment when the seal of the Great Desolate tablet began to weaken. When Xiao Ming, Ying Huanhuan, and Qing Tan arrived at the edge of the area on a flying eagle they had captured by chance, they stared at the countless figures swarming across the vast plain like an army of ants. From time to time, figures would flash by in the air above. These people were riding various flying mounts and soul treasures. As they passed by, rainbow flashes would appear on the horizon before slicing the enticing blue sky into tiny, beautiful pieces. It's really lively here, Ying Huanhuan said as she looked around at the bustling crowd, visibly excited. Qing Tan, who was experiencing flying for the first time, nodded her small head in agreement next to her. Xiao Ming looked into the distance towards the inner regions of the Great Desolate Ancient Source. In that area, he could faintly sense an extremely obscure yet terrifying aura. Evidently, that was the spot where the Great Wasteland's ancient tablet was located. This Great Desolate sect is quite decent. They can actually give off such an aura. This kind of fluctuation has a sky-sealing effect. Does that mean we need to go down and walk later? Qing Tan blinked her lively eyes and asked. Don't worry, this kind of aura has no effect on the giant eagle, Xiao Ming reassured her. Then he gently patted the giant eagle, causing it to flap its wings vigorously and quickly soar towards the inner regions of the Great Desolate Ancient Source. From the casual release of its aura, one could tell that the giant eagle's strength was actually at the Nirvana stage. An ancient stone tablet, nearly 1,000 meters long, stood silently in the deepest region of the vast plain. A boundless and vicissitude ancient aura emerged from it, as if it was echoing the strength of that ancient sect from the past. There were a few ancient and large symbols carved onto that ancient tablet. They were faintly discernible. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed to be powerful enough to tear apart the heavens was emanating from them. That fluctuation caused one to understand just how tiny one was. That ancient tablet stood right in the vast plains and it looked just like the stairways to heavens. It was harsh yet majestic, ancient yet vicissitude. At this moment, not far from the ancient tablet, the area was already occupied by a sea of people. In the foremost positions were powerful factions from the Great Desolate Province and various regions of the Great Yan Empire. They occupied the best spots, distinctly separated from each other. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, the surrounding air was slowly torn apart before figures slowly emerged. They were emitting a cold, icy aura. They belonged to one of the three major factions of the Great Desolate Province, the Ghastly Puppet Cult. As the Ghastly Puppet Cult group arrived, a big empty circle quickly formed around them. Given their status as a top-tier faction in the Great Desolate Province plus the fact that they were a local tyrant, no faction dared to clash with them in front of the Great Wasteland's ancient tablet. Shortly after their arrival, the other two major factions, the Great Devil Sect and the Martial Alliance, also arrived, causing a minor commotion that quickly subsided. Then, numerous gazes turned towards the Great Wasteland's ancient tablet, waiting for the weakening of the seal. Swish! As countless people waited in anticipation, a splitting wind sound suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. Then, huge patches of glowing shadows flew at low altitudes and high speed, eliciting gasps of surprise. It's the people from the four great clans. As countless pairs of eyes turned in the direction of the noise, they saw streaks of rainbow flashes, barely off the ground, streaking toward them at lightning-like speed before finally reaching the deepest region. Even though one had to withstand immense pressure in order to fly in the deepest region of the great desolate ancient source, a fairly skilled practitioner would still be capable of maintaining flight at a low altitude. However, if one really wanted to soar through the sky, then only a Nirvana stage practitioner or above would be able to accomplish such a feat. The streaks of rainbow flashes arrived swiftly and then divided into 4 groups under the gaze of countless eyes. Each group hovered at a low altitude and consisted of several people. In fact, they are all from the major clans, and those who have arrived are all at the Chi creation stage. The crowd below was astonished, but before they could fully express their admiration, a shadow suddenly covered them. In astonishment, they looked up to the sky, only to see a giant eagle circling high in the sky. A Nirvana stage demonic beast. This sight caused a stir throughout the great wasteland's ancient source. Many people showed horrified expressions on their faces. In the entire Great Yan Empire, only the 5 major clans had Nirvana stage practitioners, and among them, 4 were ordinary Nirvana stage practitioners who had not gone through the Nirvana tribulation. This showed how rare Nirvana stage practitioners were in this region. So why would a Nirvana stage demonic beast appear here? The strongest among these people were only at the Chi creation stage, 2 stages below the Nirvana stage, separated by the Chi manifestation stage. The demonic beast is coming down. A cry of terror rapidly spread, and the entire area around the Great Wasteland's ancient tablets suddenly became chaotic. The massive crowd surged forward, desperately trying to squeeze away from the area. The members of the 4 great clans also quickly landed on the ground and blended into the crowd, fearing they would be targeted. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the demonic beast did not attack the crowd. Instead, it landed in a part of the plain that had been cleared by the fleeing people. Some keen-eyed individuals began to notice that something was amiss. It looks like this giant eagle has an owner. What formidable figure could have subdued such a high-level demonic beast? Many eyes turned to the back of the giant eagle, where 3 figures could actually be seen. These 3 were, of course, the trio of Xiao Ming and his disciples. Qing Tan had never been the center of so much attention before and felt a bit nervous. She clung to Xiao Ming's arm timidly. Ying Huan, on the other hand, remained unfazed by the attention. But seeing her junior sister acting like this, she also hugged Xiao Ming's other arm. With both of his arms held, Xiao Ming, who also did not care about the onlookers and wanted to use his hands to break the seal of the Great Desolate Sect, was left speechless. He had to resort to using his spiritual strength instead. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the giant ancient tablet that stood at the deepest part of the Great Wasteland's ancient source began to slowly release a powerful and awe-inspiring energy shockwave. This energy shockwave was so powerful that it left everyone in awe. Under its influence, the ancient symbols on the tablet, which were initially clear and distinct, began to gradually fade. Buzz! With the disappearance of the last ancient symbol, that large ancient tablet suddenly vibrated violently, before a resplendent cloud-like energy emerged from the giant tablet, and swirled around its surface. As it slowly swirled, it actually transformed into a several hundred meters wide energy swirl. While this energy swirl spun, it directly sucked in all the yuan power of the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the center of that swirl was filled with a dark and cold energy, giving it an extremely mysterious feel. The ancient tablet has opened. Upon witnessing the emergence of the energy swirl, countless shouts of ecstasy suddenly thundered across the vast plains. Numerous pairs of eyes instantly turned blood red, and even their breathing became increasingly ragged. Naturally, the excitement wasn't limited to them alone. Even the members of the 4 great clans, the Great Devil Sect, and the ghastly puppet cult, along with other formidable factions, all had a burning desire in their eyes. However, due to Xiao Ming's presence, no one dared to act rashly. Let's go. Xiao Ming took his 2 disciples and flashed through the air. Then, with lightning-like speed, he dashed towards the energy swirl, completely disregarding the others. When Xiao Ming and the girls disappeared, the next scene that occurred was undoubtedly a mass stampede. A massive crowd surged forward like a swarm of locusts, covering the sky. They then manically rushed towards that energy swirl. There was a deafening silence in this vast and desolate land that stretched endlessly into the distance. The remnants of a seemingly endless ancient sect stood silently, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Suddenly, the space in the sky began to ripple. Then a crack opened in the space, revealing the figures of Xiao Ming and his 2 disciples. This ruin seems to be no smaller than a small-sized empire. This ancient sect might have been even stronger than my Dao sect. I didn't expect the Great Yan Empire to have a relic of such a level. Ying Huan gazed at the ancient remnants with a sense of amazement in her pretty eyes. But this place is too vast. How are we going to find the devouring ancestral symbol? She hadn't forgotten their purpose in coming here. No need to worry. Xiao Ming replied as his eyes settled on a particularly majestic mountain peak. The mountain peak he was focusing on was towering, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, with strange-shaped rocks scattered all around. A terrifyingly dense concentration of yuan power had gathered there, even forming a fog-like substance. I can sense it. The devouring ancestral symbol is right there, Xiao Ming said. After speaking, he took his two disciples and disappeared into the space. When they reappeared, a massive and pitch-black altar slowly came into their view. This altar was ice-cold black as if it was cast from black metal. On top of the altar were many stone pillars that looked rather strange. In the middle of the altar was an exceptionally large black pillar. At the top of the pillar was an ancient symbol array. The symbol array spread outward, connecting practically every stone pillar in the altar, while solemnly taking the center position. The trio's gaze quickly shifted to the central giant black pillar and the symbol array at its center. There, a black ball of light silently hovered, interwoven with numerous dark threads. Upon closer inspection, they could see that at the core of the black ball was an ancient rune that resembled a black hole, silently floating there like a slumbering dragon. Chapter 578. The Devouring Ancestral Symbol. Ing Huanhuan became somewhat excited when she saw the mysterious symbol. Qing Tan, on the other hand, looked at it with curiosity. Before coming here, her senior sister had explained to her what the devouring ancestral symbol was, but she still didn't have a clear concept of it. Xiao Ming took a few steps forward and slowly extended his right hand. At the moment of contact, the previously motionless black ball of light finally showed signs of activity. A faint black light began to emanate from it. At this moment, the numerous black threads within the black ball of light began to wriggle. Then, they rapidly shot out and condensed on the surface of the ball of light. In the blink of an eye, they formed an illusory figure the size of a human head. Without receiving approval, you have no destiny with the symbol. A hollow and ancient voice suddenly emanated from the illusory figure's mouth. Then, it extended its finger and lightly pointed it towards Xiao Ming. Bang, bang. As this finger was pointed, a profound power surged from its fingertip. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to turn into a lifeless gray, as if the robust yuan power within it had been drained of its vitality. The power of death. This illusory figure actually possesses the strength of the profound death stage. Ing Huanhuan exclaimed in shock upon seeing the illusory figure's attack. Even in the Dao sect, someone at the profound death stage could become a high-ranking elder with real authority. Yet, this was merely an illusory figure. Just how strong had this person been in life? Qing Tan tightly clenched her small hand. After the teachings over the past 2 days, she had gained some understanding of the cultivation stages. The profound death stage was a level of power she had never dared to imagine before. Could her master cope with such an opponent? However, when facing the attack from the illusory figure, Xiao Ming merely raised his eyes slightly. Then, a gleam of light formed in his eyes and shot towards the fingertip of the illusory figure. Hiss! The light from his eyes seemed to possess strong adhesive properties. It spread from the fingertip to cover its entire body at an astonishing speed. Eventually, the illusory figure turned into faint light particles, scattering with the wind and vanishing without a trace, leaving a somewhat beautiful scene in its wake. Is it over just like that? Ing Huanhuan couldn't quite catch up with what had just happened. Her gaze was somewhat dazed. She wasn't as worried as Qing Tan about Xiao Ming. After all, the master her father had found for her had to be as strong as him, right? Dealing with a profound death stage opponent should be a breeze for him. However, wasn't the process a bit too simple? Shouldn't it have been more like a grand battle where her master waved his hand in a grand manner, causing the yuan power between heaven and earth to erupt, the sky to crumble, and the earth to split, followed by him slapping this illusory figure to death with a few palm strikes? One look and the opponent died. Wasn't that a little too fast? Although she was somewhat surprised, Ing Huanhuan understood one thing: her master was even stronger than she had imagined. Master is so amazing. Qing Tan's reaction was much simpler. She looked at Xiao Ming with eyes filled with admiration after seeing him easily deal with the illusory figure. This is a soul secret technique I created back then called soul gaze. I've improved it several times, and it's quite powerful. If you like it, I'll teach it to you next time, Xiao Ming said with a smile. This technique had high requirements for the soul, but he had plenty of ways to enhance their spiritual strength. Yay! Yes, please. When they heard that Xiao Ming would teach them this technique, both Qing Tan and Ing Huanhuan nodded eagerly. After Xiao Ming dealt with the illusory figure, the black ball of light gradually began to dissolve layer by layer. As each layer of the black ball of light disintegrated, the ancient symbol that was hidden deep inside, resembling a black hole, was completely exposed in front of their eyes. This ancient symbol hovered silently in front of Xiao Ming. It was not large, only the size of a human skull. Furthermore, this symbol did not have a fixed trajectory, but only wavered from time to time. Regardless of how the symbol wavered, its body slowly swirled like a black hole, while traces of a dominating suction force that could absorb the heavens continuously flowed out, causing the entire space to tremble. It was a black hole created by a heavenly symbol. Tsk, so this is the legendary devouring ancestral symbol. It's truly extremely magical. Moreover, it shares some similarities with the nihility devouring flames characteristics. Xiao Ming turned back to continue examining the devouring ancestral symbol with a curious gaze. Master, what should we do next? Should we take it with us? Huan stepped forward to ask. Take it with us? Nope, Xiao Ming shook his head. Gaining the recognition of an ancestral symbol wasn't just a matter of strength. It also required a heart dedicated to protecting the world. He wasn't sure if he could gain the recognition of the ancestral symbol. What was the point of taking it if it was so problematic? One might say. Because it didn't matter to him. He didn't need the recognition of the symbol. Directly controlling it was the way to go. With that thought, Xiao Ming flipped his palm, and a glimmer of spiritual light appeared in his hand. As soon as the light emerged, it emitted a terrifying wave, causing numerous fine cracks to appear in the surrounding space. With a thought, the spirit streaked towards the devouring ancestral symbol. Hiss. Sensing the approaching spirit, the originally silent devouring ancestral symbol actually began to slowly swirl. Meanwhile, its body began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the ancient symbol directly transformed into a black hole. That black hole was not large, yet it was terrifying beyond words. Even when light was shown within, it instantly disappeared, just like it was being directly swallowed. That object was completely out of this world and it could devour anything. Woo-woo. The devouring power emerging from within that black hole wasn't overly intense, but the yuan power within dozens of miles around it immediately became turbulent. Numerous energies rushed towards it frantically. The explorers in the vicinity mistook it for the emergence of a treasure and swarmed towards the center in ecstasy. However, the spirit remained unaffected, and its body suddenly enlarged, directly swallowing the devouring ancestral symbol. Buzz, buzz. After swallowing the ancestral symbol, symbols would occasionally flash within the spirit, and astonishing energy fluctuations would spread out in all directions. The black altar of unknown material also began to crack. The huge black pillar at the center of the symbol array collapsed immediately, creating ripples that became thicker and more concentrated as time passed. Eventually, these ripples formed a black swirl. Ignoring the appearance of the swirl, Xiao Ming opened his mouth, and the spirit, emitting terrifying waves, turned into a ray of light and went straight into his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, his entire body erupted with a powerful devouring force. Under the influence of this power, numerous gigantic black holes suddenly appeared. The altar quickly crumbled when it came into contact with those black holes. In the end, it was directly devoured by the black holes, and after the altar was devoured, the devouring force did not diminish, but instead spread out, immediately turning the area into a swamp-like place. However, no disturbance could affect anything within a 10-meter radius of Xiao Ming. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes under the concerned gazes of Huan and Qing Tan. Master, how are you? Huan asked anxiously. It's okay, I'm fine. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. During their conversation, an ancient symbol slowly appeared. On the symbol, there was a faint, blurry figure. Surprisingly, the figure bore some resemblance to Xiao Ming himself. This was the symbol spirit. Only after successful refinement would the ancestral symbol spirit take the appearance of its owner. Chapter 579. Success. His two disciples were somewhat elated upon seeing his success. However, they suddenly heard the sound of the air being torn apart. This was followed by several figures landing on the altar. Kid, hand over the treasure you've obtained, or else. The arrogant voice began to speak, but it came to an abrupt halt as the faces of the intruders turned to panic. Shit. Why did we have to run into this guy? The person who spoke was sweating profusely. Or else what? Xiao Ming chuckled. Or else, we'll just leave. The man stuttered in reply, swallowing nervously. Xiao Ming glanced at them without saying anything and turned his gaze towards the vortex. Come out. Your Excellency's perception is indeed keen. An elderly voice echoed in the space as an old man dressed in a black robe with white hair emerged from the vortex. He radiated a mysterious aura. The old man's eyes were devoid of white, possessing only a deep, black hole-like darkness that seemed to devour even the light around them. I am Heian. I have the honor to meet your excellency. Congratulations on obtaining the devouring ancestral symbol. The old man's black pupils locked onto Xiao Ming, and then a voice filled with ancient flavor rang out. His tone was full of politeness. Regarding Heian, Xiao Ming actually wanted to ask him why he had placed a seal on the devouring ancestral symbol. After all, the ancestral symbol's own test was terrifying enough, and anyone who failed it would be instantly annihilated. Apart from someone with his strength, who else could forcefully subdue it? And yet, this Heian still wanted to place an additional seal on it. Fine, let's say it's a test for his successor, but why leave the devouring ancestral symbol outside while hiding himself? If the seal was not forcibly broken, others might still be able to take it away. This operation seemed simply inexplicable. However, since it was not his concern, Xiao Ming refrained from asking and instead said, let's get straight to the point. Since your excellency is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush, Heian said. Your excellency must have sensed the presence under the Great Desolate Sect. That Yimo king? Yes, he attacked my Great Desolate Sect 10,000 years ago. It took all the power of the sect and every means at our disposal to seal him, but now I feel that we cannot suppress him much longer. Therefore, I would like to request your excellency's help in eliminating this Yimo. He's already my target, Xiao Ming said calmly, then flew away with Ing Huan and Qing Tan. Then I am deeply grateful to your excellency. Heian remained floating in the sky. As his voice gradually faded, his figure also began to fade. Fading along with him were those few people who had intended to rob Xiao Ming. Standing above the ruins, Xiao Ming summoned the Great Desolation Tablet and instructed it to look after Ing Huan and Qing Tan. Then he stepped into the sky. The moment he did so, the sky and earth within the space of the ancient tablet trembled violently. The world suddenly lost its color, and the ground shook as a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine, like an ancient spirit awakening from a long slumber, swept across the space. What's happening? Numerous treasure hunters turned pale as they looked at the source of the terrifying aura. Their hearts were filled with confusion and fear. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as massive cracks spread rapidly across the surface. Then, a loud noise echoed, and countless boulders shot up from the ground, hurtling towards the surroundings. Amidst this barrage of flying rocks, a gigantic figure emerged from the underground. Its blood-red wings flapped, creating a storm of wind and flying debris. A mysterious skeletal figure sat on its back. There shall be no mercy for the invaders of the sect. The mysterious skeletal figure riding the beast had red glows flickering in its eye sockets. An unusually hoarse voice slowly emerged from its mouth. This must be the Protector and the Protector Beast, right? Xiao Ming guessed as he saw the skeletal figure charging towards him. He waved his hand to stop it, then turned his attention to the ground below. At some point, thin wisps of black mist had begun to seep from the cracks in the ground below. However, nothing else happened. I've already broken your seal, and yet you can still endure it. Xiao Ming chuckled. In the sky, countless flames appeared seemingly out of nowhere. These flames came in various colors, presenting a rainbow-like appearance that enveloped the entire space. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless fireballs poured down from the sky, landing on the ground below. Black symbols flickered within the flames. The demonic chi that had originally permeated the air was also purged at an astonishing speed under the sweep of these flames. Humph. At this moment, a torrent of evil demonic chi surged up from the depths of the ground like an evil dragon. Amidst the spreading demonic chi, it seemed as if a figure was slowly emerging. In this space, quite a few people were searching for treasures. However, they were momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden changes. When they regained their senses and saw the devil figure within the misty sky, their faces filled with horror. What is that thing? Such a strong aura. That great figure is facing that monster. We must run. People fled in a frenzy, trying to get away from the battlefield. The two individuals above paid no attention to the fleeing crowd. Xiao Ming's gaze fixed on the spot where the demonic chi was swirling. The figure inside became clearer and clearer. Finally, it emerged from the black mist. As the figure stepped out of the black mist, a sinister expression appeared on its pale yet handsome face, accompanied by a cold, mocking laugh. Kiki. This king was able to break free thanks to you. However, the previous controller of the devouring ancestral symbol died at my hands. And today, as the current controller, you will suffer the same fate. Who gave you such confidence? Xiao Ming gave him a strange look. It seemed like these Yimo weren't very bright. The multicolored flames in the sky converged into a giant hand that reached down. A surge of power locked onto the figure below. The ninth seat king of the devil prison was only a second calamity reincarnation stage true King Yimo, yet he dared to speak so boldly. The ninth seat king let out a cold laugh. Then he clenched his hand before the countless devil corpses piled up beneath him. Eventually, their bodies were eroded before transforming into a huge black-bone sword. At the same time, an evil demonic chi continuously surged from it. Holding the black-bone sword, the ninth seat king moved swiftly and appeared in a phantom-like fashion in front of the giant multicolored hand. You think possessing the devouring ancestral symbol makes you strong enough to kill me? You think you are, this aura? Impossible. How can you be this strong? As soon as they made contact, his expression changed drastically, and a rare look of fear appeared in his demonic eyes. He then jumped up and tried to escape through the space, but it was in vain as a hand grabbed him tightly. Then, with a light squeeze. Ah, no. The ninth seat king let out a piercing scream as his body exploded, spilling devil blood and turning the ground sticky and disgusting. As the devil blood seeped into the ground, one could vaguely see a demonic light trying to tunnel into the ground. You can't escape from me. Xiao Ming's indifferent voice sounded at this moment. Then he waved his hand before a multicolored light suddenly erupted. The light then transformed into a light barrier and enveloped that faint black light. Sizzle sizzle. After the black light was enveloped by the multicolored light, a white mist instantly rose from within that black light. Then, a piercing, miserable screech quickly followed. As the light slowly receded, a palm-sized devil figure could be seen floating in it. The fear-filled face was unmistakably that of the ninth seat king. Chapter 580. The ninth seat king had lost all of his former majesty and ferocity at this moment. Xiao Ming gazed at this ninth seat king enveloped in the emperor flame and couldn't help but be amazed. Compared to the natives of the Tianxian continent, the life force of these Yimo was terrifyingly tenacious. Although Xiao Ming held back, the Yimo managed to survive his previous attack. Moreover, this ninth seat king had been severely wounded, and his devil body had been destroyed. However, if he managed to escape, it was likely that he would gradually recover in 100 years. In contrast, the strong individuals of the Tianxian continent might not have such an easy time surviving. Furthermore, among the fiend clans, the Yimo tribe was considered to be middle-ranking at best. There was indeed something extraordinary about these fiend clans. You can't kill this king. The ninth seat king's expression turned very ugly. Although he had an extremely tenacious life force, he felt a strong sense of dread in the face of Xiao Ming. He did not believe he had any chance of survival under Xiao Ming's hands and could only resort to useless bluster. I'm not going to kill you, Xiao Ming smiled and, without waiting for the ninth seat king to show a relieved expression, he took out the Yimo king he had obtained from the Dao sect and threw the ninth seat king inside. The ninth seat king roared in anger as soon as he was thrown in. Ah! It's you! Have you gone mad? You actually want to devour this king? No one responded to the ninth seat king. Hiss, hiss. Hissing sounds accompanied by screams filled the air, which soon faded away, leaving only the sound of chewing. Shortly after, the demonic bead in Xiao Ming's hand surged in strength, reaching the peak of the second calamity reincarnation stage. Buzz! As the strength of the demonic bead surged, it flickered as if it wanted to escape. However, Xiao Ming just let out a cold snort, and it instantly froze in place. Ah! What kind of evil method did you use to compel me to devour my own kind? The Yimo king inside the demonic bead roared furiously, realizing too late what had happened. I don't have an obligation to answer you. Xiao Ming ignored him. His gaze seemed to pierce through space as he looked into the distance. However, your next big meal is about to arrive. What? This was a field of darkness, completely devoid of light. An inexhaustible evil permeated the darkness, an evil that didn't belong to this world. Amidst the darkness, a couple of blood-red lamps glowed faintly. These lamps were as thin as bones, emitting an endless demonic chi as they burned slowly. One of the blood lamps suddenly flickered, and the evil flame it emitted gradually weakened before vanishing completely. Hum. As the lamp extinguished, a ripple emanated from deep within the darkness. Within the darkness, several black figures could be vaguely discerned. The ninth has been killed. A raspy voice echoed from within the darkness. Dead? Ha, what an unlucky fellow. He said he was going to deal with the previous owner of the devouring ancestral symbol back then. In the end, all communication was lost. However, since his blood lamp was still present, he should have only been sealed. Why has he suddenly been killed? Another eerie voice sounded. He likely encountered a formidable foe. The ninth also possessed the Devil Emperor armor. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to exterminate him. We have been searching for his location all these years but did not receive any response. It seems that the owner of the devouring ancestral symbol back then did possess some ability. According to reports from the Yuan Gate, a powerful figure above the ordinary reincarnation stage has recently appeared in the East Xian region. He reclaimed the Great Desolate Tablet and even took the Dao sect girl, believed to be the reincarnation of the Ice Master, as his disciple. He doesn't seem ordinary. Perhaps this could be the work of that powerful figure. Considering what you just said, should we call Tian Ming back? I sent him out to investigate the situation last time, but if he really encounters that figure, given Tian Ming's strength, he might not stand a chance. In that case, let's have him return. Before the sentence could be completed, another blood lamp suddenly flickered, and the evil flame it emitted was instantly extinguished. After a moment of silence, an angry voice echoed in the darkness. Damn it! Tian Ming is dead too. What on earth is happening? A few minutes earlier. Great Wasteland's ancient tablet. Right after Xiao Ming spoke, a massive black crack tore open the sky. Viscous black demonic chi surged out like a flood from within the enormous black crack. This black demonic chi erupted into a deafening, searing sound upon contact with the world below. The Yuan power that had previously filled the air dissipated completely in the face of this viscous black demonic chi. At this moment, a terrifying and indescribable aura slowly emanated from within the crack. Countless fleeing individuals could only tremble in fear under the pressure of this aura. Their legs gave way and forced them to kneel on the ground. Gulp, gulp. Monstrous like viscous black chi surged like a torrent. After which, a huge black throne slowly formed in the sky in front of countless pairs of eyes. A human figure had unknowingly appeared on the throne as it was taking shape. This figure was clad in a purple robe and resembled a human, but behind him stretched a pair of ferocious demon wings. His demon wings revealed a purple-gold luster and there seemed to be an extermination-like ripple being emitted from it as it was extended. He had a purple pair of eyes. However, one was unable to see any emotions within them. They appeared as though they belonged to the Grim Reaper itself. Kakik, Lord Ninth Seat King, I sensed your presence from afar. Over these years, you. As soon as Tian Ming, better known as King Tian Ming, appeared, he began to speak while laughing strangely. However, as he scanned the surroundings, he realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Where was the Ninth Seat King? He had sensed him just moments ago, but now there was nothing. Wait a minute, isn't that person holding a demonic bead made from their Yimo tribe members? Hiss, there are 2 true king rank auras on it. As his gaze landed on Xiao Ming, King Tianming's pupils contracted. Unlike the Ninth Seat King, he didn't waste any words. In a split second, he clenched his teeth and changed his hand seals. Densely packed purple gold demonic symbols abruptly surfaced on his body as an extremely wild and fierce fluctuation spread. Bang! King Tianming's body suddenly exploded, and terrifying demonic chi transformed into a 30,000-meter giant wave that swept outwards, causing space itself to crumble wherever it passed. King Tianming had chosen to self-destruct his devil body. Buzz! A multicolored light pillar, large enough to fill the sky, appeared and shot upwards, countering the monstrous demonic wave. CHCH. As the demonic waves were pushed back, black chi suddenly gathered at the spot where King Tianming had self-destructed, forming a black heart covered with purple gold light patterns. This heart began to flee the moment it appeared. You are much smarter than that Ninth Seat King. However, just as the heart was about to escape amidst the chaos, Xiao Ming's laughter echoed. Space distorted as a white figure appeared in front of the heart, grasping it tightly. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid that my tribe will ensure you never have a chance to reincarnate? The black heart covered with purple gold light symbols beat rapidly. King Tianming's face appeared on the heart as he cried out in a threatening voice. You'll need the ability to do that first now. Tell me, why would a king rank Yimo appear in such a remote area? You can give up hope. I won't tell you. In that case, don't blame me. Moments later, Xiao Ming threw King Tianming into the demonic bead in his hand and muttered, Yuan Gate. Devil Prison. Let's deal with the Yuan Gate first. Chapter 581. Xiao Ming waved his sleeve and stored away the demonic bead that had gained a little bit more of strength. At this moment, numerous figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These illusory figures all deeply bowed to Xiao Ming. The elderly man Heian stood at the forefront of the group, wearing an expression of joy. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We have no means of repaying this huge favor of yours. All we can do is to express our sincere gratitude. Hovering in the sky, the bodies of Heian and the rest gradually began to dissipate. Suddenly, some mysterious spots of light were formed. Subsequently, those spots of light drifted towards Xiao Ming. The sky was filled with slowly drifting specks of light, as though the entire place had turned slightly dreamy. The unique reincarnation ripple pulsed, causing one's eyes to become rather dazed. Xiao Ming extended his hand and gently touched those spots of light, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Were these reincarnation essences? These reincarnation essences were left behind by the countless powerful ancestors of the Great Desolate Sect. Although they had died, all of them continued to guard their sect. Now that the culprit who had destroyed their sect had been killed, they were finally able to put down the unwavering persistence in their hearts. These wills began to disappear, leaving behind their comprehension towards reincarnation. Having said that, such things were of no use to Xiao Ming himself. Of course, he wasn't going to waste it. He flipped his palm, and a bottle resembling a black hole appeared in his right hand. The brilliant specks of light in the sky continued to pour into the bottle, and in the end, all of them entered the bottle. Yuan Gate was the leading faction in the East Xian region. They held sway over the region's martial world. They were known for their domineering behavior, yet they served as a formidable force against the Western Xian region. This made many factions in the East Xian region extremely wary of them. Even the location of the mountain gate of the dominant Yuan Gate had always been unique among the various sections. Today, however, the atmosphere was tense. It was as if a storm was brewing. Not long ago, Yuan Gate had suffered heavy losses in the Great Sect competition, with 2 of their 3 little kings dead and 1 injured. And now, the very person responsible for these events, the elder senior sister of the Sky Hall of the Tao sect, had come knocking on their door. 100 miles from Yuan Gate. On the mountaintop, patrols were continuously scanning their surroundings with their sharp eyes. Occasionally, there would be some people scuttling around and checking on other places. What is that? Time passed by. Suddenly, someone let out an exclamation. The people around him immediately lifted their heads to take a look, only to see a bright light illuminating the distant sky. Within that surging light was a figure. Oh no! Send the signal. The patrol's expressions changed drastically while horror surged into their eyes. Immediately, a sharp screech was emitted from their lips. Swoosh! A fiery red light shot out from their hands and burst into the sky, visible even from 100 miles away. As the signal flared up, the light on the horizon rapidly approached them. It was then that they finally identified the person within the light, and their expressions turned to horror. It was none other than Wang Jia, the elder senior sister of the Tao Sect's Sky Hall, a figure on their Yuan Sect's wanted list. She was viciously staring at them with an intense hatred in her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation or wasted words, a relentless barrage of attacks whizzed down from the sky and instantly razed the entire mountain peak to the ground. With the mountain peak flattened, the figure in the sky didn't pause for a moment and headed straight for the distant Yuan Sect's main gate. Many curious onlookers who had been attracted by the commotion followed suit. Upon arriving at Yuan Gate, Wang Jia encountered resistance from numerous elite disciples and elders of Yuan Gate. Many of these disciples brandished their weapons and formed a formidable defense formation, exuding an extremely imposing aura. However, the elder senior sister showed no fear and shouted, "Yuan Sect, hand over the murderer who killed my parents, Li Lei. And release my younger brother, Wang Yan. Otherwise, either the fish dies or the net splits today." Many of the onlookers who had been secretly following her were surprised. They now understood why this Tao Sect genius had stormed into the Yuan Gate. It was because her family members had either been captured or killed. Huh. This event seemed strangely familiar, didn't it? Wang Jia, do you have any evidence to prove that your family was harmed by my Yuan Gate? Attacking Yuan Gate without any proof is undermining the alliance between my Yuan Gate and Tao Sect. A man with a strange aura stepped out from Yuan Gate and calmly said. Li Lei. Wang Jia's eyes blazed with barely concealed anger when she saw this man. He was the only surviving little king among the 3 little kings of this generation. You actually dare to come out and still claim it wasn't you. Prepare to die. Wang Jia swung her sword horizontally and slashed directly at Li Lei's head. Humph. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Do you think you're the only one who has reached the profound life stage? I'm not the same as before. Li Lei sneered coldly. Rumble. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and a faint rumble of thunder could be heard. Then, Li Lei activated his martial arts. In an instant, an endless lightning glow appeared in his hand. With a single step forward, the resplendent lightning glow fluctuated wildly, transforming into a lightning lion head on his fist that raised its head and roared at the skies. The thundering lion fist, one of the martial arts from the 3 great divine codes of the Yuan Gate, was unleashed. Li Lei's fist rumbled forth, immediately causing a deep lion's roar and the sound of thunder to spread outwards from his fist. A lighting glow fluctuation that was visible to the naked eye swept forward, causing the ground to instantly crack into a web-like network of fissures. The ferocious lightning lion was rapidly expanding and about to engulf elder senior sister completely. However, the lightning was split in two with a flash of sword light. No, impossible, you've actually reached the advanced profound life stage. Li Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as his words began to falter. As he uttered his last words, his body was also split in half, creating a gruesomely bloody scene. Audacious. At the moment of Li Lei's death, a surge of overwhelming aura burst forth like a storm from within Yuan Gate. 10 figures rushed out from a distance, and a roar filled with murderous intent thundered through the air. How dare you, ruthless and vicious witch! You brazenly intruded into my Yuan Gate for no reason and killed our disciples. There will be no escape for you today. 10 elderly figures with grim faces finally appeared in the sky. They all unleashed their auras to the fullest, revealing themselves as powerful advanced profound life stage practitioners. Their energy fluctuations caused the Yuan power of the world to boil, and waves of oppressive Yuan power emanated from them, enveloping the area. They deserved to die. Since I dared to come, do you really think I would be afraid of you? The elder senior sister also unleashed her aura, confronting them head-on and surprisingly holding her ground without faltering. The entire Yuan Gate fell eerily silent due to the standoff in the sky. Spectators from afar watched the fierce confrontation with fiery eyes. Such grand spectacles were truly rare. Attack! The leading elder's voice turned cold as he waved his sleeve. His command, filled with intense murderous intent and impatience, quickly spread across the sky. Boom! A vast and mighty Yuan power erupted from their bodies in response to his command. Their figures immediately rushed towards Wang Jie on the other side. Wang Jie narrowed her eyes, then stirred the multicolored flames within her dantian. Her aura instantly soared as she met their advance. The surge of Yuan power collided with each other in the sky. A terrifying fluctuation that could make one's scalp tingle quickly spread out with a sound that was like thunder rolling down from the sky. Chapter 582. A dazzling sword light pierced the sky. One of the Yuan Gate elders was too slow to dodge it in time. He was pierced by the sword light and his blood splashed into the air. The multicolored flames swept across the sky. The skin of one of the elders was inadvertently touched by the sparks and immediately burst into flames like a piece of firewood doused in gasoline. His agonizing screams could be heard throughout the entire area. The remaining elders witnessed this horrifying scene with grave expressions and twitching eyes. None of them had a single piece of clothing left intact at this point. The girl before them was utterly terrifying. Even Zhou Tong, the genius from the Dao sect who had attacked their Yuan Gate in the past, couldn't have killed two of their elders so swiftly. What method had this Wang Jie used to raise her aura to this level? It seemed as though she had reached the perfect profound life stage. Their inability to subdue her after such a prolonged battle made them feel embarrassed. Furthermore, they were under the scrutiny of countless onlookers. If word spread that 10 of them had joined forces but couldn't even make her budge and had instead lost 2 members, where would they put their faces in the future? Heaven covering Yuan array. One of them let out a deep voice filled with anger. Immediately, the remaining 7 elders started a series of profound footwork. Their surging Yuan power converged to form a light pillar, which suddenly shot out and transformed into a light array, enveloping them within. Boom, boom. The immense fluctuations of Yuan power erupted fiercely from within the light array. Being an array created by the combined strength of 8 advanced profound life stage practitioners, its might was obviously rather terrifying. The fluctuations that radiated from it caused many of the onlooking experts to change their expressions. That's the Yuan Gate's heaven-covering Yuan array. It can temporarily transfer another's Yuan power to oneself. Although the one bearing the transferred Yuan power will suffer injuries afterward, their strength will reach an astonishing level in that short period. It seems the elder senior sister of Dao's sect is in trouble, a strong practitioner said as he watched the scene with a slightly narrowed gaze. Heaven subduing seal. Bang! The immense Yuan power surged forth like a torrent at this moment. It quickly transformed into a massive 1,000-meter light seal in the sky. Even the ground below trembled a little as ripples emanated from the surface of the seal. Swoosh! The light seal was formed, and without the slightest trace of stopping, it whizzed out with a bright and resplendent light tail akin to a comet, and rumbled towards Wang Jie under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers. Wang Jie watched the massive light seal hurtling towards her. She slowly clenched her slender hands. The multicolored flames swept over her and then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, they transformed into a pair of colossal multicolored flame swords that were 1,000 meters large. The multicolored flame swords swept out as soon as they condensed. After which, they seemed to tear through space and viciously struck the massive light seal under those many pairs of eyes. Crack! Everyone could see that cracks suddenly appeared on the massive light seal. Then, with a loud cracking sound echoing through the air, the combined full-strength attack of the 8 profound life stage practitioners explosively shattered into pieces. Ugh! A muffled grunt escaped the throats of the 8 elders as the light seal shattered. Soon, a pallor spread across their faces, and a glint of fear finally flickered in their eyes. Suddenly, another Yuan Gate elder accidentally came into contact with a few sparks of the multicolored flame. He screamed in agony as he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Truly a bunch of useless people. A muttered voice came from the darkness as a figure slowly extended his 5 fingers towards Wang Jie. Boom! 5 light pillars explosively shot out of them. These light pillars howled and merged to form a prison that trapped her within. Faintly, extremely strange fluctuations radiated out in a barely discernible manner. They seemed to have the flavor of reincarnation, causing one to be unable to oppose them. Wang Jie was taken aback and summoned her multicolored swords one more time in an attempt to break through the spatial prison. However, her efforts only caused ripples in the space without achieving any significant effect. Don't waste your effort. I don't know where you got your opportunity, but even though this flame is indeed terrifying, there's too much difference in our strength. Even if you have this flame, it's useless. Moreover, this flame is limited for you, isn't it? How many more times can you use it? The space in front of the Yuan Gate elders suddenly twisted as a faint chuckle echoed. Then, a terrifying figure stepped out of the distorted space. The figure wore a purple and gold robe and had a full head of silver hair. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, his skin was as fair as a baby, a sight that felt somewhat weird. Ren Yuanzi. I didn't expect him to make a move. Alas, it looks like the Dao sect's genius can't escape this time. These people were strong practitioners in the East Xian region, and many of them had encountered him before. As Ren Yuanzi lightly clenched his hand, the Yuan power in the area instantly converged at an astonishing speed before finally transforming into a giant crystal finger several hundred meters large. Terrifying energy fluctuations twined around the giant finger. These energy fluctuations were not purely composed of Yuan power, they also contained a concentrated life force, and under this life force, flowed the extremely astonishingly destructive death qi. These two entirely different kinds of frightening energies were perfectly fused at this instant. At their fusion, there were faint traces of reincarnation fluctuations that radiated out. Although these slivers of reincarnation flavor were extremely faint, they gave off the feeling of controlling the myriad of living beings across the world. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, the gigantic crystal finger held out like a mountain emerging into the sky. Then, it directly rushed towards Wang Jie amidst the countless shocked gazes. Kill my Yuan Gate's disciple, and you'll pay with blood. Wang Jie struggled with all her might, but her efforts were in vain. Just as she was about to be struck, a crack in space appeared in front of her. A slender and fair hand extended from it, and with a flick of its fingers, an invisible ripple was released, directly dissipating the giant crystal finger. Ren Yuanzi, you've gone too far. A man in a gray-white robe walked out from the spatial crack. Xuanzi, the leader of the Dao sect, has also shown up. Countless eyes turned to the figure that had appeared in the sky, and a wave of astonished murmurs erupted. Excitement immediately swept through the crowd. A confrontation between such big figures was not something that one could witness every day. Some speculated that a war between the Dao sect and Yuan Gate might break out in the coming days. Humph. Have I gone too far? What about her killing my Yuan Gate disciple? Is that not excessive? Ren Yuanzi looked at Xuanzi, narrowing his eyes slightly before saying lightly. You better not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, my Yuan Gate won't let it go easily. There was a hint of threat in his voice. He understood Xuanzi quite well. The latter was always cautious and prudent, and he usually tried to avoid conflicts like this between sects. Even during the incident with Zhou Tong, where he lost a beloved disciple, Xuanzi had finally suppressed the calls for war within the sect. Therefore, Ren Yuanzi believed that this time, Xuanzi would choose to sacrifice Wang Jie. Indeed, as soon as Ren Yuanzi uttered these words, Xuanzi furrowed his brows and remained silent as if he had nothing more to say. Whoosh! Ren Yuanzi smiled faintly upon seeing Xuanzi's reaction. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan power transformed into a large black and white hand that reached directly for Wang Jie. Xuanzi's eyes darkened as he glared at the smiling Ren Yuanzi. He was about to take action when a voice echoed through the area. What a grand spectacle! The black and white hand disintegrated into nothingness as 3 figures appeared in the sky. Ren Yuanzi looked towards the source of the voice, his brows furrowing. Who are you, sir? This is a private matter between Yuan Gate and Dao sect. Please refrain from interfering. Ing Xuanzi's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomers, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Ming nodded slightly towards Ing Xuanzi before shifting his gaze to Ren Yuanzi. No need for introductions. I came to your Yuan Gate today for one thing. Ren Yuanzi felt an ominous feeling in his heart as he watched Ing Xuanzi's reaction. What is it? To annihilate your sect. Chapter 583. Ren Yuanzi's expression changed when he heard those words, and his gaze became uncertain. For a moment, he seemed to be at a loss for words. Anyone who dared to talk about annihilating his Yuan Gate must be either a fool or an unparalleled expert. However, he couldn't gauge the strength of the person in front of him. Haha, today's incident may indeed be the fault of our Yuan Gate. The matter of the three elders will not be pursued further. As for the compensation for Wang Jia, that still needs to be discussed. How about your excellency withdrawing for now? A faint laugh suddenly sounded in the sky as Ren Yuanzi's face changed. After which, everyone saw the space in the sky distort again as two figures slowly appeared. One of the two figures was wearing a black robe. His long black hair was scattered behind him. The hands that were coming out of his sleeves looked pale, but his face was extremely soft like jade. His two eyes were like stars and seemed to have the power to see through life and death. The person next to him was wearing a white robe. His skin was pale, and he looked quite ordinary. However, his eyes revealed both black and white, appearing like intertwining yin and yang, a sight that was filled with mystery. When these two figures appeared, everyone could clearly sense that the space around them was intensely distorted. It was evident that they were not ordinary individuals. Tian Yuanzi, Di Yuanzi, the three Yuan Gate leaders have all appeared. Countless gasps and astonished voices suddenly erupted in the area below. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. These pinnacle experts of the East Xian region, who were usually as elusive as dragons, had actually appeared one after the other today. Xiao Ming looked at them and praised them mildly, recognizing one's mistakes is indeed commendable. However, my intention to annihilate Yuan Gate has nothing to do with others. Do you know someone known as King Tianming? We don't, Ren Yuanzi shook his head firmly. The affairs of my East Xian region will be handled by our East Xian region's practitioners. Your Excellency's interference is excessive. Even if you bring up a so-called King Tianming, it's still not acceptable. Very well then. Xiao Ming looked at the three individuals in the sky. He waved his sleeve, and a ray of golden light shot out. The golden light then turned into a golden lightning in front of him. Not acknowledging him is no excuse to spare human traitors like you. There was no astonishing fluctuation when the golden lightning shot out. However, Ren Yuanzi's pupils suddenly contracted at this moment. He felt an extreme sense of danger welling up within his heart. The three leaders of Yuan Gate were obviously not going to just sit back and wait for their deaths. They all released the Yuan power in their bodies. Their hands reached out and unleashed powerful attacks that were enveloped in a faint aura of reincarnation. The three of them were surprisingly all Samsara stage practitioners. Unfortunately, their Yuan power had just begun to condense when it was shattered by the golden lightning. In just a brief moment of confrontation, the three figures were directly sent flying backwards. Grog. The three of them managed to stabilize themselves, but their gazes at Xiao Ming were filled with shock and horror. Each of them spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Their aura appeared to be significantly weakened. These are the three leaders of Yuan Gate, the strongest among the experts in the East Xian region. They could sweep through the entire region when they joined forces. And yet, they were defeated by a single move. He must be a figure standing at the pinnacle of the world. Otherwise, how else could he be this strong? With such a figure present, who would dare to provoke the Dao sect? What stage is this person really in? He defeated the three leaders of Yuan Gate with a single move. The aura of those three leaders seemed to be somewhat like the Samsara stage. Therefore, even those at the Samsara stage might not be able to do that. Could it be that this person is above the Samsara stage? More and more strong practitioners gathered outside Yuan Gate, buzzing with discussion. The defeat of the three leaders of Yuan Gate with a single move was beyond anyone's expectation. Even if they didn't die, they were now severely injured. While they could imagine that Xiao Ming was strong, they didn't expect him to be this powerful. This guy must be at least a second calamity reincarnation stage practitioner. Tian Yuanzi looked at Xiao Ming with deep fear in his eyes. They had been utterly powerless against the other party's attack just now. Today will not end well. We cannot hold back any longer. Release that guy and let's deal with him together. Di Yuanzi lightly waved his sleeve as soon as these words were spoken. The space around him quickly became distorted, and black fog surged. A blurry figure seemed to be walking out from within the distorted space. Their actions naturally did not go unnoticed by Xiao Ming and the others. They sensed an extremely strange fluctuation coming from that distorted space. Sha sha. A foot slowly emerged from within that distorted space, and the black fog surrounding it gradually faded, revealing a skinny figure. The figure was wearing a black robe, and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. This fluctuation, it's the spatial ancestral symbol. Xiao Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Ing Huan and Qing Tan beside him were shocked when they heard these three words. Swoosh. However, before they could say anything, the skinny figure silently and mysteriously appeared before their master. The space in front of the skinny figure became greatly distorted as he waved his hand. It seemed as if the formless space under his palm had solidified. Xiao Ming's gaze remained unchanged as he flicked his finger. In an instant, a powerful force sent the figure flying. However, the figure seemed to be completely unharmed. He stepped into the air once more and mysteriously reappeared in front of Xiao Ming. This time, the figure pointed his finger. His fingertip seemed to pierce through space, heading straight for Xiao Ming's forehead. His technique was extremely ruthless. The silver glowing fingertip seemed to be as sharp as a sword. However, this sharp attack stopped a mere meter away from Xiao Ming. At the same time, the skinny figure remained suspended in midair, unable to advance or retreat. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the air, lifting the hood of the figure's cloak. Under the hood, a handsome yet deathly pale young face was faintly visible. Wait, don't make a move. A hurried voice suddenly came from the sky behind them. Ing Xuanzi rushed over with an extremely pale face. The latter pointed his trembling finger at the figure while disbelief filled his eyes. You, Zhou Tong, you're still alive. How is this possible? Ing Xuanzi's voice was full of disbelief. Ing Huan and Wang Jie below were both shocked upon hearing this. The person before them was actually Zhou Tong, the most outstanding disciple of the Dao sect 100 years ago. He was once a prodigy of the Desolate Hall who had comprehended the Great Desolation scripture. It's actually Zhou Tong. How can this be? Wasn't it said that Zhou Tong had died at the hands of Yuan Gate a long time ago? Yuan Gate clearly turned him into a puppet and spread false information, but this is too much. Although Zhou Tong was disrespectful to Yuan Gate, as forces within the East Xian region, killing him was already excessive, let alone turning him into a puppet. The strong practitioners outside Yuan Gate continued their discussions. These experts had come from various places, and witnessing this scene left them with unpleasant expressions. Zhou Tong's situation back then was quite similar to today's incident with Wang Jie. Everyone knew that it was probably Yuan Gate who had acted underhandedly and forced Zhou Tong to attack them. However, since the Dao sect couldn't provide any evidence and Zhou Tong was killed in the attack, there was little they could do. But if killing was already too much, turning him into a puppet was an entirely different matter. Yuan Gate had shed its image as the leading righteous faction in the East Xian region. If Yuan Gate could righteously eliminate a Dao sect genius like Zhou Tong, couldn't they use the same method against the geniuses of their own sect? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's skin crawl. Ing Xuanzi was trembling continuously, while the expression in his eyes was rapidly changing. Clearly, the emotions in his heart were far too intense. It seemed like the current scene had had a huge impact on him. Zhou Tong looked at Ing Xuanzi like this. A gentle breeze blew over, causing his long hair to drift. After which, tears began to fall on his handsome face as his body shook violently. It looked like he was struggling against something. Finally, an extremely hoarse and indistinct voice came out of his mouth. Mas, Ter. His hoarse voice was filled with endless despair. Ing Xuanzi's body stiffened. He stared at the struggling Zhou Tong, and in the next instant, he turned his fierce gaze to Tian Yuanzi and roared, "You beasts actually dare to do such a thing." Tian Yuanzi frowned as he looked at Zhou Tong. He then snorted coldly before shaking his sleeve. After that, Zhou Tong's struggling body slowly stiffened. The emotions that had just surfaced on his face gradually faded away, and he now looked like a zombie being controlled by someone else. This disciple of yours has an exceptionally tough spirit. Even after being eroded for 100 years, he is still able to retain a trace of consciousness. I didn't actually do much. I just couldn't bear the thought of letting such a good seedling go to waste. That is why I helped him to switch his allegiance from the Dao sect to our Yuan Gate clan. Now, let him have some fun with you guys. Tian Yuanzi, along with Ren Yuanzi and Di Yuanzi, tore through space and left the area after speaking. Xiao Ming didn't stop them when he saw that they were only heading to a certain location within Yuan Gate. Ing Xuanzi was outraged and even his face became distorted. Never did he imagine that this disciple, whom he was the proudest of and whom he viewed as his own son, was actually being tortured by Yuan Gate for the past 100 years. Just as he was about to prevent the three leaders from leaving, Zhou Tong mysteriously broke free from the spatial restraint he was held in. He appeared behind Ying Xuanzi in a ghost-like manner. His hand glowing with silver light transformed into a razor-sharp space blade and stabbed violently towards Ying Xuanzi. All the latter could do was to hastily defend himself, but it was clearly too late. Dad! Ying Huanhuan, who was at Xiao Ming's side, saw that Ying Xuanzi had fallen into a dangerous situation in such a short time, and her face turned pale. Swoosh! The blade shimmering with silver light was about to strike Ying Xuanzi's forehead when Xiao Ming pointed his finger, causing the spatial blade to instantly disintegrate. As the attack was intercepted, a golden lightning quickly wrapped around Zhou Tong and immobilized him. The spatial ancestral symbol indeed has miraculous properties. It was able to bypass the space I casually locked. However, once entangled by the 9 mysterious golden lightning, you won't be able to escape, Xiao Ming said as he looked at Zhou Tong, who was immobilized and still howling. Master, you are the most amazing. Can you please save senior brother Zhou Tong? Ying Huanhuan was relieved to see her father out of danger. She clung to Xiao Ming's arm and pleaded sweetly in a spoiled manner. Every generation would have its own legend. Clearly, 100 years ago, Zhou Tong was such a legend within the Dao sect. He comprehended the extremely profound Great Desolation scripture and led the disciples of Dao's sect to fight against Yuan Gate during the Great Sect competition. Finally, he even charged up to Yuan Gate alone. Although he was eventually killed, he left a significant mark on the East Xian region and his name was forever imprinted in the hearts of all the Dao sect disciples. Ying Huanhuan grew up in such an environment, and naturally felt a sense of regret for Zhou Tong's current state. This is simple. Xiao Ming smiled and then pushed his hand forward. A multicolored flame immediately engulfed Zhou Tong, causing countless black qi to burst forth from his body. Zhou Tong's body shook within the blazing flames. The black robe covering his body turned to ash and dispersed. After that, shocked exclamations and gasps of horror could be heard among the onlookers. Beneath the black robe was not the flesh that everyone had imagined. Instead, there was only a black skeleton. On the surface of this skeleton, there were densely packed mysterious black lines. These devil lines were wrapped around Zhou Tong's bones. They were like maggots in his bones that could not be removed. Inside the black skeleton, one could see the still beating organs in Zhou Tong's chest cavity. However, these organs were completely pitch black. It was clearly a manifestation of being eroded to the extreme by demonic qi. No one could have imagined that such a horrifying scene was hidden underneath a complete human head. Inside Zhou Tong's strange body, a complicated set of meridians could be seen. A silver light was flowing within these meridians. It was the strength of the spatial ancestral symbol. Looking closely at Zhou Tong's body, only these meridians had not yet been eroded by the demonic qi. This was probably the main reason why he could still use the power of the spatial ancestral symbol. Black devil lines intertwined around his body, vaguely forming an extremely evil set of devil shackles. It was these devil shackles that had reduced Zhou Tong to his current state. Master, what is this thing? It feels so evil. Qing Tan looked at the black lines and felt a sense of discomfort. The evil and sinister aura emitted by these markings seemed like the natural enemy of all living beings. This is the Devil Emperor Lock, a vicious technique created by the Yimo Emperor. When this thing is in place on a person's body, it will gradually erode the person's mind. Moreover, even the Yuan spirit would be sealed in the body with no way to escape, not even able to enter reincarnation. Of course, the Devil Emperor Lock we see now is not complete, but only a version created by a Yimo king. Nonetheless, it's enough to prove that Yuan Gate has colluded with the Yimo. Otherwise, why would I come here to annihilate their sect? These beasts actually dared to collude with the Yimo. Among the crowd, there were many strong practitioners with an ancient heritage who had a certain amount of knowledge about the Yimo. As the discussions continued, everyone naturally understood how sinister Yuan Gate's methods were. Some even erupted in anger. Ah, Tian Yuanzi, come out and face me. Ying Xuanzi's anger which had been suppressed for a century flared up completely. He raised his palm and sent a sea of Yuan power towards Yuan Gate's mountain gate, intending to find the Tian Yuanzi trio to vent his anger. Boom! Ying Xuanzi's palm strike shattered the mountain gate of Yuan Gate. Agonizing screams could be heard as elders and disciples alike fell lifeless everywhere. Surprisingly, none of Yuan Gate's 3 leaders appeared to stop Ying Xuanzi, allowing him to ruthlessly slaughter their sect members at will. Chapter 584. Ying Xuanzi, don't act rashly and harm the harmony of the East Xian Region Alliance. As the leader of the Dao sect, how can you lay hands on the lower stage disciples of our Yuan Gate? You should have the dignity of a strong practitioner. We don't know anything about the sect leader's actions. The elders of Yuan Gate tried to resist Xuanzi's onslaught while trying to talk him down, hoping that he would calm down. However, Xuanzi was now beyond reason and didn't care about maintaining any semblance of dignity. His actions became even more ruthless. He mercilessly killed every Yuan Gate elder and disciple without exception. Damn it! The sect leaders won't let you get away with this. The sect leaders will avenge us. Sooner or later, the Dao sect will meet the same fate as our Yuan Gate. In the absence of the three leaders of Yuan Gate, the strongest ones left were only profound death stage practitioners. They were no match for Xuanzi's Samsara stage onslaught, and the scene quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. The elder senior sister of the Sky Hall also lent a hand from the sidelines. The cries of agony echoed throughout Yuan Gate. This left the surrounding strong practitioners tongue-tied. They were taken aback by the Dao sect's ruthless methods. However, given Yuan Gate's collusion with the Yimo combined with Xiao Ming's presence in the sky, they could only quietly observe without daring to voice any opinion. Xiao Ming, meanwhile, didn't continue to pay attention to Xuanzi and the others' actions. Instead, he increased the output of the multicolored flame in his hand. Zhou Tong's body suddenly glowed like the rising sun, with brilliant rays of light spreading across the sky. It forced many to squint their eyes against the glare. Despite the stinging pain, however, they still forcefully endured the pain and stared intently at the sky. Crack! Wild and violent energy crazily struck Zhou Tong's black skeleton like floodwaters. The space around him shattered completely. The black devil lines on his skeleton cracked and flew away like debris, quickly scattering into the air. Crack, 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 crack. Although one crack appeared initially and seemed tiny, it triggered a chain reaction. Soon after, many cracks began to appear on Zhou Tong's devil body. In just a few breaths, they spread across his entire body. Evil and viscous demonic chi was emitted from within the black skeleton. However, they were completely vaporized under the terrifying flames. A faint smile slowly appeared on Zhou Tong's face as the demonic chi continued to dissipate. A light black fog continued to emanate. The expression on his face became more vivid as if he was experiencing a sense of liberation. Huan looked at this scene with unspeakable bitterness in her heart, her emotions complex. Her hatred and anger towards Yuan Gate grew even stronger. Buzz! The previously drifting black mist suddenly erupted with a terrifying demonic chi. It then transformed into countless black rays of light that shot out. Those light rays entwined around each other and vaguely formed an extremely evil devil lock. The devil lock entwined around Zhou Tong's body in an attempt to bind him once more. The power of the Yimo is indeed a bit troublesome, but do you think you can continue to enslave others in front of me? Xiao Ming's eyes turned cold as the Emperor Flame erupted from his arm once again. The majestic flames directly dissolved the Devil Emperor lock. With the Devil Emperor lock completely destroyed, a cluster of silver light appeared above Zhou Tong's head. An ancient fluctuation was being emitted from it. This was the spatial ancestral symbol. The silver light shook gently at this moment. After which, the glow became even more intense. Countless spatial chi poured into Zhou Tong's body, cleansing his eroded bones and flesh. Meanwhile, tender flesh started to grow on his stark white bones, and his internal organs gradually returned to normal. Ah! Zhou Tong's entire body was filled with a dazzling silver light. Flesh and skin quickly grew over his white bones, restoring him to his original physical appearance. He leaped to the ground, his hands coming together to form an especially strange seal. As the seal was completed, a mysterious fluctuation emanated from his palms, spreading out like ripples in a pond. The ripple descended from above and finally entered the land below. At this moment, everyone could feel the land under their feet begin to shake slightly. It was as if a giant dragon was awakening. Vast and mighty energy surged like floodwaters under the ground. The plants on the surface began to wither as a desolate aura quietly spread. All living things of the land turn into desolation. The Great Desolation Scripture. Xiao Ming recognized this martial art. Only one person in the desolate hall of the Dao sect had been able to comprehend this scripture in the past 100 years. He wondered if anyone else had managed to comprehend it after he passed it on to the Dao sect. Buzz. The vast land continuously trembled at this moment. It seemed as if thousands of dragons were surging from beneath the ground. Waves of immense energy were converging towards a single direction. That place was where Yuan Gate was located. The moment Zhou Tong clenched his fist tightly, the ground beneath Yuan Gate suddenly split apart. Everyone was stunned when they saw a 3,000 meters large energy light pillar emerging from the ground and bursting through the clouds. Boom! The deafening sound was beyond description. Energy ripples rolled across the sky, clearly audible even 1,000 miles away. The remaining Yuan Gate practitioners were thrown to the ground as the terrifying energy shockwave spread. Zhou Tong's attack showed no mercy. Mountains crumbled, the land turned upside down, and the sky was filled with flying debris. Chasms crisscrossed the ground, completely burying the Yuan Gate members. After 100 years, Zhou Tong once again attacked the Yuan Gate, but this time, he buried them for good. Has Yuan Gate fallen just like that? It can't be possible, can it? The whereabouts of the 3 Yuan Gate leaders are still unknown. I doubt they'll let the 3 top figures escape. Many strong practitioners were engaged in lively discussions outside the Yuan Gate. All of a sudden, a ray of dark light streaked across the sky. The demonic light erupted from the ground beneath the Yuan Gate. It touched the sky above and merged with the ground below. Swoosh! Black demonic chi spread across the sky and land. Immediately, the entire world darkened while chilly winds blew. Soon after, countless sharp miserable howls suddenly sounded from within Yuan Gate. The onlookers watched in horror as the corpses of the Yuan Gate disciples exploded into nothingness. Then, their flesh and blood merged with the dense demonic chi that swirled in the surrounding area. Rumble. The land below suddenly split apart as the demonic chi permeated the land. Soon after, viscous demonic chi spread before some terrifying creatures began to slowly crawl out from beneath the ground. The entire region descended into a sea of demonic chi at this moment. Within the forbidden grounds of Yuan Gate's rear mountain, where the source of the black tide lay, 3 figures slowly appeared. Tian Yuanzi, Di Yuanzi, and Ren Yuanzi reappeared. They had been badly injured earlier. But now, they seemed to have recovered. Their bodies were shrouded in black chi, and their auras had become extremely strange. Their expressions were hideously twisted. The Dao sect and you who dare to attack our Yuan Gate will all pay the price. Tian Yuanzi, the head of the 3 great sect leaders, roared with a demonic howl. The eyes of the 3 leaders flashed with dark light as they simultaneously formed seals. A demonic light instantly surged out. Suddenly, countless devil-like figures tore through the ground before springing up like wild beasts. What the hell are those? The observing strong practitioners cried out in shock as demonic chi rose from below, with numerous figures rising into the air. Everyone's eyes were drawn to those figures. They could see that these figures were in a damaged state. However, their bodies were exceptionally sturdy, and they vaguely resembled a human body. Nevertheless, their extremely evil aura allowed everyone to understand what they really were. They are Yimo. An onlooker cried out in a deep voice. There were actually so many Yimo hidden under Yuan Gate. Yuan Gate's collusion with the Yimo was now beyond any doubt. That's not right. These are all Yimo corpses. They should be dead Yimo, but now they seem to be controlled by the 3 leaders through some means. Someone noticed that these Yimo lacked intelligence in their eye sockets. Instead, they were filled with bloodlust and violence. Their appearance resembled that of murderous corpses being controlled. Be cautious. Although these devil corpses have lost their former strength, we mustn't underestimate them. If we get caught up in this, it's doubtful we'll survive with our strength. Roar. The Yimo let out a ferocious roar into the sky. Their sunken eye sockets were fixed on Xiao Ming above. Soon after, they rushed forward like a horde of locusts and charged towards him from all directions. A flash of multicolored light swept by. Those devil corpses fell like birds with broken wings and crashed to the ground. However, immediately afterwards even more devil corpses charged out from beneath the ground. Roar. A few clusters of huge demonic chi surged towards the sky. After which, dozens of skinny devil figures suddenly charged out from within. Though they were small in build, the density of their demonic chi far surpassed the devil corpses from before. These devil corpses were all Yimo generals when they were alive, which were equivalent to Samsara stage practitioners. 6 devil figures stood out among them. In contrast to the other devil corpses, their bodies were relatively well preserved. Evil demonic chi surged within their eye sockets and one could vaguely feel a faint pressure from them. It was evident that these devil figures were likely Yimo kings when they were alive. Rumble. The land below began to tremble violently. At the same time, within the viscous demonic chi below, a 3,000-meter devil figure slowly climbed out of the deepest part of the hole. Demonic chi raged across the sky. A gigantic devil figure, enveloped in demonic chi, slowly emerged from the hole. It looked like a giant monster and was completely black in color. It had 4 large devil arms and no eyes. Instead, there was only a ferocious large mouth with sharp black teeth on its face. At the same time, demonic chi spewed out from its huge mouth like floodwater. Xiao Ming's expression remained composed as he looked at the colossal monster. He calmly said, "The corpses of the Yimo kings and even the corpse of a cosmic evil devil king, huh? You three really have no intention of being human anymore, do you?" Kiki. The three figures disappeared from view amidst the swirling demonic chi, and on the devil's massive face, the demonic chi slowly twisted as three human faces appeared. They stared sinisterly at Xiao Ming in the sky and let out a shrill, distorted laugh. "As long as we have the power, we shall be the rulers of this world. Human or devil, what difference does it make? Now, do you still dare to oppose us? To dare to utter such words, it seems your devil master didn't tell you that before I dealt with King Tianming, I also took care of the ninth seat king of their devil prison." What? The three leaders of Yuan Gate were stunned. Xiao Ming in the sky above paid no attention to their reaction. He simply pointed lightly at the ground. A 1,000-meter-long finger emerged and targeted the colossal devil form that the three leaders of Yuan Gate had transformed into. Evil Devil Shield. Without time to ponder the truth about the ninth seat king, the three Yuan Gate leaders shouted. Instantly, the surging demonic chi transformed into a 3,000-meter black shield in front of the cosmic evil devil king. The shield was covered with twisted devil faces and sinister demonic chi. Boom! The massive finger struck the black giant shield, creating a deafening sound that resonated through the area. The ground below cracked and split open under the impact. The three faces of the colossal devil above still wore expressions of astonishment when they heard a cracking sound. The evil devil shield in front of them shattered violently as the massive finger pierced directly through the sea of demonic chi they had brought forth. The cosmic evil devil king hastily raised his devil arms and quickly retreated. Several pitch-black devil figures tried to block the path of the finger. Boom! The sea of demonic chi churned wildly. Eventually, the finger was eroded away. However, the previously vast and encroaching sea of demonic chi was now reduced to barely enveloping half of Yuan Gate. Among the Yimo bodies and devil creatures, only the cosmic evil devil king remained. The ferocious roar of the three leaders of Yuan Gate abruptly ceased. The massive body of the cosmic evil devil king was sent flying backward by the heavy blow. The demonic chi within it burst out in a chaotic manner, making it very difficult for them to maintain their demonic form. Unfortunately, there was no time for them to recover as a river of fire surged forward, sweeping across the land. "I used the same strength on you that I used when I fought the ninth seat king, but I forgot that the ninth seat king had already been injured. I guess I held back too much earlier. Let's see if you can handle this," Xiao Ming said calmly. He wanted to capture them to nurture the demonic bead. Boom! A river of multicolored fire swept through the sky, purifying all the demonic chi in its path. Meanwhile, the surging demonic chi surged crazily out of the cosmic evil devil king's body. Many wild, beast-like roars were also emitted as the viscous demonic chi desperately gathered in its demonic hand. The cosmic evil devil king's body gradually shrank as the viscous demonic chi gathered frantically. As it shrank, an extremely terrifying ripple began to spread out from its demonic palm. The cosmic evil devil king finally stopped after shrinking to a size of 300 meters. Viscous demonic chi slowly flowed out of its demonic palm like a river. Even space itself gradually collapsed under this viscous demonic chi river. 10,000 Devil Hell River, devil erodes all things. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound suddenly emerged from the viscous demonic chi river. After that, it began to swoosh forward. It was accompanied by earth-shattering demonic chi that rushed wildly towards the multicolored fire river descending from the sky. Buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound was emitted from within the demonic chi river. Then, everyone felt a strange ripple from the demonic chi river. The overwhelming fire river rippled through the demonic chi river, instantly melting it at an astonishing speed, while the incomparably evil demonic chi scattered in all directions. The demonic chi river didn't last long against the onslaught. It vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. The now even larger fire river rolled directly towards the location of the cosmic evil devil king. It's impossible. No. On the corpse of the cosmic evil devil king, the faces of the three leaders of Yuan Gate froze at this moment. Their originally brutal expressions were replaced by shock and disbelief. They finally showed expressions of desperation in the face of the oncoming attack. Bang! The titanic body of the cosmic evil devil king suddenly exploded. A dazzling light resembling the scorching sun erupted from where its enormous body had exploded. When the surrounding overflowing demonic chi encountered this light, it immediately melted away at an astonishing speed like snow meeting lava. After lingering for a few breaths, the intense light gradually dissipated. Countless anxious glances were immediately cast in that direction. A gigantic devil corpse with only half of its body left lay on the ground as the light faded. Black devil blood was flowing from it, emitting a faint stench. The originally strong cosmic evil devil king was completely lifeless at this moment. Chapter 585. Is it over? Many gazes converged on the motionless devil corpse. What had happened today had far exceeded the expectations of many. No one had anticipated such a major event to unfold. It all started when the elder senior sister of the Dao sect stormed into Yuan Gate and slew little King Li Lei. Then, she single-handedly defeated 10 profound life-stage elders. After that, the sect leaders showed up, and a super-strong practitioner surnamed Xiao also made his appearance. He exposed Yuan Gate's secret collusion with the Yimo and their strength accumulation. If this had erupted later, it could have potentially turned the entire East Xian region into a devil wasteland. I intentionally left you guys alive. Do you really think you can play dead? Xiao Ming looked down at the corpse of the cosmic evil devil king with an indifferent expression. There was no response from the devil corpse below as his voice fell, not even the slightest ripple. Xiao Ming shook his head. The life force of a Yimo king, comparable to the second calamity reincarnation stage, could rival that of Gu Yuan during his 9-star Do Saint days. But if you really wanted to kill it, it would only be a matter of thought, and not even a corpse would be left behind. Now, he had deliberately left a trace of life force. The fact that the other party thought he hadn't noticed was somewhat amusing. Zhou Tong, bring those guys over here, Xiao Ming said to Zhou Tong, who was not far away. Understood. Zhou Tong let out a cold laugh and clasped his hands. A silver light gathered in front of him and formed a huge silver crescent moon. With a flick of his finger, the crescent moon pierced through the empty space and charged violently towards the remaining devil corpse. Whoosh! Just as the crescent moon was about to hit the devil corpse, a flash of black light finally shot out from within and sent the crescent moon flying back. The black light then transformed into 3 human figures, revealing themselves to be the 3 Yuan Gate leaders. However, at this moment, their faces were ashen, their eyes were dull, and their aura was extremely weak. The 3 leaders glared at Xiao Ming and his disciples with intense hatred. Their gazes flickered rapidly. How pathetic. To think that the 3 esteemed leaders of Yuan Gate will also learn to play dead like a dog. Zhou Tong looked at the 3 of them. His voice was filled with scorn and biting sarcasm. The faces of the 3 leaders twitched as their eyes were filled with malice. The next moment, their bodies moved and turned into a black light that shot towards the ground. From the looks of it, they were trying to escape. Trying to escape. However, Zhou Tong merely sneered in response to their actions. He stomped his foot, and silver light swept across the surface of the ground, bouncing the 3 leaders back. The strength of the 3 leaders had clearly plummeted at this moment. They were no longer able to contend even against Zhou Tong. Buzz! As the 3 leaders were bounced back, Xiao Ming raised his hand before they could make another move. A heavy, oppressive force pinned them to the ground and rendered them immobile. Speak! Where is the main stronghold of the devil prison? Xiao Ming looked at the 3 of them and asked. Keep dreaming. We won't tell you anything. Ah! The 3 leaders felt as if they were being pierced by needles under Xiao Ming's overwhelming pressure. The suffocating sensation caused them to scream in agony. They looked at the indifferent Xiao Ming with a hint of fear in their eyes. They knew that they were unlikely to escape death today. Surname Xiao, do you really think that the 3 of us have no last resort? If you want to kill us, then let your disciples and everyone here be buried with us. The Tian Yuanzi trio had a venomous look in their eyes as they looked at Ing Huanhuan and Qing Tan. After exchanging a glance, they all gritted their teeth. They suddenly pressed their palms against each other as each spat out a mouthful of black blood. After which, their eyes swiftly dimmed as their bodies swelled at a frightening speed. Quickly withdraw. Zhou Tong was startled when he saw this scene and shouted in an alarmed voice. Meanwhile, Ing Huanhuan and Qing Tan grabbed hold of their master's robe. Kiki, it's too late. All of you shall die. The faces of the Tian Yuanzi trio twisted hideously. Black liquid gushed out from the surface of their bodies. Finally, they self-destructed with a loud bang. Bang! Indescribable demonic chi crazily unfurled from the bodies of the 3 leaders. At this critical moment, however, Xiao Ming shook his sleeve, causing all the demonic chi to recoil back and condense into a black bead. If you won't speak, then so be it. Even if you don't tell me, I already know it's somewhere in the West Xian region. Xiao Ming caught the black bead in his palm, took out the true king demonic bead, and forcefully fused them. Soon, the demonic bead's aura skyrocketed until it surprisingly entered the 3rd calamity reincarnation stage. Immediately, dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning began to flicker, and a dense lightning tribulation aura began to spread throughout the area. What's going on? Is this a lightning tribulation? Could someone be breaking through? This is rather strange timing, isn't it? The strong practitioners who had just witnessed the death of the three leaders were stunned when they heard the thunderous noise. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, the black clouds dissipated as quickly as they had arrived, leaving them utterly bewildered. Third calamity reincarnation stage, huh? I wonder if I can provide enough nourishment for this thing to reach the half-ancestor stage. Xiao Ming murmured with some uncertainty in his heart as he put away the demonic bead and looked towards Zhou Tong, Ying Xuanzi, and the others. Senior. No need to rush. Catch up with each other first. Xiao Ming gestured for Zhou Tong and the others to take their time with their reunion. They didn't say much more and followed his suggestion. Only Wang Jie looked at Xiao Ming with mixed emotions. It seemed like she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. In the end, she remained silent. Shortly after, Zhou Tong returned to Xiao Ming's side. He respectfully cupped his hands, and then a gentle white light emerged from his body and floated in front of Xiao Ming. The spatial ancestral symbol is a priceless divine object. Are you really willing to give it up? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Senior, although I've been protected by the spatial ancestral symbol over these years, I've been eroded by the demonic qi. The ancestral symbols are natural divine objects and they despise the demonic qi. The current me is no longer qualified to possess it. Senior's cultivation is profound and has given me a second chance at life. This spatial ancestral symbol should rightfully belong to Senior. Moreover, it should be able to exert an even greater effect in Senior's hands, Zhou Tong said respectfully. Since that's the case, I accept it. Xiao Ming was already quite interested in the 8 ancestral symbols and naturally wouldn't refuse. A cluster of silver light was held in Xiao Ming's hand, and with ripples of energy, the spatial ancestral symbol smoothly and gradually merged into his body without much fuss. With the integration of the spatial ancestral symbol, Xiao Ming seemed to have gained a different understanding of space, something he would have to study further. The Yimo tribe is on the rise again, and the Great World Calamity is about to repeat itself. The Yuan Gate conspired with those fiends to wreak havoc in this East Xian region. Although I have eradicated them, there may still be some Yimo remnants causing trouble. Xiao Ming's words caused great tension among the people of the East Xian region. Each of them was thinking about what to do next. They had just witnessed the tremendous strength of the Yimo. Despite the seeming lack of resistance in front of Xiao Ming, the Yimo that was finally annihilated was not a foe they could face on their own. In such a situation, it was undoubtedly a wise choice to cling to the thigh of this senior who had just resolved the threat of the Yimo. Chapter 586. Please enlighten us, Senior. Compared to when Wang Jia intruded into Yuan Gate, there were noticeably more formidable individuals gathered around Yuan Gate at this moment. The sect leaders of the other super sects had directly torn through space to reach this place. Their voices rose in unison, creating a rather spectacular scene. The East Xian region cannot sit idly by and allow the Yimo to run rampant. We should make every effort to investigate the Yimo and their accomplices lurking in the shadows. Sect leader Ying Xuanzi, I propose that your Dao sect take the lead in this matter with the cooperation of the other great and ordinary super sects. How does that sound? Xiao Ming spoke as he looked at Ying Xuanzi and the leaders of the remaining 6 great super sects who had arrived not long ago. With the fall of the Yuan Gate, these sects became the leaders of the East Xian region, and they were the ones most capable of controlling and mobilizing the various factions in the region. The impact of Yuan Gate's incident is not small. It's indeed necessary for the sects of the East Xian region to form an alliance. The Dao sect has always been at odds with dark factions like Yuan Gate. It serves as a role model for all sects in the East Xian region. We naturally have no objections. As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, the various sects in the East Xian region expressed their support one after the other. In fact, the sects in the East Xian region had a long-standing alliance of mutual assistance. However, due to Yuan Gate's actions against the Dao sect, the atmosphere within the alliance had been less than ideal. There were also minor conflicts among the various sections. Nevertheless, now that they were facing a major crisis, these sects were willing to put aside their petty differences. With Yuan Gate eradicated and the Dao sect's genius Zhou Tong having rebuilt his physical body and returned with strength surpassing the other sects, it was acceptable for the Dao sect to replace Yuan Gate as the leader of the East Xian region. Moreover, considering that this senior was the master of Ying Huanhuan, the beloved daughter of Ying Xuanzi, the relationship between the two parties was even closer. The Dao sect would probably be clinging to the thighs of this powerful senior, so how could they oppose them? You can all discuss the matters of the East Xian region among yourselves. Xiao Ming glanced at the leaders of the various factions and then withdrew his gaze. He had no intention of meddling in the power dynamics of the East Xian region. On the one hand, he was an outsider. A mighty dragon should not oppress the local snakes. Moreover, at this stage, it was of little use for him to establish his own forces in the Tian-Xian continent. After all, he didn't plan to stay in the Tian-Xian continent for long. His proposal to form an alliance was primarily aimed at benefiting the common people. He did not expect these sects to make any earth-shattering progress. After speaking, Xiao Ming raised his hand slightly and traced a faint line in the empty space. A light arc appeared and rippled through the air. The energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to warp and distort, forming a slowly expanding crack. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, a spatial channel leading to an unknown destination opened up before them. On the other side of the channel, the sounds of howling winds and rushing waters could be heard, accompanied by a damp, salty breeze. It seemed to lead to a vast sea area. Let's go. A brilliant light enveloped both Lin Qingtan and Ying Huanhuan's bodies with a wave of Xiao Ming's hand. After that, an intense burst of light erupted, and the spatial channel disappeared from sight. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming and his two disciples also disappeared from the scene. The chaotic demon sea was the largest and most complex region within the Tian-Xian continent. It encompassed the seas surrounding all lands and consisted of numerous sea regions. In the northwestern part of the chaotic demon sea lay the Heaven Wind Sea region, known for its relatively formidable overall strength. This region had gained recognition throughout the chaotic demon sea due to the presence of several powerful factions within it. The most prominent of these factions were the so-called Two Great Caves and the Five Big Clans. The Demonic Wind Cave and the Universe Cave not only had the distinction of being the strongest factions in the Heaven Wind Sea region, but also had a certain level of reputation throughout the chaotic demon sea. The leaders of these two great caves were true samsara stage practitioners, ranked at the level of the 7 great super sects in the East Xian region, and holding a significant position across the Tian-Xian continent. There were 5 big clans in addition to these caves. Each of these clans had an extremely long history. They were the Wei clan, the Gu clan, the Su clan, the Song clan, and the Shinta clan. These 5 big clans were rather well-known factions within the Heaven Wind Sea region, with their strongest members possessing the profound death stage cultivation. However, the chaotic demon sea was a place of true chaos, and beyond the 2 caves and the 5 big clans, there were numerous factions of all sizes and strengths. Even though some of them were not as renowned as the 5 clans, their strength was not to be underestimated. The mysterious Spirit Island was located within the Heaven Wind Sea region. It was an island that was originally not well known. As the setting sun hung halfway in the sky, casting a warm, twilight glow over the island, it seemed to bask in the pleasant rays. From the depths of the island, the occasional deep roars of demonic beasts echoed through the area. Mysterious Spirit Mountain was the loftiest peak on Mysterious Spirit Island. It rose to a height of several thousand meters, directly piercing through the clouds. Mist enshrouded the mountain's waist, veiling its peak from anyone attempting to catch a glimpse. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 2 graceful figures pushed off tree branches with the tips of their feet, using the resultant force to charge forward and burst through the dense forest. The first thing that met their eyes was a lush greenery filled with life force. Beyond that lushness lay an unusually large lake, approximately 300 meters in size, with waters that sparkled under the sunlight. A gentle breeze caused ripples to dance across its calm surface. Phew, finally, the deepest part of Mysterious Spirit Mountain, Ying Huanhuan's pretty eyes gazed at the calm lake, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she spoke in a low voice. Next to her, Qingtan also had a pale complexion on her delicate face. She was clearly exhausted. Since their arrival in the chaotic demon sea, Ying Huanhuan and Qingtan had rarely experienced any respite. Every day, they were trained by Xiao Ming in a rigorous manner. They were even required to practice cultivation throughout the night, functioning almost like perpetual cultivation machines. Such an intense regimen allowed them to make rapid progress in their cultivation stages. Both had now reached the initial Yuan Dan stage. Today, in order to consolidate their cultivation stages, Xiao Ming had led them to traverse the depths of Mysterious Spirit Mountain. Naturally, any demonic beasts significantly above their cultivation level were handled by Xiao Ming himself. Nevertheless, it had taken considerable effort for them to reach the deepest part of Mysterious Spirit Mountain. Qingtan's eyes swept over the large lake before she suddenly exclaimed, "There seems to be some kind of natural treasure over there." Ying Huanhuan quickly turned her gaze toward the center of the lake. There, a lush small island could be seen, and at the very center of the island, a mysterious halo seemed to emanate from the ground. "That's the Life Mysterious Spirit Fruit," Xiao Ming suddenly appeared behind the 2 girls. Life Mysterious Spirit Fruit. Is it that strange fruit that can aid those in the Nirvana stage to break through to the profound life stage? Ying Huanhuan clearly had heard of this spiritual fruit. Her round eyes widened even further in excitement. On the other hand, Qingtan tilted her head in a slightly puzzled expression. Her knowledge in this area was not very extensive. Exactly, that's the one. The life mysterious spirit fruit will only appear when the sun and moon align. That time is almost upon us, Xiao Ming said as he looked at the slowly setting sun. Chapter 587. While the sun in the sky slowly descended, the moon began to leisurely surface on the other side of the sky. Buzz. At the moment when both the sun and moon appeared, the girls could sense that the yuan power in the depths of Mysterious Spirit Mountain suddenly began to surge violently. The land trembled slightly as ripples formed on the calm lake. A bright glow was constantly emanating from the small island in the middle of the lake. The life mysterious spirit fruit is about to appear. Ing Huan exclaimed in a hushed and excited voice as she watched this scene. Such an item was definitely not something their master would need, so it would surely end up being used by her and Qing Tan. Rumble. The island in the middle of the lake began to shake even more intensely, while the light that was emitted from the land became even stronger. Eventually, cracks began to spread across the island. Soon after, a giant tree, completely emerald green like a kingfisher, slowly broke out from underground. This giant emerald green tree was just like a newborn baby. It grew from the ground, while its branches and leaves spread outwards. Meanwhile, circular green light patterns that were filled with life force continuously scattered from it. These light patterns gathered on the tree at an astonishing speed. Within them were 4 most resplendent glowing spots. Buzz buzz. The light intensified and eventually solidified. The 4 spots where the light had converged directly turned into 4 emerald green fruits. These fruits hung on the branches, surrounded by circular light patterns, exuding a proud life force that made the natural yuan power in the air appear as though it possessed life. For life mysterious spirit fruits. Ing Huan gazed at the 4 emerald green fruits that had formed on the tree. The joy in her pretty eyes grew even more intense. Is this the life mysterious spirit fruit? Shouldn't there be a guardian beast for such a natural treasure? Why didn't it take them away earlier? Qing Tan asked, observing the giant tree that had broken out from the island at the lake center. This life mysterious spirit tree can form 9 life mysterious spirit fruits. Moreover, it will only mature when the 9th fruit appears. The guardian demonic beast is probably waiting for that. Unfortunately, it will not be able to wait for that day to arrive, Ing Huan explained. After explaining, she then looked towards Xiao Ming and said, Master, this fruit. Alright, I understand. Xiao Ming gently patted the heads of Ing Huan and Qing Tan. Then he turned his gaze to the lake at the top of Mysterious Spirit Mountain. There seemed to be a faint hint of bright red color deep within the clear water of the lake. With a light tap of his foot, a huge wave rose from the center of the lake, and a huge shadow emerged from the water. The shadow of the enormous creature that emerged from the water enveloped a 30-meter radius, while a monstrously vicious aura spread from it. This was the overlord of Mysterious Spirit Mountain, a 3-headed demon snake at the initial profound life stage. On the upper body of the gigantic demonic beast, there were 3 huge ferocious snake heads. Scarlet scales covered its massive body like the toughest armor, and every time it moved, it emitted waves of extremely shocking power. Each of those snake heads had a sharp horn. A dense cold radiance flickered across them, making those horns appear as if they were sharp enough to tear apart space itself. At this moment, the 3-headed demon snake was staring at Xiao Ming and his disciples around the lake with its cruel scarlet eyes. Its huge mouth opened slightly, and an exceptionally dark and cold roar rumbled through the air. Who dares to disturb this king? You actually dare to lay a hand on something that belongs to this king? You bunch of death-seeking fools, mercy, please spare my life. The initially imposing 3-headed demon snake suddenly changed its tone, trembling with utter fear. It had just sensed an extremely terrifying aura. With a slight gesture of his hand, Xiao Ming unleashed a tremendous storm of spiritual strength towards the tree bearing the life mysterious spirit fruits. The tree, which had been quiet until then, trembled once more. Xiao Ming drew the 4 fruits towards him and evenly distributed them between Qing Tan and Ing Huan. He then turned his attention to the 3-headed demon snake after doing this. Watch over these 2 ladies. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood, my lord. The 3-headed demon snake felt a surge of excitement when it saw that Xiao Ming had not crushed him to death with a single finger for the previous offense. Losing the life mysterious spirit fruits was a pity, but at least its life was spared. Besides, there were still 5 life mysterious spirit fruits that had not yet formed, and once they did, they would all belong to it. Xiao Ming didn't care whether the demon snake was lying or not. He had his own contingencies in place for the 2 girls. After giving them a brief instruction, he approached the edge of the lake and then leaped down. From the outside, the surface of the lake appeared extremely large. However, upon entering it, one would discover that the surface was merely the tip of the iceberg. Looking into the depths of the lake, the deep darkness resembled the large mouth of a demon. It was a sight that made one's hair stand on end. Oddly enough, there were no living creatures within the lake, not even a small fish in this vast body of water, which was quite unusual. Xiao Ming had come here specifically for this oddity. In an instant, Xiao Ming arrived at the lake bed, where he saw a vast expanse of red color. This red color turned out to be a layer of lava that extended as far as the eye could see. The fiery red lava spread across the lake bed like a flaming carpet. It bubbled up, simultaneously heating the surrounding cold lake water to boiling temperatures. Xiao Ming easily passed through the layer of lava to reach the true bottom of the lake, which was an open square devoid of both lava and lake water. The square was paved with neatly arranged, fiery red rocks, simple in appearance yet containing a trace of antiquity. There was a 4-meter large rock pool at the very center of the square. Fiery red lava flowed within the rock pool, while jade-green specks of light were continuously emitted from the center of the lava. The jade-green specks of light gathered together a foot above the lava after they were emitted. There was already a palm-sized cluster of jade-green liquid suspended in the air. A kind of extremely dense and indescribable life force ripple was being emitted in a churning fashion. It appeared as though the surrounding space was full of vitality because of it. This was the core spiritual birth serum, a natural treasure greatly beneficial for the cultivation at the profound life stage. It was especially valuable for practitioners who had reached the perfect profound life stage. Xiao Ming naturally had no use for it himself, but he could keep it for his disciples. Xiao Ming walked straight towards the core spiritual birth serum. Suddenly, rays of light lit up around the rock pool, and a massive formation took shape on the ground. After which, rays of scarlet red light lines shot out, tearing through space and heavily striking Xiao Ming. However, the latter did not stop walking, and upon closer inspection, not even a tear in his robe appeared. After collecting the core spiritual birth serum, Xiao Ming swiftly stepped into the rock lava pool and entered another space. This is the devil-suppressing prison. Interesting. What appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes was a vast and endless dark domain. This domain was as deep as the night sky, and a single glance made it feel as if the darkness was encroaching into one's bones. Colossal magma rivers, each thousands of meters long, slowly flowed through this dark domain. These magma rivers intertwined and connected in the darkness, forming an extremely tremendous and intricate network. From his high vantage point, Xiao Ming gazed down at these flowing magma rivers. They were like giant magma dragons crawling in the darkness, creating a scene that was both peaceful and vast. This was an extremely important place on the Tianxian continent, known as the devil-suppressing prison. It was where the Yimo tribe members who had been captured by the strong practitioners of the symbol ancestor side were sealed. Over the long years, these practitioners had continuously tried to erode the tenacious life force of these Yimo in order to exterminate them in a long-term manner. There were 3 devil-suppressing prisons in the Tianxian continent. One was under the control of the reincarnated life-death master, whose reincarnation was still in the Great Yan Empire. The prison she suppressed had mostly been breached by now. The other 2 were controlled by other 2 ancient masters, the Flame Master and the Darkness Master. So far, no issues had arisen with these 2 prisons. The style of the devil-suppressing prison before Xiao Ming made it clear that it was the one under the control of the Flame Master. Chapter 588. The interlacing lava rivers were not ordinary magma, they formed a huge array that was indescribably large. The total area of this formation was likely around over 33,000 meters. If a strong profound death practitioner fell into it, they would definitely meet their doom. Even some Sara stage practitioners like Ying Xuanzi and Tian Yuanzi would find themselves in an extremely difficult position within it. Xiao Ming's gaze flickered as his eyes followed the complex network of magma rivers stretching into the distance. After a brief exploration, he found that these giant magma rivers flowing through this dark space eventually converged at one point. The point of convergence was a large magma lake. Bubbles were continuously emitted from the scarlet red magma. The temperature of the lake was enough to instantly turn a profound life stage practitioner into ash. At the center of this lake, he spotted an object. It was a stone coffin. The stone coffin was entirely scarlet red and floated silently on the surface of the magma lake. It looked like it was made of a single piece of scarlet crystal. The stone coffin did not have a lid, so it was possible to see what was inside of it. Inside, there seemed to be a person. Illuminated by the light emitted from the magma, it was barely possible to discern the figure of a tall man with a slender body. The man had handsome features, and even though his eyes were tightly shut, there was still a hint of majesty between his brows. His long fiery red hair seemed to burn like fire. Flame Master. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes as he observed the man in the stone coffin. This Flame Master seemed to have a liking for his first disciple or, more precisely, the Ice Master. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the endless darkness. It was followed by a deep sound of iron chains clanking. Soon after, the entire domain seemed to tremble in a violent manner. Roar! Suddenly, a piercing, soul-crushing screech echoed from the depths of the darkness. After that, the sound of the chains grew louder. The black darkness could be seen shaking wildly as a gigantic dark hand, about 3,000 meters in size, tore through the darkness and grabbed at the stone coffin at the center of the magma formation. Bang! The enormous lava formation suddenly rebelled with a loud bang the moment the giant black hand touched the lava lake. The lava rivers surged as a 300-meter lava wave churned. The noise was just like that of a giant lava dragon, and it shook the entire domain until it quivered continuously. Splash! A monstrous scarlet-red light surged out as the lava flowed down at a rapid pace. Only then could one see that the lava formation was connected to countless 300-meter-long black chains. These chains were covered with obscure and complicated symbols. The lava quickly followed these chains and flowed downwards. In the blink of an eye, it turned these chains red. As the lava flowed, one could finally see that these giant chains were actually binding this enormous black hand. Sizzle sizzle. The chains turned scarlet red, and a monstrous white fog immediately erupted from the giant black hand. Immediately, another mournful screech sounded from deep within the endless darkness. The enormous black hand struggled, but it was still unable to escape. Finally, the giant black hand could only shrink back and retreat into the terrifying darkness while an extremely unresigned roar resounded across the entire domain. The enormous lava formation finally calmed down after forcing the giant black hand back. It was as if the world-shattering scene from earlier had never happened. The stone coffin continued to quietly float above the lava lake. It was as if nothing had changed due to the unusual event earlier. The eyes of the red-haired man inside were tightly shut. However, at this moment, a red glow suddenly flashed across his handsome face, while the 10 fingers in front of him seemed to tremble slightly. Even though this was the case, he still did not wake up. However, there seemed to be a will floating out of his body. Suddenly, a flash of red light locked onto the direction of Xiao Ming, causing the eyelids of the slumbering red-haired man to flutter slightly as if he were about to awaken. Xiao Ming calmly watched as a tall figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a surge of magma. The figure had strange hair and a face devoid of expression, yet exuded an oppressive aura. The aura of the third calamity reincarnation stage erupted as a pair of deep eyes locked onto Xiao Ming. There seems to be the aura of the Great Desolation Tablet and the Ice Master in your body. Wait, you don't seem to belong to the Tianxian continent. Who are you? Xiao Ming was not surprised to be recognized. Those who had reached the third calamity reincarnation stage were already at a very high cultivation level, comparable to that of Gu Yuan. Moreover, he had not adapted his cultivation to the cultivation system of the Tianxian continent. It was quite normal to be identified as an outsider. My name is Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming released a trace of his aura as he spoke. The fleeting yet powerful aura caused the Flame Master's composure to falter. Ancestor stage. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, Xiao Ming reassured with a wave of his hand. The Flame Master's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, not looking good. You've seen what just happened. This domain only contains members of the Yimo tribe. The one who appeared earlier is the cosmic evil devil king of the Yimo tribe. There's nothing else here. I'm actually here for it. The Flame Master's brow furrowed even deeper after hearing Xiao Ming's words. Then he spoke tentatively, that fellow is the mount of the Yimo Emperor and ranked among the top 3 in the Yimo tribe. Capturing it cost us many strong practitioners. It has been suppressed in this devil-suppressing prison for many years, yet it has not been eroded by the formation. On the contrary, its strength seems to have grown even stronger than before it was sealed. You must be aware of the Yimo's strong life force and eroding nature. What do you need it for? This cosmic evil devil king was a powerhouse extremely close to the ancestor stage. If it were placed on the Do-Chi continent, it would be at least at the half-Do god stage. Such a powerful existence was still a challenge to deal with even if it was sealed, especially since it was a member of the Yimo tribe, which was known for its tenacious and difficult-to-handle life force. The Flame Master's caution was well-founded. Since you already know my strength, why worry? Xiao Ming did not go into too much detail, as his intentions were not exactly laudable. The Flame Master's gaze shifted but he made no move, becoming more vigilant instead. Xiao Ming was somewhat speechless when he saw his reaction. With his strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to forcibly take away the cosmic evil devil king. However, if the Flame Master desperately resisted and there was a single mistake on his part as a result, the situation could become somewhat tricky. Desolation, why don't you come out and have a chat with your old friend? Xiao Ming called out. Chapter 589. The ancient figure of the Great Desolation Tablet Spirit slowly appeared as Xiao Ming's words fell. Flame Master, it has been a long time. Just listen to my master in this matter and do not try anything rash. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if a fight breaks out and my master doesn't restrain his strength and accidentally beats you into reincarnation, it would be very troublesome. Xiao Ming's lips twitched slightly. He had called Desolation to help him persuade the Flame Master. But with such a statement, what if it would ignite the Flame Master's rebellious spirit instead? The expression on the Flame Master's face also seemed somewhat ugly. Initially, he was quite happy to see his old friend, the Great Desolation Tablet, but he didn't expect to be spoken to in such a manner. He was, after all, a third Calamity reincarnation stage practitioner. How could he be so easily killed? Struggling to maintain his composure, the Flame Master slowly spoke, Great Desolation Tablet, you also know what is being suppressed here. If it escapes, countless lives will perish in misery. My own life and death are insignificant compared to the lives of those many. It won't escape. As a disciple of the symbol ancestor, you should be well aware of the strength of the ancestor stage, the tablet spirit replied with a chuckle. Perhaps you are right. After a moment of silence, the Flame Master ultimately relented. As a creation of the symbol ancestor, the Great Desolation Tablet was, after all, a member of the Anti-Emo Alliance. It was unlikely to side with the Emo faction. In that case, slightly loosen the seal and let that creature out, so I can deal with it, Xiao Ming suggested as he saw the Flame Master relenting. The Flame Master began to act after Xiao Ming spoke. He controlled the stone coffin and moved it away from the center of the magma formation. The darkness below suddenly became much denser. Roar. In the depths of the ancient and profound dark space below, the long-suppressed cosmic evil Devil King sensed the weakening of the formation's power above and immediately launched another assault. Along with the Flame Master releasing the suppression over the dark space below, the ancient creature that had been sealed for so long finally broke free from its confinement. A 3,000-meter swirl burst through the magma formation, and torrents of demonic chi swept out from within it. A massive black figure shot out from the swirl. As soon as the black figure appeared, the magma in the surrounding area dimmed. This devil figure was immense, about 3,000 meters tall. Its body was black as refined iron, covered in ferocious scars. It had no eyes, only a massive mouth filled with black, sharp teeth. Additionally, it had 8 massive demonic arms extending from its gigantic body. Its appearance was almost identical to the cosmic evil devil that the 3 Yuan Gate leaders had controlled, except that an ordinary cosmic evil devil king only had 4 devil arms, while this one had 8. However, likely due to its injuries not being fully healed, its aura was fluctuating in an unstable manner. Clearly, it was still heavily wounded. Nevertheless, the strength displayed by this creature was definitely superior to that of the Flame Master. Without relying on the formation, the Flame Master would not have been able to suppress such a powerful creature. The cosmic evil Devil King appeared in the sky above the devil-suppressing prison. Its huge mouth opened wide, emitting a buzzing roar that sounded like countless wild beasts roaring. Flame Master, dare you release me? Do you intend to switch sides and join the correct side? This cosmic evil Devil King clearly possessed high intelligence. Although it had no eyes, it was able to perceive the presence of Xiao Ming and the others. The Flame Master laughed coldly, switch sides. You think you're qualified? Your sinful beast life is indeed quite stubborn to have managed to survive all these years. But your good days are coming to an end today. His words were tinged with a hint of regret as he looked at the cosmic evil Devil King. It took them quite an effort to severely wound and seal this cosmic evil Devil King back then. Little did he expect that he would now be the one to allow it to break free. Humph. The cosmic evil Devil King snorted coldly, its dark and cold voice echoing in the sky, it was just your trickery back then. Otherwise, who knows who would have won. The Flame Master glared at the cosmic evil Devil King and retorted, if you are not convinced, we can have another round. If I could seal you once, I can do it a second time. There will always be another chance. When that time comes, I have no intention of letting you go. The cosmic evil Devil King flicked its tail and was about to leave. Although it currently had a slight advantage in strength, it had just escaped suppression and hadn't fully recovered its strength yet. If they were to fight now, it would be difficult to determine a winner. Therefore, this wasn't the right time to make a move. You won't be leaving today. Xiao Ming shook his head and spoke. The cosmic evil Devil King abruptly turned its head as he uttered these words, its pitch-black eye sockets seemingly sizing up this unfamiliar figure. Who are you? The voice of the cosmic evil Devil King was filled with caution. From its decision not to engage in battle with the Flame Master after breaking free from the confinement, it was evident that it was a cautious creature. Now, with the sudden appearance of a mysterious individual, it was natural for it to be on guard. Xiao Ming also took a look at this cosmic evil devil king, who was trying to make time while recovering its demonic chi, and said with a smile, just a mere passerby who happened to discover the presence of a fiend clan on the Tianxian continent and thought to investigate. After all, one is bound to encounter such creatures when venturing into the great thousand world in the future. You are from another lower plane. The cosmic evil devil king relaxed a bit upon hearing that Xiao Ming was just from another lower plane. But then, he sniffed again and seemed to detect something else. No, there seems to be the aura of another fiend clan on you. Although it's very faint, I can still smell it. It's from the Tunneling clan. Worthy of being a mount, your sense of smell is indeed quite sharp. Xiao Ming, who was about to make a move and summon the Emperor Flame, was somewhat surprised. The aura of the Tunneling clan had long been fused with the Nihility devouring flame. He hadn't removed it because he thought it might be useful due to the unique characteristics of this clan. However, this aura was extremely faint. He hadn't expected that this cosmic evil devil king would be able to detect it. What's the relationship between the Tunneling clan and your Yimo tribe? Xiao Ming's question went unanswered as the sky was suddenly enveloped in a massive swirl of demonic chi. Amid the swirl's rotation, the cosmic evil devil king dove into it with lightning-like speed. It seems it has sensed something, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. That evil beast is about to escape, the flame master shouted, urging Xiao Ming to act quickly, as he had yet to make a move. Tsk. Don't worry, it won't escape, Xiao Ming reassured and then clenched his right hand. Rumble. The entire devil-suppressing prison shook with intense spatial fluctuations, affecting even the outside world. At the peak of Mysterious Spirit Mountain, the wind howled and clouds gathered, filling the sky with dense dark clouds. Countless flashes of lightning flickered across the sky. Ing Huan and Qin Tan, who had been waiting outside, looked up at the sky. There was a slight furrow in their delicate brows at this moment. Senior sister, what is happening? Watching the terrifying changes in the sky, Qin Tan turned to ask her more knowledgeable senior sister in a soft voice. I'm not sure either. It might be something our master is doing. Don't worry, our master is very strong. NNN. Chapter 590. Within the devil-suppressing prison on Mysterious Spirit Island, Xiao Ming slowly withdrew his hand. A faint shadow of a monstrous creature with 8 demonic arms could be seen in a mass of pitch-black demonic chi. The once immense cosmic evil devil king was now reduced to a speck of soul beast that had not been eradicated. Cosmic evil devil king, you do have some ability. But trying to escape from me? That's still wishful thinking. Killing a reincarnation stage powerhouse depended entirely on how fast Xiao Ming wanted to finish. Unfortunately for the cosmic evil devil king, he was not interested in playing with it at this moment. Thus, even though the cosmic evil devil king had managed to run away for a certain distance, it was still killed in a swift and decisive manner. Xiao Ming looked at the soul beast in his hand and said, now, tell me, what's the relationship between the Tunneling clan and your fiend clans? Humph. The cosmic evil devil king spun around in Xiao Ming's palm. It tried to escape but found that it was impossible. Finally, it just snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to answer. A smile crept across Xiao Ming's lips. I admire your stubbornness. Hiss. Multicolored flames shot up and engulfed the cosmic evil devil king. The extreme heat enveloped it and seemed to vaporize the black chi emitted by the creature, causing it to let out piercing screams of agony. Ah! Xiao Ming finally stopped after a long time. Are you going to talk now? Ah! Xiao Ming continued to scorch the soul of the cosmic evil devil king without waiting for an answer. This action made the flame master on the other side feel a numbness in his scalp. He could sense how terrifying the flames in Xiao Ming's hands were. Just one look made him feel like his soul was being burned. Being an expert in playing with fire himself, he could sense that these flames must be extraordinarily effective against souls. It was only after 3 rounds of burning that Xiao Ming finally came to a halt. Hehe, ready to talk now? Stop burning me, I'll tell you. After weighing its options, the cosmic evil devil king decided that it wasn't worth suffering torture for such information, and promptly replied weakly. The Tunneling clan is also a branch of our saint race. In ancient times, they went to occupy a lower plane just like us, but there was no news of them after that. Oh. Xiao Ming was somewhat surprised. The Tunneling clan doesn't seem to have demonic chi as strong as your Yimo tribe. That's because the Tunneling clan's ability is somewhat special. They can devour and imitate the bloodlines of the beings from the Great Thousand World. Thus, their fiend aura is very faint. Their clan's strength is also much stronger than ours, the cosmic evil devil king replied weakly. I see. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. The tunneling clan you mentioned is also part of the fiend clans? Flame Master was a bit curious at this moment. It should be, but that clan has already been annihilated in my plane, Xiao Ming replied with a smile. Then he put the cosmic evil devil king away with a wave of his hand. I'm taking this guy with me. Whether you want to leave or stay is up to you. Wait, the Flame Master called out as Xiao Ming was about to leave. You have the aura of the Ice Master on you. Where is she? Xiao Ming looked at the Flame Master and slowly said, the Ice Master is now called Huan. She is my disciple and is now waiting outside. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences. He hadn't forgotten that in the original story, it was this Flame Master who caused trouble, leading to a time when Huan's Ice Master's strength was out of control. After speaking, he disappeared from the devil-suppressing prison with the Great Desolation Tablet. Shortly after, Xiao Ming reappeared at the summit of Mysterious Spirit Mountain. Huan and Qing Tan hurriedly approached to greet him. Xiao Ming nodded at the approaching lovely figures, and with a wave of his hand, he tossed them some jade bottles. Keep this core spiritual birth serum. The core spiritual birth serum was something he had obtained earlier at the bottom of the lake. Master, isn't this a bit too extravagant for us? Huan caught the bottle and was surprised by the jade-green liquid inside. Was this really something that practitioners at the Yuan Dan stage like them could use? Qing Tan also felt a bit uneasy as she said, are we worthy of such a thing, Master? We haven't been of much help to you. Their master seemed to be overly generous with them, yet in reality, they didn't seem to be of much help to him. This little liquid is nothing to your master. Xiao Ming was slightly amused. He never skimped on resources for his own people, especially his disciples. He understood the importance of resources in cultivation. When my master was guiding me, he also made every effort to provide me with ample resources. If it weren't for my master's support back then, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. Gently pinching Qing Tan's chin, Xiao Ming smiled, just accept these things. You can think about helping your master after you two become strong figures. Hee, don't pinch it, it's ticklish, thank you, master. Qing Tan giggled and dodged Xiao Ming's teasing claws in a playful manner. Hearing her master say that made her feel reassured. In the future, she would definitely fight by his side. After stowing away the bottles, Huan suddenly noticed a tall, handsome man standing nearby. He was dressed in a golden robe, with fiery red hair and a face that exuded warmth and gentleness. In the man's deep eyes, a hint of tenderness suddenly appeared. Then, he smiled slightly and spoke softly, Junior sister. A chill ran through Huan's body as she felt somewhat uncomfortable at the manner in which this man was staring at her. She took a few steps back and regarded him with a slight frown. Who are you? I don't recall Master having a male disciple. I am the senior sister here. The Flame Master was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled, so, little junior sister hasn't fully recovered yet. After a brief pause, he continued, I am the Flame Master. The Flame Master? One of the legendary 8 ancient masters. But what does that have to do with me? Huan was startled upon hearing this name. She cast a glance at him with her pretty eyes before taking another 2 steps back and hiding behind Xiao Ming. Finally, she shook her head and said. My master is here. You better not talk nonsense or I'll ask him to beat you up. The Flame Master was taken aback by Huan's words. He glanced at Xiao Ming and noticed the latter's stern gaze. Remembering Xiao Ming's previous words and how he treated the cosmic evil devil king, he couldn't help but feel intimidated. I won't insist since you say so. Alright, there is nothing more to say. We should leave now. And don't follow us, Xiao Ming interjected when he noticed the dislike Huan had for the Flame Master. Senior, I wish, the Flame Master began to express his wish to stay with the group, but before he could finish his sentence, the 3 had already disappeared without a trace. The Flame Master looked at the empty night sky and stood in silence for a long time. After letting out a soft sigh, he also disappeared from the scene. Sky Merchant Region. It was a relatively unusual place within the chaotic Demon Sea. It stood out not only because it served as a connecting point for several sea regions, but also due to the astonishing abundance of rare treasures gathered within its borders. As a result, Sky Merchant Region's renown within the chaotic Demon Sea eclipsed even that of the Heaven Wind Sea region. The Sky Merchant region was formed from over 1,000 islands, and could practically be called a continent on the sea. However, the complex terrain was only part of what made this place complicated. The interactions and conflicts between the various factions within the region could best be described as tumultuous and chaotic. At the heart of the Sky Merchant region was Sky Merchant City, the central hub of this vast area. Sky Merchant City. Xiao Ming, along with his 2 disciples, descended gradually from the sky towards Sky Merchant City. The area surrounding them was teeming with activity, and countless streaks of light crisscrossed the sky, forming an intricate network of lights. How lively! Qing Tan's large clear eyes watched the extremely lively Sky Merchant region. Her small face was filled with excitement and feelings of novelty. Chapter 591. Indeed, it's very lively. Ing Huanhuan also nodded in agreement, her eyes showing a hint of wonder. Although she was born in the Tao sect, she was still young and had seldom seen such bustling gatherings. Let's head straight to Sky Merchant City, the main city of the Sky Merchant region. The annual Sky Merchant auction is being held there. You two have been practicing diligently for a long time, so it's a good chance to relax a bit, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yay! Both girls cheered out loud when they heard this. Apparently, they had indeed endured their fair share of hardships. The Sky Merchant region was vast, but with Xiao Ming's speed, they quickly arrived at the center of the region. There, a massive city that almost occupied an entire island appeared in their view. A faint yellow light barrier covered the city. Xiao Ming could detect a terrifying fluctuation from the light barrier. This fluctuation was not any weaker than the great sect protecting formation of the Tao sect. The light barrier in the sky didn't seem to repel people under normal circumstances. Therefore, the Xiao Ming trio followed some others and directly entered through it. Once inside, their eyes swept around until they settled on a spot in the middle of the city. There stood a 3,000-meter large black building that rose straight into the clouds. A vast and mighty aura was emitted from it. Which faction other than the overlord of Sky Merchant City, the Sky Merchant Court, would have the qualifications to build such a large and superior building in this place? Xiao Ming and his 2 disciples didn't immediately enter the Sky Merchant Court, nor did they rush to find a place to stay. Instead, they wandered around the Sky Merchant City for some time, satisfying the girls' desire to join in the bustle. Once they had their fill of the lively atmosphere, they finally found an inn to settle down in the city. As the evening set in, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a cool moonlight that made the entire sea surface outside Sky Merchant City shimmer like fish scales, adding an extraordinary beauty to the scene. Xiao Ming stood by the window, gazing into the distance with a pensive expression on his face. In his mind, he was organizing his strategy for the acquisition of the Dimension Fetus. Given his status as an outsider, using conventional means would only make him the second symbol ancestor at best. To truly obtain the Dimension Fetus, he had to resort to extraordinary measures. That meant making the Plane Spirit feel a mortal threat, causing the Dimension Fetus to appear before him, the only ancestor-level powerhouse who could potentially save the Tianxian continent. At that time, whether the Plane Spirit wanted to exploit him or genuinely wanted to give him the Dimension Fetus, he would still have room to maneuver. If he couldn't meet the Plane Spirit, it would have been really hard to get the Dimension Fetus. That little thing was just too good at hiding. His current strategy involved collecting Yimo as a means to create a situation that would force the Plane Spirit to reveal itself. As for why he didn't directly break the seal of the Yimo Emperor to create such a crisis, it was simply because the Yimo Emperor was an utterly uncontrollable factor that could easily spiral out of control and lead to widespread catastrophe. I hope that this Plane Spirit will be cooperative when the time comes. Xiao Ming thought before he snapped out of his reverie and shifted his gaze to the lush branches outside the window. Little girl, have you not had your fill of watching yet? Rustle. A small head peeked out from the lush foliage as soon as his words fell. After a quick glance around, it leaped straight into Xiao Ming's room. Xiao Ming turned around to find a green-clothed little girl standing about a meter away, her big, glossy eyes fixed intently on him. The girl appeared quite young, yet she was exceedingly cute. Her delicate features resembled those of a porcelain doll. Her hair was tied into 2 pigtails which made her look all the more adorable. If some ladies were to see such a little girl, it was likely that she would be irresistibly cuddled and fussed over. However, Xiao Ming did not entertain such thoughts. Instead, he scrutinized her, as if to confirm something. Gurgle. Suddenly, the girl's stomach emitted a rumbling sound, causing Xiao Ming to halt his scrutiny. Are you hungry? The green-clothed girl nodded without hesitation, her eyes pleading as she stared at Xiao Ming. You don't usually carry money when you go out. I forgot, the girl replied honestly. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, if you don't mind, let me treat you to a meal. I don't mind at all. This green-clothed girl's voice was extremely clear. It was just like a jade bead falling into a silver plate. Although this voice was a little young, it was likely that upon growing up, just this voice alone would be able to capture the hearts of many men. Xiao Ming smiled and led her out of the room, then knocked on the doors of Qing Tan and Ing Huanhuan's rooms. Both girls were surprised to see the green-clothed girl. However, after Xiao Ming casually explained the situation, they didn't ask further questions and simply regarded the newcomer with curiosity. When they arrived at a private room in the inn, Xiao Ming ordered some food, and the three girls began to eat. He, on the other hand, brewed a cup of tea and watched them eat. Unlike them, he no longer needed to consume food at this cultivation level of his. Qing Tan and Ing Huanhuan quickly finished their meals, leaving only the little girl to eat voraciously without caring about her image. It seemed that this green-clothed girl had quite an appetite. She managed to finish an entire table full of food that Xiao Ming had ordered. Finally, she sat back in satisfaction and patted her small stomach. She gave Xiao Ming a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, big brother." There were still traces of grease left on the corners of her mouth. However, that smile of hers was so sweet that it could melt hearts. Even Qing Tan and Ing Huanhuan, both women themselves, found her overly adorable. "What's your name?" Xiao Ming set down his teacup and asked with a smile. "Mu Lingshan." The green-clothed girl tugged at one of her pigtails. Then, she looked up at Xiao Ming with her big eyes and asked, "What about big brother?" "Xiao Ming," he replied with a smile. "Such an ordinary name, it doesn't match big brother's handsome appearance at all." "Big brother is the best-looking person I've ever seen," Mu Lingshan said with a cheerful smile. Tilting her head, she stared at Xiao Ming and continued, "Of course, that's not why I keep staring at big brother. It's just that every time I see big brother, I can't help myself." "That's the same thing, isn't it?" Ing Huanhuan frowned slightly as she muttered. "Not at all." Mu Lingshan shook her head and her two pigtails swayed along with her movement. "Anyway, I just felt drawn to follow big brother, I don't know why, but I just feel like big brother won't hurt me." Even Qing Tan found herself speechless at this point. "Why are you here?" Xiao Ming did not care too much about this as he knew the reason very well. This Mu Lingshan in front of them was actually the life-death ancestral symbol. The life-death ancestral symbol appeared relatively late in ancient times. When it first appeared, it was very small and weak. Therefore, the devouring ancestral symbol swallowed it into its body and supplied it with energy. Only after the life-death ancestral symbol grew up did it leave the devouring ancestral symbol. Thus, the life-death ancestral symbol had a special connection with the owner of the devouring ancestral symbol. Since the devouring ancestral symbol was now within him, the reason for Mu Lingshan's inexplicable feelings towards him was quite evident. Chapter 592. The Life and Death Master, one of the 8 ancient masters, was the ancestor of the immortal sage whale clan. After she was severely injured and fell, the clan buried her remains in the deepest part of the chaotic demon sea. 100 years ago, however, the immortal sage whale clan discovered a black and white glowing egg in the tomb. Moreover, the body of their ancestor had also disappeared along with the life-death ancestral symbol. Mu Lingshan was that life-death ancestral symbol. Each ancestral symbol possessed a spirit, but none had ever appeared in human form. Even Mu Lingshan herself did not know that she was the life-death ancestral symbol. The current Mu Lingshan possessed the body of the immortal sage whale clan while being the life-death ancestral symbol at the same time. This kind of mutation was extremely rare and fascinating. Xiao Ming found this state particularly interesting. Actually, I sneaked out after I saw Big Brother at the Sky Merchant auction." Mu Lingshan sheepishly fiddled with her pigtails. "Sneaked out? Your family must be worried. It's very dangerous outside," Qing Tan said with concern. "What's there to be afraid of? As long as I'm with Big Brother, I'll be safe." Mu Lingshan let out a soft hum and then looked at Xiao Ming, blinking her big eyes. "Big Brother, you're not going to chase me away, are you?" Xiao Ming's gaze turned to the 3 girls at the table. All 3 of them were budding beauties, pleasing to the eye. However, it was still somewhat inconvenient to have so many young ladies following him. However, when he looked into Mu Lingshan's big, sparkling eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He smiled and said, "Of course not, but if I need to borrow anything from you in the future, you can't say no." Lingshan won't refuse Big Brother." Mu Lingshan seemed to have a great fondness for Xiao Ming. She nodded her small head eagerly without a moment's thought, leaving the 2 girls beside her astonished. The 2 girls wondered at the same time, this little girl doesn't have an ulterior motive, does she? 3 days later, the Sky Merchant auction came to an end. Xiao Ming casually helped Mu Lingshan catch a powerful sea-guarding mysterious whale to use as a mount and, with the 3 girls, left the Sky Merchant Sea area and headed towards the Sky Lightning Sea region. During their journey, perhaps because the sea-guarding mysterious whale they captured was far too eye-catching, it attracted a lot of attention. Such a sea beast was usually extremely valuable. If it was captured and sold in an auction, the price it fetched would not be any less than a pure yuan treasure. Because of this, their journey naturally attracted the attention of some pirate groups. These pirates actively killed and robbed people on the sea all year round, and every one of them was an extremely ruthless individual. Some of them even had some notoriety throughout the entire chaotic demon sea. Their eyes undoubtedly turned blood red with greed when they saw a sea-guarding mysterious whale carrying only 4 people appearing before them. However, these so-called vicious pirates had undoubtedly kicked a metal plate that was extremely hard this time. All of those who rushed out with murderous expressions on their faces and brandished their blades were swept directly to the bottom of the sea in the next second, never to surface again. Only a few were left behind to be used to hone the skills of the Huan trio. Of course, these spared pirates couldn't escape the fate of death in the end. The Sky Lightning Sea region was located deep in the chaotic demon sea. It was a special sea area that was rumored to contain the cave dwelling of a reincarnation stage practitioner, and for many years, it had attracted many strong practitioners to explore it. Rumble. Above the mirror-like azure sea, a giant whale approached from afar. Its splashing sound clearly echoed over the surface of the sea. Xiao Ming opened his eyes and looked into the distance, where the sea suddenly turned from azure to pitch black. The sky there was shrouded in endless black thunderclouds, with lightning bolts flashing around resembling roaming dragons, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder that echoed far and wide. Ha ha ha. We've finally arrived. These past few days have been so boring. Mu Lingshan next to him immediately took a deep breath after looking at the distant horizon. Then she put her hands on her waist and laughed heartily. Her clear, bell-like laugh was a bit comical no matter how one heard it. Huan looked at Mu Lingshan, who had become lively all of a sudden. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. The 3 girls had become quite familiar with each other after spending these days together. Master, there are so many people around here. Qing Tan's big eyes looked around and couldn't help but say. At this moment, a rushing wind sound appeared from time to time in the outer area of this Sky Lightning Sea region, as numerous light rays shot past in the sky. Evidently, there was no shortage of people flowing in and out of the Sky Lightning Sea region. The unique environment of the Sky Lightning Sea region easily attracts practitioners with special techniques, and it also produces lightning-related natural treasures. Coupled with the rumors of the reincarnation stage practitioner's cave dwelling, it's normal for people to come and explore here from time to time. The trio nodded understandingly. Let's get going. It's no longer convenient to ride on this sea-guarding mysterious whale. As he spoke, Xiao Ming stood up and moved to envelop the 3 girls in a flash of light. After that, they transformed into a multicolored streak and shot off the back of the whale, heading deep into the Sky Lightning Sea region. As they flew out, the eyes of many people were drawn to them. When they saw the sea-guarding mysterious whale that had been released, some people were delighted and wanted to capture it. However, the whale immediately dove deep and escaped. Rumble. Low and deep peals of berserk thunder rang out continuously from the endless thunderclouds in the sky. The thunderous sound was akin to the wrath of heaven, quite dreadful and terrifying. From time to time, lightning would burst out of the thunderclouds in an extremely berserk manner, viciously blasting the surface of the sea below. As the resulting explosion caused towering waves to rise, silver lightning spread across the surface of the sea, while piercing crackling sounds echoed incessantly. Xiao Ming and his group flew over at a tremendous speed beneath the thunderclouds that covered the sky. The thunderclouds around them soon turned pitch black, with every patch of sky filled with swirling clouds. Silvery lightning liquid mixed with destructive energy rained down from the sky like a waterfall. From a distance, it looked like countless huge holes had been torn open in that section of the sky. Meanwhile, waterfalls of lightning liquid were pouring out of them. It was a spectacular sight. However, it was only when one was trapped within that one could feel how terrifying it was. Passing through one stormy area after another was no challenge for the group. After passing through all the thunderstorm areas, they approached a region where the thunderclouds in the sky had changed from their original pitch-black color to a bright and resplendent silver. One after another, lightning bolts pierced through them before seemingly plunging into the depths of the sea. At the most central position, amidst a colossal lightning bolt, a gigantic cave dwelling was faintly visible. Thunder Emperor's Cave Dwelling. Xiao Ming looked up in the direction of the Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling, which could be faintly seen within the colossal lightning bolt. Then, he unleashed a punch that caused the surrounding lightning bolts to surge upwards. Boom! Amidst a thunderous roar, the Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling within the immense lightning bolt was forcefully held in place. A massive, heavy stone door, about 1,000 meters in size, slowly opened under the illumination of the lightning bolts. An ancient and desolate fluctuation, akin to a tidal wave, immediately surged out of it. Chapter 593. Xiao Ming and his companions continued at a relentless pace, rushing into the stone door like streaks of light. The sight before them quickly brightened, and in the distance, countless figures made of lightning bolts stood akin to statues. All of them had a bow made of a lightning bolt in their hands, while a lightning arrow with lightning arcing was notched in every single one of them. Bang! The army-like lightning figures suddenly released their fingers. The surrounding space began to twist and turn as countless lightning arrows, mixed with destructive fluctuations, insanely rained down on the group like a storm. However, the densely packed lightning arrows that resembled a violent storm did not affect Xiao Ming and the girls in the slightest. These lightning arrows couldn't even get close to them before they were completely extinguished. Then, after the group passed through some lightning-armored figures and entered a silver light circle, the activated puppets fell into silence once again. Beyond the silver light circle was an extremely vast land, with numerous clusters of ruined palaces coming into view. The entire land appeared desolate and grey, exuding a sense of decay that permeated the heavens and the earth. The deep sense of age and antiquity mixed within it made it clear that this land had long lost its vitality. Big brother, this is the cave dwelling. It looks so ruined, could there be any treasures here? Mu Lingshan's big eyes looked at the devastated land in front of them and murmured with doubt. At a glance, it did not appear to have been successfully left behind as a legacy. Instead, it was as though it had been destroyed by a calamity. Xiao Ming smiled and replied, "Let's go, you'll find out soon." Then he walked ahead, and the girls quickly followed closely behind. The group advanced and arrived at a dilapidated square in ruins where thousands of figures were seated. However, they had all lost their life force. They were all strong practitioners who had fallen during the calamity that befell the Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling. Some of them had even undergone corpse changes over time. Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze swept through, turning those 1,000 figures into flying ashes that scattered in the wind. "Ha! Master, there are still some bodies over there that haven't dispersed," Ing Huanhuan pointed ahead. At the far end of the square, 18 withered figures remained seated quietly. Their bodies were actually not decomposed by the erosion of time. Suddenly, these 18 withered figures opened their sunken eye sockets, revealing evil and cold black flames flickering inside. These flames quickly engulfed the surrounding area. The energy used by the Yimo tribe is quite interesting. It can erode a person's body and will, turning them into slaves. It's different from the Tunling clan and has caused no small disaster in this plane. A flame rose from his fingertip and flew out as Xiao Ming uttered these words. At the same time, the 18 withered figures stood up, emitting beast-like growls as the black flames surrounding their bodies grew more intense. Boom! 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 A multicolored light swept over, and the withered figures exploded one by one. The boiling black flames were swiftly devoured, and every trace of dark demonic chi was completely eradicated. 18 pitch-black pills floated in the air, emanating waves of death chi. Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the 18 deathly silent pills fell into his palm. He then stored them in a jade bottle and handed it to the 3 girls behind him. These pills have condensed the death chi cultivated by these profound death stage corpses. Now that the death chi has been compressed into these deathly silent pills, they will be greatly beneficial for your future breakthroughs into the profound death stage. Ing Huanhuan hurriedly caught the bottle. As Xiao Ming continued forward, similar squares to the one they had just encountered were not uncommon. Corpses eroded by demonic chi were numerous, but all were incinerated into ash by the Emperor Flame, and the resulting deathly silent pills were given to the Ing Huanhuan trio. As they ventured deeper, a 30,000 meters large giant mountain was imprinted into their eyes. The mountain was like a giant that separated the sky and earth. Even the flow of time did not diminish its majestic appearance. Bang bang! At this moment, there was a 3,000-meter large silver waterfall whistling down from the mountain cliff. It came rumbling downwards, causing the surroundings to shake in the process. The silver waterfall was actually not made of ordinary water. Instead, it was formed by viscous silver thunderbolts. The thunder sound was being emitted from within it. It was possible to see countless lightning arcs flashing over the lightning pool. Many lightning bolts flowed within the lake, looking as though there were some ferocious beasts lurking within it. The cultivation resources of the Tianxian continent are truly abundant. Xiao Ming was somewhat amazed by the sight. This Thunder Palace, had it been in Central Plains before he established the Heavenly Court, would have rivaled the top factions there. However, the cultivation resources on display here were not something that factions of similar standing could acquire. This, perhaps, was due to the Tianxian continent being younger than the Douqi continent. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's expression shifted. His gaze swiftly turned to the depths of the lightning lake, where wave after wave had begun forming on the surface, and a whirlpool was slowly taking shape. As the whirlpool formed, a lightning-like cluster the size of a human head emerged from it. Within the light cluster, a silver heart could be vaguely seen pulsating. With each beat of this silver heart, a low, deep thunderous roar resonated. What is that? Mu Lingshan asked, her expression stunned as she stared at the silver heart within the lightning light. That's a thunderbolt core. Xiao Ming glanced at the thunderbolt core before turning to the other girls, who were also staring at it intently. He saw their curious looks and explained. A thunderbolt core is typically formed under extreme pressure combined with pure thunderbolt force. They're exceptionally rare. Even a newborn baby, if able to withstand the thunderbolt force, would see their body become comparable to that of a nirvana stage practitioner within an extremely short period of time. This rare thunderbolt core was a rare natural treasure beneficial for body cultivation. Though it wasn't particularly useful to Xiao Ming, he saw no reason to be courteous. Even if he didn't need it, the girls certainly would. After explaining, Xiao Ming pressed a finger down. Immediately, the entire lake split in two, revealing a gigantic lightning cliff gorge with a bottomless pit. It looked as though it was connected to the bottom of the earth. On its walls were numerous stone caves, and within these caves, it appeared that there were silver corpses seated. These corpses were once strong practitioners of the Thunder Emperor's palace who had voluntarily suppressed themselves in this lightning lake to avoid turning into monsters upon death. They used the power of lightning to suppress the demonic chi within their bodies. Xiao Ming expelled countless lightning bolts from his hand, directing them towards the silver corpses. These lightning bolts crazily traversed through their bodies, creating a spectacle that resembled numerous miniature suns from afar. Bang bang bang. All the silver corpses suddenly exploded, and as the demonic chi within them was extinguished, a silver ball slowly rose. Inside each silver ball was a silver heart that beat faintly. They were thunderbolt cores. After collecting all the thunderbolt cores, Xiao Ming looked towards the only remaining corpse. This corpse was originally covered with numerous black demonic markings that had turned its body pitch black, but now all of these demonic markings had disappeared. Its originally black pupils had now turned into a bright and dazzling silver. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if they contained endless lightning. This glowing figure seemed to have regained consciousness. However, its face was somewhat stiff, and its eyes remained vacant for quite some time. Subsequently, an exceedingly joyous elation erupted from within, causing its entire body to tremble slightly. From this, it was possible to gauge the overwhelming emotions that were rushing through its heart. "Senior, thank you very much." The silver glowing figure slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Ming with the utmost solemnity. His words were filled with thick feelings of gratitude and appreciation. This one actually came back to life. The Ying Huanhuan trio were somewhat astonished. Chapter 594. No, even though the demonic tattoos on his body have been erased, and this sliver of consciousness that has been sealed here for thousands of years is finally free. However, he probably can't live for long before he dissipates. Xiao Ming shook his head at Ying Huanhuan's words. Dissipate? Ying Huanhuan was puzzled. Hasn't the demonic chi in this senior's body been eradicated? Why would he still dissipate? Aren't the lifespans of profound death stage practitioners quite long? Indeed, the lifespan of strong practitioners in the Tianxian continent was considerably longer than those in the Doqi continent. Although the Thunder Palace had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, it was entirely possible for a profound death stage practitioner to live for a millennium. Logically, this practitioner before them should still have a life to live. This sliver of consciousness is merely a remnant fragment of my soul. After being sealed for thousands of years, it has reached its limit. If not for my persistence, it might have already been lost a long time ago to the corrosion from the demonic chi. The silver glowing figure explained with a light laugh. His voice sounded abnormally free and suave after being freed from that state of corrosion. He must be feeling extremely satisfied. Regardless, I'm a person that had died thousands of years ago. Being able to regain consciousness now, even if only for a fleeting moment, is already fulfilling enough. Why bother harboring any more extravagant desires? Those brothers of mine from those days have all turned to dust and returned to the ground. Thus, there is nothing left in this world that will keep me around. The girls fell silent for a moment upon hearing the silver glowing figure's words. The mindset displayed by the latter, which had come to terms with life and death, was something they, in their teens, couldn't yet comprehend. What's your name? Xiao Ming asked. Suo Fei, the silver glowing figure smiled. Then he continued, with Senior's strength, Senior must have come to this Thunder Palace in search of the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol, right? Xiao Ming nodded his head. The Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Suo Fei's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence as he spoke softly. Indeed, Lord Thunder Emperor did obtain the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. However, it was also because of this that our Thunder Palace was targeted by those Yimo. They dispatched a Yimo king, 2 Yimo generals, and numerous Yimo commanders. Those Yimo even waited until Lord Thunder Emperor was attempting the reincarnation tribulation to break into the reincarnation stage before attacking. Although we managed to seal the Yimo King in the end, Lord Thunder Emperor paid the price with his life. Suo Fei's expression became much gloomier as he spoke. The Thunderbolt ancestral symbol should still be in this cave dwelling, right? Mu Lingshan became lively again at the mention of the ancestral symbol. Suo Fei nodded his head before replying, if my guess is correct, the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol should be in the Thunder World. It's a space created by Lord Thunder Emperor himself, and no one can enter it except for him unless you have the key. A key is actually required to enter the Thunder World. Ing Huan's brow furrowed slightly at the side. She had been following her master all this time, but she hadn't seen any key. Suo Fei glanced at Xiao Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then said, with senior strength, there should be no need for a key. The Thunder Hall is at the center of the depths of the cave dwelling. That's the most central location of this cave dwelling, and the entrance of the Thunder World is also there. I said Big Brother is awesome. Mu Lingshan's big eyes glittered and sparkled as she stared at Xiao Ming with admiration. Indeed, Senior's cultivation is profound. Even with my strength, I cannot sense the depth of his capabilities. The central area may be somewhat dangerous, but I believe it won't pose much of a challenge to him. Suo Fei also smiled, but suddenly, his body began to emit a brilliant lightning glow. Faintly, an extremely violent fluctuation slowly emanated from him. It is all thanks to this senior that I am able to regain my consciousness this time. I'm deeply grateful, but I have nothing to repay your great kindness. The only thing I can do is to offer this remaining body of mine. As Suo Fei's body turned bright and resplendent, a thunderbolt core approximately 3 meters large gradually condensed and took shape within the resplendent glow. The lightning energy it contained was undoubtedly much richer than those previously obtained. Xiao Ming sighed as he watched Suo Fei disappear. Suo Fei had been dead for too long, and his soul was not very strong. He had barely managed to maintain his consciousness through the erosion of the demonic marking. Xiao Ming would have rescued him if he could, as he admired those with unwavering determination. However, the laws of life and death in the Tianxian continent were somewhat different from those in the Douqi continent. There was reincarnation on the Tianxian continent, so at least Suo Fei had not completely dissipated, he would have another life. In the depths of the Thunder Palace, there was a vast expanse of silver-colored earth, the edges of which could not be fathomed. On the surface of the earth, if one were to look closely, one would see lightning streaming through it like snakes slithering about. Seen from a distance, it appeared like a gorgeous and magnificent lightning sea. At this point, the earth of the lightning sea was covered with deep ravines. These ravines were about 10 kilometers deep, and their bottoms seemed unfathomable. Moreover, they appeared in fantastic oddities of all kinds that didn't seem to be naturally formed. They looked more like scars left by an earth-shattering battle. This was the key battlefield of the terrifying Great Battle at the Thunder Palace, where the Thunder Emperor had fought the Yimo King. Where's that Thunder Hall? Scanning her surroundings with her big eyes, Mu Lingshan suddenly spoke out doubtfully. The Thunder Hall isn't on the ground, but above the thunderclouds. Xiao Ming glanced at the ruins of this battlefield before gazing up at the sky. Thick storm clouds were hovering at that spot. Boundless and enormous fluctuations were faintly discernible as they radiated from that spot. Above the thunderclouds, an indescribably magnificent Thunder Hall stood silently. It's actually in the sky. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's reply, amazement flashed uncontrollably in the girl's eyes. Xiao Ming led the girls to the Thunder Hall as he gently pushed forward with his palm. Immediately, the hall's doors, which had been shut tightly for thousands of years, thundered open. 3 silver rays, resembling lightning bolts, burst forth from the Thunder Hall with a destructive force the moment its doors opened. Their primary target was naturally Xiao Ming, the one who had unlocked the Thunder Hall. These silver rays were, in fact, 3 silver figures whose entire bodies were covered with dark and evil demonic markings. Sinister and powerful black chi continuously radiated from them, causing the temperature of the land to drop quite a bit. They were once 3 strong practitioners at the perfect profound death stage. Alongside Suo Fei, they were known as the 4 great Thunder Kings under the Thunder Emperor. They had also been eroded by demonic chi like Suo Fei. However, they couldn't withstand the erosion as he did and had lost their consciousness, thus turning into puppets. Xiao Ming sent 3 flames into the bodies of these puppets with a wave of his hand. As the demonic chi dissipated, 3 rays of spiritual light freed themselves from within the figures. The 3 puppets then turned to ash and vanished into the world. Continuing forward, they entered the main hall of the Thunder Palace. The large hall was extremely spacious. At first glance, it appeared as though it was 30,000 meters in size. A person was as tiny as an ant when standing in it. Its majesty and grandeur appearance caused one to involuntarily feel some fear and respect. Inside the large hall, there were many large stone pillars. A light cluster with a lightning glow flickering on it was suspended above all the stone pillars. Within these light clusters, vague outlines of scrolls, weapons, and various treasures could be discerned. These items, all spiritual treasures and martial arts, immediately caught the attention of Ing Huanhuan, Mu Lingshan, and Qin Tan. There are so many treasures here. Mu Lingshan exclaimed with wide eyes as she gazed at the clusters of light above the large stone pillars. The fluctuations emitted by these items were quite powerful. Xiao Ming nodded his head. However, he didn't even pause at these treasures. Instead, he directly locked onto the deepest part of the hall, where a 300-meter large stone statue stood. The right hand of the statue was holding onto a silver scepter. There was a continuous lightning glow flowing out from the scepter, giving it an extremely brilliant appearance. Moreover, a powerful fluctuation was radiating from this scepter. With a simple gesture, Xiao Ming claimed the scepter, which immediately erupted in a dazzling display of silver lightning. But just as quickly, the lightning faded. It seemed to have subdued itself to its new master. This scepter was made of some unknown materials. It was completely silver in color. Countless obscure and complicated lightning symbols were carved on it. These lightning symbols flashed, appearing like numerous majestic lightning bolts. At the top of the scepter, 8 lightning dragons were roaring towards the sky. At the center of these dragons was a palm-sized silver thunderbolt. Traces of lightning arcs flashed from it before passing through the 8 lightning dragons that covered the entire scepter. The Lightning Emperor Scepter, a fine weapon indeed, though it holds no value for me. Xiao Ming said as he held the Lightning Emperor Scepter. With a gentle wave, thousands of thunderbolts whistled out, intertwining and swirling around him, yet causing no harm to anyone else. Big Brother looks even more handsome now. The Mu Lingshan trio stared at him with sparkling eyes. At this moment, he appeared like an emperor commanding the power of thunder, walking through a tempest of lightning. With a slight gesture, the Lightning Emperor Scepter shot a lightning bolt towards the stone statue of the Thunder Emperor that stood before them. Chi. As the lightning bolt struck the stone statue, a silver glow instantly enveloped it. The space behind its chest began to distort slowly, forming a gradual, swirling spatial vortex. As the spatial vortex near the chest of the stone figure slowly took shape, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see lightning sparks dancing within it. In the next instant, an indescribably ancient and boundless aura faintly radiated out. The entrance to the Thunder World, Xiao Ming said as he observed the vortex. You 3 stay here and take the treasures for yourselves. I'll go in and be back soon. With that, Xiao Ming held the Lightning Emperor Scepter and transformed into a ray of bright light. Despite the constant barrage of lightning bolts roaring toward him, he remained nonchalant as he approached the spatial vortex and eventually disappeared into it, leaving behind 3 pairs of bright and expectant eyes. Chapter 595. After stepping into the vortex, Xiao Ming found himself in a seemingly endless space that had appeared before his eyes. This was the Thunder World. Countless 30,000 meters large thunderbolts, that looked like ancient lightning dragons, whistled and flashed across this place. Suddenly, a thunder roar spread, making this scene so spectacular that it could not be described with words. Xiao Ming calmly surveyed this Thunder World. Those thunderbolts, which were powerful enough to reduce a profound death stage practitioner into dust, would automatically disappear when they landed within a 300-meter radius around him. With a slight step forward, Xiao Ming moved and approached the deep parts of the Thunder World. Soon after, a lightning sea region appeared in front of his line of sight. This lightning sea was vast and boundless, and thunderbolts surged on this sea. There were also silver thunderbolts covering the sky above. The explosive rumbling thunder sound was just like the might of the heavens, instilling fear into one's soul. Xiao Ming floated in the air above this lightning sea. Before him stood a silver-colored altar. The altar had 10,000 lightning steps, and there was a throne located at the peak of it. Tens of thousands of lightning fell around the throne and the space was distorted. A human figure seemed to be seated alone on the throne. That human figure did not look extremely muscular, and he even looked a little scrawny. However, this scrawny figure was emitting a terrifying aura that caused even the sky and earth to tremble. That must be the former controller of the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol, the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Ming thought as he looked at the figure on the throne. The monstrous aura of the latter, however, was devoid of life. Clearly, he was already dead. Then he lifted his head and saw a 3,000 meters large lightning cluster suspended in the distant sky. At a glance, it appeared as though it was a sun created from lightning. From within that lightning cluster, Xiao Ming sensed a familiar fluctuation. In the center of the lightning cluster, he could vaguely make out an ancient symbol. That symbol was distorted, appearing just like the first thunderbolt that had been born in this world. Ancient and mighty. It possessed the might of the god's punishment. Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Xiao Ming did not act immediately after seeing the thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Instead, his gaze shifted to the lightning sea below. Immediately, he clenched his fist, and a monstrous flame suddenly erupted from his palm. Wave after wave of shocking heat waves spread out, causing the surrounding space to become slightly distorted. Bang! With a flick of his finger, the flames swept down. After which, they charged into the lightning sea region. A howl erupted after the flames charged into the lightning sea. Suddenly, a giant 30,000-meter swirl appeared within the lightning sea. Roar! An extremely evil roar suddenly resounded from the deep regions of the spatial swirl. Monstrous black chi suddenly surged. Rumble! However, the lightning sun in the sky suddenly emitted an extremely loud sound after the monstrous black chi was shot out. Shortly after that, Xiao Ming could see that the air above the lightning sea was being distorted. Many 3,000-meter-long lightning chains slowly appeared. These chains were like lightning dragons. They were connected to the lightning sun in the sky on one end and plunged into the deepest part of the spatial swirl on the other. In the deepest part of the lightning sea, a 30-meter-long black shadow struggled furiously. However, it was firmly held by those lightning chains, rendering it powerless to break free. Meanwhile, a monstrous and evil aura continuously radiated from its body as it tried to erode the lightning chains binding it. Unfortunately for it, these efforts were in vain. As Xiao Ming's gaze fell upon the black shadow shrouded in lightning, it seemed to sense his presence and abruptly raised its head. Its sinister and ferocious eyes met Xiao Ming's directly. Xiao Ming felt a faint force attempting to invade his mind as their eyes met. His gaze intensified, and the eyes of the Yimo King beneath him exploded violently. Ah! Humans, you despicable humans! The enormous black shadow at the bottom of the lightning sea roared as its eyes burst open and tears of blood flowed out. Its roar was filled with intense hatred. My Yimo tribe will flatten this plain sooner or later. You should know the gap between you and me, yet you're still so arrogant, Xiao Ming laughed. Do not think that you humans have won this war. The number of my Yimo tribe on this plane is beyond your imagination. The next time there is a rift between the planes, all the creatures on this plane will be subjugated by my tribe. The Yimo King roared sharply. Xiao Ming did not pay attention to these words and instead turned his attention to the figure sitting on the throne. Thunder Emperor, I am aware that a sliver of your consciousness remains within the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Unleash your remaining strength now. I am giving you a chance to personally eliminate this Yimo King. A lightning light shot out from the lightning sun as his voice fell. Eventually, it shone on the throne. Under the illumination of the lightning, the eyes of the skinny figure that had been closed for thousands of years actually slowly opened. Lightning whistled across the sky. It was as if they were welcoming their king back. The remnant spirit of the Thunder Emperor awakened. Rumble. Countless huge thunderbolts suddenly rained down from every direction in the sky at this moment. In contrast, the altar quietly sat amidst the tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The man seated on the throne opened his eyes, which had been shut for 1,000 years, as a resplendent silver glow emerged from his eyes. It was as though there was a lightning realm within them. The frightening fluctuations from them caused one's heart to tremble with fear. The silver-eyed man opened his eyes before he slowly took a look at Xiao Ming. He nodded slightly and smiled. Greetings to Senior. Let's skip the formalities, you won't last long in this state. Xiao Ming's gaze rested on the Thunder Emperor. I can give you the strength to annihilate this Yimo King and fulfill your last wish. Afterwards, I'll send you into reincarnation. With your strength, there's a slight chance you might awaken your memories in your next life. In the Tian-Xian continent, a strong reincarnation stage practitioner could voluntarily enter into reincarnation, with the possibility of awakening their memories and strength in the next life. It was akin to a game where you'd forgotten the password. Others who died could also enter reincarnation, but this was just a normal reincarnation. It was similar to restarting a game with a new account. There was no chance of regaining any memories. In his time, the Thunder Emperor was strong enough to challenge the reincarnation stage. He was able to seal a Yimo King of comparable strength even when he was ambushed. His strength was immense, and there was a small chance that he would retain his memories. This was mainly because his soul had absorbed some of the power of reincarnation during his breakthrough. As for the previous Suafei, he had no chance at all. Therefore, Xiao Ming did not make any extra effort. This soul fragment of mine is indeed unable to survive for long, but there's no need to think about it. I choose to annihilate this Yimo. Thunder Emperor, you pathetic thing who has dragged out an ignoble existence. You actually hid inside the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol for 1,000 years because you were afraid of taking me on alone, right? The Yimo King looked at the Thunder Emperor from deep within the sea of lightning and involuntarily roared. His roar was filled with fury. If you did not suddenly launch a sneak attack while I was undergoing the reincarnation tribulation, slaying all of you would have been as easy as flipping my hand. The Thunder Emperor's silver eyes looked towards the roaring Yimo King and spoke in an indifferent voice. However, since you are unable to endure being sealed, this Emperor shall help free you today. The Thunder Emperor abruptly stepped forward after his voice sounded. One could see the 3,000 meters large lightning sun in the sky suddenly release a clap of thunder. After which, the lightning sun began to distort. Promptly, countless lightning bolts came raining down like a waterfall. Roar! Resplendent lightning glow distorted in the sky while an ancient roar faintly echoed. Soon after, the lightning sun turned into a huge creature that was thousands of meters in size. This was a creature that looked like a giant snake. Its body was as bright as silver while lightning liquid continuously dripped from its body. When it swept across the sky, the lightning liquid transformed into thunderbolts that came raining down. That snake-like creature possessed 9 giant heads. Its enormous body entrenched itself in the sky while it gave off a frightening pressure, causing even space itself to become a little distorted. This was the ancestral symbol spirit. It was a magical creature that could only be summoned when an ancestral symbol was activated to its utmost limit. It could connect to the origin power of the Tian-Xian continent and possess the power to destroy the world. The symbol spirit of this thunderbolt ancestral symbol represented the very essence of lightning power in this plane. Senior, lend me your strength. Xiao Ming waved his hand. A golden lightning roared down from his body. This was the 9 mysterious golden lightning combined with other mysterious lightnings. In an instant, the ancestral symbol spirit was tinged with a brilliant golden color. Its 9 giant heads hissed in unison. Their ferocious mouths gaped wide open as lightning was spat out like a waterfall. They were finally agglomerating into a lightning-glowing pillar that was filled with destructive force. Die! A low cry was emitted from the Thunder Emperor's mouth. Immediately, the entire Thunder world started to tremble wildly. The lightning sea below completely collapsed as 3,000-meter large waves unfurled. That wild and violent manner caused one to be scared witless. Chapter 596. It won't be so easy to kill this king. The Yimo King was taken aback by such an attack. Immediately, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. Although the life force of a Yimo was strong, in the face of an attack aided by Xiao Ming, he finally felt the threat of death. Great demon erosion. The evil black chi that seemed to cover the land swept out of the Yimo King's body. Eventually, it formed a 3,000-meter black light cluster above his head. From a distance, it appeared to be just like a black sun that was filled with evil. Clearly, this Yimo King had begun to desperately fight back. Bang! The lightning-glowing pillar moved at an incredible speed. Finally, it crashed into the black sun with an extremely shocking momentum. An indescribable energy ripple spread like wildfire. The area that had originally been a few tens of thousands of meters in size was torn apart directly until it was 100,000 meters in size. As a result, the entire lightning sea was plunged into utter chaos. No! The resplendent lightning pillar, bolstered by Xiao Ming's strength, relentlessly pushed forward, while the evil black sun was continuously pushed back. The frightening and angry roar of the Yimo King resembled that of a trapped beast as it continuously rang out. Even though he knew that there was a huge gap between him and Xiao Ming, he couldn't help but feel desperate in the face of impending death. The Yimo King roared. His voice was filled with reluctance. However, no one cared about his screams at this moment. The lightning pillar continued to rush over before mercilessly striking his body. Boom! The Yimo King's body shattered almost instantly upon impact. Black chi spread out in all directions as it began to flee. Sizzle! However, just as the black chi was about to dissipate, a silver golden light quickly spread, and as soon as the black chi touched the golden light, it quickly melted like snow under the scorching sun. Ah, you lowly humans, how dare you kill this king? Just wait and see, one day my tribe will definitely flatten your plane, and all of you will be our slaves forever. A sharp, miserable screech ricocheted across the thunder world along with an extremely evil curse as the black chi disappeared. I am so unwilling, so unwilling. The extremely violent energy slowly began to disappear from the bottom of the lightning sea. The body of the Yimo King also disappeared along with it. This Yimo King, who had once destroyed this Thunder Palace, was finally vanquished by the hands of the Thunder Emperor with a little aid from Xiao Ming. After this was done, the Thunder Emperor solemnly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Ming and said, "Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. It's almost time. I will send you into reincarnation now." Xiao Ming waved his hand slightly, and a vortex appeared in this world. A hint of the aura of life and death reincarnation emanated from it. It was through this passage that the reincarnation stage practitioners in the Tianxian continent could reincarnate. The Thunder Emperor looked at the reincarnation passage in front of him. A trace of a different emotion flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to Xiao Ming and asked, "Senior, may I know the current situation of the Yimo tribe in this world? The situation was not optimistic before I came to this plane. But now, you don't have to worry about that anymore." The Thunder Emperor looked startled at first, then smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. I no longer have to worry about such things. With Senior here, I hope this world can be spared from the enslavement of the Yimo." The Thunder Emperor's somewhat illusory figure trembled after saying these words. A greatly diminished lightning sun appeared in this thunder world. "I leave this thunderbolt ancestral symbol in the hands of Senior." With a final farewell, the Thunder Emperor's illusory figure turned into a spiritual light and entered the reincarnation passage. As the vortex slowly shrank, Xiao Ming was left alone in this thunder world. Thunderbolt ancestral symbol. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze and looked towards the nearby thunderbolt ancestral symbol. A ray of spiritual strength shot out from his forehead and entered the ancestral symbol. This was a completely chaotic world, where the sky and land seemed to be coexisting in an undefined state. As chaos rose, there seemed to be a vast and mighty energy gathering within the mess. Soon after, an extremely low and deep thunder roar was suddenly emitted within the quiet chaos. Bang bang. With the flow of time, the thunder roar gradually became louder. In the end, it actually reverberated throughout this entire chaotic world. Rumble. Suddenly, this chaotic world began to change. The surrounding chaos immediately turned into a lightning world. 30,000 meters large thunderbolts continuously descended onto the world like lightning dragons. The rumbling noise was simply deafening. Clap. Immediately, a 3,000 meters large lightning suddenly cut through the sky. It penetrated through the air and ruthlessly smashed against Xiao Ming. The test to subdue the thunderbolt ancestral symbol is 100,000 thunderbolts. Xiao Ming looked up at the large lightning descending from the sky, his eyes were filled with calmness. The test to subdue the thunderbolt ancestral symbol was straightforward and brutal, to withstand 100,000 thunderbolts unscathed. Lightning flickered around his body, trying to penetrate his flesh. However, with the appearance of fine black symbols, these silver lightning rays were quickly absorbed. Countless lightning dragon-like thunderbolts whistled within the lightning world. Finally, they continuously bombarded the expanding vortex with loud rumbling noises reverberating across the entire place. The lightning in the sky continued to rain down in a merciless fashion for an unknown duration. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, until finally, Xiao Ming's gaze shifted. He slowly extended his hand and numerous thunderbolts wrapped around it. The originally proud and untamable energy appeared as gentle as sheep as it quietly swirled in his hand. The lightning in the sky rippled. Soon after, it turned into a huge maelstrom of thunderbolts. A bolt of lightning shot down from the middle of the maelstrom. At its center was an ancient symbol. The ancient lightning symbol flickered with lightning as it silently hovered in front of Xiao Ming. Suddenly, light scattered from Xiao Ming's brow while the thunderbolt ancestral symbol floating in front of him also turned into a lightning glow that charged into his Naiwan palace. The interior of his Naiwan palace was like its own small world. Majestic spiritual strength rippled within it while a black hole quietly floated at its center. Boom! Thunderbolts appeared as soon as the thunderbolt ancestral symbol entered the small world. Lightning spread across the sky in an attempt to dominate everything in an overbearing fashion. But soon, a surge of golden lightning quickly appeared and intertwined itself with this lightning before merging with it. In the end, the overbearing nature of the thunderbolt ancestral symbol dissipated. Thunder World. Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his hand, and a small golden dragon appeared, moving restlessly in his palm. This thunderbolt ancestral symbol has been combined with all the mysterious lightnings to form a special kind of lightning. It's no weaker than the current Emperor Flame. Let's call it Emperor Lightning. Xiao Ming was satisfied with the results of subduing the thunderbolt ancestral symbol. He took a moment to survey the thunder world. Then a black bead appeared with a thought. In a corner of the thunder world, numerous black demonic fog rose up and entered the bead. As the black fog entered, the aura of the bead became slightly stronger. Inside the black bead, there was a demonic shadow roaring in anger. However, Xiao Ming ignored it. He stored the black bead after it absorbed all the demonic chi. Ripples began to appear in the space next to him, and his figure began to slowly disappear into those ripples. Chapter 597. Demon Region. It was the dwelling place of the demonic beast tribes in the Tianxian continent. Most of the powerful demonic beast tribes in the world were gathered in this region. Therefore, its overall strength was quite formidable. The Beast War region was an extremely chaotic area within this demon region. It was home to countless factions and had not been completely unified by any major tribe. Many smaller tribes struggled to survive here. Ninetail Village was the settlement of the Ninetail tribe within the Beast War region. They were originally one of the 6 overlord tribes that existed in ancient times. However, the Ninetail tribe had been steadily weakening due to the secret machinations of the Emo. Now, they had become a minor clan in the demon region that could easily be bullied by any faction with a bit of strength. This place isn't bad at all. Xiao Ming looked at the distant mountain peak that seemed to be floating in the air and nodded his head. The area around the mountain was a deep abyss, and many metal chains extended from the mountain, forming a path that connected to the outside world. There was a huge light barrier formation that enveloped and neatly enclosed the mountain peak. Xiao Ming could see a large number of buildings that looked like a village standing within the mountain. This formation is quite exquisite. Xiao Ming looked at the enormous formation with a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. From it, he could detect an extremely powerful energy ripple. Sir, this is the guardian formation of the Ninetail tribe. It is one of the few things left from the ancient times. It's also because of this formation that the Ninetail tribe still retains a trace of its former glory, a burly man beside Xiao Ming said with a fawning smile. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. That's enough, you may leave now. Thank you, sir. The burly man's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. After bowing several times, he quickly scampered away. Do I look that scary? Xiao Ming blinked as he watched the man's retreating figure, then turned to the Yinghuanhuan trio at his side. Let's go in and take a look together. The protective formation of the Ninetail tribe couldn't hinder the group in the slightest. As soon as they passed through the light barrier, they were greeted by a wonderful sight. The lush green mountain village was adorned with occasional patches of red and green. The melodious sounds of birds and swallows filled the air, giving the village an otherworldly, paradise-like feeling. Xiao Ming and the 3 women strolled leisurely through the village. From time to time, dainty figures would appear around them, their big eyes filled with intense curiosity as they stared at Xiao Ming. Occasional giggles, reminiscent of the chirping of birds, escaped from their covered mouths as they talked. That man is so handsome. How come I've never seen him before? He's perfectly transformed. Could he be from the legendary overlord tribes? Why do I feel like he's from the human race? And those 3 girls seem to be human too. Quick, we must inform Aunt Xian. Humans have come to our Ninetail village. The Ninetail village was the ancestral land of the Ninetail tribe. Due to the ancient protective formation, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to invade. Most members of the tribe lived sheltered lives under the watchful eyes of the village leaders, maintaining an air of purity and innocence with limited contact with the outside world. These dainty and charming little foxes thought they were hiding well, but in reality, they had long been exposed in the eyes of the 4. Each of them had a well-endowed, voluptuous figure with full breasts and shapely buttocks, exuding an enchanting charm. Their fluffy tails added a unique charm to their appearance. Big brother, why do you insist on coming to such a place? It's crawling with fox spirits. After obtaining the Thunderbolt ancestral symbol, Xiao Ming led them westward and trained them for a year along the way. Eventually, they arrived in the demon region and headed straight for this place. They thought there might be something important here. Little did they expect to stumble upon a bunch of fox spirits. Mu Lingshan pouted unhappily as she stood beside Xiao Ming, while Yinghuanhuan furrowed her delicate brows on his other side. Qing Tan even looked at Xiao Ming with her hands covering her now open mouth in a dramatic manner. It was as if she had made a shocking discovery. Yet, her eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. No doubt, she just wanted to add fuel to the fire and watch the world burn. Who told her master to subject them to a whole year of intense training? Now, it was time for a bit of payback. I came here for a specific reason, not for these little foxes. Xiao Ming knew exactly what was on the girls' minds. He lightly tapped each of their heads, causing the 3 to wince in pain as they held their heads. It wasn't as if there weren't any fox tribes in the Dochi continent. In fact, he even had a little fox friend of his who was the current saintess within her palace. There was no need for him to come all the way here just for a few foxes. At this moment, several figures swiftly approached with the sound of the wind. Leading them was an elegant and mature woman whose cultivation had just reached the initial profound death stage. While such strength would be considered decent in the East Xian region, it didn't hold much weight within the demon region. This young master is from the human race, right? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Ninetail village? The chief of the Ninetail village was this graceful woman. She was discreetly observing Xiao Ming and his group. The Yinghuanhuan trio didn't have particularly high cultivation levels, but Xiao Ming, whose depth she couldn't gauge, made her cautious. Xiao Ming's gaze slowly landed on the elegant woman before him. The Nine-Tailed tribe, once one of the 6 overlord tribes in the demon region, now only possesses this much strength. I suppose you're unaware of the reason behind this decline, aren't you? What? Do you mean to say you know the reason? The elegant woman was shocked to hear this and quickly approached Xiao Ming with a fragrant breeze. As she spoke, her delicate body leaned in closer, as if she was preparing to have an in-depth conversation with him. She wasn't clear about Xiao Ming's background and remained somewhat cautious in her heart. The current Nine-Tailed tribe was indeed too weak and couldn't afford any trouble. However, before she could get any closer to him, her path was blocked by Ing Huan. Talk all you want, but don't get too close. Ing Huan cautioned vigilantly. Young lady is right. I apologize for my rudeness. Sir, please come with me. The elegant woman spoke softly. Her beauty was undeniable. There were no signs of aging on her face despite her age. Every time she spoke, a magical charm seemed to emanate from her. Xiao Ming waved his hand, causing that magical charm to dissipate in an instant. After which, their eyes met, and the beautiful woman's gaze became somewhat dazed. Village chief is too polite. Please lead the way. Very well. After saying that, the beautiful woman suddenly snapped back to reality, her jade-like face turning slightly red. Just a moment ago, she had inexplicably felt strongly attracted to Xiao Ming's eyes, even evoking the impulse to pounce on him. Calling me village chief feels a bit too distant. If sir doesn't mind, you can simply address me as Xianer instead. The elegant woman suppressed her fluttering heart and spoke softly. Let's go inside and talk in detail. Without waiting for Xiao Ming's response, she turned and led the way forward. The Ing Huan trio watched the change in the elegant woman's demeanor and looked at Xiao Ming with suspicion in their eyes. Their expressions conveyed, keep insisting you didn't come here for these little fox spirits. Xiao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He had only sought to gain the Nine-Tailed tribe chief's trust to avoid some trouble. Who would have thought the other party would casually use her spirit fox's unique charm technique and suffer a backlash? After following the village chief into the living room, the village chief watched as her daughter respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of Xiao Ming and then stepped back. After which, she spoke softly. I hope sir won't take offense at my previous rudeness. The current Nine-Tailed tribe is truly too weak within this demon region. We live in constant fear of being captured and made into slaves at the whim of others. Could sir possibly share with us any information that you may have? My Nine-Tailed tribe will surely reward you. The elegant woman described the dire situation of the Nine-Tailed tribe, her voice carrying a soft tone amidst the occasional sounds of sobbing. Even the initially cautious Ing Huan trio were now filled with sympathy in their hearts. Chapter 598. The reasons for your tribe's current situation can certainly be explained, Xiao Ming began. During the Great World Calamity back then, your Nine-Tailed tribe followed the side of the symbol ancestor and made significant contributions. However, it also made your tribe a target of the emo. As a result, the top experts of your tribe were killed until there were hardly any left. It is said that in the final battle, the last Nine-Tailed spirit fox of your tribe sacrificed her life to seal and suppress 3 emo kings. The reason why your Nine-Tailed tribe never managed to recover is also related to this. He paused before continuing. The consciousness of your ancestor's spirit in the ancestral soul hall was suppressed by those emo kings sealed there. The reason why none of your tribe members who entered the ancestral soul hall before came out is because they were all sacrificed. What? It's actually like this. The village chief and the other elders of the Nine-Tailed tribe wore extremely ugly expressions when they heard this. They couldn't help but feel grief and deep sorrow when they thought about the outstanding tribe members who had entered the ancestral soul hall to seek help for the rise of the Nine-Tailed tribe, only to be sacrificed by the emo. Don't worry, open the ancestral soul hall, and I'll help you eliminate the hidden dangers. The Nine-Tailed tribe will gradually recover its former glory. Xiao Ming's words ignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the Nine-Tailed tribe's leaders. They immediately made a decision. Of course, this was also due to some manipulation by Xiao Ming behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a large tribe to simply believe his words unless he demonstrated his strength to intimidate them. Following the village chief, the group ventured deeper into the Nine-Tailed village. After about half an hour, they reached a set of ruins hidden in the dense forest. At the heart of these ruins stood a massive altar. The village chief led the group as they walked up the altar. In the center of the altar was a platform made of stone. The village chief clenched her fist and a palm-sized bronze statue appeared. The bronze statue was a blood-red fox. However, 9 tails were dancing behind it. Although it was not a physical object, it exuded a monstrous demonic aura. The village chief carefully placed the bronze statue on the stone platform and flicked her finger. With a flash of light, a ball of blood appeared. A rich, bloody scent was emitted from it. The blood-colored nine-tailed spirit fox seemed to have been revived when the ball of blood landed on the bronze statue, and actually let loose a long howl towards the sky. Dark clouds churned in the sky at this moment, and the blood ball turned into a ray of blood-red light that was absorbed into the mouth of the nine-tailed spirit fox. Ayo! This ancient howl contained a bleak feeling as it reverberated across the land. The nine-tailed spirit fox on the altar seemed to glance at Xiao Ming and the others before a blood light erupted from its mouth. The light turned into a huge blood-red door in front of them. The ancestral soul hall is inside, and the entrance is already open. Sir, may enter. The village chief's hands were tightly clenched as she softly said. No need. Inside or outside, it's all the same. Xiao Ming shook his head. His gaze pierced through the door and saw an endless expanse of blood-red sea. The door was situated on a corridor within this sea, and at the end of that corridor was a massive square. In the center of this square stood an enormous stone statue, still depicting a nine-tailed spirit fox. However, Xiao Ming knew that this was not just a stone statue. It was the actual corpse of a nine-tailed fox, a former third calamity reincarnation stage powerhouse who had suppressed 3 Emo kings before dying. Xiao Ming stretched out his palm. After which, bits of bloodlight began to gather on the bones of the nine-tailed spirit fox. The blood light rapidly converged and transformed into a human figure. A lady figure of light appeared after the light scattered. The lady was wearing gorgeous clothes and possessed an extremely alluring appearance. Every frown and smile of hers seemed to make the world appear a little dimmer. The lady on the altar seemed to have not reacted yet before she was forcefully pulled onto the altar by an immensely strong force. Ancestor. All the nine-tailed foxes looked at the seductive figure with tears streaming down their faces in an uncontrollable manner. My tribe members. The lady didn't know how she was summoned out of the ancestral soul hall, but seeing so many nine-tailed foxes below filled her with great joy. Her eyes greedily looked at the nine-tailed tribe below, and then she gently extended her long and fair jade-like hand. Her soft voice was filled with a shocking bewitchment. Each one of you, enter the ancestral soul hall and receive my inheritance. I've been waiting a very long time for you. However, to the lady's surprise, when she extended her hand, all the tribe members took a step back in unison. Huh? Why are you my tribe members rejecting me? Because they have already realized that you are not the real nine-tailed spirit fox. You stupid imposter. Mu Lingshan let out a mocking laugh. Who are you? You are not members of my tribe. The enchanting lady's brow furrowed as she turned to look at Xiao Ming and his group. Then her tone turned much colder. My tribe members, have you forgotten even the rules of our nine-tailed tribe? How dare you bring outsiders into the ancestral soul hall? Still pretending at this point, what's the point? Xiao Ming chuckled slightly, then appeared in front of the enchanting lady with a single step. He extended his right hand and plunged right into her, then slowly withdrew it. Ah! What do you want to do? Our 3 consciousnesses have been closely connected with hers for thousands of years. If you wipe out our consciousness, her consciousness will also disappear completely. By then, the nine-tailed tribe will have no chance to rise again. A light cluster in the palm of his hand kept distorting, emitting a panicked female voice intertwined with occasional bewitching and seductive tones. The members of the nine-tailed tribe all had their expressions change drastically the moment this light cluster appeared. However, Xiao Ming remained unfazed. A gentle white light shot out of his eyes and enveloped the light cluster. Bit by bit, the black chi within it was quickly forced out. The black chi then condensed into 3 clouds of black mist. 3 Emo kings reappeared in the world. Their demonic chi soared into the sky in an instant. Ah, I refuse to accept this. As long as we can obtain a little more blood and flesh, we could have rebuilt our physical bodies. A roar echoed from within the black mist. There was anger and unwillingness in that roar. They had finally seen some hope after tens of thousands of years. However, this hope had now been completely destroyed. The surrounding nine-tailed tribe members trembled and shuddered uncontrollably, feeling genuine terror from the depths of their hearts. On the other hand, the Mu Lingshan trio, who had witnessed various great scenes during their time with Xiao Ming, were not scared in the slightest. Xiao Ming took out the demonic bead and absorbed all the mist. These 3 Emo kings, who had been plotting against the nine-tailed tribe for many years, became part of the power within the demonic bead, adding a bit more to its aura. However, Xiao Ming felt somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome. This true king, after reaching the 3rd calamity reincarnation stage, can only gain such a small increase in strength by absorbing the souls of these 3 Emo kings. When will he reach the half-ancestor stage? Only at that stage can he barely pose a threat to the plain spirit. It seems I'll need to make a trip to the Dragon Clan's devil-suppressing prison. As Xiao Ming contemplated, the mist that had separated from the Yimo kings returned to the lady's body. Light suddenly gushed out from her seductive body once again. However, this time around, it was not an evil aura. Instead, it was a somewhat pink radiance. The pink light spread and the tightly shut eyes of the enchanting lady slowly opened. She looked at Xiao Ming and smiled, a smile that contained a frightening bewitchment. Xiao Ming noticed the change and put away the demonic bead. "Have you regained consciousness?" The enchanting lady lowered her head to look at her long and slender hands. A complicated expression filled her bewitching eyes. Afterward, she looked at Xiao Ming and offered a bow. "This senior, thank you for the help." Chapter 599. The nine-tailed spirit fox bowed in gratitude. Although her consciousness had been suppressed all this time, it was clear that she was fully aware of what had been happening outside. Ancestor. All the nine-tailed foxes looked at the nine-tailed spirit fox, their eyes welling up with tears once again. The fluctuations emanating from her filled them with a deep sense of reliance. "My tribe members." The nine-tailed spirit fox gently descended from the altar, her eyes showing a hint of softness and guilt as she looked at her tribe members. "Ancestor has let all of you down, Ancestor is responsible for what happened." A gloomy expression flashed across the nine-tailed spirit fox's eyes as she spoke. "Back then, I ignited my demon spirit to suppress the three Yimo kings. I originally intended to die along with them, but I underestimated those fellows' tenacious life force. Even though our physical bodies degraded over time, the consciousness of those three continued to be tightly intertwined with my own. Eventually, they invaded my consciousness and suppressed me. There is a blood connection between the members of the nine-tailed tribe. Through my body, those three fellows used some insidious methods to interfere with the tribe's bloodline. This caused all the members of the tribe to be unable to reach the highest cultivation stage. This is also the reason for the mediocrity of the nine-tailed tribe over the years. While you, my tribe members, were at your wits' end, you thought of going to the ancestral soul hall to seek answers. However, this spiritual body of mine had already been taken over by those three fellows. All I could do over the years was watch as one tribe member after another arrived at this place, only to be deceived by them into entering the sea of blood and turning into blood energy." The voice of the nine-tailed spirit fox was filled with grief. This helpless feeling of witnessing but being powerless to stop them must have been extremely tormenting for her. When they heard this, nine-tailed tribe members clenched their lips as tears welled up in their big eyes. "I know that the lives of my tribe members have been extremely bitter over these years. This is my fault." The nine-tailed spirit fox softly said. "Ancestor is not at fault, it's those wicked Yimo who are to blame." The village chief shook her head and replied. The nine-tailed spirit fox gave a bitter smile. "Fault is a fault, there's no need to argue. Fortunately, with the suppression of those three fellows gone, our nine-tailed tribe can rise again." She turned to look at the blood sea inside the ancestral soul hall and said softly, "This sea of blood has been formed by the strength of the nine-tailed tribe's experts over these countless years. It also contains the pure energy of those three Yimo kings. Activate the formation I left behind and seal this place completely. The energy here will be returned to you. It won't be a problem for the nine-tailed tribe to regain its former glory." The energy here was terrifyingly powerful. If returned to the nine-tailed tribe now, it would certainly produce many strong individuals. "We thank the ancestor. And we thank Sir for helping our nine-tailed tribe return to its former glory. You are the benefactor of our nine-tailed tribe." The nine-tailed village chief was dressed in a palace robe that combined charm and elegance. She glanced at Xiao Ming, and a special ripple flashed within her eyes. Then, she suddenly put both hands on her forehead. Her three fluffy tails leaned against her back, resembling a fox paying respect to the moon as she gently knelt towards Xiao Ming. The surrounding members of the nine-tailed tribe were somewhat surprised by this scene. After coming to their senses, they all bowed down to Xiao Ming. A hint of surprise flashed across the nine-tailed spirit fox's eyes when she saw the village chief's kneeling posture. She looked at Xiao Ming for a moment, and her mouth moved as if she wanted to say something, but she finally chose to remain silent. This was the highest grace of the nine-tailed tribe, and only the nine-tailed tribe chief and successor had the qualifications to use it. This was because it represented the entire nine-tailed tribe. Such a formality had only appeared twice in the nine-tailed tribe. The first was when she used it on the devouring master. The second was occurring right before her eyes. Observing the situation, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "I just did what needed to be done. All of you can take care of the rest from here. We need to be on our way. Therefore, this is our farewell." "Benefactor, wait." The village chief extended her hand as if to stop them. However, she realized that Xiao Ming and his disciples had already left as soon as she spoke. "You didn't even give us your name." All she could do was stand there in a daze, muttering to herself. No one knew what was going through her mind. To the north of the demon domain was a region known as the Dragon region. It was one of the few places in the demon domain that had remained largely unchanged since ancient times. The Dragon region was a vast and untamed land, rich in all kinds of natural treasures. However, very few dared to come here in search of treasures because this was the territory of the Dragon tribe. Numerous mountains stretched across the land like giant dragons, while areas of towering ancient forests also covered this land. 30,000-meter-high ancient trees stood like many small mountains. Their spreading leaves and branches covered the area within a radius of 3,000 meters. A rich wilderness-like aura swept over the land. From time to time, the roar of different kinds of beasts could be heard over the land. These roars were filled with a wild, untamable, and ferocious aura. As one of the 4 remaining overlord tribes in the current demonic beast world, the Dragon tribe stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid, being the uncrowned king among the demonic beasts. In the sky above the wilderness land, the space suddenly twisted, and within the spatial vortex, 4 figures slowly appeared. They were none other than Xiao Ming and the girls who had left the Nine-Tail tribe in the Beast War region. Originally, there was a considerable distance between the two places. However, with Xiao Ming's strength, something as small as the distance was reduced to a matter of waving his hand. However, he didn't directly tear through space to reach this place after leaving the Nine-Tail tribe. Instead, he had his 3 female companions engage in battles with the demonic beasts along the way to hone their skills, which caused the 3 women to complain incessantly. Although they had to endure some hardships, the results were quite noticeable. All 3 of them had successfully reached the Nirvana stage, and their combat strength was far superior to others at the same stage. The Yuan power here is so rich. The 4 of them immediately sensed the extraordinary richness of Yuan power in this place as soon as they arrived in the Dragon region. It was several times denser than the chaotic Beast War region. Cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. Who dares to intrude upon our Dragon domain? Xiao Ming and his companions had only just appeared, but the sound of the wind breaking could already be heard all around. It was clear that the Dragon tribe's reaction was much faster than that of the Nine-Tail tribe. A group of elite warriors clad in dragon-scale armor swiftly arrived and surrounded Xiao Ming's group. These elite warriors exuded extremely formidable auras. Their Yuan Qi intertwined to form a lifelike Dragon tribe totem. The totem was like a mini coiling dragon. It gave off the feeling of life and a mighty presence. This area is accessible only to the Dragon tribe and friends of the Dragon tribe. No one else is allowed to enter within 100,000 miles of it. Who are you? If you have entered by mistake, please leave now. In the demon domain, strength was paramount, and the Dragon tribe held a dominant position at the top of the pyramid. But while they ruled with authority, these patrolling guards were no fools. The sudden appearance of Xiao Ming and his group was clearly unusual. Therefore, they did not immediately resort to violence. We have come specifically to visit your tribe leader. Xiao Ming said with a smile. He emitted a hint of aura that immediately made the various Dragon tribe warriors who were on alert feel a deep-seated panic and tremble from the depths of their souls. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of their own tribe leader. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment, preventing them from showing any embarrassment. The Dragon tribe warriors, feeling intimidated, swallowed nervously and respectfully bowed. Allow us to report to our superiors. Please wait a moment, sir. With a nod from Xiao Ming, the lead warrior disappeared through the empty space to report to the high-ranking members of the Dragon tribe. Chapter 600. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the empty space as a spatial channel opened in front of Xiao Ming and his companions. An almost tangible surge of Yuan power erupted from the spatial channel, akin to a dragon being released from its cage. 2 figures flew out of the spatial channel. An oppressive aura emanated from them as they floated in the air. Their auras condensed behind them, taking the shape of a giant coiling dragon as a mighty pressure enveloped the land. Duan Tao of the Dragon tribe pays his respects to this esteemed individual. Our tribe leader and elders are waiting inside. Please follow us. These 2 Dragon tribe experts appeared to be middle-aged. Their somewhat stern faces exuded a dignified aura. From the faintly noticeable astonishing auras emanating from their bodies, it was evident that they had reached the samsara stage. Even in the Dragon tribe, the status of those with such strength was not low at all. Let's go. Xiao Ming nodded and led the 3 women as they followed Duan Tao into the spatial channel. The scenery shifted in front of them, and as they landed once again, Xiao Ming keenly sensed that their footsteps had become slightly heavier. The natural Yuan power within the Dragon tribe was actually dense enough to affect one's speed. Protected by Xiao Ming, Ing Huanhuan, Qing Tan, and Mu Lingshan managed to remain composed. After getting used to the environment, the girl's eyes contained some curiosity as they looked around the tribe and found an endless lush green sea. Many huge trees were hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Their branches were covered with ancient veins. What surprised them the most was that these colossal trees, resembling sky-supporting pillars, seemed to inhale and exhale the natural yuan power as if they were living creatures. This is your first visit to our tribe, right? These are yuan trees. They are divine trees that existed in ancient times and have the ability to produce yuan power. As long as it absorbs a little bit of yuan power, it will be able to produce a considerable amount of fairly pure yuan power. This cycle continues endlessly, allowing yuan power to grow and multiply without end. Duan Tao introduced the yuan trees after seeing the shock in the girl's eyes. Good stuff indeed. Xiao Ming looked at the trees below and couldn't help but praise. The amount of natural energy in the area directly affected the number of powerful individuals. In the Doqi continent, the reason why there were far more powerful individuals in the Central Plains than in the other regions was due to the abundance of natural energy there. The numerous yuan trees in the dragon tribe's territory were also one of the cornerstones of their dominance in the demon domain. One could also see many pill rivers stretching endlessly in the sky above this vast land. As the rivers flowed by, dragon roars could be heard from even farther away, and one could vaguely see some enormous shadows playing within the pill rivers. An incomparably immense light barrier was reaching down from further up in the sky. It was dotted with profound symbols that seemed to merge together, creating the illusion of a colossal dragon figure that appeared to be nearly 300,000 meters in size. What a terrifying formation! Huan could sense that this formation was formidable after taking a single look at it. She knew that this should be the tribe guardian formation of the dragon tribe. It definitely possessed the power to kill a samsara stage practitioner like her father. Even a reincarnation stage practitioner would not dare to underestimate it. Haha, this is our dragon tribe's protective formation, the Great Void Divine Formation. During the ancient World War, 3 Yimo kings once led an army to attack it. However, all of them were completely slain by this formation, Duan Tao said as he gazed at the immense formation in the distant sky. There was a trace of pride and reverence in his eyes as he quietly introduced it to the group. This formation is quite good, Xiao Ming said calmly as he patted his disciple's head. This was actually a formation created by the symbol ancestor before he handed it over to the dragon tribe a short time later. He had seen a lot of powerful formations, and even though this one wasn't the most powerful he had seen, it still had its own unique qualities. It is all due to the blessings of our ancestors. Please follow me to our tribe, esteemed guests, Duan Tao replied modestly. After that, his body quickly rushed forward. The girls took one last look around before being led away by Xiao Ming. The 6 of them flew across the sky. They could see numerous mountain ranges below. An ancient aura emanated from them, giving off the feeling that they had existed since the beginning of time. Occasionally, they were able to spot some large dragons flying past in the sky. The flapping of their wings created a magnificent sight accompanied by the sound of wind and rumbling. Led by Duan Tao, they encountered no obstacles on their way. Soon, they saw many towering grand halls and stone pagodas standing in the distance, exuding a majestic and grand aura. Swoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of breaking wind from below, and then more than 10 figures rushed up, finally stopping in front of Duan Tao. Uncle Duan, is he the super strong individual visiting our tribe? A slender young lady stood at the head of the dozen figures. She was dressed in black form-fitting clothing that outlined her alluring curves, while her ponytail hung down and extended along her slender waist to her perky bottom. She had a small face that was relatively beautiful. However, there was a wild and untamable look in her big eyes. He looks too young. Can he really be a super strong expert? The young lady cast her big eyes on Xiao Ming, sizing him up from head to toe, then pouted her small mouth. Duan Tao could not help but feel a little embarrassed after hearing the words of the black-clothed young lady in front of him. His face quickly turned stern as he said, Xiao Xian. Don't be disrespectful in front of our honored guest. Although he also felt that Xiao Ming was excessively young, and not in the way that some old monsters disguise themselves as young, the other party did not hide the kind of vitality that young people generally possessed, which could not be faked. However, regardless of his age, he could sense the deep cultivation that was hidden within him. His cultivation was deep and unfathomable, like a vast ocean. It was just that due to Xiao Xian's lower strength, she was unable to sense the might of the other party. However, he could not allow Xiao Xian to speak in a reckless manner and offend the other party. Isn't that the case? What kind of strength can someone this young possibly have? The young lady in black turned her head away, somewhat unconvinced. Even though this person was very good-looking, was that enough to make the dragon tribe's high-ranking members, including her own father, place so much importance on him? You girl, what kind of way is that to speak? When we get back, I'll make sure the tribe leader punishes you severely. Duan Tao's face twitched after hearing her words and immediately scolded her. After that, he quickly turned to Xiao Ming with an apologetic smile and said, "Please forgive her, esteemed guest Xiao Xian has grown up in the dragon tribe and has been spoiled since childhood, so she doesn't always know how to measure her words. It's fine. I'm not that petty of a person. Let's go meet your tribe leader now." Such a minor matter naturally wouldn't bother Xiao Ming, who then took the lead to leave. However, as they passed by the girl in black, Ing Huan standing next to him glared at the other party, causing her to suddenly freeze in place. Her master might be easygoing, but that didn't mean she was as well. It wasn't until the group had left for a while that the girl known as Xiao Xian came to her senses. She turned her head, thinking about regaining her dignity, but remembering Duan Tao's words, her body trembled involuntarily. Finally, she stomped her foot and followed them. Soon, an ancient stone hall appeared in the sight of Xiao Ming's group. Duan Tao's expression grew solemn upon seeing this. Subsequently, he landed on the ground. A group of figures could be seen outside the stone hall. An aura as obscure as the clouds quietly spread from within their bodies. Xiao Ming and the Ing Huan trio also landed in front of the stone hall. Looking up, they saw several elderly figures. These people appeared to be quite ancient, with wrinkles on their faces resembling gullies. However, a formidable strength was hidden beneath their elderly appearance. Standing right in front was a muscular middle-aged man. He wore an ordinary linen robe and didn't really stand out. In fact, it was extremely easy for one to overlook him at first glance. However, this man was the most formidable individual among the group. Chapter 601. Tribe Leader, the honored guests have been brought here, Duan Tao said with a solemn expression as he stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. I have troubled you," the middle-aged man replied with a slight smile. There was no trace of the pressure expected from a dragon tribe member on his body. However, if one paid close attention to his unique golden pupils, one would discover that they appeared like an endless void, completely unfathomable. "I assume you are the strong visitor mentioned by the guards, right?" The middle-aged man turned his golden eyes towards Xiao Ming as they locked eyes. Suddenly, he felt that under Xiao Ming's gaze, the circulation of his yuan power slowed down. Even his soul trembled for a brief moment. This was a reaction that only occurred when one encountered an extremely powerful external pressure. It was worth noting that he was a genuine reincarnation stage practitioner. "I am Yuan Qian, the leader of the dragon tribe. I greet the esteemed senior. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Yuan Qian suppressed the shock in his heart. Having lived for countless years, he had experienced many things and did not easily lose his composure. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. The black-clothed young lady, witnessing her father's respectful behavior and realizing that Xiao Ming was indeed a super strong individual, quickly lowered her head. Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. "I am Xiao Ming. You may not know me, but that's not important. What is important is that I can help you eliminate the hidden danger within your dragon tribe, the demonic chi seeping out from the devil-suppressing prison." "So the esteemed senior has come for the devil-suppressing prison," Yuan Qian's expression turned serious. When he first heard about the visit of a strong individual, he had assumed that the visitor was interested in a unique treasure of his dragon tribe and wanted to negotiate an exchange. Such occurrences had happened before, but he hadn't expected that the visitor was here for the dragon tribe's devil-suppressing prison. This was indeed quite strange. The dragon tribe did indeed have a devil-suppressing prison, but its existence was a closely guarded secret known to only a few people in the entire Tianxian continent. The location and details of the devil-suppressing prison, which had been used to seal the Yimo captured by the Tianxian continent side in the past, were kept strictly confidential. Even their dragon tribe, which was once a powerful faction on the Tianxian continent side, could only know about the devil-suppressing prison because one was located near their ancestral land. However, the details within the devil-suppressing prison, including which ancient powerhouse was being suppressed inside, were not clear to them. "The demonic chi is already seeping out from beneath this land of yours. What kind of secrecy can there be?" Xiao Ming guessed his thoughts and said casually. "Senior is joking. We have set up numerous arrays to conceal and suppress it. Only someone with Senior's exceptional strength could possibly perceive it," Yuan Qian replied with an awkward smile. "If one wishes to detect the demonic chi, there are other methods. However, that's not the most important matter. What's crucial is that the erosive power of the demonic chi is extremely strong. From the looks of it, it will likely be able to completely break the suppression within a couple of years' time. By then, the dragon domain will be completely eroded and all life will cease to exist," Xiao Ming said indifferently. "I can help your dragon tribe resolve this issue." Yuan Qian was evidently still hesitating. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Ming retrieved the black bead. The overwhelming evil aura emanating from it immediately caused the surroundings to change in color. The faint black chi emanating from the bead resonated with the suppressed demonic chi beneath the dragon tribe's land, resulting in evil and mournful demonic roars that reverberated through the world. I have dealt with many Yimo kings before. This black bead in my hand contains a true king that I have suppressed, which is equivalent to a third calamity reincarnation stage. I can wipe out your dragon tribe with only this true king. So you don't have to worry about me playing tricks on you, because there's no need for any of that. It's actually the aura of the reincarnation stage. Many powerful members of the dragon tribe looked at the miniature figure within the black chi, whose terrifying aura was much stronger than that of their own tribe leader. Their faces were instantly filled with extreme shock. They now had a very direct understanding of Xiao Ming's strength. At the very least, he was a half-ancestor stage practitioner. I hope the esteemed senior won't take offense, but for the sake of Tianxian continent, we have to be cautious in our actions. Yuan Qian hastily tried to ease the situation. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and a glowing array formed beneath his feet. The surrounding space distorted, and after a moment of spatial distortion, the scene before them changed. Now, they stood before a sea of black fog with no visible end in sight. The black fog was entirely formed from demonic chi. Various sharp screeches emanated from it as the sea churned. Following this, waves of demonic chi gathered and actually transformed into tens of thousands of large black pythons, which crazily charged upward. However, golden light appeared above whenever the demonic chi surged. Then, an incomparably huge golden formation surfaced, and majestic force flowed within the formation to suppress the demonic chi. Nevertheless, after each collision, the golden formation dimmed slightly. Esteemed senior, even though this devil-suppressing prison in our ancestral land doesn't contain an entity as powerful as the one in your hand, it has suppressed more than 10 Yimo kings. The amount of demonic chi here can be considered the highest among the 3 devil-suppressing prisons, Yuan Qian explained as he pointed to the surging sea of demonic chi in front of them. He then shook his head with a bitter smile and continued. Originally, my dragon tribe relied on our dragon vein to form a grand array that perfectly suppressed this devil-suppressing prison. However, 100 years ago, I absorbed the strength of the dragon vein in an attempt to break through to the reincarnation stage. Hence, it left an opening in the array, and the demonic chi took the opportunity to escape. Fortunately, we did our best to suppress it. Nevertheless, dealing with the demonic chi is extremely challenging, and our suppression is gradually losing its effectiveness. Is this what you call being cautious in your actions? Ing Huan sniffed and couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Loosening the grand array just for the sake of a breakthrough was beyond unreliable. Well. Yuan Qian's face also turned slightly red. He knew that this matter had indeed been quite a blunder. Therefore, he could only smile awkwardly at Ing Huan's sarcastic comment before saying, Senior will be the benefactor of our dragon tribe and will receive the deep gratitude of our dragon tribe. Several elders nodded in agreement beside him. As long as the problem could be solved, everything else would be negotiable. Xiao Ming didn't care about this so-called deep gratitude. Instead, he looked down at the demonic chi below. There's still an ancient powerhouse inside this devil-suppressing prison. You should be able to sense her presence, right? She is one of the 8 ancient masters, the Darkness Master. If you awaken her, dealing with the leaking demonic chi shouldn't be too difficult. Haven't you tried that? He asked. Well, I can vaguely sense the presence of that important figure within the devil-suppressing prison, but I wasn't clear about the specific identity, so the thought of awakening the other party never crossed my mind. Yuan Qian replied and then fell into deep thought. He indeed had a sense of the strong presence within the devil-suppressing prison and had even guessed that the person might be one of the 8 masters. However, for some reason, he never considered awakening her. Theoretically, with his reincarnation stage strength plus the Dragon King Qingji, and inviting a few other reincarnation stage old monsters and ancestral symbol controllers, it would be relatively easy to awaken this important person within the devil-suppressing prison. This demonic chi issue wasn't just a problem for their dragon tribe, it concerned the entire continent. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Chapter 602. Xiao Ming understood the situation when he saw Yuan Qian deep in thought. This was most likely the work of the Plain Spirit, probably intended to pave the way for Lin Dong, the child of the Plain. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to delay things until now. The relationship between Green Dragon King Qingji and Mo Luo of the Chaotic Demon Sea, who was also the controller of the blazing ancestral symbol, was quite good. Mo Luo was also dedicated to combating the Yimo. He wouldn't have refused such a request. In the original story, they had chosen Lin Dong, who had lower strength for this task, which made it hard to believe that the World Will was not involved. However, whether it was influenced by external forces or not no longer mattered now that he was here. I'll go down and take a look. You guys wait here and don't move, Xiao Ming said. With that, his figure moved, turning into a streak of light that plunged directly into the sea of demonic qi. As the demonic qi surged, his figure vanished in an instant. He's going down just like that. Yuan Qian and the others sighed as they watched this scene. Xiao Ming was indeed worthy of being a half-ancestor stage practitioner. They couldn't just charge down without any protection like him. Even if they had protection, except for Yuan Qian, the others wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Such a strong person had taken the initiative to come and offer help. It was truly a stroke of good luck. Swoosh! In the endless sea of demonic qi, a streak of light swiftly flew through. Wherever it passed, the surrounding demonic qi would crazily corrode, but whenever this demonic qi came in contact with the figure, it would burst with a hissing sound and evaporate completely. The figure's speed was unbelievably fast. It didn't take long for him to pass through the dense, viscous sea of demonic qi. His originally blurry vision suddenly became clear after his body left the sea. What appeared in front of the figure within the surrounding demonic sea, which turned out to be Xiao Ming, was an endless light barrier of darkness covered with dark symbols. This light barrier appeared to be a massive formation. Unfortunately, this light barrier currently had some dark cracks on it. As a result, waves of demonic qi were constantly seeping out from within and flowing into the Devil Sea above. As Xiao Ming's gaze pierced through the light barrier of darkness, he was able to see densely packed black towers floating within. Around each black tower were many incomparably huge black chains. These chains stretched out to connect one dark tower to another. The surface of these black chains was all covered with ancient symbols, and an extremely powerful ripple emanated from them. Endless evil demonic qi was crazily seeping out from within the towers. However, every time they tried to escape, they were absorbed by the black chains. After that, the ancient symbols would flash before the demonic qi was completely purified. This devil-suppressing prison is quite interesting. Xiao Ming looked at the dark light barrier before him and the endless clusters of dark towers within it. Each of these black towers was 3,000 meters in size, making a human body appear exceptionally small in this place. The number of these dark towers was incalculable. This also indicated an immense quantity of Yimo. If all the Yimo here were absorbed, it seemed that the true king in his possession could finally advance to the half-ancestor stage. Let's find the Darkness Master first. Without any haste, Xiao Ming gently touched the dark light barrier, causing ripples to spread across it as he easily passed through. It was not quiet inside the devil-suppressing prison. Various sharp howls occasionally emanated from the many black towers. These howls possessed some eroding properties against one's consciousness. Some of the gigantic chains entwined around some black towers showed signs of erosion. Ancient symbols covered these towers, dimmed due to the constant erosion. Demonic qi would occasionally surge out from this direction, escaping from them and slipping through the cracks on the dark cover above. It was clear that this place had been neglected for a long time and was not in great condition. Arriving at the center of a black tower, the ancient and massive black chains converged to form a black throne. On top of the throne sat a delicate figure. Her body did not move, and it was as though this had been the case since ancient times. Despite this, there was still a frightening ripple around her body that caused the heavens to shake. Clearly, other than the Darkness Master, one of the 8 ancient masters, who else in this devil-suppressing prison would possess such terrifying strength? Xiao Ming's arrival was made without any attempt at concealment. As a result, the Darkness Master was awakened. Who are you? How dare you interrupt my slumber? The human figure on the throne slowly opened her eyes, which had been shut for tens of thousands of years. Her eyes were completely black, and within that abyssal coldness, a terrifying and earth-shaking pressure exuded. This aura swiftly enveloped the entire devil-suppressing prison, causing those countless dark towers to emit a buzzing sound. The roars that had previously emanated from them now carried a sense of trembling and fear. The Darkness Master. Even after tens of thousands of years, her imposing aura remained, and even the formidable and terrifying Yimo would tremble before her. However, as this pressure reached Xiao Ming, it abruptly dissipated into nothingness. The delicate figure on the throne slowly lowered her head in response. Xiao Ming's body was fixed in her icy, pitch-black eyes. You have some strength, but no matter who you are, those who try to break into the prison will die. As the word die fell from the Darkness Master's lips, several massive black chains swiftly pierced through the void. They were accompanied by an overflowing murderous intent as they shot towards Xiao Ming with lightning-like speed. It's not good to be so hot-tempered. Xiao Ming saw the Darkness Master launch a brutal attack upon their first meeting and raised an eyebrow slightly. Flames appeared at his fingertips, and with a flick of his finger, the black chains burst open violently in the next instant. Ripples spread through the space around him. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of the throne, looking down on the Darkness Master sitting on it. The Darkness Master realized that she had met a tough opponent when she saw this scene. Her eyes hardened, and just as she was about to make another move, she found Xiao Ming's finger pressing against her forehead, causing her to lose control of her body. Damn it, this person's strength is even greater than my junior sister's. Where did this monster come from? The Darkness Master found herself immobilized and was shaken to the core. The entire encounter had lasted only a moment, yet she had already been subdued. Heh, now you can calm down a bit. Xiao Ming joked after subduing the Darkness Master. He took a moment to size up the figure in front of him. She was a woman clad in sleek black armor with long flowing hair. Her features were delicate, and her eyes were pure black, radiating a deep darkness that wasn't evil, but rather exceptionally deep. Who are you? The Darkness Master struggled for a moment, but when she realized that it was useless, she raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Desolation, come out and explain, Xiao Ming called out to the Tablet Spirit to explain this matter. The ancient figure of the Tablet Spirit suddenly appeared within the devil-suppressing prison as the yellow light gathered. The Dark Master was taken aback on the throne. There was an additional trace of bewilderment in her voice, desolation. You didn't die. How are you here? And who is he? Chapter 603. You still have such a temper, the figure of the Tablet Spirit appeared. It looked at the Darkness Master seated on the throne and spoke in a somewhat helpless manner. You should answer my question first. The Darkness Master's gaze was fixed on the Tablet Spirit's figure. Her cold voice finally contained a bit of life's fluctuation in it. The Master is an existence of the same stage as Lord Symbol Ancestor, the Tablet Spirit replied with a smile. What? The usually cold face of the Darkness Master showed some unusual fluctuations upon hearing this. Those black eyes once again turned towards Xiao Ming. I admit he is very strong, possibly at the half-ancestor stage. But to say that he has reached the stage of master is highly unlikely, isn't it? In ancient times, how many exceptionally talented individuals couldn't even touch the half-ancestor stage? That's why we must do our utmost to assist junior sister. Master said that she is the one most likely to reach his stage. What if I tell you that master is not from the Tianxian continent? Moreover, the Ice Master has already been taken as a disciple by master. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from within the Darkness Master's body, only to be suppressed back. Her usually emotionless face finally revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy at this moment. She stared at the Tablet Spirit with fiery eyes, trembling as she asked, has junior sister successfully reincarnated? Wait, before the Tablet Spirit could reply, the Darkness Master discovered a loophole. He's not a strong individual who grew up in the Tianxian continent. The Darkness Master scrutinized Xiao Ming carefully and found this to be the case. The system of cultivation practiced by the other party seemed to be different from their Yuan power system. However, if that were the case, it would make sense for the other party to be a true ancestor stage powerhouse. But the Darkness Master couldn't help but become more wary in her heart. Why would such a powerhouse appear in the Tianxian continent? Xiao Ming saw the caution in the Darkness Master's expression, but he didn't hide anything. After all, no one could stop him anyway. He smiled and said, the Tianxian continent is considered young among the many planes, and therefore, it possesses many divine items. You should also know some information about the one ranked first among them. My goal is to obtain it, along with collecting some ancestral symbols along the way. So, you've come here coveting the divine items of our Tianxian continent. The Darkness Master felt quite displeased upon hearing this. To her, he seemed like an outsider attempting to seize her family's treasures. The Tablet Spirit felt somewhat helpless in front of her attitude. However, the Darkness Master had always been like this, and trying to reason with her was futile. Fortunately, Xiao Ming was not a hot-tempered person. He did not take offense and simply replied with a light smile. Why speak so harshly? Your master, the Symbol Ancestor, is also an outsider. He simply switched to cultivating the Yuan power system and you couldn't sense it, that's all. His goal was the same as mine. Oh, and those Yimo that give you headaches have the same goal, just by different means. Upon hearing this, the Darkness Master's face instantly turned pale and her body began to tremble violently. This was a reaction she had not even shown when Xiao Ming had subdued her. Clearly, she was extremely shocked by this revelation. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible. The Symbol Ancestor came to this plane precisely to break through, but evidently, he failed. Xiao Ming chuckled and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he turned to look at the vast devil-suppressing prison before him. After a moment of silence, the Darkness Master finally spoke again, her voice strained. So, what is your purpose for coming to this devil-suppressing prison? To release these Yimo? Certainly not. The Yimo are part of an invading fiend clan from outside our realm that is hostile to all living beings here. How could I possibly free them? These Yimo are merely useful to me for obtaining that divine item. The Darkness Master breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If Xiao Ming truly intended to rescue these Yimo, she would have no way to stop him. Yet another thought crossed her mind. Will you leave the Tianxian continent after obtaining that divine item? Yes. You must be aware that the Yimo tribe covets the Tianxian continent. If you take the divine item and leave, what will become of the Tianxian continent? The Yimo tribe can easily be wiped out as long as I get that divine item. I will make a move. Xiao Ming said indifferently. Actually, even if he didn't obtain the dimension fetus, he would still intervene. After all, with his influence, whether Lin Dong could reach the ancestor stage in time was still uncertain. He couldn't really let the people of a plane pay for his mistake. The tablet spirit nodded repeatedly on the side. The master he followed was not someone of a vile nature. In that case, these million Yimo are yours to deal with. With this answer, the Darkness Master ceased to speak. At the edge of the tumultuous demonic sea, the elders of the dragon tribe all looked at the churning demonic sea with somewhat tense expressions. As time passed, the gravity on their faces became more and more pronounced, and even a bit of anxiety appeared. Dad, why is there no sign of him after he went down for so long? The young lady in black finally couldn't help but speak out. There was a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Even though Xiao Ming was very strong, the matter at hand affected the entire dragon tribe. There was no way she could not be nervous. That person must have crossed the demonic sea and gone to the lowest devil-suppressing prison, Yuan Xian said slowly. Devil-suppressing prison, no wonder it's taking such a long time. The elders suddenly realized as they had some understanding of the situation below. Don't worry, with his strength, I'm sure there won't be any problems. Yuan Xian smiled and folded his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly closed as he waited quietly. The others exchanged glances as they saw this and also waited calmly. Suddenly, Yuan Xian's slightly closed eyes snapped open. His gaze was filled with joy as he looked at the demonic sea. Whoosh! The demonic sea suddenly stirred. A multicolored flame shot up into the sky, completely purifying all the surrounding demonic chi. Two figures burst out from within it as well. The senior has come out. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw the figures emerging. The figures quickly approached and then landed in front of everyone. The light shield around their bodies dissipated, revealing one of them to be Xiao Ming, who had entered the devil-suppressing prison earlier. Senior, how did it go? Yuan Xian asked eagerly after seeing Xiao Ming emerge. It went very smoothly. Xiao Ming smiled and said, the Yimo within the devil-suppressing prison have been completely eradicated. Your dragon tribe no longer needs to worry about it in the future. The several old dragon tribe elders showed joy on their weathered faces upon hearing this. Yuan Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. Then they noticed the black-armored woman next to Xiao Ming. She was looking over with curiosity. This must be Senior Darkness Master, right? Chapter 604. Facing the curious gazes of everyone, the Darkness Master lazily said. You guys are still as useless as ever. You can't even handle the leaked demonic chi. Are those old monsters in your tribe so reluctant to make a move? They are all in seclusion. Yuan Xian replied somewhat awkwardly. What the Darkness Master said wasn't a lie. If those old monsters had acted together, the matter of the devil-suppressing prison could definitely have been resolved. However, for some reason, those old monsters had been evasive and reluctant to act. He couldn't handle the demonic chi on his own, and he hadn't thought of seeking help from other reincarnation stage practitioners. Now that Yuan Xian thought about it, it did seem quite strange. He was once again lost in thought. Could it be that we have all fallen victim to some special method employed by the Yimo? The Darkness Master shook her head upon hearing this and ceased paying attention. Instead, she looked at Ing Huan with joy and exclaimed, Junior sister. However, the response she received was a puzzled look from Ing Huan. The Darkness Master immediately understood. You haven't awakened your memories yet. What memories? Ing Huan was completely puzzled now. Why did all these 8 ancient masters refer to her as Junior sister? Have you not told her? The Darkness Master didn't answer directly but turned to ask Xiao Ming instead. I think Huan would prefer to be herself, Xiao Ming replied gently. Initially, he didn't mind if Ing Huan regained her memories since they didn't have any particular connection, thus, he activated the reincarnation seal to obtain the ice ancestral symbol. However, after almost 2 years with Ing Huan as his disciple and having developed a bond, Xiao Ming found her current personality quite agreeable. Whether she awakened her memories or not didn't matter to him anymore. If she were to awaken her memories, it might be better to wait until her current personality matured a bit more. The Darkness Master recalled the cold and aloof personality of her junior sister from her previous life. She then glanced at the current Ing Huan and found herself agreeing in her heart. What you said makes sense. With you here now, there's no need for junior sister to bear the heavy burden of saving the world. This arrangement isn't bad either. What are you two talking about, Master? Ing Huan was completely bewildered. Now that it has come to this, I won't hide it from you any longer. You are actually the reincarnation of one of the 8 ancient masters, the Ice Master. Xiao Ming turned to Ing Huan, sighed, and softly explained. What? The shock was written all over Ing Huan's face, while Mu Lingshan and Qing Tan were equally shocked. Huan had such an extraordinary background. Yuan Qian and the others were also stunned. They had not expected this young girl's identity to be so astonishing. She was actually the Ice Master, second only to the Symbol Ancestor. They hadn't even noticed it at all before. Don't worry, if you're not ready to awaken your memories, I can help you seal them off. As your strength and experience grow, the impact of these memories on you will diminish significantly, Xiao Ming reassured Ing Huan, gently patting her head as he noticed the growing panic on her face. Feeling the warmth above her head, Ing Huan leaned into Xiao Ming's embrace and spoke in a muffled voice. Can't I just not awaken my memories? I don't want to be some Ice Master. I just want to be Ing Huan. Well, it's not impossible. However, the memories of your previous life's cultivation could be of great benefit to you. With my assistance, you could quickly become a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the reincarnation stage if you awaken your memories now. Aren't you tempted? Xiao Ming gently stroked her hair as he asked. Ing Huan lifted her head from Xiao Ming's embrace and locked eyes with him, her gaze filled with stubborn determination. I'm not tempted at all. All right, as you wish. Sealing her memories didn't mean that she couldn't awaken her former strength, it just meant that Xiao Ming would have to put in a little more time and effort, and Ing Huan would need more time to master her former strength. But if he did not indulge this disciple of his, who else would? Yuan Qian couldn't help but swallow hard as he listened from the side. The senior was truly the senior. He could even seal the memories of a reincarnator, and not just any reincarnator, but the Ice Master, second only to the Symbol Ancestor in terms of strength. Such a level of strength was something they couldn't even dream of sealing. In fact, they would be wishing for her to awaken immediately. Thank you, Master. Seeing Xiao Ming's willing agreement, Ing Huan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She raised her pretty face and planted a kiss on his cheek, causing the nearby Mu Lingshan to immediately cry out in surprise. Ah! Why are you taking advantage of the situation to kiss Big Brother? He's my master, what's wrong with kissing him? Ing Huan, buoyed by Xiao Ming's assurance, became lively again and teased Mu Lingshan with a playful face. Then Big Brother is also my big brother, and I want to kiss him too. Mu Lingshan said as she attempted to pounce over, making Qing Tan blush on the side. Stop fooling around. Xiao Ming caught the pouncing Mu Lingshan and flicked her forehead with his finger. It was only after Mu Lingshan covered her forehead with teary eyes and became much more obedient that Xiao Ming put her down. Then he gently nudged the smug Ing Huan away. The Darkness Master watched Ing Huan's playful antics and smiled. The junior sister was the most adored among the 8 ancient masters, but such a smiling face was something they hadn't seen in her previous life. Cough cough, Senior Xiao, now that the matter is settled, if there's anything you need, just let us know. If it's within the capabilities of our dragon tribe, we won't be stingy. Yuan Qian chimed in when he saw that the conversation between Xiao Ming and his group had concluded. Some medicinal herbs collected by your dragon tribe would be good. Xiao Ming glanced at him and didn't refuse the offer. The dragon tribe was known for its wealth, and the Tianxian continent was rich in resources. He couldn't say that the dragon tribe lacked any treasures he valued. All right, I'll send someone right away. Yuan Qian made a gesture, and an elder hurriedly left. After that, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the Darkness Master. What are your plans for the future? Plans? The Darkness Master thought for a moment. My strength is not fully awakened yet. I'll find a place to wait until my strength is fully restored. Then I'll go find Senior Sister and the others. I have a recommendation for you. What place? The Darkness Master asked curiously. The Palace of Darkness in the North Xian region. The Palace of Darkness, it seems to be a legacy I left behind. Correct, the Palace of Darkness is now the overlord of the North Xian region. No one will bother you there while you regain your strength. Oh, and bring Qing Tan along with you. Xiao Ming waved his hand and led Qing Tan to stand in front of the Darkness Master. This young girl seems to have a special constitution. The Darkness Master noticed something unusual about Qing Tan. The latter seemed to be constantly absorbing the yin energy around her. Qing Tan possesses the terminus devil body, and your legacy is very suitable for her. Xiao Ming explained. While he could teach Qing Tan himself, the Darkness Master's legacy was indeed more suitable for her. The Darkness Master was only one realm below him and had her unique understanding of cultivation. Therefore, her legacy couldn't be too bad. It does seem very suitable, the Darkness Master nodded, agreeing to the arrangement. Master Qing Tan, however, timidly clutched the hem of Xiao Ming's clothes, clearly somewhat reluctant. Don't worry, with your current strength, you won't be gone for long. I'll come get you back soon. Chapter 605. It took some time and many promises, but eventually Qing Tan reluctantly agreed to follow her master's arrangements. After bidding goodbye to everyone, she departed with the Darkness Master. After that, the Dragon Tribe Elder returned and brought a Qian Kun bag with him. Yuan Qian respectfully handed the bag to Xiao Ming. Senior, this is a small token of our appreciation. Xiao Ming took the bag and took a look inside. Then he nodded with satisfaction. The contents were indeed excellent. It was true that no matter what world one was in, the Dragon Tribe was always immensely wealthy. Suddenly, Xiao Ming remembered something and looked up at Yuan Qian. You should have contacts with the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe, right? Yes, the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe and our tribe are both among the 4 Overlord tribes, so we do indeed have some connections. May I ask why the senior is inquiring about this? A hint of doubt appeared in Yuan Qian's eyes. The Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe is currently in a precarious situation. They've been invaded by the Emo. What? But there's no information about any anomalies with the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe in our Dragon Tribe's intelligence. It only seems normal on the surface. Someone planted the Eternal Illusion Demon Flower within their tribe's Heavenly Cave. Those elite members of the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe who entered the Heavenly Cave to cultivate have now fallen victim to the Emo's schemes and are trapped in a deep slumber. The Eternal Illusion Demon Flower? If that's the case, it's no wonder there's no news from the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe. Yuan Qian frowned upon hearing this. Dad, what is the Eternal Illusion Demon Flower? The young lady in black behind Yuan Qian asked curiously. The Eternal Illusion Demon Flower is a terrible thing within the Emo tribe. It's said to be cultivated with the flesh and blood of countless lives. It also requires the blood of a Emo king as a catalyst. Ultimately, it would take 1,000 years to bloom. Yuan Qian's voice grew solemn. This flower emits an almost imperceptible fragrance. Once inhaled, it will trap the person in an illusion that will never fade. As long as the person's body doesn't wither, they will remain trapped in this illusion, showing no outward signs of distress and appearing to others as if they are in deep cultivation. This Heavenly Cave is the place where the elite members of the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe cultivate in seclusion. Now, including their tribe leader, who's a reincarnation stage practitioner, they've likely all been ensnared. Without these elite members, the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe will quickly fall from the ranks of the 4 Overlord tribes. It's that powerful. The young lady in black was shocked. Since you know what it is, I will entrust you to handle it. Xiao Ming spoke softly after listening to their conversation. Understood. I'll personally visit the Heavenly Demonic Marten Tribe. Xiao Ming smiled. With this matter settled, it's time for us to leave. The Flame Sea region was rather large in the chaotic Demon Sea. There were no other factions in this sea region, except for one Colossus, the Flame Divine Hall, the undisputed ruler and overlord of this sea region. Numerous powerful experts, as countless as the number of clouds, gathered in the chaotic Demon Sea. Compared to other regions of the Tian-Xian continent, the relationship between the major factions here was clearly more complicated. Just occupying such a huge sea region was no easy task. The main reason why the Flame Divine Hall was able to do so was largely due to the presence of Mo Luo, a Samsara stage practitioner and the controller of the blazing ancestral symbol. 2 simple titles. Yet, even those reincarnation stage practitioners would not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards him. In this sea region, there was hardly anyone who dared to challenge the authority of the Flame Divine Hall. Even those major factions would uncharacteristically choose to retrain themselves when they reached this sea region. The Xiao Ming trio had arrived here directly after leaving the Dragon Realm. We're finally back. Mu Lingshan stepped out of the spatial channel, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the pale red sea. She couldn't help but excitedly cry out towards the sea. As a member of the immortal Sage Whale clan, she naturally had a preference for the sea. Behind her, Xiao Ming surveyed the area and sensed the wildly violent power of the flames hidden beneath the sea's surface. There is a continuous chain of volcanoes beneath the flame sea region. Don't assume that this sea region is calm by judging it by its surface. There are countless volcanoes erupting and spewing lava below the surface. If one were to rush around recklessly, even a profound death stage practitioner would end up in an extremely miserable state. Mu Lingshan turned around to explain to Xiao Ming and Ning Huanhuan. The underground structure of the sea was obviously something she was extremely familiar with. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "Let's go, it's time to visit the Flame Divine Hall and meet the current blazing ancestral symbol controller." As his words faded, the Xiao Ming trio transformed into 3 streaks of multicolored light and rushed towards the depths of the sea region. The trio could occasionally see large groups of people wearing fiery red armor scurrying about as they gradually entered the deepest part of the flame sea region. Beneath the armor, sharp, eagle-like eyes constantly scanned their surroundings. On these almost army-like groups, Xiao Ming noticed the flame insignia on their chests. This was the emblem of the Flame Divine Hall. Obviously, they were the law enforcement units of Flame Divine Hall. With such highly trained guards, the Flame Divine Hall truly deserved its status as an overlord within the chaotic demon sea. The Flame Sea region was quite large and expansive, consisting of a dense network of islands. If Xiao Ming wanted to meet Mo Luo, they would have to go to Fiery Flame City, which was the headquarters of the Flame Divine Hall. The distance was trivial with Xiao Ming's speed. Soon, a scarlet land appeared in the distance. On the land, a huge and seemingly endless gigantic city, akin to an ancient fire dragon sitting on the land, stood above the sea region. A gigantic scarlet light barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire city. A terrifying energy fluctuation radiated from its surface. Due to this energy, even the surrounding space showed subtle signs of warping and distortion. Countless streaks of light rained down from the city's surroundings like a torrential rain. Eventually, they passed through the light screen and entered this mega city. The Xiao Ming trio slowly descended from the sky before entering this gigantic and majestic city. As they entered, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise that echoed towards the sky. "Big brother, should we take some time to explore the city and have some fun, or should we head straight to meet the Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall?" Mu Lingshan asked with a bright smile. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement as she looked around the bustling streets. "I really don't feel like going shopping." Xiao Ming sighed inwardly with a hint of weariness. Wandering around such places held little appeal to him. He wasn't like the 2 girls who were inexperienced and found everything fascinating. Observing the visibly eager Mu Lingshan and Ning Huanhuan, who clearly shared some of her enthusiasm, he said, "You 2 can wander around here. I'll go find Mo Luo on my own. Enjoy yourselves, and once I'm done, I'll come back for you." "Then never mind, master. Let's go find that what's his name Mo Luo first. Will go with you," Ning Huanhuan said immediately after hearing this. Without her master, what would be the point of wandering around? It's no fun without Big Brother, Mu Lingshan nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 606. Xiao Ming tried to persuade them further, but the 2 women had already made up their minds. His efforts were bound to be in vain. "All right, you 2 can come with me," Xiao Ming could only concede. He spread his hands in resignation before leading the smiling duo towards the city center. There was a group of imposing and majestic palaces in the heart of Fiery Flame City. This was the headquarters of the Flame Divine Hall, surrounded by many subtle yet powerful auras. For the Flame Divine Hall to be able to become an overlord in the chaotic demon sea, it was clear that they also had real assets that could not be underestimated. The surroundings of these palatial buildings were guarded by soldiers wielding giant spears and clad in bright red armor. They are the Flame Divine Guard of the Flame Divine Hall. They are rumored to be the strongest fighting force of the Flame Divine Hall, and they maintain their numbers at 1,000 all year round. Whenever someone joins, someone else is kicked out, Mu Lingshan explained in a low voice. The arrival of the Xiao Ming trio naturally caught the attention of these guards. A beautiful figure at the forefront of the Flame Divine Guard approached them. The lady was tall and slender. Her bright fiery red soft armor outlined her enchanting curves. Her glaring, curly, long red hair made her as eye-catching and searing as the flames themselves. She held a long, fiery red spear in her hand. This long spear was made in a rather peculiar way. A phoenix spread its wings on its body, while the tip of the spear was a soaring, flaming phoenix. The sharp phoenix beak flashed with a cold light. It was a weapon as magnificent as it was deadly. The lady blocked Xiao Ming and his companions with her fiery red spear. "Who are you? What business do you have with my Flame Divine Hall?" "I am Xiao Ming, here to visit your hall master, Mo Luo." Xiao Ming smiled as he looked at the spear pointed at him. "Do you have an invitation?" "No, we don't." "Then I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave." The lady's response was immediate. After answering, she kept a wary eye on the trio. However, when she saw Mu Lingshan, her expression noticeably changed to one of astonishment, and without hesitation, she ordered, "Surround them." Understood. The 1,000 flame divine guards behind her immediately spread out and surrounded the Xiao Ming trio with lightning-like speed. This scene caught the attention of many. Curious glances were cast from the surrounding buildings of the Flame Divine Hall. Someone is trying to break into the Flame Divine Hall. Whoa! They must have a death wish. Doesn't everyone know that Hall Master Mo Luo is a super strong figure who can compete with reincarnation stage practitioners? This is the first time that someone has brazenly sought death by knocking on their door. Hey, isn't this a bit too domineering? We haven't even said anything. Why are you surrounding us? When Ing Huan saw that they were being surrounded, she opened her mouth with great dissatisfaction. Why was each of these young ladies more arrogant than the other? It's because you've kidnapped the saintess of the immortal Sage Whale clan. You are now fully wanted by the sea demons. Of course, we at the Flame Divine Hall certainly can't let you go, the lady pointed at Mu Lingshan. I was kidnapped. How come I didn't know? Mu Lingshan, the one being pointed at, replied somewhat puzzled. The lady, noticing Mu Lingshan's confused expression and realizing there might be a misunderstanding, was about to clarify when she suddenly heard Xiao Ming command in a calm yet authoritative tone. Mo Luo, come out. Though he spoke softly, there was an undeniable authority in his words. Deep within the Flame Divine Hall, in a grand and majestic hall, a figure clad in a red robe suddenly lifted his head, revealing a craggy face. Between his thick eyebrows, there was an overbearing spirit that could burn the entire world, while a flame symbol sparkled in the middle of his forehead. Shock filled the red-robed figure's eyes as he murmured, "A powerful figure has arrived." In the next instant, the figure flashed and appeared outside. At the same time, Xiao Ming sensed something and looked up. Are you the master of Flame Divine Hall, Mo Luo? Indeed. The face of the man in the red robe was solemn as he nodded slightly. Following his voice, the Flame God guards looked at Mo Luo and immediately knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Hall Master." It really is Mo Luo. From the shadows, many eyes filled with fear looked at the red-robed figure standing in the air. Mo Luo. This was a name that had a formidable reputation in the chaotic demon sea. Among the top powerhouses within the entire chaotic demon sea, this Mo Luo was undoubtedly a leading figure. His Flame Divine Hall had dominated the Flame Sea region, and it had become a renowned faction within the chaotic demon sea. Mo Luo's strength was at the Samsara stage, a stage many leaders of the major factions in the chaotic demon sea also possessed. However, no Samsara stage practitioner would dare to act arrogantly in front of Mo Luo. This was because he controlled one of the 8 ancestral symbols, the blazing ancestral symbol. It was only at this stage that the full potential of an ancestral symbol could be unleashed, and when such a power was manifested, it could cause the world to tremble. Relying on the ancestral symbol, Mo Luo was able to compete against reincarnation stage practitioners. Such a level of strength was typically the stuff of legends, yet here and now, this legendary figure truly stood before everyone. However, for someone to just call Mo Luo, and for him to appear with such a solemn expression on his face. What kind of strength must this other person possess? Ignoring the various hidden gazes, Mo Luo looked at Xiao Ming and asked in a deep voice, "May I know what brings your excellency to me?" "Nothing much, I just wish to borrow the blazing ancestral symbol in your possession." Xiao Ming looked at the symbol on Mo Luo's forehead and said calmly. "The blazing ancestral symbol is something of great significance. Your excellency should refrain from joking about such things. I would have to ask your excellency to leave." Mo Luo's voice was solemn. He could sense the strength of the person in front of him. When he faced the other party, he felt an uncontrollable surge within his own flames. However, his character was simply too domineering. A few words were not enough to make him surrender the blazing ancestral symbol. However, leaving was not an option for Xiao Ming either. The blazing ancestral symbol represented the essence of a world's flames. Being an expert in fire himself, he would not miss this opportunity. Besides, his intention was only to borrow it, not keep it forever. Once he had deciphered the blazing ancestral symbol and it was no longer of any use to him, he naturally planned to return it to Mo Luo. It wouldn't take long to decipher it with his strength. Nevertheless, explaining this seemed unnecessary and time-consuming, and Mo Luo might not agree to it anyway. Better to secure the ancestral symbol first and compensate later. With that thought, Xiao Ming raised his hand, his palm flickering with lightning. Rumble. Suddenly, everything went dark for a moment before a dazzling silver light erupted in the sky. It was followed by a continuous sound of thunder that echoed in everyone's ears with an indescribable pressure. The sky was filled with countless massive lightning bolts that resembled ancient lightning dragons. The thunderous roar spread far and wide, creating a spectacle too magnificent for words. One move, if you can withstand one move, I will leave otherwise, you have to lend me the blazing ancestral symbol for a while. Chapter 607. One move. You underestimate people too much. The young lady who had stopped Xiao Ming earlier couldn't help but express her indignation upon hearing his words. Xinlian, step back. Mo Luo scolded her. He could feel the terrifying energy contained within the lightning above. If it were to be fully unleashed, the entire fiery flame city would be leveled to the ground. This person's one move was no joke. Although Tang Xinlian was reprimanded, she still felt a bit defiant in her heart. She couldn't tolerate her master being underestimated. However, she had no choice but to step back under Mo Luo's stern gaze. After she stepped back, Mo Luo flew up into the sky and tilted his head slightly to look at the countless lightning bolts above. Do you know? The blazing ancestral symbol is my reliance to eradicate the Yimo and avenge my family, Mo Luo said calmly. But there was a hint of intense obsession in his voice. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for me to give it to you so easily. As his words fell, a surge of crimson flames suddenly erupted from his body and swiftly engulfed the surrounding area. The intense heat caused the space to appear distorted. The power of the blazing ancestral symbol. It seems you are quite determined. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and flipped his palm to gently press down. Instantly, the entire fiery flame city trembled as a towering silver light erupted in the sky. The countless lightning bolts howling in the sky at this moment pierced through the void and appeared before Mo Luo. Mo Luo's gaze became solemn as he lightly gripped his palm. The surging crimson flames gradually rose. Finally, they transformed into a blazing sun burning fiercely above his head. Then, this 3,000-meter sun surged forward with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 Although Mo Luo's will to resist was strong, the disparity in strength between the two was immense. The flames that permeated the sky instantly scattered and collapsed wherever the lightning passed. The domineering might of the lightning directly forced the power of the blazing ancestral symbol to retreat step by step. This would be practically impossible under normal circumstances because those lightning bolts were just ordinary ones. They couldn't possibly be stronger than the power of the blazing ancestral symbol. Yet, the current phenomenon was entirely due to the difference in strength between the two. Mo Luo raised his head, looking at the lightning bolts rushing towards him with terrifying power. It was as if the Yuan power within his body was igniting at this moment. The lightning instantly approached, and without any visible defense from Mo Luo, it exploded and engulfed him. Boom! Boom! Countless massive rays of lightning spread out as they shrouded the area in what seemed like a sea of lightning. The space appeared distorted with occasional dark crack lines appearing under the power of the lightning. This is too brutal, many people muttered under their breath as they watched the sky filled with lightning. It was clear that Mo Luo, the master of the Flame Divine Hall, was no match for the handsome young man. Surviving such an attack would be a miracle. You bastard! Not far away, Tang Xinlian's eyes immediately reddened upon witnessing this scene. She raised her long spear and fiercely thrust it towards Xiao Ming. However, with a wave of his sleeve, Xiao Ming enveloped her and all the members of the Flame Divine Hall behind her in a multicolored light barrier. No matter how hard they struck, they were unable to break through it. That's enough, Xiao Ming said indifferently. Then, his gaze shifted towards the sea of lightning. The sea of lightning slowly dissipated, revealing a fiery red figure floating down and landing steadily on the ground. Mo Luo won. Countless people were bewildered at this sight. The situation just now clearly seemed to be against Mo Luo. However, before they could fully grasp what happened, Mo Luo suddenly let out a gasp and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Hall Master! Master! Tang Xinlian and the others from the Flame Divine Hall saw this and immediately struggled to leave the multicolored light barrier. This time, Xiao Ming did not stop them. Tang Xinlian successfully exited the barrier and rushed to Mo Luo's side. She tried to feed him healing medicine, but Mo Luo resisted and refused. Xinlian, help me up. Master, please take the healing medicine first. You don't even listen to your master's words anymore. Mo Luo frowned, and Tang Xinlian had no choice but to comply. Mo Luo had just stood up when Xiao Ming slowly approached him. How do you feel? Cough, cough, I lost. Mo Luo coughed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He could feel that if the other party hadn't held back, he would have died on the spot. Then hand over the blazing ancestral symbol, and I'll return it to you after some time. Mo Luo was silent for a moment. Then a palm-sized miniature fire phoenix flew out from his forehead. Tiny, strange symbols emanating terrifying power could be seen within this fire phoenix. The blazing ancestral symbol. Xiao Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he waved his hand. The phoenix obediently fell into his hand, allowing him to manipulate it. Mo Luo couldn't help but cough again and spit out another mouthful of blood when he saw how easily Xiao Ming was able to subdue the blazing ancestral symbol. The disciple by his side was so scared that she lost her color. Xiao Ming swiftly put away the blazing ancestral symbol with a flick of his hand. After that, he threw a jade bottle at Mo Luo. Even if you're not dead yet, you're close to it. This pill can help you break through and become a true reincarnation stage powerhouse. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Mo Luo looked stunned as he held the medicine bottle. Then he hurriedly called out when he saw Xiao Ming about to leave. Senior. Thank you. Don't mention it. I gave you a beating and took your stuff. Just don't hold a grudge, and that'll be enough. Xiao Ming waved his hand and left with Mu Lingshan and Ning Huanhuan. Tang Xinlian looked at her master with some confusion after watching their departing figures. Master, why are you thanking him when he's the one who injured you? Xinlian, this world is a survival of the fittest. He was able to take the blazing ancestral symbol because he has the ability. Mo Luo sighed lightly before continuing, and if he hadn't left this pill, the Flame Divine Hall would have been leveled by my enemies by tomorrow. Moreover, he has given me a chance to break through to the reincarnation stage. Having said that, Mo Luo directly opened the jade bottle and swallowed the pill within. Its effects were immediately apparent as his injuries began to heal at a rapid pace. I'll enter the secret chamber to make a breakthrough. You handle the situation here, Mo Luo instructed before promptly leaving. In truth, there was one thing Mo Luo hadn't mentioned yet. The fact that the blazing ancestral symbol could be subdued by the other party meant that he was not affiliated with the emo. This was the real reason for his change in attitude. After they departed, Mu Lingshan and Ning Huanhuan eagerly surrounded Xiao Ming as they chatted animatedly. Big brother, is that pill really as amazing as you say? Can it truly help someone break through to the reincarnation stage? Mu Lingshan asked with excitement. Yes, it can, Xiao Ming said with a nod. In that case, master, do you still have any left? Ning Huanhuan's pretty eyes were filled with anticipation. I do indeed. Do you want some? Xiao Ming confirmed as he took out 2 jade bottles. But remember, this type of pill is only suitable for those who have reached the pinnacle of the samsara stage. It requires one to be on the verge of death to achieve the effect of breaking through and rising anew. Mu Lingshan took a jade bottle, and Xiao Ming's sharp ears caught a murmur from her lips. That works too. Third grandpa always bosses me around. Maybe I'll have first grandpa give him a good beating, and then we can use this pill on him. Chapter 608. This girl is really filial, huh? Xiao Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Of course, actually being beaten to near death for an easy breakthrough to the reincarnation stage was a surefire deal for any samsara stage practitioner. No samsara stage practitioner would refuse, as the step from the samsara stage to the reincarnation stage was immensely difficult. Countless practitioners had gotten stuck at that bottleneck. Ning Huanhuan also took it without hesitation. As for whether she had the same filial intentions as Mu Lingshan, Xiao Ming couldn't say. The next day, the trio left Fiery Flame City and headed for Martial Gathering Island. Martial Gathering Island was located in the Heaven Wind Sea region that Xiao Ming had visited earlier, and it was also the location of the Chaotic Tower. For the people of the Heaven Wind Sea region, the Chaotic Tower was a training treasure land that had been passed down from ancient times. It was said that a kind of desolation chi was born from within it. This energy could cleanse the bones and marrow, hence its miraculous property of strengthening the physical body. Under the purification of this desolation chi, one could undergo a complete transformation. Many strong practitioners coveted such an opportunity. However, the Chaotic Tower was controlled by 5 great clans, the Wei, Gu, Su, Zhu, and Shinta clans. It only opened once a year at the beginning of the martial gathering. During that time, countless strong practitioners would converge there. After all, the martial gathering was a pretty big event in the region. Today marked the annual opening of the martial gathering. As the warm sunlight streamed down, the atmosphere on the huge martial gathering island suddenly flared and heated up. Various sounds and fanfares converged and shot into the clouds. There was an extremely magnificent and imposing giant mountain in the center of martial gathering island. At this moment, the giant mountain was already permeated with the frenzied and passionate buzz of the crowd. Many platforms were arranged on the peak of the mountain, a sight that was extremely spectacular and magnificent. As Xiao Ming appeared at the scene with Mu Lingshan and Ning Huanhuan, the area around the mountain peak was already packed with people. From time to time, the sound of breaking wind echoed in the sky as figures descended like locusts. Martial gathering? Quite a coincidence, Xiao Ming observed the bustling crowd below. Then, the trio disappeared from their spot, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in front of an ancient limestone tower. Is this the chaotic tower? Mu Lingshan and Ing Huanhuan looked at the limestone tower with curiosity. This tower exuded an aura of ancientness and vastness. Time had left its mark on its mottled surface, yet it stood as if it were eternal and indestructible. The desolation chi and the great desolation beads within the chaotic tower have quite an amazing effect on the tempering of one's physical body. Even though I've already helped the two of you to temper your bodies, these two items will still be beneficial to you. You can use them to further consolidate your physique, Xiao Ming explained. As he spoke, the space in front of him gently rippled, opening a spatial channel through which he stepped. Ing Huanhuan and Mu Lingshan exchanged a glance before stepping in as well. Clack. The footsteps of the Xiao Ming trio echoed softly as they walked through the dimly lit stone tower. The space inside the tower was extremely vast, with moonlight pearls embedded in its walls. The soft light they emitted made the interior of the tower to feel increasingly empty and quiet. Looking around, except for the saturated desolation chi that hinted at the tower's extraordinary nature, there wasn't even half an object that existed within its vast interior. First, try to draw the desolation chi into your bodies, Xiao Ming suddenly instructed. Ing Huanhuan and Mu Lingshan followed his instruction and pulled a large amount of desolation chi into their bodies. As the desolation chi entered, both girls immediately felt a spreading warmth inside, causing their muscles and bones to feel slightly scorching hot. This desolation chi is really effective, the two girls exclaimed in surprise. Of course, it's effective. This thing is used by the Chaos Master for healing purposes. Considering that the Chaos Master is a third calamity reincarnation stage practitioner, how could it not be effective? Xiao Ming thought with a touch of amusement. Cultivate here and don't wander off. Xiao Ming smiled and instructed before leaving the first level of the chaotic tower and making his way to the 8th level. This level was a sea of purple golden light. The desolation chi contained in this purple golden light was exactly the same as the thing that Ing Huanhuan and Mu Lingshan had absorbed earlier. When Xiao Ming arrived at this level, his gaze immediately focused on the center of the purple golden sea. A giant that was 3,000 meters in size was silently lying on the ground. This giant's skin was of a purple gold color, and there were some mysterious spiral patterns on his skin. Although he seemed to be in a slumber at this moment, the space around him appeared to be in a distorted state. This purple golden giant was one of the 8 ancient masters, the Chaos Master, and also the person with the strongest physical body in this world. Chaos Master. Xiao Ming floated in front of the purple golden giant. Compared to him, he looked as tiny as an ant. He could vaguely sense the immense strength of the latter's physique, perhaps comparable to that of an ordinary ancient void dragon. However, the aura of the Chaos Master was clearly unstable. This Chaos Master's injuries seemed much more severe than those of the Darkness Master and the Flame Master. Xiao Ming wasn't particularly surprised in his heart to see the Chaos Master still unconscious upon his approach. Aside from the Life-Death Master, who had entered the cycle of reincarnation, the Chaos Master was known to be the last to recover from his injuries in the original story. Thus, such a condition was not unexpected. However, the current state of the Chaos Master was not what Xiao Ming desired. Since that's the case, let me lend you a hand. Xiao Ming opened his mouth and released black and white intertwined flames. The flames swirled around and transformed into a pair of yin and yang fish intertwined with each other. The black fish emitted a terrifying aura of destruction, while the white fish exuded a healing power. The yin-yang twin flame. Without any apparent move from Xiao Ming, the healing white fish flicked its tail and joyfully swam towards the Chaos Master through the purple golden sea. As it did so, it continuously absorbed the desolation chi and rapidly swelled to 3,000 meters in size. Then, the now immense white giant fish swallowed the Chaos Master in one gulp, and the 8th level immediately fell into silence. Moments later. Hum. The entire desolation chi of the 8th level surged towards the giant fish. Simultaneously, a majestic purple golden light suddenly erupted from within the fish. Xiao Ming saw this and waved his hand. In the midst of the purple light, a white fish flew back into the palm of his hand with a flick of its tail and joyfully swam next to the black fish. 2 streams of purple golden light then directly enveloped him. Looking up, he could see that it was the gaze of the Chaos Master. The Chaos Master had awakened and was staring intently at Xiao Ming. His appearance seemed somewhat naive, but the sharpness that occasionally flashed through his purple golden giant eyes completely shattered that naivety. Who are you? Why did you help me heal my injuries? The giant finally spoke as he looked at Xiao Ming. His voice, which was filled with surprise, thundered out like a storm, causing the space around them to tremble. I am Xiao Ming. I have come this time to ask you to do something for me. What is it? Help me find the Chaos Ancestral Symbol. Chapter 609. Oh, the Chaos Ancestral Symbol? The Chaos Master seemed somewhat surprised. Are you collecting the 8 ancestral symbols? Xiao Ming nodded. Including the life-death ancestral symbol within Mu Lingshan's body, he already possessed the devouring, thunderbolt, blazing, and spatial ancestral symbols. The remaining ones were the chaos, darkness, and ice ancestral symbols. He had some clues about the latter too, but he really had no idea where to find the chaos ancestral symbol. This symbol suddenly appeared before the great final battle in the original story. How was he supposed to find it? Therefore, he could only seek out the previous owner, the Chaos Master, to search for it. Just as Huan could sense the ice ancestral symbol, the Chaos Master should also be able to sense the chaos ancestral symbol. Now that I have completely healed your injuries, searching for the chaos ancestral symbol shouldn't be a problem, right? The Chaos Master hesitated for a moment before answering Xiao Ming's question. Since you've helped heal my injuries, it's only right that I should agree to your request. However, finding the chaos ancestral symbol is genuinely difficult. I can't sense its aura. Do you know why? Xiao Ming frowned and asked. It might be trapped or its aura sealed off by something. Otherwise, I would be able to sense it. The Chaos Master sounded uncertain. Xiao Ming fell silent. He had gone through the trouble to heal the Chaos Master, only for this to be the outcome. It felt like his efforts were in vain. No, something else must be at play here. It must be the meddling of the Plane Spirit again. Otherwise, why couldn't the Chaos Master find the Chaos Ancestral Symbol? Given that the Chaos Ancestral Symbol had only ever been controlled by the Chaos Master himself, it made no sense for it to be trapped by another strong individual. And in the original story, it also suddenly appeared just before the Great World Battle. Everything was too coincidental. With this thought, Xiao Ming's gaze became deep. The Chaos Master noticed that Xiao Ming's aura had become somewhat cold. He couldn't help but shiver and felt as if his blood had stopped flowing, which frightened him into saying hurriedly. Cough, cough, my injuries are healed anyway. I'll keep an eye out for the Chaos Ancestral Symbol. Then make sure you focus on this matter. Xiao Ming could only say so much before intending to leave. Suddenly, the Chaos Master asked, my junior sister is here too, right? I can sense her aura. Xiao Ming stopped in his tracks and nodded. Do you want to see her? She hasn't awakened her memories yet and rejects the identity of the Ice Master. Ah, if that's the case, then never mind. I'd rather not be despised, the Chaos Master sighed. After having a brief conversation with the Chaos Master, Xiao Ming did not stay long on the 8th level of the Chaotic Tower and returned to the 1st level. Huan and Mu Lingshan were still cultivating. Xiao Ming woke them up, handed them a few great desolation beads formed from condensed desolation chi, and then left with them. At night, the moonlight enveloped the earth like a veil. Xiao Ming sat cross-legged in a room at the inn. He was surrounded by 4 different colored symbols that cast an otherworldly glow around him. Now that I have collected 5 ancestral symbols and have almost fully comprehended the symbol master system, even without primal chaos light, I can attempt to fully cultivate this system with my Emperor Realm's soul and try to condense a divine palace to see the effects. Xiao Ming murmured to himself as he felt the fluctuations of the symbols around him. Then, with his eyes closed and a single thought, he brought himself in front of his Naiwen Palace. At this moment, his Naiwen Palace appeared as a tiny, gently floating point of light, from which vast waves of spiritual strength emanated. The congealing symbol art was the most crucial step in becoming a symbol master. This was because it was only when one's spiritual energy was truly condensed into a destiny symbol that one could truly be called a symbol master. Now, what Xiao Ming needed to do was to condense his destiny symbol. For Xiao Ming, condensing a symbol was effortlessly simple. Thus, within the Naiwen Palace, spiritual strength quickly converged and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, various destiny symbols were condensed. 1 symbol, 2 symbols, 3 symbols, from Soul Symbol Master to Heavenly Symbol Master to Divine Symbol Master, Low Symbol Grandmaster, High Symbol Grandmaster. Xiao Ming achieved in an instant realms that were unreachable by ordinary symbol masters in their lifetime. As Xiao Ming ascended to the High Symbol Grandmaster realm, dark clouds swiftly gathered above the inn and veiled the bright moon. Within these clouds, countless lightning bolts coiled like dragons, their movements unleashing an astonishing heavenly might. Boom! A flash of lightning flickered, illuminating the entire martial gathering island as if it were daylight. At the same time, the Yuan power in the entire area boiled over at this moment. What the hell is going on? All the strong participants of the martial gathering looked up at the turmoil in the sky with serious expressions, their eyes twitching slightly. A thunderstorm of this magnitude could instantly reduce even a samsara stage powerhouse to ashes. The disciples of the 5 great clans looked up at the sky in horror, then hurriedly sought shelter. Their faces were filled with shock. Under such terrifying heavenly might, human strength seemed exceedingly frail. Rumble. The thunderous roars grew increasingly rapid, with the dazzling lightning seemingly too intense for even the dark clouds to obscure. The atmosphere was akin to the tense moment before a million-strong army charged, causing even the island to tremble slightly. Inside the inn, Xiao Ming did not pay any attention to the thunderstorm outside. After all, such a tribulation was only at the reincarnation stage level. It could easily be dismissed with a wave of his hand. The next step is to shatter the Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace was innate. Once destroyed, it would cause one's essence, spirit, and mental strength to fade away. Breaking through to the Divine Palace Master requires it to be shattered and then reformed. Should the Naiwan Palace break and fail to condense into a Divine Palace, not only would one's spiritual cultivation be utterly lost, but it could also damage one's mind, potentially reducing someone to idiocy. This risk had deterred anyone from reaching the Divine Palace Master since the symbol ancestor himself. However, none of this was a concern for Xiao Ming. Not least because of his formidable physical healing abilities, which would allow his Naiwan Palace to rapidly recover even after being shattered. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ming's vast spiritual strength within the Naiwan Palace began to contract at an astonishingly rapid pace. In just a few moments, all of his spiritual strength condensed into a human head-sized cluster of spiritual strength within the Naiwan Palace. This cluster appeared solid-like and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. Yet, the terrifying fluctuations it emitted could cause even someone who had truly passed through the Divine Palace Master to feel a heart-stopping sense of fear. When this condensation reached its limits, all of a sudden, the cluster of spiritual strength began to tremble violently. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on its surface before they started to grow. Following this, many destructive rays of light shot out from within. As these rays of light grew in intensity, it was as if a dazzling sun rose from within the Naiwan Palace. Subsequently, a destructive fluctuation spread before his entire Naiwan Palace exploded. Bang! Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, he began to gather it all together again. The vast spiritual strength surged and then slowly gathered. At this moment, the spiritual strength flowed as if it were a liquid. It moved and outlined as the Divine Palace gradually began to take shape. The Divine Palace was tall and majestic, mighty and grand, presenting 1,000 weather scenes as if it were the god's abode. Chapter 610. Thunder rolled outside, but inside the inn, Xiao Ming sat quietly. His body was slightly cold, and even his breathing was barely audible. Were it not for the faint trace of life force that was still detectable, one would have mistaken him for a corpse rather than the peak powerhouse that had triggered the heavenly tribulation. This Divine Palace seems to be somewhat off. Xiao Ming observed the formed Divine Palace and sighed in his heart. Then, with a thought, a vast amount of spiritual strength surged into the Divine Palace like a tide. However, as the spiritual strength flowed in, there was no sign of it forming a cycle or showing any signs of spontaneous creation. Clearly, this Divine Palace had not achieved the effect of replacing the Naiwan Palace. It seemed that the presence of the primal chaos light was still required to be effective. Let's see if the origin chi has any effect. With that thought in mind, Xiao Ming directly mobilized some of the origin chi contained within his body. Under Xiao Ming's mental control, wisps of glowing origin chi emerged from his dantian and quickly moved towards the Naiwan Palace. When the origin chi came in contact with the Divine Palace, the latter burst into a series of clear, ringing sounds. Soon after, the previously lifeless Divine Palace seemed to come to life. In fact, light was flowing on its surface, while life force radiated from it. Rumble. Spiritual strength surged within the Divine Palace, seemingly forming a basic cycle. As the Divine Palace took shape, Xiao Ming felt his own spiritual strength begin to resonate rapidly, undergoing a profound transformation. This was a true metamorphosis. Yet, Xiao Ming was not particularly pleased. It seems it was still a failure. With the sharp change in spiritual strength within the Naiwan Palace, the origin chi was rapidly depleting. In such a short amount of time, it was nearly exhausted. And yet, the true formation of the Divine Palace still required more time. Xiao Ming's body did not have so much origin chi stored for such consumption. The little origin chi he had was saved for emergencies. The path of a symbol master was a system established by the symbol ancestor through observing and utilizing the zenith power of this plane. To reach the highest stage, one must draw upon the dimension fetus and capture a sliver of its zenith power. Origin chi served as a form of zenith power in the Do Chi continent. It also possessed effects akin to primal chaos light. However, Xiao Ming currently did not have enough origin qi, so naturally, success was out of reach. I need to create a temporary vessel for my spiritual strength. This process was effortless, almost instinctive, for him. He reached into his spiritual strength, which was flourishing within the divine palace. With a mere thought, he directed it to an empty space that was adjacent to the divine palace. To him, it was a simple, elegant transfer of energy from one point to another. As the energy settled into its new location, it began to condense and formed a point of light that glowed with a soft but resilient luminescence. This was the nascent form of a new Naiwan palace. Although this new Naiwan palace was more luminous than the previous one due to the spiritual strength that had been transformed beforehand, it was still a mere point of light compared to the mighty and majestic, now lifeless, divine palace standing beside it. However, failing didn't discourage him. It was just a matter of being able to maintain the supply of energy in order to revitalize the divine palace. If origin qi wasn't enough, then he would just have to get some primal chaos light. The zenith sensing art of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace could help practitioners sense the zenith, which was the dimension fetus of the Tian-Xian continent, making it easier to capture this primal chaos light. Looks like I need to make one last stop in the East Xian region before the final event begins. Time flew, and the years passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years later, in the East Xian region. Great Yan Empire, Jiandu Province. The power dynamics within the Great Yan Empire had been reshuffled in recent years. One name had begun to resonate far and wide, Lin Dong from Qingyang Town. He had carved out a reputation for himself in both the Celestial Dan Pool competition and the Symbol Master Tower competition, earning the title of the #1 genius in Yen City. The situation in Yen City was constantly changing, and with the appearance of the old tomb and Sky Flame Mountain outside the city, even the major factions of the Great Yan Empire were alarmed. The old tomb in the Sky Flame Mountain was suspected to be the burial place of a Nirvana stage practitioner. Nirvana stage practitioners were the true pinnacle figures of the Great Yan Empire. They were qualified to join the super alliance that had been formed in the East Xian region in recent years. Therefore, many strong practitioners gathered outside the old tomb, including many from outside Tiandu province. Needless to say, the most outstanding individuals were those representing the 4 great clans, Lin Langtian, Wang Yan, Qin Shi, and Ling Qinzhu. The first 3 hailed from 3 of the 4 great clans of the Great Yan Empire, while Ling Qinzhu had some ties to the Huangpu clan. Apart from these 4, there was another individual who attracted a great deal of attention, and that was Lin Dong. The pocket money that Xiao Ming gave to Qin Tan was a huge amount for Lin Dong and even the entire Lin family, enough to support his cultivation steadily. Since Qin Tan had given this money to Lin Dong, even though he hadn't been wandering around for the past few years because he had enough resources, his strength was even higher than in the original story. He wasn't much weaker than Lin Langtian and the others. Of course, the look Lin Dong cast toward Lin Langtian was anything but friendly. Since they hailed from the same Lin clan, the atmosphere between the two was quite intriguing, attracting the attention of many. However, no one noticed that there were 3 figures quietly observing everything that was unfolding. The trio's gaze wasn't on Lin Dong and Lin Langtian, rather, most of their attention was on Ling Qinzhu. A green lotus floated in the air, with a delicate figure sitting on it. The woman wore a light-colored silk dress, with eyebrows like jade feathers and skin as white as snow. Her waist was gorgeously small like silk. The sheer veil covering her cheeks barely hid her beauty, making her wandering gaze dim the world around her. A woman like this, and with such a demeanor, was rarely seen in this world. However, despite the woman's light and ethereal aura, her clear, crystal-like eyes revealed no hint of gentleness. Instead, they exuded a deep, unwelcoming coldness that could repel someone 1,000 miles away. This woman was clearly one who appeared warm on the outside but was cold on the inside. Such a woman was even more difficult to deal with than those who only appeared cold and indifferent on the surface. Ing Huan possessed top-notch appearance herself, yet even she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards the beauty and demeanor of this woman. This person is the successor to the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace, Ling Qinzhu. Truly a beauty that could overthrow empires. But master, you shouldn't keep staring at others like that. Ing Huan, who had grown up considerably over the years, couldn't help but purse her lips as she noticed Xiao Ming constantly gazing at the young lady. All right, I'll stop looking at her. Is it okay if I look at you instead? Xiao Ming withdrew his gaze upon hearing this and playfully reached out to pinch Ing Huan's cheek. In terms of demeanor, Ing Huan's was actually not inferior to Ling Qinzhu's. After all, in her previous life, she was the Ice Master, the strongest one just below the Symbol Ancestor. With Xiao Ming helping her to unleash her reincarnation potential over the years, her strength had increased rapidly. She was now a powerhouse that already embodied the elegance of her previous life. However, since she hadn't regained her memories, she didn't exude that icy demeanor and instead displayed a more lively, girlish charm. Huan remained strangely silent as Xiao Ming pinched her cheek. After a while, she finally spoke up as they watched the 4 young talents enter the old tomb. "Master, you're planning to leave soon, aren't you?" Xiao Ming paused in surprise before nodding. "That's correct. My arrival on the Tianxian continent was by accident. It's been almost 5 years. Even though there has been a breakthrough in my strength, it has only progressed step by step. I haven't been able to reach the threshold of Heavenly Sovereign. The gap between a quasi-heavenly sovereign and a heavenly sovereign is quite wide. At this point, my plan is about to be completed, and whether it's successful or not, it's time to depart this place and head to the Great Thousand World." Chapter 611. Huan fell silent after hearing Xiao Ming's words. Just as she was about to respond, Xiao Ming's voice reached her ears once more. "Seeing that unhappy expression on your face, are you going to miss your master?" "Haha, it seems these years of teaching were not in vain." "Humph. I can't bear to part with you, okay?" Contrary to Xiao Ming's expectations, Huan didn't deny it as she lightly huffed in response to his teasing. "I want to go to the Great Thousand World with you." "You want to go?" Xiao Ming was a little surprised. "My journey to the Great Thousand World is not for leisure. My cultivation won't be considered top-notch there. Many are stronger than me, it's very dangerous. With your current cultivation, it would be more appropriate to break through to the ancestor stage before you go to the Great Thousand World. Moreover, your father and sister will remain on the Tianxian continent. The Great Thousand World won't allow you to return home at will like you're used to now." "Dad, sister, Huan murmured after hearing his words. Her tone began to lose the firmness it had started with. "I want to go." Mu Lingshan, whose eyes were darting around, suddenly raised her small hand and shouted at the top of her lungs. Xiao Ming tapped her head in response. "You are not allowed to go." Going to the Great Thousand World was risky even for him, he couldn't guarantee his own safety, let alone anyone else's. That's why he wouldn't consider taking anyone besides Qing Tan, his guide, especially Mu Lingshan, the embodiment of the life-death ancestral symbol. What if something unexpected happened to her when she left the Tianxian continent? No, big brother, I want to go. I want to go." Mu Lingshan was undeterred by the tap on the head. She clung to Xiao Ming's arm and shook it vigorously. Xiao Ming remained unmoved by her pleas until he grew impatient. Finally, he warned her. "Keep it up and I'll send you right back to the immortal Sage Whale clan." Mu Lingshan immediately calmed down. She didn't want to go back to her clan when she had the chance to be out and about. The last time they passed her home on their way through the chaotic demon sea, she didn't even bother to glance back. While Xiao Ming and the girls were talking, an intense development was taking place in the old tomb. After reaping a full harvest, Lin Dong walked through a huge copper door at the deepest part of the old tomb. Soon after, a peaceful stone hall appeared in front of his eyes. There were no overly extravagant decorations in this stone hall. Instead, it looked rather simple and empty. His gaze swept around the stone hall before focusing on the center. There, he found Ling Qingzhu already refining a dark green energy heart. Lin Dong lifted his head as he fervently stared at the glowing dark green energy heart. This must be the most valuable and precious treasure within the old tomb. However, at the sight of the jade-like figure on top of the green lotus, the desire in his heart cooled considerably. His eyebrows tightly furrowed, although he truly did not want to admit it, he understood that if he made a move, the chances of success were not high. Moreover, he did not believe that this woman, who had been treated with the utmost seriousness even by Lin Langtian and the others, would be so naively unguarded. The subtle sense of crisis lurking in the depths of her brows was the best evidence. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to stand by and watch. In the air, Ling Qingzhu stared at the dark green nirvana heart floating in front of her eyes. Her lily-white hand light grasped as several green lights shot out from the green lotus beneath her feet, shining on the nirvana heart. CHCH. As the green lights shone on it, waves of white mist suddenly rose from the nirvana heart. Meanwhile, signs of melting appeared on its surface. As more and more green lights accumulated, the speed at which the nirvana heart was melting increased rapidly. A few minutes later, the nirvana heart had actually transformed into a ball of emerald green liquid. Ling Qingzhu looked at the green liquid with her clear eyes. Soon after, she gracefully extended her jade-like hand to slightly lift a corner of her veil. Her lips parted slightly, and the emerald liquid in the air whistled down and entered her mouth through her rosy lips. After completing these actions, Ling Qingzhu suddenly turned around and her eyes met Lin Dong's. This young master is quite lucky. Even Lin Langtian and the others were trapped by the great formation outside. Your ability to break in shows that you have some skills. The veil on her face trembled slightly. Her melodious voice was like precious stones falling down, and her tone seemed to have a slightly indescribable flavor. Lin Dong smiled wryly, his eyes shifting before he cupped his hands towards Ling Qingzhu. I am Lin Dong. I have no intention of competing with the young lady for the treasure. I merely wandered here out of curiosity to see what a Nirvana stage practitioner might have left behind. May I ask, what is this young lady's name? My name is Ling Qingzhu. Since young Master Lin Dong does not want to fight, Qingzhu will thank you first. I am about to refine the energy of the Nirvana heart. I hope young Master Lin Dong will not disturb me. Lin Dong chuckled dryly. His smile was somewhat forced, but he finally nodded his head. Ling Qingzhu did not seem to care whether Lin Dong's smile was genuine or not. She elegantly sat down on the green lotus, her beautiful eyes slowly closing. Soon after, the green lotus emitted a layer of green light that enveloped her entire body. Ai, truly such horrible luck. Lin Dong could not help but curse in a low voice upon seeing this. He had painstakingly reached this last area, but in the end, he was unable to get anything at all. It was practically two extremes compared to his huge hauls before. Cursing was after all just cursing, there was nothing Lin Dong could do about it. Ling Qingzhu's green lotus was obviously an extremely powerful treasure, plus, the latter was still very clearly being on guard against him. Thus, after cursing, Lin Dong's gaze could only sweep across the stone hull. When he saw the stone coffin, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he slowly walked over. He might as well see if there were any other treasures since he was already here. When he arrived at the stone coffin, he saw a skeleton lying peacefully inside. The skeleton must be the Nirvana stage practitioner. After looking around for a while, he realized that there was nothing there except for the skeleton, and he immediately sighed in disappointment. Elder, I took quite a few of your things. This young one will at least pay his respects. Lin Dong said helplessly as he glanced at the skeleton. Then, he bowed to the skeleton. However, just as Lin Dong was about to raise his body, his eyes suddenly caught sight of some small characters next to the skeleton on the wall of the coffin. Immediately, he hastily focused on them. During my lifetime, I've reached the Nirvana stage through the Yin and Yang energy. Hence, what I leave behind requires the harmony of Yin and Yang to be unlocked. Without the harmony of Yin and Yang, one shall meet with the fate of being burned to ashes. Lin Dong was momentarily stunned by the short sentence. His eyebrows furrowed. He pondered for a long time before he suddenly realized the meaning behind those words. He swiftly turned his gaze to Ling Qingzhu floating in the air. His face immediately turned extremely fascinating and odd. The tomb owner's reference to the power of Yin and Yang naturally did not refer to the Yin and Yang energy from heaven and earth, but rather the male, Yang, and female, Yin, energies. If one put it nicely, it was called Yin and Yang energy, while if one put it crudely, it would be called dual cultivation. To those who use this power to strengthen themselves, in a flattering way, they would be called joyful grandmasters, derogatorily, they would be referred to as corrupt practitioners, or in the harshest terms, lechers. A Nirvana heart left behind by a lecher with dual cultivation as a prerequisite for its refinement had been absorbed by Ling Qingzhu. And, ironically, he was the only man around. Lin Dong suddenly felt that things were about to get very awkward. Chapter 612. When Lin Dong realized that the owner of this tomb had actually reached the Nirvana stage through the dual cultivation of the Yin and Yang method, his expression immediately became incredibly animated. Then, he turned to look at Ling Qingzhu, who was sitting on her green lotus as she floated in the air. From the small characters, Lin Dong deduced that the tomb owner had left them there on purpose. After all, who would normally bother to scrutinize such inconspicuous marks in the corner of a coffin wall? Besides, if most people did not understand the secret hidden in those words and began to refine the Nirvana heart, the end result would be just what was written on that coffin wall, they would be burned to ashes. Even in death, the owner of this old tomb wanted to torment those who would come later. This truly left one speechless. Under Lin Dong's watchful eyes, Ling Qingzhu sitting on the green lotus still seemed quite calm, and the so-called fate of being burnt to ashes did not occur. This made Lin Dong doubt the authenticity of the inscriptions on the coffin wall. Don't tell me that these words were intentionally left as a joke. Lin Dong was somewhat disappointed as he muttered. Bang! However, just as Lin Dong finished muttering, the sound of an energy shockwave suddenly resounded in the air. He hurriedly raised his head to look, only to find that a violent energy shockwave had suddenly appeared from the middle of the green lotus, and the origin of this shockwave was Ling Qingzhu's body. As expected. This scene made Lin Dong's heart skip a beat. Inside the green lotus, Ling Qingzhu's exposed snow-white skin flushed with a faint rosiness as an extremely pure energy continuously gushed out of her body, causing ripples to form on the screen of light of the green lotus. The green lotus flickered as waves of violent energy continued to erupt from Ling Qingzhu's body. It was evident that she was experiencing a fierce struggle within. Below, when Lin Dong saw that this Ling Qingzhu was actually able to temporarily suppress even the power of the Nirvana heart, he involuntarily licked his lips. This woman's strength was truly terrifying. However, despite the stalemate, it was only temporary. After all, the Nirvana heart was the essence of a Nirvana stage practitioner's lifetime cultivation. Thus, no matter how amazing Ling Qingzhu was, there was still a huge gap between them. Hence, after several minutes of struggle, the light screen of the green lotus was violently shattered, and Ling Qingzhu's body was almost completely enveloped by a layer of extremely pure energy. Under normal circumstances, this might have been of great benefit to Ling Qingzhu. But once this energy became too abundant, it could become a deadly poison. If she was unable to dissipate this pure energy and allowed it to accumulate in her body for too long, it would turn into pure fire, capable of burning her body from the inside out. You shameless person! With an icy cold tone, Ling Qingzhu suddenly stood up on the green lotus. Then, with a wave of her lily-white hand, an extremely formidable yuan power force erupted, transforming into a giant palm that ruthlessly smashed the stone coffin of the Nirvana stage practitioner. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the stone coffin and the skeleton inside were directly reduced to dust by Ling Qingzhu. Lin Dong looked at this sight. The corners of his mouth twitched. This woman was indeed not a virtuous soul. One moment, she had taken someone else's Nirvana heart, and the next, she had destroyed his remains without a second thought. Lin Dong cautiously stepped back a little further away from her. The woman seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Approaching her at such a moment might result in being slapped to death without a chance to protest. Unnoticed by either of them, a faint red light began to flicker amidst the debris of the shattered stone coffin. After Ling Qingzhu vented her anger by smashing the stone coffin, her delicate body trembled once again. She could feel a ball of fire gradually forming inside her body. This flame was not scorching hot, but was filled with an endless icy cold. Under the influence of this flame, the vigorous yuan power within her body began to show signs of stiffness. A desperate glint flashed across Ling Qingzhu's eyes. Moments later, she gritted her silver-like teeth and glanced at the only person around. Lin Dong's face twitched slightly when he saw that Ling Qingzhu's gaze had finally turned to him. He slowly stepped back, forced himself to smile, and said, "Miss Qingzhu, I think I should not linger here any longer. I'll take my leave first." No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed towards the large bronze door to escape. Seeing Lin Dong run away so swiftly, Ling Qingzhu was so furious that she let out a laugh. "Why didn't you leave earlier?" Unfortunately, Lin Dong didn't manage to escape as he wished. Just as he was about to dash through the huge bronze door, a tremendously powerful gust of wind surged from behind, slamming into the bronze door with such force that it closed shut with a heavy thud. A voice then came from behind him. "Qingzhu wishes to borrow the yang energy inside your body. Should this situation be resolved, a fair compensation will be provided to you." "That's no good. My master told me that I must remain a virgin until I reach the Nirvana stage." Lin Dong turned around and said with a forced laugh. Hearing this, the little marten inside Lin Dong twitched its mouth in mockery of his wishful thinking and quickly reminded him. "Lin Dong, be cautious. This woman likely wants to extract the yang energy from your body forcibly. If she succeeds, it will damage the foundation of your body and leave severe repercussions. If the yin and yang energy were obtained in a normal manner, both parties could benefit greatly. However, this lady is clearly too proud, making even young talents like Lin Langtian unworthy in her eyes. Therefore, it is obvious that she would not use such means with you. Don't fantasize about her offering her pure body to you. You better run." As expected, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Ling Qingzhu gave a faint smile and said, "Young master does not need to worry. We do not need intercourse to obtain yang energy. Qingzhu has her ways." Hearing this, Lin Dong's scalp went numb, and without the slightest hesitation, he said, "Miss Qingzhu, perhaps you should look for someone else. I'm really not suitable. After all, there is still Lin Langtian and the rest outside." "You!" Ling Qingzhu's expression turned furious when she heard these words. Lin Dong's words were too much. "Young master Lin Dong, Qingzhu has made a promise. No matter how great your loss is, I will compensate you many times over." Even though she was angry, Ling Qingzhu was obviously cultured. Even at this juncture, she still took a deep breath and softened her tone as much as possible. "Not interested, goodbye." Lin Dong ignored her words. He cupped his fist before immediately opening the door in an attempt to rush out of this place. However, a force suddenly emerged, and the door that had just opened abruptly closed again, sealing off his escape route. Oh, you running away isn't quite what I had in mind. Who is it? Ling Qingzhu became alert upon witnessing this scene. However, just as Ling Qingzhu's voice fell, a slightly playful voice suddenly echoed in the empty stone hall, causing Lin Dong and Ling Qingzhu to be taken aback. They hurriedly turned their gaze towards the source, only to see a flicker of red light floating up from the debris of the stone coffin, eventually forming an illusory figure that looked at them with a smile. The glowing shadow was in an illusionary state and obviously possessed no substance. It appeared to be about 30 years old, very young-looking with a radiant face and a scholarly aura. Who are you? Ling Qingzhu demanded. Her long and shapely eyebrows knit together when she saw this person who had suddenly appeared. He, such a violent woman. Who I am is not important. What is important is that I want to play the role of matchmaker. There is nothing better than the beauty of becoming an adult. The scholarly man chuckled slightly. Soon after, his hand pointed in the air. The nirvana heart that had been absorbed into Ling Qingzhu's body thoroughly exploded. An extremely pure yin energy gushed out like a flood. In an instant, it completely froze the yuan power within her body. Ling Qingzhu finally felt a surge of fear in her clear eyes as she sensed the changes in her body. Oh. To possess such a treasure, it seems like your background is not weak. However, it means nothing to a dead man like me. Upon seeing that the green lotus had actually resisted the spread of the purine energy, the scholarly man was also a little astonished. Soon after, he laughed as he pointed his finger in the air once again. A ray of light shot out and immediately wrapped around the green lotus, completely separating it from Ling Qingzhu. Buzz buzz. The green lotus struggled desperately as it shot out rays of light. However, it was still unable to escape the scholarly man's seal. However, in the next instant, with a sudden flash of light, both the green lotus and Ling Qingzhu disappeared. The two moaner, who had suddenly lost the target of his matchmaking plan, stood frozen in place. He turned to look at Lin Dong, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen as well. Finally, he could only dissipate in resignation. At the top of a mountain outside the old tomb, two figures appeared with the emergence of a multicolored light, a disheveled young man and a graceful lady whose condition seemed somewhat abnormal. Ling Qingzhu's exposed snow-white skin started to turn especially red at this moment. Her originally limpid eyes gradually became clouded with a haze of desire in the midst of her struggle. You shameless scoundrel. As her rationality gradually faded bit by bit, Ling Qingzhu was completely oblivious to the changes in her surroundings. Her delicate body trembled continuously, yet she still managed to utter a low, gritted-teeth voice. Suddenly, a strong masculine scent invaded her senses. She instinctively stretched out a slender arm, as delicate as a lotus root, and suddenly wrapped it around his neck. Her soft and tender body, which seemed to have no bones like a water snake, clung to him as a rich fragrance wafted out. This fairy, who had once seemed like an unattainable goddess, now had eyes like silk and was transformed into a seductive enchantress capable of capturing one's soul. She panted faintly as she leaned against him, yet a barely audible whisper could still be heard beneath her veil. Lin Dong, if you dare to touch me, when I regain my senses, I will definitely take your life. Take Lin Dong's life. I can't let you do that. Unexpectedly, the response came from another man's voice. As this voice sounded, Ling Qingzhu felt a rush of yang energy being quickly injected into her body. It swept away the burning heat in her body, instantly restoring a semblance of calm. However, the soothing sensation of the yang energy infusion made her involuntarily collapse into the man's embrace. Sister, if you've already come to your senses, you'd better get out of Big Brother's embrace now. Mu Lingshan grumbled as she took a step forward. She supported Ling Qingzhu as she slowly came back to her senses, and slowly helped her to get out of her Big Brother's embrace. It was at this moment that Ling Qingzhu was finally able to get a clear look at her rescuer. His features bore a handsomeness unlike any she had encountered in her life. His long, flowing hair and white robe took away any hint of eeriness that his extraordinary beauty might have conveyed, and instead gave him a scholarly air. However, the demeanor he inadvertently revealed showed that his identity was far from ordinary, causing Ling Qingzhu to momentarily pause in astonishment. After a moment, she bowed slightly and said within a respectful tone, Ling Qingzhu from the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace thanks the senior for his rescue. The one being thanked was Xiao Ming. He nodded with a smile and then said, there's no need for thanks. I saved you with a purpose in mind, but we can discuss this later. You should first attend to your condition. Thank you, senior. Ling Qingzhu did not refuse when she heard this. At this moment, her legs were slightly weak. It was indeed not appropriate for her to speak. As Ling Qingzhu began to regulate her breathing, Xiao Ming thought to check on Lin Dong's condition and turned his eyes in his direction, only to find a figure turned into an ice sculpture. Huan, what have you done? Xiao Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Next to the ice sculpture, Huan stood with her hands behind her back. She kicked Lin Dong's ice sculpture and said with indifference. Didn't Master ask me to use the cold of the ice chi to counter the burning nefarious flame within his body? Doesn't this solve the problem? Or am I supposed to do it like you, hugging and cuddling instead? It does solve the problem, but didn't you go a little overboard with the intensity? Be careful not to freeze him for real, or Qing Tan will fight with you if she finds out. Xiao Ming rubbed his forehead. This disciple of his had proven to be more jealous than even his own wives. Ever since she broke through to the reincarnation stage, she had become increasingly headstrong and defiant. He waved his hand and released Lin Dong from the ice sculpture. At this moment, Lin Dong shivered all over and started to look around. Stop looking. We're right behind you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong stiffened and slowly turned his head to clearly see the four figures. The expression on his face was quite rich. Xiao, achoo, Uncle Xiao. How come you're here, where's Qing Tan? Lin Dong looked at the four figures in front of him. More specifically, he looked at Xiao Ming, who didn't seem to be much older than him and exclaimed in disbelief. This kid, he didn't get frozen into stuttering, did he? With a helpless thought, Xiao Ming waved his hand again. In an instant, Lin Dong felt a warmth spreading through his body, stopping his shivering. So strong. This move shocked Lin Dong for a moment. However, considering that Xiao Ming had managed to rescue him from the hands of the tomb's owner, Lin Dong felt it was only natural for him to be this powerful. Wait, who was it that just froze me? It doesn't seem to be Uncle Xiao, does it? Lin Dong's eyes moved and looked at Huan. After receiving a glare that made him feel like he was being suffocated, he was so scared that he took a few steps back and positioned himself next to Xiao Ming. It's been so long, Uncle Xiao. How come you're here? Lin Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He forced himself to laugh and asked as he cursed in his heart. Damn! Where did this terrifyingly strong person come from? Just being looked at by her makes me feel suffocated. She was the one who froze me, wasn't she? Does she want to kill me? No, I have to stay close to Uncle Xiao. Considering Qing Tan's sake, he surely won't let anything happen to me. Huan, enough. Master, I just scared him a little. Who told him to call you big brother and thus take advantage of me in the past? Huan smiled brightly in return. Chapter 613. As soon as Lin Dong heard this, he felt that something was amiss. He sneaked another glance at Huan, and only then did he realize that she looked very familiar. It took him half a second to react. Wasn't this the same little girl who was standing next to Uncle Xiao back then? Only a few years had passed. How did she become so strong? Out of curiosity, Lin Dong silently called out to the demon spirit within the stone talisman he had acquired, Celestial Demon Martin. Little Martin, are you there? Do you know what realm she's in now? However, the previously obliging Celestial Demon Martin now seemed as still as death, not showing the slightest sign of activity at this moment. Damn it, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Dong felt somewhat frustrated. Back then, he was also hidden inside that stone talisman of yours. He was scared out of his wits by Master almost to the point of wetting himself. The reason he's silent now is obviously because he's still afraid of us. But you don't have to go through all that trouble if you want to know my realm. All you have to do is ask me directly. Huan noticed Lin Dong's subtle actions and spoke with a smile. How can you hear what I'm saying? Lin Dong was utterly shocked. Are those little mental fluctuations of yours that hard to detect? Huan rolled her eyes. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had been stripped bare and had nowhere to hide. Even his biggest secret, the stone talisman, seemed to be known to others. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Under Huan's gaze, Lin Dong felt helpless and had no choice but to muster his courage and ask, "May I ask what realm you are in?" "I am only at the reincarnation stage," Huan replied with a slight smile. Reincarnation stage? Oh, wait, reincarnation stage. Lin Dong didn't catch on at first, but when he did, his disbelieving tone skyrocketed several levels. The reincarnation stage was considered to be the pinnacle of strength, not only in the East Xian region but even in the entire Tian Xian continent. Now, this girl was telling him that she was at the reincarnation stage. Was this girl delusional? How old was she even? Feeling his intelligence being insulted, Lin Dong was about to telling Huan to stop joking around when he suddenly heard little Martin's anxious voice in his heart. Lin Dong, she's not joking with you. I've felt this kind of aura from the strongest person in my tribe. You better be careful what you say. If you upset her, it's fine if you're the only one in trouble, but don't drag me into it. Don't say that I didn't warn you. When even little Martin spoke up, Lin Dong fell silent for a moment. What the fuck? This girl is actually telling the truth. She really is a reincarnation stage powerhouse. Is there any logic left in this world? She's still in her teens. At the same age, he himself is still in the chi creation stage. Could the gap between people really be this wide? However, Lin Dong didn't remain disheartened for long. He quickly bounced back and realized a crucial point: if the disciple was already this strong, then the master would be even stronger. Uncle Xiao had to be a peak existence on the Tianxian continent, very likely one of those legendary figures who had passed through 3 reincarnation tribulations. Moreover, as a fellow disciple, Qing Tan would surely not be too far behind in terms of strength. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong hurriedly asked Xiao Ming, "Uncle Xiao, where is Qing Tan? Why isn't she here?" "Qing Tan has been sent to the Palace of Darkness for further training," Xiao Ming replied with a smile. The Palace of Darkness? Lin Dong was visibly confused. He was still a naive kid who hadn't seen much of the world. He had never even heard of the Palace of Darkness, though it sounded impressively formidable. Understanding Lin Dong's confusion, Xiao Ming elaborated a bit. The Palace of Darkness is the Overlord faction in the North Xian region. It is the legacy left by the Darkness Master. 2 years ago, when the Darkness Master awakened, I happened to be nearby, so I sent Qing Tan to train at the Palace of Darkness with her. Lin Dong couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing about an Overlord faction and an ancient master. Was this the world of the mighty? However, it's been quite a while since Qing Tan left, it's about time for her to return, Xiao Ming laughed. Oh, I see, Lin Dong scratched his head as he came back to his senses. He had wanted to ask about Qing Tan's current situation, but considering she had been in the North Xian region for 2 years, it didn't seem necessary anymore. At this moment, a green lotus came swirling in, with Ling Qingzhu arriving upon it. The green lotus bestowed upon her an even more extraordinary aura. This peerless beauty directly ignored Lin Dong and bowed slightly to Xiao Ming. Her clear voice echoed softly, "Qingzhu expresses her gratitude to Senior for the rescue. I wonder how I can repay Senior's kindness." Ling Qingzhu was very respectful to Xiao Ming. Had it not been for his intervention, her innocence would likely have been lost. Although she had some doubts, her gratitude towards Xiao Ming was genuine, and she was also willing to establish a good relationship with him. "If you wish to repay me, then give me the zenith sensing art of your 9 heavens supreme purity palace." Ling Qingzhu's expression changed upon hearing this. Her face turned icy, and her voice carried a hint of coldness. "Do you realize what you are asking for, Senior? The zenith sensing art is a closely guarded secret of my 9 heavens supreme purity palace, an integral part of our fundamental heritage. Furthermore, Qingzhu is not afraid to inform Senior that the zenith sensing art can only be imparted as a technique seed into newborns. There is no other method to acquire it, and with Senior's current age, it is impossible to practice it in such a manner. Perhaps Senior could consider a different request." Xiao Ming looked at Ling Qingzhu with great interest. "You don't seem very honest. As far as I know, there are actually 2 methods to cultivate the zenith sensing art. One, as you said, is to have it implanted at birth. The other method, however, is to obtain it through dual cultivation with someone who has already cultivated the zenith sensing art." The moment Xiao Ming's words came out, Ling Qingzhu's eyes showed a strong sense of caution, while Lin Dong's expression on the side became strange. Was this something he was supposed to be hearing? Should he excuse himself now? However, why did he feel a bit empty inside? "Master! Big brother!" Suddenly, 2 crisp cries with ambiguous connotations interrupted Lin Dong's train of thought. Xiao Ming turned to look at the source of the voices, only to see Mu Lingshan puffing out her cheeks, raising her right hand, and wagging her index finger. "Big brother, you can't do bad things to others." Ing Huan also raised her eyebrows and placed her hands on her hips. "Master, you should behave your age." "This, I was just joking, don't take it seriously," Xiao Ming spread his hands. "Besides, Huan, I'm only in my 30s. By all accounts, I'm still not old. Even at this age, he would still be considered a young man in modern society, and in the fantasy world, he could be considered part of the younger generation. Not to mention, even little Martin was older than him. So when he said he wasn't old, he truly wasn't." Ing Huan was a bit shocked upon learning for the first time that Xiao Ming was only in his 30s. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she mumbled in response. Being young doesn't give you the right to hit on others. Alright, Xiao Ming waved his hand helplessly. After that, a faint halo was gently drawn out of Ling Qingzhu's body as a strange fluctuation spread around. Ling Qingzhu's expression shifted as she felt the changes in her body. The Zenith Sensing Art. How did you manage to? Chapter 614. Ling Qingzhu's pretty face was filled with astonishment. The spiritual power of the Zenith Sensing Art is difficult for ordinary people to perceive. How did the person in front of her manage to draw it out of her body? Xiao Ming simply smiled slightly in the face of Ling Qingzhu's question. The gap between them was so obvious that it was not too difficult for him to draw out some energy. However, this was only the energy cultivated from Ling Qingzhu's Zenith Sensing Art, which was used as a primer to eliminate the condition of dual cultivation. Therefore, he still wanted the actual Zenith Sensing Art. Hand over the Zenith Sensing Art to me, and your entire Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace can benefit from it. Even producing a reincarnation stage powerhouse wouldn't be difficult. Whoa, that's quite the offer. Lin Dong was inwardly astonished to see Xiao Ming make such a generous offer. The day had come when a peak powerhouse like a reincarnation stage was being used as a bargaining chip. He had no doubts about Xiao Ming's ability to fulfill this offer. Wasn't there already an example right in front of them? Lin Dong only regretted not having the so-called Zenith Sensing Art himself, otherwise, he would have eagerly handed it over with both hands. Yet, Ling Qingzhu's attitude did not change, her tone grew even more resolute. Senior's divine abilities are indeed profound and inscrutable, but Qingzhu must apologize for not being able to divulge the cultivation method of the Zenith Sensing Art. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Big brother has just saved your purity. Mu Lingshan's big eyes narrowed as she pointed her small finger at Ling Qingzhu's dainty nose. This sister had taken stubbornness to a whole new level. Xiao Ming also showed a hint of displeasure. The Zenith Sensing Art was a crucial part of his plan. Without it, he would not be able to sense the dimension fetus when the time came. It would essentially be wasting almost 5 years planning for nothing. However, his code of conduct prevented him from taking it by force. After all, this technique wasn't like the ancestral symbols that could simply be returned later with some considerable compensation to others. Nevertheless, his mood seemed to affect the world around them. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky above them. The whole world dimmed as storm clouds swirled. The air was filled with lightning. A strong gust of wind blew, permeating the atmosphere with a tense aura. When Ning Huan saw this, her face turned icy cold as she glared at Ling Qingzhu. You better not be ungrateful. My master is being reasonable here, but if pushed, we could easily wipe out your Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace with a wave of a hand. I am aware of your strength, but no matter how much you threaten me, I will not yield to you. Only our palace master has the authority to decide this matter, Ling Qingzhu said firmly. Under her veil, however, her rosy lips were nibbled by her silver-like teeth. You. Huan, let it be, Xiao Ming waved his sleeve, and the sky cleared again. It's true that what I'm asking for in return for my assistance today isn't something she can decide on her own. The technique within her body was ultimately passed down to her by her master. Since she's unwilling, we'll just have to find her master instead. Speaking of which, we've already met the current palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace. We're somewhat acquainted, so it might be easier to reason with her than with this little palace master. Xiao Ming did not wait for Ling Qingzhu to reply. With a thought, the space at the top of the mountain instantly shattered, and a pitch-black channel slowly formed. In this blue-green land, the majestic mountains sprawled like dragons, stretching to the very edge of one's sight. The entire world was filled with a magnificent aura, turning it into a realm akin to heaven. A massive protective light barrier could be seen within these mountains. Inside the light barrier were countless islands floating in the air. The islands were shrouded in mist, with white cranes spreading their wings in a peaceful scene. Vaguely, many people dressed in the disciple robes of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace could be seen practicing. Boom! However, the tranquility of this heavenly place did not last long. Suddenly, a tremendous noise ripped through the sky. This drew the attention of a large number of disciples and elders. Their eyes followed the direction of the sound, only to see that the space above the protective barrier shattered and was slowly forming a pitch-black spatial channel. What is that? It looks like a spatial channel. Who is so unafraid of death as to dare provoke our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace? At this moment, the world seemed to suddenly dim. An invisible ripple that forced everyone to fall to their knees spread out. Summon your palace master. A voice filled with majesty slowly emerged from the distorted space as the disciples murmured among themselves. It was accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that seemed to solidify the air itself. The entire Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace fell silent. Regardless of where they were in the palace, everyone's faces tensed, and their eyes filled with grave and horrified gazes as they stared at the spatial channel from which the voice came. This must be a powerhouse that has undergone the reincarnation tribulation. When did our 9 heavens supreme purity palace provoke such an existence? There was a deathly silence for a long time before some suppressed and trembling voices quietly spread out. No one expected a powerhouse at the top of the entire continent to arrive at their 9 heavens supreme purity palace. Even though it was only a voice, the fact that a single voice could suppress an entire sect showed the terrifying power of the voice's owner. In the midst of the terrified crowd, a woman dressed in a palace robe suddenly appeared beside the channel. All disciples, listen to my command. The Grand Elder will be in charge during my absence. The beautiful woman resolutely stepped into the spatial channel after uttering these words. Once inside, the channel closed behind her. After stepping into the spatial channel, the woman dressed in the palace robes experienced a brief blur of vision before she found herself standing on a mountaintop. Several young men and women were standing around in a disorderly fashion, among them her precious disciple. Qingzhu, how come you are here? Shouldn't you be in the Great Yan Empire? The beautiful woman exclaimed in surprise. Undoubtedly, she was Ling Qingzhu's master, the current palace master of the 9 heavens supreme purity palace. After seeing Xiao Ming merely raise his hand to summon her master, Ling Qingzhu remained silent for a moment before softly replying. Master, this place is the Great Yan Empire. This place is the Great Yan Empire. The palace master looked puzzled as she glanced to the side. At the sight of Xiao Ming and Ning Huanhuan, there was a dramatic change in her expression. She quickly bowed respectfully to Xiao Ming. I have seen Senior before. It has been almost 4 years since Senior eradicated the Yuan Gate. I never thought I would have the honor of meeting Senior again today. Xiao Ming's outstanding appearance made it easy for the palace master to recognize him. Hehe, it's good that you remember me. Let me inform you that I have just saved the purity of your disciple. However, your disciple cannot give me what I want in return, but that is different for you. That is why I summoned you here. You would have no objection to my request, would you? Xiao Ming smiled. Qingzhu's purity. The palace master was shocked to hear this. After listening to her disciple explain what had happened, she sighed deeply. I never expected Qingzhu to fall victim to such a thing in this small empire. I am deeply grateful to Senior for saving my disciple. May I ask what Senior wants? I will not refuse if it's within my power. The palace master's eyelids twitched as she felt a bad premonition in her heart. What someone as powerful as this Senior wanted in return was unlikely to be simple. However, her response was still one of determination. The zenith sensing art. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the palace master's eyes still widened when she heard this. Senior, this is a closely guarded secret of our 9 heavens supreme purity palace. I know, and that's why I'm asking you. In the end, Xiao Ming did obtain the zenith sensing art. After all, the palace master of the 9 heavens supreme purity palace was well aware of his strength and was not as stubborn as Ling Qingzhu. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Ming had actually saved her disciple, she had no choice but to hand it over. Chapter 6:15. Even though Xiao Ming had obtained the zenith sensing art, he was not in a hurry to cultivate it. The zenith sensing art essentially had no specific cultivation method, it was a profound form of perception. The palace master had only given him a crystal inscribed with her own cultivation insights. Whether or not he could successfully cultivate it was entirely up to him. After handing over the crystal, the palace master intended to leave but was stopped by Xiao Ming. Wait until I have successfully cultivated it before you leave. I have a task for you after that. Of course, you will be duly compensated, he said with a smile. Naturally, Ling Qingzhu and the palace master could not refuse this request. However, they couldn't help but worry in their hearts. What if Xiao Ming didn't succeed in his cultivation and turned on them instead? After all, Xiao Ming knew how to truly obtain the zenith sensing art. Since they had both cultivated this technique, he could theoretically achieve his goal by forcing either of them. On the side, Lin Dong did not dare to act rashly without Xiao Ming's instructions. Xiao Ming gave a nod to Ning Huanhuan and Mu Lingshan before sitting down. Then he placed the crystal engraved with the comprehension of the zenith sensing art on his forehead. Soon, Xiao Ming began to immerse himself in the comprehension. In a hazy state, his consciousness drifted with the wind, wandering through the world. After an indeterminate amount of time, a hazy light suddenly appeared in the distance. This light, resembling the primal chaos light from the dawn of creation, halted Xiao Ming's consciousness from advancing any closer by causing waves of pain with its brilliance. However, he did not panic. Instead, he absorbed the special energy he had drawn from Ling Qingzhu's body into his own. Soon, Ning Huanhuan and the others around him saw a massive energy identical to Ling Qingzhu's energy emerge from him. After that, a thick pillar of energy rose into the sky. Success! Ing Huan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. He has truly succeeded in cultivating the zenith sensing art. The palace master watched this scene with her lips slightly parted and her eyes filled with astonishment. Only a quarter of an hour had passed, yet Xiao Ming had actually managed to cultivate it using his own method. One had to know that this was a technique left behind by the symbol ancestor. It was truly unbelievable. Amidst everyone's astonishment, streams of primal chaos light finally shot towards Xiao Ming. The primal chaos light landed on him, and within his forehead, the previously formed divine palace burst forth with a clear, ringing sound. At this moment, the seemingly dead divine palace seemed to possess life once again. In fact, light was flowing on the surface of the divine palace, while life force radiated from it. Rumble. Spiritual strength flowed towards the divine palace. Vaguely, they seemed to begin forming the most basic cycle once again. Moreover, Xiao Ming could sense that the divine palace seemed to have established a divine connection with that mysterious and profound zenith of this world, as traces of primal chaos light continuously gushed towards it. The spiritual strength swirled as these traces of primal chaos light began to merge with it. Soon after, Xiao Ming felt the spiritual strength merging with the primal chaos light undergo a ground-shaking transformation. 3 days later. Mu Lingshan was sitting with her chin resting in her hand, her big eyes blinking as she stared at Xiao Ming. The latter was sitting quietly in meditation not far from her. There was not a trace of energy or spiritual strength emanating from him. He seemed as ordinary as any common person, so seemingly weak that anyone could overlook him. Suddenly, she let out a sigh and said to Ing Huan, "When do you think Big Brother will wake up?" "It should be soon." Ing Huan looked at Xiao Ming. She could sense that a sharp edge was being honed underneath his simplicity. Their conversation was overheard by Lin Dong, who breathed a sigh of relief. It was not to his liking to remain idle like this. But for his own peace of mind, he secretly asked Little Martin. "Little Martin, how much longer do we have to stay here?" "I don't know." Little Martin replied curtly. "Weren't you very competent before? How come you don't know now?" "Even if I was competent before, I'm not as good as a single finger of that guy. I have no idea what he's doing now. Why do you ask so many questions?" Little Martin was annoyed by the questioning. "Just stay where you are. What if you attract that young lady's attention? The demon spirit of a heavenly demonic Martin has many uses. I don't want to die young." After being scolded by Little Martin, Lin Dong sheepishly touched his nose and turned his gaze to look at Ling Qingzhu and the others. However, he was noticed by the palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace, who shot a cold glance at him, scaring him into quickly looking away. The palace master already knew the details of the incident and naturally didn't have a favorable impression of Lin Dong. However, since there wouldn't be any further interactions between them, she couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further. Buzz. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's body trembled slightly in the distance. Everyone looked over to see that the eyes that had been closed for 3 days were slowly opening at this moment. His eyes were as dark as the night sky. There was no fluctuation in them. However, despite his peaceful and gentle exterior, the entire empty space began to tremble after being stared at by his eyes. Even the world itself was terrified by his eyes, which were like those of a god. "Is this the divine palace master?" Xiao Ming quickly regained his composure and returned to his usual unassuming demeanor. He shut his eyes before a thought passed through his mind. After which, he saw that between his brows, there was a divine palace, which was now giving off 30,000 meters large divine light rays. Meanwhile, there was an endless amount of spiritual strength whistling and dancing within his divine palace. In fact, his spiritual strength now gave off a faint primal chaos light. This was the transformation brought about by merging with that mysterious zenith. It was this subtle change that caused his spiritual strength to undergo a metamorphosis. After opening his eyes, Xiao Ming slowly stood up and looked at the palace master, Ling Qingzhu, and the others. "You've all been waiting for a long time." "Not at all. Congratulations to Senior. May I ask if Senior has any instructions for me?" The palace master had just come to her senses from the shock of the previous moment and replied with a hint of trepidation. "I assume the palace master is aware of the existence of the Yimo in this world, right?" Xiao Ming didn't mind the other party's attitude and smiled. "Naturally, I am aware. Senior even eliminated the human traders from the East Xian region, the Yuan Gate. It was because of this incident that the East Xian region alliance was formed." The palace master didn't understand why Xiao Ming brought this up. In 2 months, a great fiend will descend upon the world, and the Yimo may seize this opportunity to act. This is the calamity of your Tian Xian continent. Therefore, you will need to take matters into your own hands. Convey this message to other regions on behalf of the East Xian Region Alliance when you return. Call upon the elite practitioners from all regions to come to your aid. Oh my! Is Senior's information accurate? The palace master immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Absolutely accurate, Xiao Ming said confidently. Of course, he said so because he was the one who would release the fiend. If he didn't allow the palace master to inform others and call for reinforcements, wouldn't he be performing a solo act? Chapter 6:16. The fact that the fiend would be released by himself was something Xiao Ming likely would not say out loud. By having the palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace gather reinforcements, it would not only help to slightly deter the fiend's advance, but it would also let the Dimension Fetus know that the local strong practitioners couldn't be relied upon to end the crisis and would have to obediently appear before him. Of course, it was difficult to rely solely on the East Xian Region Alliance to contact enough powerhouses, given their strength and the lack of reincarnation stage practitioners. Therefore, Xiao Ming waved his hand and summoned a ray of light before the palace master. Understanding his intention, she opened it curiously. Immediately, an intense fragrance of medicine filled her nostrils. Even the bottleneck that had trapped her for many years seemed to loosen a bit. Senior, is this for me? The palace master was overjoyed. It is for you. This pill is called the reincarnation pill. It was created by me in the past 2 years. It can help someone break through to the reincarnation stage within half a month. It's up to you when to take it. Consider it a small benefit for doing this errand. The palace master was delighted. She bowed deeply in gratitude without any hint of refusal. Thank you, Senior. I will immediately notify the various sects in the East Xian region and arrange for the gathering of the powerhouses. After saying this and bowing once more, she left with Ling Qingzhu. This woman's attitude has changed quite quickly. Lin Dong couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless when he saw the palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace become so proactive after receiving the pill. Of course, he understood that even without any benefits, the palace master would still have gone to gather the powerhouses. It's just that such a pill was indeed too astonishing. Lin Dong's muttering caught the attention of Xiao Ming, who was somewhat surprised. Why are you still here? Lin Dong's face darkened upon hearing this. He muttered in his heart, Uncle Xiao, if you don't let me go, how do I dare to leave? Who knows if that beloved disciple of yours will freeze me again? Being frozen for 3 days during your breakthrough might kill me. These thoughts, however, remained in his heart as he managed to put on a somewhat ingratiating smile on his face. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, so I thought I'd spend some more time with Uncle Xiao. Xiao Ming could tell Lin Dong's words were not sincere and feigned a frown. Want to spend more time with me? Don't tell me, you're swinging the other way. Looks like I'll have to talk to Qing Tan and your parents. Your family line can't end with you. Ah. No. The moment these words were uttered, Lin Dong was completely dumbfounded and hurriedly tried to explain, but Mu Lingshan's astonished exclamation cut him off. No wonder you were so resistant to Ling Qingzhu before and didn't take advantage of her. Aha, so you've got a preference for the same team. Even Ning Huanhuan looked at him with some suspicion. I swear it's not like that. Lin Dong looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He hadn't expected Uncle Xiao to be so mischievous and tease him like this. In fact, he had gained quite a few female admirers during his adventures over the past few years. However, he had yet to avenge his father, and there was still the danger of the Lin Langtian faction within the Lin clan. So how could he have the time to think about becoming romantically involved with someone in such a situation? After teasing Lin Dong a bit, Xiao Ming became too lazy to continue and casually handed Lin Dong a Qian Kun bag. Alright, this is for you. You can go now. Uncle Xiao, what is this? Lin Dong immediately forgot about the previous incident upon seeing the Qian Kun bag, much to the disdain of little Martin. This brat accuses others of quickly changing their faces, but isn't he doing the same thing? This contains the remaining resources from Qing Tan's cultivation. She asked me to pass it on to you. It's enough for you to cultivate to the perfect profound death stage, Xiao Ming explained. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Lin Dong tightened his grip on the bag and bowed deeply upon hearing this. He understood that Qing Tan's cultivation resources were essentially provided by Xiao Ming, so this gesture was no different from Xiao Ming providing him with the resources himself. No need to thank me. This little thing is nothing. I suggest you participate in some dangerous secret realms to temper yourself, it's easier to break through that way. Xiao Ming waved his hand, not minding Lin Dong's thanks. With or without these resources, Lin Dong could advance quickly, it was just a matter of a few more secret realms. Even if his previous actions had some impact, the Tianxian continent was rich in cultivation resources, and there was no shortage of secret realms. Any impact would not be too significant. After Xiao Ming waved him off, Lin Dong departed. He didn't inquire further about the matter of the fiend Xiao Ming mentioned. After all, that was not something he needed to concern himself with at his current stage. Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Mu Lingshan and Ing Huanhuan after Lin Dong left. In the next 2 months, Huanhuan, you'll go find the ancient masters. Lingshan, return to the chaotic demon sea and have your first grandpa gather the factions there. Ugh, do we really have to go find people too? Mu Lingshan sounded somewhat dispirited upon hearing this. She was enjoying her time outside and didn't want to go back home. Ing Huanhuan shared a similar sentiment. Being referred to as little junior sister by the ancient masters always made her feel like she was merely a substitute. Of course, it's necessary. It's challenging for the factions of the East Xian region to reach the sea demon race of the chaotic demon sea and the ancient master. Once you return, it's not like you can't leave again, Xiao Ming said as he gently ruffled Mu Lingshan's hair. Mu Lingshan reluctantly accepted Xiao Ming's reasoning. She could only look up at him with her big eyes and ask, where will everyone gather? The great desert in the West Xian region. It's sparsely populated there, Xiao Ming replied before suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to inform the palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace about the location. Then, noticing Ing Huanhuan's expression, he softened his tone. Huanhuan, there's no need for you to approach them directly. Why don't you first return to the Dao sect to see your father? Inform him of the location and, while you're at it, offer him a reincarnation pill to aid in his breakthrough. As for the ancient masters, you can just communicate with them using your ice master's power. I'll do as you say, master, Ing Huanhuan readily agreed with a nod and a warm smile, her expression now resembling a bright blooming flower. She deeply cherished her master's care. As headstrong as she could be at times, she also understood that her master was the one who had allowed her to be herself over the years, even granting her selfish wish to block her memories of the Ice Master. Awakening as the Ice Master had been her destiny, something that could not be changed, nor could the weighty responsibility of saving the world. Only her master had been able to change that destiny. She often played the zither for her master. Besides him, the only other people she had played the zither for were her big sister and her father. Clearly, her fondness for her master was profound. What exactly was her master's grand plan? She didn't know that much, she only knew the role she would play in it. As for the rest, she never bothered to ask him. After all, she had put all her faith and trust in him. In the time that followed, everything went exactly as Xiao Ming had planned. The palace master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace relayed his message to all the factions within the East Xian Region Alliance. With Ing Huanhuan stepping forward to confirm the message, it immediately garnered serious attention. Subsequently, the East Xian Alliance immediately dispatched Samsara stage elders to tear through space and head to the 4 Xian regions, the chaotic demon sea, and the various overlord tribes in the demon region. Ing Huanhuan followed his instructions and used the Ice Master's reincarnation power to communicate with the other ancient masters. Mu Lingshan, this little grand aunt, finally returned to the immortal Sage Whale clan. Her return brought a moment of joy to the clan, but the news she brought dampened their spirits. The immortal Sage Whale clan was well aware of the Yimo's fearsome reputation. They quickly sought an alliance with other sea demon clans and notified the human factions within the chaotic demon sea. Consequently, a significant portion of the chaotic demon sea's top fighting force was mobilized and headed towards the Great Desert in the West Xian region. However, there was no such large-scale mobilization in the demon region. Only the Dragon tribe, the Heavenly Demonic Marten tribe, and their affiliated factions dispatched some strong practitioners. The Heavenly Demonic Marten tribe was still cautious after the recent incident with the Eternal Illusion Demon Flower and did not send many of their strong practitioners. The large gathering of strong practitioners naturally attracted the attention of the Yimo organization lurking in the shadows, known as the Devil Prison. In a realm of darkness where endless evil was slowly flowing, one could vaguely discern some shadows flickering within this darkness. Everyone is aware of the recent events, right? A hoarse voice emerged from the darkness and slowly spread out. Are you referring to those strong practitioners who suddenly converged on the West Xian region? Another sinister voice replied. The reason has been determined. Chapter 617. The undercover agents embedded within the human upper echelons have reported that a terrifying fiend will soon emerge in the great West Xian desert, the sinister voice uttered slowly. A terrifying fiend? Is it one of our Yimo kind? What could possibly warrant the mobilization of so many powerful individuals? Another voice asked in confusion. It's unclear. From ancient times to the present, although we've suffered losses, it seems that none of our major Sikh kings have been affected. Moreover, our forces are most concentrated in the West Xian region. We've been trying to locate our kin for years, but there's been no response. It makes no sense that they could detect the emergence of a fiend without us noticing anything. Could it be a trap? 5 years ago, a super-strong practitioner appeared in the East Xian region, reclaimed the Great Desolation Tablet, and took the Dao sect girl, who is believed to be the reincarnation of the Ice Master, as his disciple. 5 years is ample time for the Ice Master to regain her memories, not to mention the other ancient masters and those strong practitioners. This voice carried a hint of apprehension. A trap? That's a possibility, the sinister voice replied. So, are we going to take action on this matter? The hoarse voice asked. Of course, we must. It's not just us who have doubts, even the strong practitioners from the Tianxian continent are skeptical. The number of mobilized strong practitioners isn't that many. If there's an opportunity, we might be able to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, Kiki. Then it's settled. Let's gather our forces. Just as various factions were converging, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the center of the Great West Xian Desert. Dressed in a dark robe with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his eyes scanned the surroundings before emitting a light exclamation. The person making the sound was Xiao Ming. He seemed surprised as he said, "These Yimo move swiftly indeed. It seems they've already received the news and arrived at the center of the Great West Xian Desert." In Xiao Ming's eyes, although the West Xian region appeared as a vast desert under the blazing sun, beneath this seemingly majestic scenery, there were actually numerous dark currents of demonic qi rising from the corners. This demonic qi was extremely subtle and concealed. Only someone with his strength could detect it. Clearly, the Yimo had dispatched their experts as well. After carefully sensing the surroundings with closed eyes, Xiao Ming slowly opened them and a smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Well, this works out nicely. With these Yimo gathering here, it'll be convenient to take care of them all at once later. For now, I'll release a pseudo-seal on the fiend. It might even attract more Yimo to come. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a demonic bead containing overwhelming demonic qi appeared in front of him. What exactly are you planning to do? A furious voice emanated from within the demonic bead as soon as it appeared. This bead naturally contained the Yimo king whom Xiao Ming had previously subdued and sealed within the Dao sect. Subsequently, Xiao Ming forcefully propelled this Yimo to the third calamity reincarnation stage. Although this stage could be considered that of a powerful fiend, it still fell somewhat short of the earth-shattering one he had mentioned. The preparations to transform this Yimo into that terrifying fiend had already been made by Xiao Ming within the Dragon Clan's devil-suppressing prison, but they had yet to be utilized. Now was clearly the right time to do it. Therefore, in response to the Yimo King's question, Xiao Ming merely smiled in a friendly manner. Don't worry. I'm just assisting you in breaking through to the half-ancestor stage. I will release your seal once you break through. What? You really want me to continue breaking through? The Yimo King's expression turned pale with horror. Xiao Ming's handsome face could charm countless women with his smile, but to the Yimo King, he appeared even more sinister and terrifying than his own Yimo tribe. This was because the breakthrough process that Xiao Ming put him through was excruciatingly painful. Progressing one step within the reincarnation stage was incredibly difficult. Therefore, Xiao Ming would torment him to force his body to meet the breakthrough conditions and then forcibly infuse energy for the advancement. The Yimo King had no choice but to passively cooperate if he wanted to survive, though it was futile to resist anyway because even in death, resurrection was possible. So the Yimo King could only express his impotent rage. What exactly is your scheme? Do you really think I'd tell you if I had a scheme? Xiao Ming chuckled and then ignored the screams of the Yimo King. He then opened a spatial channel with a wave of his hand. An even more turbulent and terrifying demonic qi burst forth from the other side of the channel. It immediately caused the clouds in the sky to disperse. However, under Xiao Ming's casual seal, this demonic qi was firmly confined to this area, creating a sea of demonic qi with an extremely high concentration. Such demonic qi. The Yimo King's face inside the demonic bead turned somewhat green as he looked at this demonic qi. However, just as he was about to speak, Xiao Ming threw him into the middle of the demonic qi and said, "Just relax and grow stronger. This is a realm that countless beings have never been able to reach in their entire lives. Consider yourself lucky. Although you may have lost your mind by then, hee." As soon as his voice fell, a swirl began to form within the sea of demonic qi, accompanied by a hoarse scream. After the swirl emerged, the demonic qi began to continuously recede as an aura grew stronger at an astonishing rate. Just as I expected, he can indeed reach the half-ancestor stage. Now it's time to seal him. Once the allied forces of Tianxian continent and the Yimo are almost all here, it will be just the right time to break the seal. I need to leave some gaps to leak out some demonic qi, thus creating an illusion. That will be even more perfect. Satisfied with the tumultuous sea of demonic chi, Xiao Ming ascended above the surface of the sea. As he appeared in the sky, the demonic sea below churned violently. Massive demonic chi coalesced into ferocious demonic pythons that hissed and charged towards him. This emperor has already exterminated your masters. How dare some remnant thoughts within the demonic chi behave in such a wild manner? Xiao Ming looked at the demonic pythons rushing towards him, a cold smile curling the corner of his mouth. Without any apparent movement from him, a flickering multicolored light swept out. The emperor flame descended upon the world once again. The multicolored flames burst forth. Immediately, the ferocious demonic pythons let out shrill screams. The demonic thoughts within the demonic pythons dissipated at an astonishing speed as they resisted the emperor flame. In just a few breaths, the demonic thoughts completely dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, the demonic chi instantly scattered without the control of the demonic thoughts. His actions seemed to have enraged something. Countless piercing screams suddenly filled the air around him. The entire sea of demonic chi erupted, with countless streams of demonic chi pouring out like tens of thousands of demonic waves rushing toward him. Xiao Ming remained calm and enveloped the turbulent sea of demonic chi in a dazzling net of multicolored light that was constantly contracting. Noise continuously erupted above the sea of demonic chi. Any demonic chi that came into contact with the multicolored light screen instantly dissipated as the net continued to contract. Eventually, even the space itself compressed and ultimately vanished above this desert. However, if a strong practitioner were to arrive at this place, they would find faint dark demonic chi emerging from within the space. Chapter 618. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the so-called 2 months were almost over. West Xian Region, Wanghui City. Amidst the vast and endless barren desert, there was a mysterious terrain of earth and forests fraught with danger. At times, the shifting sands moved like dragons, and sudden downpours could, in an instant, swallow up lives. Even the most daring and knowledgeable of the desert bandits dared not linger in this place. However, those who did not lose their way and did not retreat were fortunate enough to come upon a wondrous city emerging from the thousands of canyons and ravines, carved as if by the hands of divine artisans. This oasis was built along the water's edge. It was like a jewel set behind the dunes, yet it was entirely bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The name Wanghui was derived from this site. Here, towering palm trees grew lushly, clear lakes shimmered like glass, majestic towers rose high, and buildings dazzled with exquisite beauty. The wide and intersecting streets were crowded with monks coming and going. A myriad of divine works was on full display for all to marvel at. Connected to this small city was a massive desert ship named Hanhai Ship. From the garden atop the ship, one could overlook the entire cityscape. However, only a select few were allowed to enter, as this giant ship was the headquarters of the Hanhai sect, one of the 7 super sects in the West Xian region. Naturally, ordinary people had no hope of entering. While the space above Hanhai ship used to be utterly silent in the past, recently, powerful auras appeared from time to time and entered the Hanhai sect. This phenomenon made people subconsciously feel that something big was about to happen. Suddenly, more subtle auras appeared in the sky above the Hanhai sect. Ing Huanhuan looked down at the giant ship below and then turned back to Ing Xuanzi. "Father, we have arrived at the Hanhai sect." Ing Xuanzi nodded slightly, then turned back to look at the other strong practitioners from the 7 great super sects of the East Xian region. His voice was somewhat stern as he spoke. In the past, the West Xian region and our East Xian region had many conflicts. The Hanhai sect and our sects have been at each other's throats, and both sides have suffered great losses as a result. But this time, we are here to eliminate that fiend, and we cannot act rashly. Do you all understand? Understood. The other sect leaders also responded with serious expressions. Ing Xuanzi nodded in satisfaction, then continued, "Of course, at such a critical juncture, with strong practitioners from all sides gathered, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. If they do, we're no pushovers either." A hint of aura leaked from his body as he spoke. Though it was quickly retracted, its heavy pressure still made everyone else's eyelids twitch. Reincarnation stage. Ing Xuanzi had quietly broken through to the reincarnation stage. While others were surprised, the palace master of the 9 Heavens Supreme Purity Palace was not. After all, she had received a reincarnation pill from Xiao Ming that allowed her to break through. It was no surprise that Ing Xuanzi, as Ing Huanhuan's father, could do the same. The Hanhai sect's reaction to the arrival of the East Xian region's people was swift. Not long after, a deep voice rang out. "Ing Xuanzi, the news of the great fiend's emergence came from your East Xian region. Why are you the last to arrive?" A bald, bare-chested man wearing nothing but baggy pants appeared in front of everyone after these words were uttered. Mo Saluo, the appointed time hasn't arrived yet. What's the rush? After all, the descent of the Great Fiend directly affects your West Xian region the most. We're here to help your Hanhai sect, so you'd better speak politely. It's for the best if that's the case. Otherwise, if there is no Great Fiend, not only will the West Xian region have nothing to say, but your East Xian region will also not escape the wrath of the other regions, Mo Saluo replied with narrowed eyes. Follow me. Everyone is already inside. With those words, he flew directly towards the Hanhai sect below. Ing Xuanzi and the others quickly followed behind. Inside, the Hanhai ship was far larger than it appeared from the outside, as it had formed its own space. Yet, it also resembled a desert scene, with only a green area in the middle. At the center of the green area was a grand hall. Upon entering, they found many individuals of tremendous strength seated on either side. Among them, Ing Huanhuan spotted Qing Tan and Mu Lingshan. Qing Tan was among the elite members of the Palace of Darkness, while Mu Lingshan was part of the immortal Sage Whale clan group. However, the most eye-catching of all the gathered elites were 5 figures with unfathomably profound auras. Upon seeing Ing Huanhuan and the others arrive, these 5 figures stood up. The one at the front even called out to her. Little junior sister. Those who would address her in such a manner were naturally the ancient masters. Aside from Ing Huanhuan and the deceased devouring master, the other 5 ancient masters except for the life-death master were gathered here. Ing Huanhuan, who was about to greet Qing Tan and Mu Lingshan, immediately frowned upon hearing their call and coldly replied. My name is Ing Huanhuan. All the ancient masters except the darkness master were stunned for a moment. Ing Huanhuan's aura had reached the reincarnation stage and should have regained some of her memories. Why was she still so resistant to the way they called her? However, faced with a face as cold as one from distant memories, the Flame Master could only offer a bitter smile and nod in response. Alright, Ing Huanhuan, has that senior arrived here yet? Why don't we see him? My master has not arrived. The Flame Master and the others were visibly startled and immediately asked, so, is this Great Fiend real? In fact, when the ancient masters received the message about the emergence of a Great Fiend, they hardly paid any attention to it. They had been clashing with the Yimo since ancient times. What Great Fiend hadn't they seen? What kind of Great Fiend could appear on today's Tianxian continent that they didn't know about? It was simply impossible, right? However, when Ing Huanhuan said that it was Xiao Ming who had provided the information, they became somewhat unsure. After all, given Xiao Ming's strength, it was unlikely that he would deceive them. So, with mixed feelings, they came to the West Xian region with the intention of seeking clarification from Xiao Ming himself. But now, Xiao Ming was unexpectedly not present. This left them completely confused. The attention of others was also drawn when they heard the question from the ancient masters. This was a matter of concern for them as well. Of course it's true. What benefit would my master have in deceiving all of you? Ing Huanhuan swept her eyes over the crowd. Big brother definitely wouldn't deceive you all. First grandpa can rest assured, Mu Lingshan also said to the people around her. She even tugged at the sleeve of an elderly man with white hair and beard beside her. The elderly man was thin. He stroked his beard and didn't say anything in response. However, a tall and handsome man beside him tapped Mu Lingshan on the head. You're one to talk. You've been running around having fun for years. If it weren't for the effectiveness of that pill you brought back, we wouldn't have called upon the sea demon race to come here. Having her head tapped, Mu Lingshan rolled her eyes and silently grumbled that she should have given her third grandpa the breakthrough pill that required a beating instead of the later reincarnation pill. People from other regions overheard their conversation. Coupled with the confirmation from the ancient masters, it became clear that a super strong practitioner had confirmed that a great fiend would descend. And since this practitioner was highly respected, those who had never met Xiao Ming began to take the news seriously. However, the gravity of the situation began to dawn on everyone. At first, they had come with caution. Now, they began to worry about whether they had brought enough forces with them. After all, they had not brought all of their strong practitioners. Chapter 619. The leader of the dragon tribe, Yuan Qian, saw the concern on the faces of the strong practitioners from the various regions and thought for a moment before speaking to reassure them. Everyone, please rest assured. Mr. Xiao is exceptionally wise. Since he has asked us to gather here, I am sure that the problem can be resolved. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I believe Mr. Xiao will not just stand by and do nothing. However, this statement did little to ease the anxiety in everyone's hearts. After all, most of them had never met this so-called Mr. Xiao before. How strong could he possibly be? It's possible that this super strong practitioner was only skilled in perception. It should be noted that everyone here could be considered a super strong practitioner. Moreover, the gathering now included most of the ancient masters, as well as a large portion of the Tian-Xian continent's strong practitioners above the reincarnation stage. If such a lineup couldn't handle the great fiend, how could one person resolve it? Could Mr. Xiao possibly be stronger than all of them combined? Of course, with the emergence of the great fiend imminent, they had to confront it regardless of their personal wishes. While they each harbored their own thoughts, they refrained from speaking them aloud. After all, having reached their age, there was no need to unnecessarily offend Mr. Xiao, who appeared to be highly esteemed. Therefore, after exchanging glances, they chose not to say more. The Flame Master stood up after seeing this scene and said, "Since there's nothing else to be said, let's all get prepared. Tomorrow, we will head to the depths of the Great West Xian Desert. The 2-month period has come to an end, and the day that fiend breaks its seal is likely upon us. We have no way back, so for the sake of all beings in this world, and for those we hold dear, let us give our all in this battle." The Great West Xian Desert. This was the largest area within the West Xian region. In the past, an endless expanse of yellow sand stretched across it, but now, that sand had turned into a dark black color. Evil demonic chi rose up from within the desert, polluting what once was a magnificent expanse. At the center of the desert, viscous demonic chi enveloped the area, and one could vaguely see countless scarlet, ferocious eyes flashing within the demonic fog. At the most concentrated center of the demonic chi, several black figures stood tall. Their gazes were all fixed on a space where cracks were forming. There, they could feel a tremendous oppressive force slowly approaching. It's finally descending. I never expected this so-called fiend to be an expert from our Yimo tribe. This demonic chi cannot be faked, and that oppressive feeling is even several times stronger than mine. I wonder who it could be. The leading figure among them chuckled slightly. He was dressed in a black robe with gold patterns along the edges. His appearance was extremely handsome, yet his face bore an indescribable evil aura. With its assistance, the strong practitioners from the Tian-Xian continent who have come to West Xian will not be able to escape our grasp. By then, unless they somehow produce an ancestor stage practitioner, the Tian-Xian faction will be powerless to resist us. Finally, after so many years, we no longer have to hide. I can hardly wait to kill all of them. Standing next to the black figure, a skinny young man stuck out his scarlet tongue before smacking his lips as he laughingly said, "Are you all prepared?" the leader asked with a smile. Everyone behind him grinned before nodding. Meanwhile, endless brutality surged in their laughter. The leader straightened his waist before the smile on his lips grew warmer. As he looked in the direction of the Hanhai sect, a wild, maniacal, sharp glow began to accumulate deep within his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I'm really looking forward to it. Hurry up and come." The setting sun hung in the sky over the yellow sands of the great desert. This ought to have been a spectacular scene. However, this place was currently obscured by swirling demonic chi. From time to time, countless piercing howls could be heard, adding an extra touch of sorrow to this majestic sight. Boom! This scene continued for an unknown amount of time before the sky suddenly trembled. The demonic chi that filled the great desert seemed to shiver as if it had been affected. Then, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon and rapidly expanded. Within a few minutes, it turned into an endless sea of people surrounding the great desert from all sides. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless rushing wind sounds continuously rang out in the sky. The combined forces and resolute battle intent of thousands upon thousands surged like a tidal wave. It was such an intimidating sight that it could chill anyone to the bone. Evidently, the forces brought by each region were not numerous on their own, but together they formed an immensely large number. The demonic chi permeating the desert was continuously pushed back under the pressure of this astounding battle intent. Halt! Within the main formation, Ing Huanhuan gazed at the vast desert appearing before her eyes. A cold glint surged in her pretty eyes as her cold command echoed throughout the allied forces. Form up and sweep away the demonic chi. Understood. Countless voices shouted in unison. Then, an enormous amount of yuan power swept out and charged directly into the great desert. The originally jet-black desert began to regain some of its original colors as the yuan power swept by, and even the sky became a bit clearer. It was impossible to tell where the allied forces began and ended. The battle formations, linked from head to tail, began to spread out like a fan as they slowly approached the center of the great desert. There, a dark curtain lay like a monstrous beast from the depths of hell, quietly crawling. Yet, a heart-thumping aura subtly emanated from it. Even the monstrous battle intent of the allied forces became sluggish in the face of that aura. Was this the place where the fiend would emerge? Everyone stopped hundreds of miles away from that immense curtain. The leaders of each region looked towards that spot with grave expressions. This fiend was indeed terrifying. It had caused such a phenomenon even before its emergence. Its actual emergence was feared to be unimaginable. Crash! Before anyone had time to ponder, the world suddenly echoed with the crisp sound of breaking. The dark curtain shattered like a mirror as a swirl slowly formed. Viscous demonic chi erupted furiously. Everyone's expressions changed upon seeing this. It was coming. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a massive creature with 13 arms and a body covered in countless scales slowly emerged. It seemed as if even the sky was being torn apart by its presence. Looking closer, everyone's facial expressions changed once again. Those were not scales but rather faces, each one terrifyingly grotesque. With every movement of their countless lips, an indescribable, horrifying demonic chi emanated from within. The very earth trembled under this demonic chi. It was a power capable of truly destroying the world. Feeling the terror of this demonic chi, the Flame Master and the others' expressions turned grave. No wonder Mr. Xiao had summoned so many people, this fiend must be on the verge of reaching the ancestor stage. Chapter 620. Demonic chi billowed, nearly obscuring the entire sky above the vast desert and even affecting the whole West Xian region. Beneath the endless demonic chi, the fiend appeared as if it was a destroyer from another realm. Its utterly evil aura caused the allied forces to lose their colors. The Flame Master and the others looked at this scene with ugly faces. After which, they turned their heads towards the distant sky where space suddenly burst open. There, demonic chi converged as a black-robed, handsome figure slowly emerged. He gazed at the allied forces filling the sky and the howling fiend with a slight smile. His gentle voice echoed almost throughout the entire desert. Haha, everyone is finally here. I have been waiting here for a long time. Several streaks of light shot out from within the allied forces. Ing Huanhuan's icy blue eyes looked at the handsome black figure whose face bore an indescribable evil. She frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" "Heaven Seek King." Before the black figure could respond, the Flame Master and the others' expressions darkened. Each of their faces flashed with a strong murderous intent as they uttered the newcomer's name. They hadn't expected to encounter him here, of all places. Haha, it's been a millennium, and yet Ice Master, you remain as stunning as ever, worthy of admiration. However, it seems your reincarnation has encountered some issues, your memories and strength have not returned, have they? How do you intend to contend with my Yimo tribe without your strength recovered? The Heaven Seek King chuckled slightly as he looked at Ing Huanhuan in the sky above. He paused for a moment after he finished speaking. His gaze strangely shifted to the 13-armed fiend who was still devouring demonic chi after breaking his seal. Then he shook his head and continued. I misspoke earlier. Even if you were to regain your strength, you wouldn't be able to resist us. After all, this is a half-ancestor level powerhouse from our Yimo tribe. What? Half-ancestor? This fiend is that strong? It can't be. The words of the Heaven Seek King weren't concealed and spread throughout the entire allied forces. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They had known that the fiend was strong from the moment he broke the seal. However, they hadn't had a clear idea of his exact strength until now. After all, even among the reincarnation stage practitioners, the gap between each stage was immense, not to mention the chasm between the reincarnation stage and the half-ancestor stage. When the disparity reached a certain magnitude, it became difficult for the weaker to even sense the strength of the stronger. Only those at the third calamity reincarnation stage could truly comprehend the horror of the fiend. Therefore, when the Heaven Seek King revealed the fiend's specific realm, everyone was shaken up and their faces became incredibly ugly. However, not a single person showed any signs of retreat. Those who dared to venture into the great West Xian desert had already prepared themselves to face death. Truth be told, I am a little tired after fighting for so many years. Why don't we shake hands and end the conflict this time? I assure you all will be safe. What do you say? The astonished voices made the Heaven Seek King somewhat pleased as he suggested with a smile. To be honest, he himself was also somewhat surprised by this fiend, but the reality was right in front of him, and he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After all, it was not as if these people from the lower planes could possibly control a member of his Yimo tribe. Filthy things. All of you should scram from this world. This place does not belong to you. Ing Huanhuan lifted her big eyes as she coldly said. The Heaven Seek King smiled. He raised his head as his gaze seemed to penetrate the horizon. Go back. We wish to do so as well. Why don't you help us open the crack between the planes and allow us to return? Once all of you have been purified, your souls should be able to return to wherever you wish to, the Flame Master said indifferently. Ah, you people are as rude as ever. None of you have changed after so many years. Laughter was emitted from beside the Heaven Seek King. A black fog swirled, and a couple of figures appeared. The youthful-looking second-seat king shook his head at the flame master as he remarked. You things really don't seem to die. The spatial master looked at these familiar faces and involuntarily laughed coldly. Likewise. Ing Huanhuan's beautiful eyes remained cold, showing no hint of emotion. She looked at the heaven-seat king and slowly said, Rest assured, this time should mark the end of this war that has persisted for thousands of years. You all won't have another chance. With the situation as it is now, I must admit that I admire your ability to still talk tough. The heaven-seat king smiled as he shook his head. Soon after, he waved his hand lightly. Come out, devil prison. Since they refuse the toast only to drink the forfeit, let's all send them on their final journey together. Rumble. The desert suddenly shook violently the moment he waved his hand. After that, everyone saw the earth and the desert begin to tear apart, and the viscous demonic chi surged out like a liquid. Countless Yimo emerged as if crawling out of hell and quickly spread across the other side of the desert. The number of these Yimo was so vast that it was impossible to count. The demonic figures stretched to the ends of one's vision. Clearly, the Heaven-Seat King had also gathered a considerable force. Such a lineup did not appear to be any weaker than the allied forces. Boom! It looks like everyone is here. The Chaos Master looked at those Yimo and said as a cold expression flashed across his face. The Heaven-Seat King is mine to deal with. The rest of the Devil Prison's strongest members and their army are yours to handle. Ing Huanhuan turned her head. She looked at Flame Master, Yuan Xian, Mu Tian, and the others as she said. No. You haven't fully recovered your strength yet. Let us take care of the Heaven-Seat King, the Flame Master hurriedly objected. You need not worry. Even though my strength hasn't fully recovered to the Ice Master's former peak, it's not like my master hasn't left me empty-handed all these years. The Ice Ancestral symbol has been retrieved by me, and my strength is not necessarily weaker than yours, Ing Huanhuan said softly. Xiao Ming's favorite thing was to temper them, and they had not been spared from life and death battles. Therefore, even without fully accepting memories from her past life, her strength wasn't weak at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was confident that if she, Qing Tan, or Mu Lingshan ran into any problems, her master would not just stand by and watch. Not to mention, her master had left her with some life-saving measures that she had yet to use. Of course, Ing Huanhuan didn't bother to explain these details to the Flame Master and the others. Upon hearing her words and knowing that Ing Huanhuan's master was Xiao Ming, the Flame Master and others who had met Xiao Ming and were aware of his mysterious methods no longer insisted and slowly nodded their heads. Was this scene marking the beginning of the real decisive battle? Listen up, all forces. This is our critical battle. Victory will remove all threats forever, defeat will spread tragedy throughout the entire West Xian region and beyond. No one will be able to escape. Ing Huanhuan raised her jade-like hand and swung it down forcefully. If you wish to protect those you care about, then fight. Fight. Chapter 621. Fight. The eyes of countless individuals turned scarlet as they let out a ferocious roar. The earth-shaking noise swept out like a hurricane, stirring up countless grains of sand across the vast desert. Boom. The allied forces began to move as a tremendous yuan power unfolded. It surged forward like floodwaters, creating battle formations. Their eyes were fully red as they charged towards the Devil Prison. Haha, listen up, Devil Prison. Slaughter all of them in order to fulfill the will of the Emperor. The Heaven-Seat King also laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with a brutal murderous intent. Kill. A sharp howl erupted from within the Devil Prison army as demonic chi surged. Countless demonic figures seemed to cover the ground as they charged forward. Eventually, they collided with the flood-like allied forces. Bang! Two seemingly endless streams collided with each other as the entire desert shook. Yuan power and demonic chi crazily entwined and clashed in the air. Fresh blood dyed the land red almost instantly. The bloody stench and crazed battle cries reverberated across the sky, causing even the setting sun to tremble and hide behind the clouds. Above the battlefield, in a hidden space imperceptible to everyone, Xiao Ming frowned slightly as he watched the carnage below. Wherever his gaze fell, the scent of blood rolled in the air. The Heaven-Seat King may not have succeeded in rescuing all the Yimo from across the continent, but the number of Devil Prison forces is significant. They can hold their own against the allied forces. It seems that the alliance will suffer many casualties. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment but refrained from taking action. As he had mentioned before, although he had orchestrated the current situation, the expulsion of the Yimo tribe was also the responsibility of the people of the Tianxian continent. It was impossible to avoid bloodshed and casualties, and relying solely on an outsider like him was not feasible. He could indeed intervene now to sweep away the Yimo on the Tianxian continent and reduce casualties. However, the Yimo on the continent were just a small remnant left over from the First Great World War. The real bulk of the Yimo forces, along with the Yimo Emperor, were still outside the realm, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Moreover, he could not afford to stay on the Tianxian continent any longer. The Yimo Emperor was merely sealed outside, not dead. When the time came, there would be even more sacrifices from the Tianxian continent. Furthermore, he couldn't abandon the dimension fetus he had planned for years. It could only be said that with him present, the Tianxian continent would not suffer the catastrophic loss of life that had occurred in the West Xian region of the original story. Reality was such that wanting the dimension fetus and at the same time not desiring any casualties was an impossible wish to fulfill. He wasn't someone with an absolute sense of altruism. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led to the demise of so many strong individuals from the three ancient clans back then. After making sure that Qing Tan and Mu Lingshan were out of harm's way and well protected by their factions, he shifted his focus to the high-level forces above the reincarnation stage on both sides. Except for the 9th Seat King, the other Seat Kings of the Yimo tribe had not suffered many losses. Combined with the fiend he had created, the strong practitioners of the Tianxian continent would probably have a hard time. However, this also meant that the dimension fetus would definitely make an appearance, which suited his intentions perfectly. Let's attack as well. As Xiao Ming was lost in thought, Ing Huanhuan's delicate figure moved and shot forward. Simultaneously, the Heaven Seat King and others in the sky vanished in an instant and reappeared in front of Ing Huanhuan's group. The Heaven Seat King smiled and looked at Ing Huanhuan's group standing in front of them. Finally, his gaze fell on Ing Huanhuan and he said, "Ice Master, you're not my match in your current state." Ing Huanhuan remained silent, not bothering with unnecessary words. Many strange icy symbols appeared on her body as the cold chi emanating from her became more and more terrifying. Her originally dark hair gradually turned into a crystalline ice blue color at this moment. Her eyes exuded a kind of iciness that could not be touched. Such iciness even possessed a divine feeling. How interesting, your strength has increased so much. It's quite intriguing. The originally gentle face of the Heaven Seat King turned incredibly sinister as he took a step forward. A demonic chi swirled out from him. It was so terrifying that it even managed to suppress the astonishing cold chi emanating from Ing Huanhuan. After that, his pale hands thrust forward and tore through the air. A pair of deep black lights flashed and headed straight for Ing Huanhuan. Facing such an attack, Ing Huanhuan's slender jade-like finger also pierced the air in a violent manner, clashing head-on with the Heaven Seat King. Crack! The demonic chi and cold chi swept forward, causing the space itself to vibrate continuously. Both parties collided. After that, both of their bodies shook before both of them stepped back several steps. However, Ing Huanhuan keenly sensed that the aura of the Heaven Seat King was somewhat obscure. It seems you still have some lingering injuries yet to heal. A frightening chill spread. Ing Huanhuan gently clenched her jade-like hand, and a spear of ice slowly extended from it. Subsequently, a surge of killing intent flickered in her pretty eyes. Without any further probing, her delicate figure lunged forward. Ice and snow swept across the sky before the chillingly sharp spear shadow, capable of freezing space and time itself, charged straight towards the Heaven Seat King. So what if there is? It's enough to deal with you. The Heaven Seat King laughed mockingly. But there was no trace of amusement in his eyes, only pure, ruthless coldness. Demonic chi surged forth as he instantly darted out. Then, an extremely frightening ripple swept across the sky. Let's fight. A cold glint flashed across the Flame Master's eyes after he saw that the two of them had begun to fight. After that, his body moved before he rushed towards the Second Seat King. "Leave this fellow to me. That big fellow is mine to handle." The Chaos Master gritted his teeth as he looked at the world-shaking fiend that hadn't made a move yet. A purple-golden light surged through his body before his body rapidly swelled and he quickly transformed into a 30,000-meter giant. His feet stepped on the ground before he lunged at the fiend with a thunderous rumble. The Darkness Master and the Lightning Master saw this and immediately followed suit. Although the Chaos Master was tough and resilient, facing a half-ancestor stage fiend was no joke. However, halfway there, the two were intercepted by the 4th and 5th Seat Kings. Just as the Spatial Master was about to intercept the 5th Seat King, the 3rd Seat King blocked his path. "You can't be allowed to assist that big guy. Without any help, he will be quickly dealt with." The 3rd Seat King's face was filled with smiles. He flipped his hand, and the evil eye in his palm shot out a demonic light, which the Spatial Master blocked. While they were locked in battle, Yuan Xian and the others also took action to hold back the other true kings of the Devil Prison. Currently, the sky and the ground were divided into several battlefields. Meanwhile, the terrifying energy fluctuations from them were affecting the entire West Xian region. In fact, even those strong practitioners from the other 3 Xian regions who hadn't arrived could feel it. Immediately, countless anxious eyes were cast towards that extremely distant direction. Chapter 622. Demonic Qi raged and Yuan power surged as the terrifying battlefields unfolded across the land. Space was torn apart, and the sky was shattered. It was as if this battle was about to destroy the world. Such a world-shattering battle was the first of its kind in many millennia. In summary, the place was divided into 2 huge battlefields, the land and the sky. In these areas, the Allied forces fought against the Devil Prison Army, and the battle between the upper echelons of both sides took place. The higher altitudes were mainly between Huan and the ancient masters against the high-ranking members of Devil Prison. They had been fighting since ancient times until now. Therefore, both sides were very familiar with each other's strengths. Such a battle was unnaturally intense, with both sides sparing no mercy in their attacks. Bang bang. Huan was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the Heaven Seat King. Although her Yuan power stage was indeed inferior to that of the Heaven Seat King, Xiao Ming had imparted her with many things over the years. This included a soul cultivation system that combined the methodologies of the Tian Xian continent and the Doqi continent. Furthermore, she had also been bestowed with some of the essences of cold-type spiritual treasures collected over the years. It was worth noting that after Xiao Ming became a Do god, he was able to successfully collect and merge all kinds of heavenly flames into the Emperor Flame. Naturally, the cold-type spiritual treasures he subsequently collected and merged were extraordinary as well. With these resources at her disposal, even though Huan's strength had not fully recovered, it was clearly impossible for the Heaven Seat King to easily defeat her. Swoosh! The 2 figures transformed into streaks of light that intersected each other in the sky, while the clouds continued to rush past both of them. At such a great height, it was possible for them to see 2 torrents smashing against each other when they turned their heads down. Murderous desire and the smell of blood dashed towards the clouds. Huan's slender body was wrapped in an icy crystal battle armor that transformed her into a humanoid killing machine. She fearlessly faced the demonic attacks of the Heaven Seat King. With each thrust of her spear, countless forms of ice and snow materialized. The power of the cold-type spiritual treasures, her soul, and the ice ancestral symbol all merged together at this moment. Such a profound and soul-piercing power forced even the Heaven Seat King to treat her with extreme caution. Boom! Their eyes were filled with savagery as each of them suddenly unleashed an attack that contained all of their strength. The terrifying fist of the Heaven Seat King was greeted by the sharp tip of Huan's spear. In an instant, the space around them was shattered as the noise of their collision echoed across the multiple battlefields. Both of them were thrown back tens of thousands of meters, but then they stomped on the air and charged forward again. The sky was filled with ice and snow that condensed into 10 gigantic ice phoenixes that flew towards the Heaven Seat King. However, the latter was evidently no ordinary foe. A sea of viscous demonic qi gushed forth and completely received all of Huan's wild and violent attacks. CHCH. Huan rushed forward, her palm tightly clenched around a power that didn't belong to her. A mighty, scorching energy swept out and transformed into a 7-colored fire lotus. The lotus slowly spun around, trailing a long tail as it enveloped the Heaven Seat King. Black Devil Door. Upon seeing this, the Heaven Seat King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He slammed his demonic palm heavily on the empty space in front of him. Viscous demonic qi swept out and transformed into a colossal door of darkness, towering thousands of meters high. Atop the door, there appeared an extremely sinister depiction of a devil. Bang, bang, bang. The lotus, imbued with the power of heavenly flame, viciously bombarded the Black Devil Door, instantly creating cracks in it. Huan darted out like lightning, seemingly melding with the lotus as it forcefully pierced through the massive door. Swoosh! The 7-colored fire lotus pierced the giant door, and suddenly, a mysterious multicolored light flashed from behind the Heaven Seat King and mercilessly struck his back. Boom! Flames soared into the sky as the figure of the Heaven Seat King was immediately sent flying in a miserable fashion. A deep dent was left on the back of his Devil Emperor armor. However, before he could even get angry, the space around him rippled as countless ice chains, flickering with 7-colored flames, bizarrely pierced the space and shot at all of his vital points. Roar! The eyes of the Heaven Seat King suddenly turned red after being violently beaten by Huan. A sharp roar exploded from his throat as he threw a punch in a violent manner. The terrifying demonic qi gathered in his fist and turned into a glittering black light that was ruthlessly thrust forward. The light contained dense demonic qi that had been compressed to the limit. It directly shattered the space as it blasted into Huan's body. Bang! Huan's body was sent flying backwards. Her icy crystal armor revealed layers of cracks. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth as her internal energy surged tumultuously. The Heaven-Seek King was indeed worthy of being the highest-level existence within the devil prison. With such strength, even with the heavenly flame given by her master, Huan found it difficult to gain the upper hand in this battle immediately. This battle was bound to be difficult. After pushing Huan back, the Heaven-Seek King lowered his head to look at his damaged Devil Emperor armor, which was riddled with cracks and seemed to be about to shatter. The ferocity in his eyes intensified as he licked his lips and stared at Huan in a sinister manner. It was unexpected that the Ice Master would be so difficult to deal with even without his full strength restored. It seems that it would be difficult to finish you off in a short time without a twist like this. I truly underestimated you. However, this ends here, the Heaven-Seek King sneered at Huan with a twisted smile. Huan frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing as she followed the Heaven-Seek King's gaze. Then, her expression suddenly changed. The monstrous fiend that had been motionless before suddenly moved, his arm striking down towards the Chaos Master with lightning-like speed. Though the Chaos Master had been vigilant and had hastily blocked the attack, the fiend's monstrous strength made it difficult for him to resist. He was knocked down, sending up clouds of dust. Such a formidable strength, we are in deep trouble. Not only did Huan notice this scene, but the rest of the ancient masters on the battlefield did as well, and their expressions turned ugly. The physical body of the Chaos Master could be said to be the strongest in the Tianxian continent, but looking at the current situation, he couldn't even withstand a single slap from the other party. Clearly, the strength of the fiend far surpassed everyone present, including Huan and the Heaven-Seek King. What could be done now? They no longer had any spare combat power to fight this fiend alongside the Chaos Master. And if no one stopped this fiend, their defeat would be imminent. What should we do? The Flame Master and the others desperately brainstormed strategies, but they were out of options. After much deliberation, the only solution they could come up with was to have Xiao Ming intervene. However, when the fiend began to massacre the allied forces without any sign of Xiao Ming's intervention, everyone's hopes were dashed and their spirits plunged into the depths of despair. In an instant, a sense of despair spread across the battlefield. Ha ha ha. I've said it before, your struggle is useless. Why bother wasting your efforts to resist? But it's not too late. I'll spare your lives if you surrender. The Heaven-Seek King wore a confident smile. Even when the fiend slaughtered both the allied forces and the lower-ranking Yimo, it did not affect him. After all, lower-ranked Yimo had no rights. One couldn't expect a half-ancestor stage powerhouse to carefully avoid them and then proceed to eliminate the Tianxian allied forces mixed in with them, right? Huan bit her rosy lip in the face of the Heaven-Seek King's offer. Her gaze was sharp as a knife. You're dreaming. Hee, then you can go to hell. The two turned into afterimages once again as they entangled in battle. On the battlefield, the Palace Master of the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace was protecting Ling Qingzhu. The horrified expressions on the faces of the two women as they looked at the rampaging fiend could not be concealed. This fiend is too powerful. Master, what should we do now? The Palace Master also had no answer. Just as she was about to say something, a familiar voice reached her ears. Have Ling Qingzhu sense the zenith and summon its power. Chapter 623. It will be much easier to sense the zenith in the current situation. Let Ling Qingzhu sense the zenith. I will create the conditions for you not to be disturbed. The Palace Master's expression changed as the voice reached her ears. She turned to look at the colossal creature in the distance, bit her lip, and nodded firmly. The next moment, the space around them twisted for a moment. Although they remained in the same place, they had quietly vanished from the view of those on the battlefield. Seeing that no one around them noticed, the Palace Master turned her gaze to Ling Qingzhu. She remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. Qingzhu, do you know what the greatest secret of our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace is? Master, the disciple doesn't know. Ling Qingzhu shook her head. There was a somewhat lost expression in her pretty eyes. Even with her position in Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace, she was still not fully aware of its secret. From this, one could tell that this so-called secret was extremely well hidden. However, was this the time to discuss such things? This matter has been passed on verbally from one palace master to another in the Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace since the first generation. In the distant past, our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace had a different name. It was called Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace? Ling Qingzhu was slightly startled. She quickly shook her head. Although she had read many ancient texts, she had never read about the existence of this great sect in ancient times. Truth be told, our Nine Heavens Supreme Purity Palace does not have the qualifications to call itself the successor of the Zenith Palace, the Palace Master said. Since those ancient times, there has only been one member of this Zenith Palace. One member? Ling Qingzhu frowned and asked, who? The person who stood at the pinnacle of this world, the great symbol ancestor. Symbol ancestor. Ling Qingzhu's lovely figure trembled and her expression finally changed. The peak expert who had once led the countless lives of this world to fight the evil Yimo was actually the founder of this Zenith Palace. The Zenith Palace was not created by the symbol ancestor. However, this name originated from him. Even we do not know whether the so-called Zenith Palace is a sect or whether it represents an even greater secret. The symbol ancestor can be considered a member of the Zenith Palace. Among his 8 great disciples, also known as the 8 ancient masters, only the Ice Master can perhaps be considered half a member. The other 7 masters cannot meet the criteria. And we, who have accepted the inheritance, have inherited this ability to sense the Zenith. In the current situation, summoning the Zenith might just turn the tide. Qingzhu, you are the most outstanding disciple our 9 Heavens Supreme Purity Palace has ever had. Perhaps the person with the greatest hope of being considered the 9th disciple of the symbol ancestor. That's why your master needs you to sense the Zenith right now. Master, I'm afraid this disciple might not be able to do it. Even Ling Qingzhu, with her usually calm and composed demeanor, found this request extremely challenging. It wasn't that she didn't want to sense the Zenith, but sensing the Zenith wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. She had been practicing since birth and had never been able to sense it, let alone under the current circumstances on the battlefield. The palace master took out an ancient array disc. Don't worry, this is an inherited item from our 9 Heavens Supreme Purity Palace. In normal times, it can help you sense the Zenith with dozens of elders working together. Even though we do not have enough elders now, I have broken through to the reincarnation stage and can control it by myself. The palace master threw the array disc as she spoke. It soared into the air and expanded to several tens of meters in an instant. Majestic yuan power gathered into many rivers that flowed towards the disc. One could see countless flickering crystals within the yuan power rivers. Crystals that were as dazzling as diamonds. These yuan power rivers gathered into an ancient and complex formation. At the very center of the formation, the yuan power condensed into a green lotus. Qingzhu, quickly sit in the middle of the green lotus. Ling Qingzhu paused for a moment when she heard those words. Then, without hesitation, she leaped up to sit cross-legged on the green lotus. Her fine ink-black hair spread out with the flow of yuan power, looking breathtakingly beautiful. After sitting down, her slender hands made an extremely mysterious gesture. Her fingertips touched each other while her palms curved into an extraordinary arc. It was as if the whole world was contained in them. An indescribable ripple was stealthily emitted. In front of the formation, the palace master stared intently at Ling Qingzhu in the middle of it. The next moment, she suddenly bit the tip of her tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood fell into the formation. After that, a thunderous cry rang out. Qingzhu, sense the Zenith. The huge and ancient formation seemed to be stealthily rotating at this moment. In the next instant, Ling Qingzhu suddenly began to tremble. One could see a radiance suddenly appear above her head. This light was extremely blurry and only covered an area of half a meter. However, within this tiny area, there was an extremely ancient ripple, a hazy ripple that seemed to be primal chaos itself. The palace master trembled with excitement when she saw this scene. Ignoring the fact that her hair was quickly turning white, she laughed loudly towards the sky. Haha, it really worked. Grug. The palace master once again spat out a mouthful of blood as her shrill laughter rang out. Her body quickly collapsed as her strength weakened rapidly. Buzz. The vast and endless rivers of yuan power in the air suddenly whistled down. Finally, it poured into Ling Qingzhu's body. Faced with an influx of power that even an ordinary samsara stage practitioner would not be able to withstand, she managed to directly absorb it all. Swoosh. Ling Qingzhu suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes as the river of yuan energy poured into her body. Her eyes were like the deep ocean, clear and boundaryless. However, there was also a unique ripple within them. This ripple seemed to ride above the world. It worked. This ripple only lasted for a moment. However, Xiao Ming, who had been observing her closely, clearly noticed it. Xiao Ming's consciousness seemed to merge with the world in an instant. Wherever his mind moved, he could reach any part of the world at will. Countless mountains, rivers, and plains passed through his consciousness and then seemed to return to nothingness. However, it was not long before Xiao Ming suddenly felt something and his consciousness opened its eyes. It was as if he had entered a state of complete chaos. This place was like the beginning of heaven and earth, as there was no separation of space and even time passed extremely slowly. As Xiao Ming looked at this chaotic world, his consciousness gradually spread out to sense the plain spirit hidden within. At first, this form of sensing did not receive any response. However, a mysterious ripple suddenly emerged within this chaotic world. Xiao Ming's consciousness swiftly moved towards it. Then, he witnessed beams of light fluctuating within the chaotic world. The beams of light blossomed, and like the sea, they sent ripples into the midst of the chaos. The primal chaos light seemed to contain endless vitality. This type of vast vitality made Xiao Ming feel a slight shock in his heart. The energy was extremely pure and ancient, as if it had been born the moment the plane itself formed. Xiao Ming stared at the primal chaos light that resembled an ocean. He could sense a vast and boundless fluctuation within this ocean. Clearly, this must be the plane spirit of this world. Seeing you is not easy at all. Chapter 624. Whoosh. The tides within the sea of chaos suddenly rose as Xiao Ming stared at the scene before him. In the midst of the sea of chaos, a huge swirl formed, which was immediately followed by a ball of chaos slowly rising from within it. The glowing ball of chaos was like a faintly beating heart, and with its every movement, the whole world trembled. As it breathed, winds and clouds converged, tides ebbed and flowed, and the sun rose while the moon fell. This is the dimension fetus, it is indeed marvelous. Xiao Ming looked at the ball of chaos. Although he didn't sense any consciousness emanating from it, he could feel an astonishing spirituality. No wonder it had troubled the symbol ancestor greatly, even leading him to sacrifice himself by igniting his reincarnation. Even though he knew the plot, it took a tremendous effort and a grand spectacle to have the opportunity to come here. If not for sensing the crisis, this dimension fetus would not have appeared before him so easily. Of course, the appearance of this dimension fetus here probably intended to replicate the operation against the symbol ancestor. However, he was not the symbol ancestor. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Xiao Ming's handsome face. Plain spirit, I can help you expel the Yimo and restore this world to its former state. However, I need your power. Xiao Ming did not hide his intentions and directly stated his purpose. He knew that although the plain spirit did not have consciousness, it still possessed spirituality. Hence, it could judge the jeopardy of this world by relying on its instincts and act accordingly. Although the current crisis could be said to be largely of his own making, when it came to choosing between him and the Yimo, the choice to be made was clear. As Xiao Ming's voice fell, the ball of chaos seemed to tremble slightly. Then a message appeared in his mind. Expel the Yimo first. Hearing this, Xiao Ming knew that it was because he wasn't from this world that the plain spirit resisted him a bit. It seemed to be attempting to entice him with empty promises now. But this was to be expected. If it were as simple as saying a few words, then this dimension fetus would have been taken away by the symbol ancestor long ago. Would it still be his turn? However, he was in no hurry. As long as he continued to analyze the situation for the dimension fetus, he believed that it would make a decision. Xiao Ming solemnly said, although I can easily exterminate the Yimo within the Tianxian continent, you should understand that they are only a small army. Outside of this plane, there exists a much larger Yimo army that includes the Yimo Emperor. You know the strength of the Yimo Emperor. If he sacrifices half of the Yimo tribe, I won't stand a chance against him. I will not stay behind to fight him to the death. How long can the seal of the symbol ancestor last after I leave? If he breaks free, this world will surely be completely invaded by the Yimo, and all living beings will be at his mercy. At that time, even you, the plain spirit, will hardly escape their grasp. You will be eroded by the Yimo Emperor and then absorbed and refined. You don't want this plane to suffer such a calamity, do you? As soon as Xiao Ming said those words, which contained such a heavy sense of tragedy, the spirit plane was clearly affected as well. The primal chaos light around it grew stronger, yet there was no further action. Xiao Ming's gaze flickered as he knew he was close, but not quite there. If he were to refine the dimension fetus, it would be equivalent to becoming the master of this plane, with the fate of all living beings depending on his whim. Hence, as it was their protector, the plain spirit clearly did not really trust Xiao Ming, as he was an outsider. Therefore, Xiao Ming took a step forward and said in a deep tone, I swear by my Tao heart. If I become the master of this plane, I will sweep away all Yimo and prevent the fiend clans from setting foot in this world again. His voice was loud and resonant, booming through the chaos as if accompanied by thunder, lingering for a long time. Xiao Ming's oath was sincere, coming from the depths of his heart. Anyone else might not have noticed, but this plain spirit was born along with the world itself, so it was extremely sensitive to such vows. If there was any insincerity, even the slightest distraction, it would not be able to escape its senses at all. Hence, not long after Xiao Ming uttered his oath, the plain spirit finally exploded into millions of chaotic rays. Within that chaos, a godlike melody seemed to emanate as hundreds of millions of shadows of living beings seemed to faintly appear. Witnessing this scene, even the usually composed Xiao Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Waves of joy surged within his heart. He knew that this meant the Dimension Fetus had agreed. Looking at the massive ball of chaos, Xiao Ming moved his body through the heavy and thick curtains of chaotic rays before landing unhindered on the glowing ball of chaos. He sat down in a cross-legged position and closed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, his body sank right into the glowing ball of chaos bit by bit. In the midst of this state of chaos, it was as if time stood still, which just happened to give him enough time to perfectly absorb the plane spirit. As his physical body fused into the glowing ball of chaos, his body suddenly trembled. The next moment, Xiao Ming felt as if he was in a sea of chaos as the boundless and vast chaotic energy immediately flew in. Finally, it transformed into a beam of chaos and slowly poured into his body from the crown of his head. Boom! This level of chaotic rays was the primal chaos light that had been born at the very beginning of this world. It was boundless and vast. In terms of grades, even though it could still be considered a top-tier energy within the Great Thousand World, its existence was scarce. Only those worlds that had given birth to a plane spirit could obtain even a little bit of this energy. Xiao Ming did not know if the Doqi continent had ever produced a Dimension Fetus. Even if it had, considering the countless years of the continent's history, such a primal chaos light would not have remained in his era. Feeling the tremendous energy pouring in, Xiao Ming immediately circulated his qi method. Immediately, the spirit within him trembled like a greedy maw, devouring the vast power that surged into his body. In just a short span of a few dozen breaths, Xiao Ming felt his own strength advancing at an unimaginable rate. Despite being prepared, he couldn't help but marvel at the purity and endlessness of the Dimension Fetus's power. It was truly worthy of a spiritual being that had accompanied the birth of the world itself. His head was spinning, but he quickly calmed his mind in order to gradually immerse himself into a profound cultivation mode. Xiao Ming was in no hurry in this chaos where time moved slowly. He simply allowed the primal chaos light to keep pouring in, while the Doqi within his body also grew at an astonishing rate. In the midst of the chaos, time stood still, with only the primal chaos light continuously pouring into Xiao Ming's crown. This state persisted until a certain moment when a change finally occurred. At this moment, an indescribable aura condensed within the chaos. As the aura formed, even the primal chaos light retreated layer by layer, as if it dared not to make contact. Xiao Ming's stone-like body seemed to start trembling slightly. The next moment, his eyes, which had been closed for an unknown amount of time, slowly opened. Buzz! It seemed as if the universe was contained within his pitch-black eyes. It was profound beyond measure. With a sweep of his gaze, he caused the space where he stood to be engulfed in turmoil. Xiao Ming slowly closed his palms. He felt the indescribable surge of Doqi within his body. A simple trembling of his body felt like endless lightning bolts were crashing into him. His robe and long sleeves were surrounded by the primal chaos light. Every flicker of this light would cause the heavens and earth to shake and the winds and clouds to surge and howl. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his own flesh, which was faintly illuminated by a jade light. It was truly untainted and pure to the utmost. Not only that, but his soul also underwent a tremendous enhancement. As long as the energy was sufficient, even if his physical body was destroyed and his soul severely damaged, regeneration with a single thought was not an issue. Is this the realm beyond the Do-God? Xiao Ming murmured to himself. This kind of majestic power that could destroy heaven and earth with a wave of his hand was far beyond what a Do-God could compare to. He could sense that even his previous attacks unleashed with all his might were likely inferior to the strength he possessed with just a single palm strike at this moment. Such power is truly intoxicating. The name of the realm above the Do-God has long been lost. Let me rename it. This realm shall be called Do-Immortal, Do-Xian. Chapter 625. Great West Xian Desert. Rumble. A constant roar could be heard throughout the desert. Each time this roar was heard, it caused the allied forces to howl incessantly, resulting in heavy casualties among them. This was because the source of these roars was the monstrous fiend, whose overwhelming strength rendered no one in the allied forces capable of resisting. Boom! At this moment, the Chaos Master was fighting desperately, but in an instant, he was sent flying backwards, his purple-golden blood splattering all over the sky as his face turned extremely pale. Clearly, he was no longer able to resist. Sure enough, after falling to the ground, the Chaos Master was unable to get up again. His body began to shrink rapidly, no longer able to maintain the massive form it had before. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed out as Huan retreated with great force, breaking free from her entanglement with the Heaven Seat King in an attempt to aid the Chaos Master. However, before she was able to reach him, a sea of demonic creatures surged out from behind her and blocked her path. The other powerhouses were also tightly engaged with their opponents, leaving no one free to provide support. Despair began to grip the hearts of the allied forces as they witnessed the rampaging colossal fiend. Even a super-strong practitioner like the Chaos Master couldn't resist the fiend, while those who hadn't reached the reincarnation stage had no chance of even breaking through his defenses. Even escaping became a luxury. Once they perished, the next to face the fiend would be the reincarnation stage powerhouses. It seemed that defeat was inevitable. As they braced for the worst, the allied forces noticed a sudden halt in the fiend's attack. Instead, his attention shifted upward as a grave expression took over his face. Huan and the others also noticed this change. At first, they were startled, but then, as if they had suddenly thought of something, they also looked up with various emotions playing across their faces. High above, amidst the endless sky, a chaotic light descended upon the world. As the chaotic light dispersed in the sky, a young figure appeared in the air, his robes billowing in the wind. His handsome face shone with a jade-like light, and his dark eyes were as deep as the stars. People could not help but look and be lost in them, as they found it hard to extricate themselves. Upon seeing this extremely familiar figure, Huan's reaction intensified. Joy and a myriad of other emotions flooded into her heart as a red color suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Unlike the rest of the allied forces who had succumbed to despair, she had steadfastly followed his plan and never wavered in her belief in him. Meanwhile, the fear in the hearts of the Flame Master, Yuan Qian, and the others was instantly calmed upon seeing this figure. They fixed their gaze on Xiao Ming the moment he appeared and could clearly sense something different about him. The Xiao Ming they knew had a vast and majestic energy within him, but there was always a slight disharmony with the Tianxian continent when he did not conceal his energy flow. But now, Xiao Ming no longer had that sense of disharmony. He smiled and stood in the air. However, if one were to sense him, it would appear as if all the energy within him had completely dissipated. And even though they could see Xiao Ming standing there, to the senses of the Flame Master and others, there was no aura at all in their perception, just nothingness. It was as if he had become one with the world. Thus, even if they launched a violent offensive attack in his direction, they probably wouldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The Flame Master and Yuan Qian exchanged looks. Then, a shocked expression climbed onto their faces. They certainly didn't think that there was a problem with Xiao Ming's strength. In this situation, there was only one explanation: Xiao Ming's strength had increased again. Other representatives from various regions who had never seen Xiao Ming before, such as the leader of the Palace of Darkness, Bo Xian, and the leader of the Immortal Sage Whale clan, Mu Tian, were overcome with shock and joy upon seeing him. This must be Senior Xiao, right? Truly unfathomable. Based on the praise of the 8 ancient masters, they had formed their own ideas about Xiao Ming's strength. They had speculated that he might be on par with the Ice Master of ancient times. However, the battle against the Yimo was primarily a matter for the Tianxian continent. Moreover, the fiend that had emerged was at the half-ancestor stage, a stage that even the Ice Master of ancient times couldn't handle. Xiao Ming was not from the Tianxian continent. Would he really risk his life to fight the Yimo for them? At most, they thought, he would only take a few people with him. With such a thought in their minds, they had gradually lost hope in their hearts. Therefore, their shock was immeasurable when they saw Xiao Ming at this moment. He had not abandoned them. Furthermore, he appeared even more formidable than they had dared to imagine. Master. Huan and Qing Tan, standing beside Bo Xian, couldn't suppress their urge to call out to him any longer, thereby confirming Xiao Ming's identity to the rest of the allied forces. The expressions on both girls' faces suggested that if they were not on the battlefield at this moment, they would have rushed to Xiao Ming's side by now. Big brother Xiao Ming. Even Mu Lingshan, who was under the protection of the Immortal Sage Whale clan's elite members, felt a surge of restlessness and called out eagerly. High above in the sky, Xiao Ming first nodded to the trio and then gave a slight smile to the other strong practitioners. He didn't even glance at the fiend but instead looked directly at the Heaven Seat King as he loudly declared. This farce ends now. In contrast to the jubilant atmosphere on the side of the allied forces, the face of the Heaven Seat King darkened considerably. The confident and mocking demeanor he had displayed earlier had completely vanished at this moment. This was because, from the moment Xiao Ming appeared, the Heaven Seat King knew that the person before him was far beyond his league. Even the fiend below would not be able to withstand a few moves against him. For this man was most likely a powerhouse at the ancestor stage. Damn it, had I known this would happen, I would have stuck to the original plan and used that fiend to break the seal at the crack between dimensions. To conquer the Tianxian continent, the Heaven Seat King had long devised a meticulous plan. Even without the opportunity presented by the fiend's descent, they could have broken the seal and allowed the Yimo Emperor to descend upon the Tianxian continent again. The cost, however, would have been the total annihilation of the Yimo within the Tianxian continent, including the Heaven Seat King himself. The reason they did not decisively implement this plan when the fiend descended was that, with the fiend's presence, they could break the seal without sacrificing themselves. Who would choose death when there was an option to live? But they had not anticipated the emergence of an ancestor stage powerhouse. Now, their only option was to take a gamble. Do you still want to keep your little struggle? Seeing the somber expression on the Heaven Seat King's face, Xiao Ming immediately knew what he was thinking and said with a smile. The corner of the Heaven Seat King's eye twitched as he took a deep breath to suppress the surging emotions in his heart, and with a stoic face, he said, "Indeed, we cannot match your strength, but that does not mean we will simply give up without a fight." "Oh. Then I shall see for myself." Roar. As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, the fiend he had created underneath let out a thunderous roar and suddenly leaped up. The rolling demonic chi ravaged the land and lifted a massive cloud of sand as it charged towards Xiao Ming. His blurred consciousness recognized Xiao Ming. This demon had tormented him for a full 5 years. He wanted revenge. With this thought, his 13 arms whistled through the air as they converged on Xiao Ming from all directions. The fiend's attack brought a wave of gasps from the allied forces. The fiend had obviously not used his full strength in the previous battles. Now, his sudden attack was nothing short of earth-shattering. Even those with lesser strength could discern his intention. He wanted to crush Xiao Ming to death with a single blow. Xiao Ming looked at the fiend's sudden attack and merely laughed sarcastically. Truly a beast that never learns. He stretched out his hand and held it against the surging demonic chi, only to see the sky and earth glow with light. The space in front of him was ripped apart, as if it had formed a huge mouth. It swallowed the demonic chi and threw it into another void. At the same time, his other hand reached out towards the approaching fiend and grabbed at the air. Bang! The space shattered into a colossal spatial black hole. The myriad space debris transformed into an invisible force, then into a massive, transparent spatial giant palm, grasping half of the fiend's body within. Boom! Endless demonic light rose into the sky, and the next moment, the trapped part of the fiend exploded. Both the allied forces and the Yimo from the devil prison let out cries of astonishment upon seeing this scene. That man had just used a single move to casually blow up half of the half-ancestor fiend's body. This was the same fiend that had previously been unstoppable for the allied forces.